You thought that being reincarnated as a gorilla and becoming the king of the hill in the zoo was the ultimate experience. It wasn't until you saw the gorilla named Caesar in the baby stroller that you realized this was actually the rise of the Planet of the Apes. For 3 years, you relied on human wisdom and the rewards from the multiverse gacha system's berserk ape physique skill to easily dominate all your kind, becoming the only king in the gorilla park, enjoying daily grooming by the mother gorillas. You thought this was the pinnacle of gorilla life, but one day, when a white person pushed a stroller past you, you saw the gorilla inside, dressed in with lively eyes Caesar. Wow! The rise of the Planet of the Apes? You suddenly awakened, and when you opened the stolen phone to check, you found the Umbrella Corporation, the royal organization. This world, it turns out, has not only the ape flu but also zombies and Godzilla. Chapter 1: Arrival in Another World, Reborn as a Gorilla. Get out of the way. Run! Amidst the shouts, Lou stiffly turned around and saw a tower crane over 20 meters away from him, rapidly tipping and falling in his direction. As the huge tower crane fell towards him, Lou's legs trembled unconsciously, his eyes locked onto the crane, unable to hear the shouts of others, as the crane grew larger in his sight. Boom! The tower crane crashed to the ground with a loud noise, and Lou was smashed into pieces, leaving no complete corpse. Accompanied by a sense of having his head squeezed, Lou felt his brain empty, and thus a gorilla with the intelligence of an adult human came into this world. In the gorilla enclosure of the San Francisco Zoo, Lou sat alone in a corner of the park, seemingly dazed, but in reality, he was viewing the Multiverse Gacha System panel in his mind. Multiverse Gacha System. User, Lou. Gacha points, 10. Owned items, none. The Multiverse Gacha System page was incredibly simple, consisting of just 3 pages, one main panel, one check-in page, and then the lottery page. I wonder when the Multiverse Gacha System came into my mind. I don't remember anything. Lou thought to himself. Looking at the single draw and 10 consecutive draws options on the lottery page, Lou began to feel excited. 9 days ago, when he discovered that there was a Multiverse Gacha System in his mind, and that he could earn rewards through gacha points, he had wanted to give it a try. However, when Lou saw that it required 10 gacha points for a single draw, he felt helpless because he could only earn 1 gacha point per day. Lou also discovered that he seemed to have been reborn as a newborn gorilla, living a life where food comes easily. Therefore, Lou didn't have any life concerns. Waiting 10 days was something he could manage. Moreover, based on Lou's previous experiences with game lotteries, the rewards from the first draw or options like 10 consecutive draws are usually quite generous, even though this isn't a game. Let me see if I can land something good, hee, Lou thought excitedly, then silently recited the words for the lottery draw. Soon, the lottery wheel on the draw page divided into approximately 24 segments, with text indicating the corresponding prizes, such as a portion of grass cake, a whole roasted lamb, 10 cans of beef, 10 kilograms of bananas, an M1911 handgun, a bazooka rocket launcher. Jing Jing, ripple breathing technique, berserk ape physique skill. Dark gear nerfed, and other prizes, but the pointer did not appear. After all the prizes were revealed, although Lou hadn't finished looking at them all, the wheel had already started spinning quickly, accelerating to the point where Lou couldn't read the text. Earlier, Lou had browsed the main process and methods of the lottery draw. The method required Lou to use his consciousness to touch the stop button on the wheel, allowing it to come to a halt. Lou casually tapped the wheel with his consciousness, and the speed of the wheel gradually slowed down. Once the wheel stopped, the segment the pointer was pointing to was the prize he had drawn this time. Berserk 8 Physique Skill. Then, the wheel shattered into a ball of light, and Lou used his consciousness to touch it. A rush of knowledge rapidly entered Lou's brain. 1 minute later, under the impact of the knowledge, Lou finally managed to regain his composure. Through that wave of knowledge impact, Lou understood that the Berserk 8 physique skill he had just acquired was not a body tempering technique practiced by humans. This was actually a foundational method created by a great ape demon from a certain fairy tale world for his tribe's Tier 1 body tempering Tier 2 foundation skill. Thus, it is easy to understand. You just need to consume a large amount of food to convert it into elemental mana, and then guide the elemental mana to various parts of the body for physical enhancement. Although Lou has just been born, he clearly does not feel anxious about how to obtain food as a member of the zoo. After seeing the rewards he received, Lou also began to think about his future now that he has the Berserk 8 physique skill, As long as he does not grow in a way that draws special attention from humans, he will certainly be able to grow into a strong gorilla far surpassing normal ones. This should be a zoo, right? With so many chimpanzees around, it seems I can usually get a little food by being cute. Although Lou has been here for 10 days, he is still too young to move freely. He is still drinking milk and has only recently been carried by the zookeeper to play with younger chimpanzees in the chimp area to help him integrate into the chimp community. 3 years later. In the central area of the chimp zone, a strong chimpanzee climbed gracefully up the trunk of a fake tree, then jumped forward with force, landing smoothly on a nearby artificial hill. This action elicited cheers from the audience, but Lou felt a bit disappointed that there were no food rewards because the zoo has a rule prohibiting visitors from throwing food. So boring, such a small place, who would want to stroll around here? If the wild gorillas found out, they would surely laugh at me all day long. Bored, Lou could only joke with himself. Although he has experienced 3 years of growth, due to being fed according to size and age during his early childhood by the zookeepers, Lou did not dare to convert food into elemental mana for cultivation because he feared it would hinder his future growth and development. It wasn't until Lou occasionally practiced to accelerate his growth that he stood out among chimpanzees of the same age, gaining more food and being sent more quickly into the adult chimpanzee group. Upon entering the group, he inevitably faced bullying from slightly larger chimpanzees, but due to Lou's exceptional strength compared to his peers, he forcibly subdued the younger generation of chimpanzees through a method of injury for injury, obtaining more food. Those who cannot defeat me will ultimately become the support for my growth. In the days that followed, Lou either fought or ate, injuring several chimpanzees in the zone. Therefore, the zookeepers had no choice but to assign Lou a separate enclosure. As a result, after 3 years of growth, there was no chimpanzee in the zone that could defeat Lou, and at such a young age, he became the leader of the chimpanzees. On that day, Lou was sitting on the top of the highest artificial hill soaking up the sun, with 2 female gorillas beside him grooming his hair and picking off lice. Don't overthink it, I'm still a minor, how could I have a harem? He. Suddenly, Lou noticed some commotion among the gorillas next to the fence. At first, he thought it was just 2 female gorillas fighting to decide who would groom the king. To his surprise, it wasn't that at all. A group of gorillas was calling out towards the fence. Curious about what was happening, Lou leaped a few times to join the gorillas, and they quickly made way for him. As Lou approached, he realized it was just a group of people visiting them, something they encountered every day. Lou was quite speechless at the gorillas' astonishment, but he couldn't really blame them since their intelligence wasn't that high. Thinking this way, just as he was about to turn and leave, Lou unexpectedly spotted something strange. Wow, foreigners are really different. Some have tigers and lions, some have bears and leopards, but I didn't expect there are those who treat gorillas like their children. Lou was shocked and, like the other gorillas, looked curiously towards the primate in the stroller in the distance. He saw a white person pushing a stroller away, and inside it was a baby gorilla lifting the cover and curiously looking at the creatures in the gorilla enclosure that looked just like him. Chapter 2, Understanding the World, Planning for the Future. Gorilla? A gorilla dressed up and raised by humans? Why does it feel a bit familiar? Let me think. Wow, could it be the legendary gorilla king, Caesar? Is this the world of Planet of the Apes? With many questions in mind, Lou returned to the artificial hill, lying down and closing his eyes to rest. Why aren't you continuing to groom me? Lou shook his head, signaling the 2 female gorillas beside him to stop looking around so much. They should be careful not to get themselves hurt. Though he couldn't be sure if he was indeed in the world of Planet of the Apes, this incident reminded Lou that it was time to go out and explore the world. Before, he thought this was just an ordinary world where he could live peacefully in the zoo without worries about food, rain, and would have someone to take care of him. But knowing that there was a possibility he was part of the world of Planet of the Apes, perhaps even one of the gorillas rescued by Caesar, Lou decided he would go out for a stroll tonight to see the situation, and if things looked bad, he might just run away. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lou took out the gorilla enclosure keys he had borrowed from the caretaker during the day, unlocked the door, stepped out, and locked it behind him. Lou temporarily regained his freedom. As for why he didn't take his little brother with him, well, let us just say the time wasn't right. With his agile movements, Lou dodged the camera at the end of the corridor and confidently vaulted over the zoo's gate from above the security room. Don't ask why I didn't go over the zoo wall. The reason is that I'm afraid of electric shocks. Since I don't know where Caesar is currently residing, I can only first search for and confirm whether there is a research center called Kiki's for Alzheimer's. Wearing a stolen sweatshirt and joggers, along with a baseball cap, Lou dashed through the low-rise buildings, feeling like a Spider-Man who couldn't spin webs. Through the windowsill that was left open late at night and the absence of lights, Lou was sure that no one was home. Wow, expressing shock. Clearly, Lou guessed wrong. On the 2-meter by 2-meter bed lay a large woman sleeping naked, twisting and turning in her sleep, apparently in a deep slumber, as Lou got no reaction even when he approached the bedside. Ugh, I'm not trying to see clearer, I'm just looking for useful information on her phone, so don't think too much about it. As a primate researcher, Lou reminded himself. Damn, it's all in English. Is this a joke? Even though Lou was lucky to find an unlocked phone, his poor English skills from his previous life made him feel utterly lost. Fortunately, can people really die from holding in their urine? Lou found the pattern settings, navigated to language settings, and changed it to Chinese. Okay, just a trivial matter. Lou raised an eyebrow and showed a proud smile. He found the browser, clicked on the search bar, typed in Kiki's Research Center, and hit search. Indeed, a slew of information about this research center popped up. Lou, feeling anxious, clicked in Kiki's Research Center specializes in effective drugs for Alzheimer's, located in San Francisco. After browsing through this information, Lou realized he had truly crossed over into the world of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. It seems he needed to plan ahead because the simian flu in the future would infect and kill most humans. Forget about staying in the zoo and being fed. If humans decide to eliminate pathogens, they might shoot Lou without a second thought, and he wouldn't even have a chance to plead his case. The wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese history tells us that an individual's strength is weak, but the power of a group is definitely stronger than that of a single person. Lou decided to learn from Caesar's path to emperor and steal some medications from the research center to boost the intelligence of his subordinates in the zoo, especially the 2 female gorillas, who needed to have some common sense when grooming. Since I found this phone, it's now mine. What? Other people's finds don't count? It doesn't matter where you find it. Lou stated that he was doing a good deed by returning the phone to its owner and that he was merely keeping it safe for the owner. After unplugging the charger and putting it in a bag, Lou turned and jumped out the window, ready to leave, when suddenly he seemed to recall something and turned back. Click sound of a phone camera. After taking a dozen beautiful photos for the owner, Lou left the place with lingering thoughts. Women only affect the speed at which I escape. Turning off his phone and hiding his clothes in a secret corner, Lou skillfully returned to his nest and took a nap. The next day during the day, the sun was shining brightly, perfect for sunbathing and picking off lice. At night, Lou stealthily slipped out of the zoo and went to the place where he hid the stolen goods. Fortunately, the owner didn't track the phone using GPS, or else finding another foreign girl, tisk, a phone without a password isn't that easy to deal with. Taking out his phone, Lou used GPS to navigate to the address of the Kiki's Research Center. He went straight from the rooftop in a linear path. The map showed a distance of several kilometers, but thanks to his incredible strength and stamina, Lou reached his destination in half an hour. From afar, Lou noticed that the security forces of the research center were quite strong. If it weren't for the overwhelming force at that time, the center might not have been breached so quickly, leading to significant viral leakage. Lou made a circle around the entire center and discovered a few blind spots of the cameras. He managed to sneak into the research center through these blind spots. Generally, drugs are stored in temperature-controlled cabinets in the lab and are kept in cold storage after mass production. Although he knew that drug storage must be extremely strict, he didn't expect it to be this stringent. There were cameras connecting one after another along the way, leaving no blind spots at all. While he could have destroyed the cameras with brute force, in order not to alert anyone, Lou reluctantly abandoned his plan to sneak in and steal the drugs. If one plan fails, create another. If he can't steal it from the lab, then let the person who can steal it do so, heh. It seems I can't go back to the zoo. I must find a way to locate the doctor who raised Caesar, so I can steal some of that medication. On the rooftop, Lou pondered how to find the doctor's residence, looking over the items he had drawn from the multiverse Gacha system, trying to find a solution. A 50-pound iron rod, an M1911 with 50 bullets, a 100-year vitality berry, and an unexpectedly whimsical dark gear nerfed, which was drawn due to astonishing luck. The other draws were either food or daily necessities. Once, he even drew 10 bags of diapers, which left Lou speechless, as if he really needed them. For the 100-year vitality berry, Lou, who has read fantasy novels, is afraid that consuming the elemental mana in one go might be too overwhelming, so he split it into 4 portions, one for himself, and one for each of the 2 female gorillas next to him. Now, aside from Lou, those 2 female gorillas are the strongest in the enclosure, and he plans to consume the remaining portion in a couple of days. As for the dark gear nerfed, although it is a weaker version, Lou fears that integrating it into his body might affect his mental clarity, leading him to do something foolish that could get him shot. Therefore, he has left it in his inventory and hasn't taken it out. Chapter 3, First Encounter with Caesar, Generous Gift. Watching the prize and lost in thought, Lou suddenly came up with an idea. In the movie, Caesar is taken by the doctor to play freely in the mangroves on the island across from San Francisco every week, enjoying some time to romp through the treetops. Maybe I should just go to the mangroves and wait, then follow Caesar to find the doctor's place and steal the medication once he arrives. The more he thought about this plan, the more feasible it seemed. Though he felt a bit reluctant to leave the 2 female gorillas in the zoo, who helped him pick lice, Lou understood that this was only temporary. He knew that to live more comfortably in the future, he would need the support of his group. Lou has always been a giant in action. He took out his phone, found the direction of the Golden Gate Bridge, and leaped into the air, quickly clearing several buildings with a few jumps. After taking in the San Francisco night skyline at 3 a.m., Lou finally arrived at the Golden Gate Bridge. Although it was already 3 a.m., vehicles continued to flow across the bridge. Fortunately, Lou's height when running on all fours does not exceed the railings too much, allowing him to swiftly navigate the pedestrian walkway under the cover of night. Luckily, being at 3 a.m., he only encountered a dirty, snoring homeless man at the bridge head, and the rest of the journey was relatively smooth. Since there were no lights in the mangroves, Lou planned to check his phone at the bridge head and wait until it got a bit lighter before entering the mangroves. Let me see if there's anything interesting on Twitter. I've often heard netizens mention something about daily competitions, but unfortunately, Lou didn't know how to bypass the firewall to download Twitter, which left him unable to satisfy his curiosity. However, now he could finally indulge himself. Looking at it, Lou couldn't help but frown a bit, because he saw the Umbrella Corporation on Twitter, as well as the Emperor Organization. He noticed the Umbrella Corporation due to recent biological attack incidents in Raccoon City, which were suspected to have been caused by the leakage of experimental subjects from the Umbrella Corporation, resulting in a plummet of its stock price, making headlines. As for the Emperor Organization, it was exposed on Twitter that they were using nuclear energy to feed the elemental mana, which is suspected to be a monster, and attempting to control them to rule the world. In response to such conspiracy theory remarks, Twitter users kindly mentioned the FBI, CIA, and other U.S. intelligence agencies as for whether they would investigate or not. Users expressed that they couldn't care less. Seeing these 2 companies made Lou feel overwhelmed. He hadn't even solved the problem of saving his compatriots yet, and now he was being told that there were monsters like Godzilla and biochemical weapons like zombies in this world, along with the upcoming monkey flu. It felt like it was impossible for humanity to survive. Lou was searching for specific information about these 2 companies on Twitter and Google, wanting to understand what stage the world had developed to. Now, Lou is in the year 2004. Although the world is rife with conflicts, the trend of globalization continues to strengthen, with countries increasingly engaging in exchanges in economy and technology, while the ongoing modernization and industrialization are causing ecological destruction, unusual climate changes, and frequent biological mutations making headlines. Looking through various news on websites, he found no content that Lou wanted. They were all about exchanges and frictions between countries. Thus, on the surface, it seems calm, but the biochemical experiments of the Umbrella Corporation have already yielded results, and the Emperor Organization is developing in secret, not knowing when they will become the sharp blade of ambitious individuals and awaken the sleeping giant. Lou felt a lingering unease in his heart. Previously, he had merely thought this world was about the rise of the Planet of the Apes. Therefore, although he was cautious about humanity's firearms, he believed that with preparations and the help of the multiverse Gacha system, he could at least protect his group. Afterward, he thought, let the birds fly high and the fish leap in the vast sea. Unexpectedly, there might also be biochemical crises and monsters rampaging in the future, which forced Lu to seriously consider each step he would take moving forward. However, just a single line: can living people really die from holding in their urine? Since he had lived through reincarnation, if he couldn't live a bit more freely, then it would be better not to live at all. Of course, this was the confidence given by the multiverse Gacha system. After scrolling on his phone for nearly 2 hours, nearly running out of battery, the sky finally began to brighten faintly. Lu plugged his phone into the power bank and then crossed the bridge using the suspension cables, heading towards the mangroves. 3 days later, Saturday. Damn, it's Saturday. Caesar should be coming soon, right? On a tree with a trunk over a meter thick, a gorilla with tangled, dull-colored fur crouches on a branch, constantly complaining about its surroundings. 3 days, 3 days. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? As someone who grew up in a zoo, Lu was immediately taken aback when he first arrived in the mangrove forest. Though the redwoods are rich in species, Lu was just an ordinary person in his past life and only recognized a few wild fruits that were definitely edible. This wasn't enough to fill his stomach, so Lu could only use his quick speed during the day to stealthily steal food and water from the picnicking citizens in the forest, which scared quite a few people. Some even pulled out their shotguns. Finally, after stealing a luxurious burger from a black man having a picnic, Lu discovered that a gorilla was wandering and playing among the treetops. Lu hadn't originally wanted to meet Caesar. He wanted to stealthily follow him home after he finished playing, and then strike when he got to the doctor's house to steal the genetic drugs. Unexpectedly, Caesar, altered by genetic drugs, had such a high IQ that he noticed some new bends in the trees and excitedly began searching for Lu, thinking that perhaps there was another of his kind in the mangrove. In the end, Lu could no longer hide. Although he could shake off Caesar with his quick speed, the feeling of being pursued annoyed Lu, who had long since become the leader of the gorillas, so he stopped to wait for Caesar, who also halted on a nearby branch. 2 pairs of intelligent eyes locked onto each other from a distance, both curiously examining one another. "Hi, Caesar." Lu greeted Caesar directly in English. Upon hearing Lu speak English, Caesar was clearly puzzled. Why couldn't he, but this fellow who looked just like him could talk like his father? Caesar's brain CPU was operating at full speed. Caesar originally wanted to greet Lu with sign language, but Lu clearly didn't understand Caesar's signs, so he took out his phone. Based on Lu's speculation, although Caesar hadn't been enhanced a second time, he should be able to understand written language but wouldn't be able to read it aloud. Although neither could communicate verbally, it was clear that in nature, 2 males vying for dominance would naturally resort to fighting. The 2 remained in an attacking posture for a moment, but Caesar, lacking experience in brawling with his kind, couldn't hold back and initiated the attack. Lu quickly dodged Caesar's strong lunge, slapping Caesar on the head, even holding back a considerable amount of strength, afraid of giving him a concussion. After being struck in the head, Caesar immediately fell into a coma, falling straight down towards the tree, which terrified Lu. After all, this was a future general under his command, and he couldn't afford to lose him to friendly fire. He immediately jumped down from the tree, catching Caesar in mid-air, then climbed down and placed him on the ground, splashing water on Caesar's face. Stimulated by the water, Caesar woke up immediately and, upon seeing Lu, immediately backed away. Lu also stood straight up and shouted at Caesar. Under the pressure of Lu's aura, Caesar succumbed, bending down to one knee and extending his right hand, palm up, in front of Lu. Having seen Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, Lu understood this gesture as a sign of submission, so he gently stroked Caesar's palm, allowing him to stand up. Since the dominance had already been established, the next step was to show grace. Lu took out a quarter of the precious 100-year vitality berry he had been reluctant to use and gifted it to Caesar, hoping that with sufficient elemental mana support, he could further become a gorilla combining wisdom and strength. Clearly, Lu successfully acquired a new subordinate. Chapter 4, Plotting Medicine, Teaching Techniques. Considering Caesar's current intelligence, mastering the Berserkate physique skill should be relatively easy. Besides Caesar, Koba, Rocket, and Maurice, who in the original plot would become Caesar's subordinates, have experienced enhanced intelligence far surpassing their peers after undergoing the enhanced gene treatment that the doctor researched to boost the drug's effects. Thus, all of them are subordinates Lu has his eyes on. Through a translation software, Caesar learned the Berserk Ape physique skill with some difficulty, and how much he could master depended solely on his comprehension. He reminded Caesar to consume that quarter of the 100-year vitality berry only after mastering the Berserk Ape physique skill, as it would maximize the elemental mana. After opening the GPS map on his phone and having Caesar report their family address, he also instructed him to check if there were 2 tubes of a genetic medication called ALZ-112 in the fridge at home, and if there were, to try to bring them over. Seeing the concerned expression on Caesar's face, Lou understood after all, it was his father who had raised Caesar from childhood, and helping Lou to steal would mean betraying his father. However, Lou had only known him for a day, and their emotional connection was limited, so he felt that he had been a bit rushed just now. So he quickly reassured Caesar, saying that this matter was forgiven, but he still needed to behave well as my little brother, otherwise, I already know where you live, and if you don't come in a week, I'll just go to your house and deal with you. Although Caesar felt that Lou was somewhat overbearing, he realized he couldn't fight back and was already caught in a compromising situation, so he had no choice but to obey. If I don't take it now, maybe when we get to know each other better, visiting your house should be fine, Lou thought to himself. In the afternoon, after having 2 bacon burgers that Caesar got from his old father, and with Lou's permission, he frolicked in the mangroves the entire afternoon. After all, Lou was the strongest gorilla in the mangroves now, so in Caesar's mind, this forest was implicitly Lou's. By 3 in the afternoon, Caesar was called back by his old father to prepare to go home. Before leaving, Lou asked Caesar to study Chinese well online, hoping that in the future the two of them could communicate freely in Chinese. After that, Caesar nodded and left. Now that I know where the professor lives, I should also start preparing for some things, Lou thought as he watched Caesar get into his car and leave from a distance. Then he took a leap to prepare for the upcoming rescue plan. 10 o'clock at night, San Francisco's Chinatown. After securing a hoodie with a hood and a mask on the way, Lou waited quietly in a poorly lit alley at 6 o'clock, waiting for his prey to arrive. Finally, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Not long after, a figure around 1.60 meters entered the alley, looking back as he walked in, seemingly driven in by something. Soon after the figure entered, 2 people, about 1.80 meters tall, also came in. "Hey, kid, why are you running? You look pretty pale. You must be quite wealthy at home, right? Don't think about escaping as long as you obediently hand over the money, my brother, and I guarantee we won't hurt you." One of the figures spoke, but it was in English and too fast, causing Lou to understand nothing. "Damn English!" Lou silently complained. "I've given you all my money, you will let me go, right? Please don't hurt me. I'm Chinese, and if anything happens to me or I go missing, my family will definitely go to the embassy for help," a slightly panicked voice responded to the tall man. Okay, come over and give me the money, and then we'll let you leave," he said, signaling the man next to him to clear the way, indicating that after handing over the money, he could walk away. Although the Chinese man had concerns, seeing that their actions did not seem fake, he took his wallet out and placed it in his hand, moving step by step towards them. When he was still a meter or two away from them, the 2 men quickly approached and pinned him to the ground. "TSK, I thought all Chinese knew martial arts, but you don't? Well, then you're in for a treat," the tall man said disdainfully. "Help! Help!" Probably because they were in Chinatown, the man shouted in Chinese, hoping that a fellow countryman could come to rescue him. Before he could call out a few more times, the robber covered his mouth, saying, "Be quiet, you don't want us to have to be rough with you." Hearing this, the young man stopped his loud cries. Lou didn't understand the English spoken earlier, but he did understand the Chinese words, so he leaped from the rooftop, planning to block them at the alleyway. After all, there was a risk of exposure. In just a short while, the situation in the alley had turned dreadful. It turned out that these 2 robbers were not only after money but also had other intentions. By the time Lou reached the alley, the boy was being threatened with a dagger by the robbers to hand over all his money, and the scene was quite chaotic. "Please let me go, I'm a man, I've given you all my money, don't do this," the man pleaded desperately. However, his pleas did not spare him. The robbers instead moved the dagger to his neck, indicating that they were losing patience. Seeing someone bully a fellow countryman was unacceptable. Lou leaped 2 meters in one bound, catching the robbers off guard, and with a slap to each of their heads, they fell unconscious and collapsed on the Chinese man. He originally thought he was just being robbed, but he didn't expect to encounter such an incident. However, after Lu moved them aside one by one, he also realized something was wrong. Wasn't it supposed to hurt? Then he turned and saw that someone had come to his rescue. Thank you. The man quickly got up, put on his pants, and said a word of thanks in English. I don't know how to speak English, please speak in Chinese, the man said with a rough accent, which struck the man as strange, but after all, he was his savior and spoke Chinese, which gave him a great sense of security. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. My name is Tian, and I'm an exchange student from Beijing No.1 High School. May I ask your surname, sir? In the dimly lit alley, the boy's face was hard to distinguish, but his voice sounded quite young as he expressed his gratitude to Lu. Me? I'm Lu. I just happened to hear you calling for help in Chinese, so I came to check it out. You don't need to call me sir, just Lu is fine, Lu replied. Lu, you're not much taller than me, how do you have the strength to knock out those two robbers in one go? After a brief exchange, perhaps because they both spoke Chinese, Tian invited Lu to his house for a visit without any reservation, and after a moment's hesitation, Lu decided to join him to charge his phone since it was out of battery. Due to the hat and mask, Tian had yet to notice that he was conversing with an orangutan. He only found it strange that Lu's accent included breaths and a swaying walking posture. However, concerned that this might lead to questions about Lu's privacy, he decided to probe into Lu's background using their recent encounter. Because I'm a mercenary, and I practice martial arts to keep fit, don't be deceived by my height, which isn't much greater than yours. However, my strength might be greater than 4 or 5 of you combined, Lu half-jokingly explained to Tian, since he might spend the night at Tian's place, revealing some personal information could also help ease the tension. Whoa! Lu, you really know martial arts? And you're a mercenary? That's so cool. Where did you learn martial arts? I'm going to find a master to study with when I return home. Do you think mercenaries have handled guns? I've been here for over a month and haven't touched a gun yet. Tian might have been trying to relieve the fear from his recent experience or simply wanted to find someone to chat with in this foreign land, so he kept talking like a chatterbox. Chapter 5, Stay? Bodyguard? As time flowed by amidst Lu's concise but thoughtful responses and Tian's continuous chatter, half an hour later, Lu followed Tian into an apartment building and arrived at a spacious unit on the 5th floor, which had 3 bedrooms and a living room. Did you come here alone? It doesn't look like there are other people living with you, Lu asked as he looked at the shoe rack at the entrance, contemplating whether to take off his shoes. My parents sent me here a month ago and then went back. Although there is a cleaning service that comes regularly to take out the trash, I'm currently living here alone because my mom and dad said I'm 18 now and want me to learn to live independently for a semester, Tian said without hesitation as he revealed his situation. As Tian was changing her shoes and getting ready to fetch a pair for Lu, Lu stopped her. Alright, Tian, since I've safely brought you home, my task is complete. I'm leaving now, but remember to stay alert when walking at night, and you should also take care of your health. After thinking for a moment, Lu decided not to stay at Tian's house. After all, there was the risk of exposure. Ha! Lu, aren't you coming in to sit for a while? It's so late. Do you have somewhere to stay? Why don't you just rest here tonight? Having brought Tian all the way home, how could Lu, who understood the importance of gratitude, leave like that? Well, okay, but I'll only stay for one night. Otherwise, I'm afraid my enemies might find this place and take revenge on me, and it could easily harm you. After hesitating for a moment, Lu still agreed to Tian's invitation. He instantly began his performance, speaking in a deep voice. Come on in, you probably haven't eaten yet, let me make you one of my signature dishes, and you can try it out. I learned it from my mom. Even after coming inside, Lu didn't take off his mask and hat, maintaining a proper level of vigilance. No need, I've already eaten. If you haven't, just prepare food for yourself. I'll be relying on you tonight. It's fine, I'm happy to help you, Lu. So where will you stay in the future? I don't know, I just go wherever there are assignments. I don't have a fixed place to stay. I see. Do you have any assignments recently? If not, you can stay here temporarily. It'll save you the cost of a hotel. Tian looked at Lu hopefully. No, didn't I explain this to you? I'm afraid someone might trace my whereabouts, and while seeking revenge they could inadvertently harm you.
But if you really want to help me, could you rent a small room for me? That way I can stay there without putting you at risk. I came here illegally and I'll need your assistance. No problem, I'll definitely help you with this. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'll see if I can find something suitable for you. Okay, could you take me to the resting room? I'm a bit tired and would like to rest early. Sure, follow me. I'll get you a blanket and pillow, you can just sleep. Oh, by the way, do you have any change of clothes? Do you want to borrow some of mine? No, it's fine.
I just changed my clothes today, so I need to change again.
I can just wash up a bit. Alright then, I'll step out for a bit. Lu, make sure you get some good rest.
Although Tian was filled with curiosity about Lu, she did not rashly ask any personal questions and closed the door to return to her room. In the guest room, Lu plugged in her phone and then chose a comfortable position to lie on the bed.
Multiverse Gacha System. She called the Multiverse Gacha System, and the Multiverse Gacha System page appeared before her. Multiverse Gacha System. User, Lu. Gacha points, 100.
Items owned, a 50-pound iron rod, an M1911 with 50 rounds of ammunition, dark gear nerfed, 10 bags of diapers, a mountain bike, etc. Looking at her 100 gacha points, Lu felt a bit eager. She finally saved up 100 gacha points. Let us see if 10 consecutive draws can give me something good. Clicking on the lottery page, the familiar big roulette appeared. She clicked for 10 consecutive draws, and then the roulette displayed 30 segmented slots, with prizes beginning to appear. Looking carefully, she noted that apart from 3 slots for firearms, 5 slots for ammunition, and a significant amount of food and daily supplies, what surprised Lu the most was the Demon Banestaff skill. After taking a rough glance, Lu realized that this set of 10 consecutive draws should not result in a loss. At the very least, she could get 1 or 2 guns, and there was a high chance of obtaining the Demon Banestaff skill as a reward. The roulette started spinning, and the lottery method for 10 consecutive draws was different. Lu just needed to call out stop in her mind, and the Multiverse Gacha system would then randomly select 10 options as rewards. This made Lu suspect that someone might be scamming her from the back because any rewards were chosen by the Multiverse Gacha system. But now Lu had no way to complain or report this, so she decided not to care about it. Stop. It then gradually came to a halt, and the 10 prizes appeared one by one: 10 pounds of beef, 100 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, 20 rounds of 8mm projectiles, a magnum revolver, the Demon Banestaff skill, 1 pound of Crimson Wolf meat Tier 1 consumable, Tier 1 body tempering, Tier 2 foundation, $10,000 of US currency issued in 2004, a robe, a Haojue motorcycle, and a 3rd grade English textbook. Looking at the prizes he drew, Lu felt it wasn't a total loss overall, because he got the Demon Banestaff skill, which he wanted most, along with a firearm. The other items could provide him with some help to varying degrees, but the last one did catch Lu off guard. Multiverse Gacha system, what do you mean? Just because my English isn't great doesn't mean I can't understand elementary level English. This is too insulting. Lu was filled with resentment towards this prize. The Multiverse Gacha system didn't pay any attention to Lu's complaints, as 10 prizes transformed one by one into spheres of light and flew into his prize section, stored in the prize inventory. Lu found it a bit dull that the Multiverse Gacha system ignored him, so he stopped being troublesome, extracted the Demon Banestaff skill, slapped it on his head, and had already simply mastered this staff technique. As for becoming proficient in using it, that would just have to wait until Lu got more practice. Ding, detected that the user has accumulated 100 draws. The Multiverse Gacha system is updating now. This update will last for 24 hours. During the update, only the main page feature of the Multiverse Gacha system will be available. The draw and storage functions will temporarily be unavailable. Please extract any items you need before midnight today. If this causes you any inconvenience, the Multiverse Gacha system will not be held responsible. After seeing the Multiverse Gacha system update, Lu thought for a moment and took out the English textbook he drew, $10,000 in cash, and some beef, laying his robe and a magnum revolver with 20 bullets beside the bed. Finding nothing else to extract, he then closed the Multiverse Gacha system and went to bed, covering himself with the quilt to sleep.
Chapter 6: Amass Resources, Delay Claiming Kingship.
The next morning, after having breakfast together, Tian went out to find a suitable rental property for Lu, while Lu made an excuse to go to the city to withdraw money, so he didn't follow. However, in reality, Lu was preparing for acquiring the ALZ 112 and 113 later. He had previously communicated briefly with Caesar using translation software and learned that the doctor's old father was now able to live normally and often played piano pieces at home. This made Lu realize that the doctor had already administered gene therapy to his father, but the 113 type gene therapy should not have been developed yet.
Since it requires subordinates with sufficient intelligence to grow and strengthen, for Lu, the more powerful ALZ 113, which promotes brain development, is undoubtedly better.
To resolve this once and for all, the gorillas still stuck in their cages will have to endure a bit. Lu nimbly climbed to the rooftop, picked up his phone which had been charged last night, and opened the GPS to familiarize himself with the addresses of the Kishi's research center and the doctor's home. He prepared to get acquainted with the route he needed to take and personally visit Caesar's home. 3 hours later, at Will's doorstep. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After 3 rings of the doorbell, Caesar opened the door, slightly breathless, clearly having rushed down from his little attic. "Boss." Caesar awkwardly called out in Mandarin. It was evident that Caesar remembered the instruction from yesterday to learn Mandarin. After calling out, Caesar stepped aside at the door, gesturing for Lu to come in. Clearly, there were no adults at home, so Caesar was able to take control. Lu walked into Caesar's home with a hint of curiosity. There wasn't too much else for Lu to do at Caesar's place. He was just getting familiar with the route and also aimed to avoid causing trouble with the neighbors like in movies. He advised Caesar to read more, study hard, remain calm, and to observe and think more before acting. It was evident that with the IQ inherited from his genetically enhanced upbringing by the doctor, Caesar, apart from his immature childlike mindset, was similar to an average human teenager of 15 or 16 years. Due to the constraint of his identity, Lu, despite being wealthy, could not go out with Flora and could only share a lunch with Caesar, also to accompany him and soothe his lonely heart. After lunch, he spent the afternoon at Caesar's home practicing the demon banestaff skill while teaching Caesar. He figured that the doctor and his father would likely be returning from the hospital soon. Lu checked the time and left Caesar's house, getting back to Tian's house by 4 p.m. On the way back, he paid for a newspaper and read it while hurrying home. Recently, Japan began releasing nuclear waste into the Pacific Ocean. However, a strange event occurred. What should have remained at harmful levels of radiation for humans and the environment for a year dropped below a safe index within a week. This phenomenon has not found a cause for several days. Our military has made breakthroughs in brain-machine interface technology, which is expected to help disabled individuals reintegrate better into society and the workforce, potentially bringing more employment opportunities to domestic manufacturing. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Lu didn't find anything that could remind him of any important information. Feeling bored, he could only stare blankly at the newspaper, passing time by zoning out. "Hey, Lu." A cheerful voice came from in front of him, prompting Lu to put down the newspaper. It turned out that Tian, who had just found a house, happened to meet Lu on his way back downstairs. After Lu followed Tian to view the rental property he chose, he decided to rent it. After signing the rental contract with the landlord and paying the deposit, Lu officially moved in. Since the rental place had nothing in it, after having dinner at Tian's house, Lu returned to the rented room. That night, lying in bed, Lu started playing on his phone again. When one gets immersed in something interesting, their sense of time becomes very dull. Midnight. Ding, multiverse gacha system update successful. Lost in his phone, Lu was interrupted by a notification, finally realizing he had been playing on his phone for 4 hours. Phones can really be harmful. Open multiverse gacha system, Lu thought as he turned off his phone. Multiverse gacha system. User, Lu. Gacha points 5. Items: Iron Rod, M1911 pistol, 7.62mm rifle bullets. Didn't I run out of gacha points last night? Why do I have 5 more gacha points now? Is it an update reward or are the daily gacha points now 5? Forget it, I'll find out tomorrow. Next page.
Lottery wheel bronze. Single draw 10 gacha points, 10 consecutive draws 100 gacha points.
This looks no different from the previous one, the only change is that the wheel has gone from white to a bronze metallic finish. As for whether the prizes have changed, I guess I'll have to wait until I have gacha points to give it a spin.
Next page. Inventory 10 cubic meters. This seems no different from before, right? Wait, this seems a bit different. Lou tried to put his phone into the inventory.
Previously, Lou had tried and found it wouldn't fit, but after trying again, he discovered it could now be stored. The information behind this made Lou ecstatic. Although it's not very large, it's quite sufficient for storing food and firearms, and with my agility, I can easily get my hands on it without paying. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, leaving Lou unable to sleep.
The highly proactive Lou quietly got dressed and climbed out the window to the first floor.
To reduce the risk of exposure, he picked a gun shop located a street over. On the way, to avoid being caught on camera, he deliberately chose a route near the entrance that had a camera and then disabled the camera at the entrance from the side.
When he arrived at the entrance, he was relieved. Although it had a keypad lock, the door's strength wasn't too high.
Lou put on gloves, grasped the doorknob, and with a strong shove, he broke open the gun shop's door. Worried that breaking the door would trigger an alarm from the multiverse gacha system and alert the owner, Lou quickly moved on, first collecting the guns and bullets from the counter into his inventory and then heading to the back storage room. This was clearly an explosion-proof door, installed at great expense by Flora, and it made a loud bang when hit. He took out a handgun and fired 2 shots, producing a burst of flames but causing little damage to the door lock. Looks like I need to use brute force, Lou thought as he observed the unsatisfactory result. He took out a 50-pound iron rod from his inventory, unsure if it was pure iron, but it was undoubtedly very sturdy. Lou smashed the door relentlessly without seeing it bend. Finally, after smashing it a dozen times, the explosion-proof door could no longer withstand the force and was broken open. To save time, he collected everything without checking, promising to inspect his haul once he was in a safe place. After spending over 10 minutes gathering the firearms and ammunition, Lou kindly closed the door for the owner, as it's a good habit to shut doors behind you.
Back home, Lou eagerly examined his loot. Chapter 7, Farewells and Choices.
The firearms drawn from the multiverse gacha system all had detailed information, but for the batch he just collected, he hadn't remembered the information labels on the counter due to the rush. Lou's understanding of firearms was limited to that found in shooting games, so he could only compare each gun with pictures online to identify the gun type and bullet caliber. He was busy until morning, finally recognizing and categorizing the bullets and accessories for handguns and such. Time was still plentiful, and there would be future opportunities for Lou to slowly familiarize himself with firearms, so it was like self-studying firearm knowledge. From that day on, Lou spent his days at home identifying models, disassembling, assembling, and loading guns. At night, he would rely on his agility and strength to visit several gun shops, usually ones that were quite far from his rented house. Due to multiple gun shops being robbed and the firearms being hidden away, the San Francisco Police Department was quite troubled, as they suspected a group of terrorists was looking to arm themselves with guns and potentially launch a terror attack against the San Francisco government or even the state government. As a result, there were quite a few police officers patrolling the streets both day and night, forcing Lou to stop his thieving activities. 3 months later. Lou, thank you for taking care of me these past few months, I will miss you. Tian stood in front of the taxi, bidding farewell to Lou before heading back. Alright, all good things must come to an end, and we all have to look forward. You will meet better people and experience more wonderful things. I don't have much to give you, but take this. Saying this, Lou handed Tian a coin he had drawn. This is a lucky coin. Keep it with you, and the goddess of luck will often smile upon you. Not really sure if there are actual monsters like Godzilla, but just in case, Lou gave this lucky coin to him as a talisman for protection. By the way, there's one more thing, your skills at making spicy scrambled eggs really need improvement. Seeing Tian's slightly downcast expression, Lou could only make a joke to lighten the mood. Alright, let's go, or you'll miss your boat. Tian's parents bought him a ticket to travel from Panama through the Atlantic to Italy, letting him see the world and spend a month in Europe before returning for the spring festival. Watching Tian waving goodbye continuously from the taxi, Lu felt a bit reluctant and sad, but it didn't take long for him to shake off those emotions and leave the harbor to return to his rented room. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding.
Lu's phone rang. "Boss, I've gotten into trouble." After answering the call, Caesar's anxious voice came through.
It turned out to be his grandfather, the father of the doctor. The effect of the ALZ-112 he was injected with was starting to wear off, causing his Alzheimer's disease to flare up again. He mistakenly took someone else's car for his own and forgot how to drive. As a result, he accidentally crashed someone else's car into 2 other cars.
The car owner was very angry and demanded compensation.
In the scuffle, the owner shoved the grandfather to the ground.
Caesar witnessed the scene, rushed over, and gave the owner a beating.
Now that he had calmed his grandfather down and laid him on the bed, he called to ask his big brother for help with the situation. After 3 months of training, Caesar clearly relies heavily on Lu, his big brother, because the fact that Caesar has learned to speak Chinese was not communicated to his father, well, only Lu knows about it. "Caesar, there are 2 paths you can take, and I'll explain them to you one by one. The first path is for you to explain to your father in Chinese why you attacked humans, and to reveal your ability to speak. I'm sure your father will use all his connections to Flora to help calm this situation, as long as you are honest with him.
The second path is that you don't explain anything to your father.
Instead, you accept your placement in the primate shelter, where you will endure some hardships alongside our fellow comrades for a few months while waiting for my rescue. At that point, you will act as my inside man, coordinating from within and without. 2 paths, one chooses family, the other chooses the community." On the phone, there was a long silence, clearly showing that even the intellectually sharp Caesar was pondering over this dilemma for a while.
"Boss, I choose the second path. I will wait for you in the shelter."
As an ambitious and aspiring boss, Lu's daily training has a significant transformative effect on his younger brothers. In Caesar's mind, he believes his boss is trapped in this steel cage to save the entire community. As the little brother of the boss, how could he allow his boss to suffer? Naturally, he had to work hard for his boss's ideals. As a good guerrilla educated in traditional Chinese values, the grand belief that a scholar dies for a worthy cause has deeply rooted itself in Caesar's mind. "Alright, since you've made your decision, be mentally prepared, and also take care of yourself," Lu said before hanging up the phone. When Lu arrived near Caesar's home as quickly as possible, he saw from a distance that Caesar was being taken into the transport vehicle for the primate shelter. After memorizing the name of the shelter deeply, he found a place to hide, since moving around during the day was not convenient. At night, after Will and his father fell asleep, Lu adeptly went to the refrigerator where Will stored medication. Opening the refrigerator, he found indeed 2 vials of gene medication, labeled ALZ-112. He quickly picked up the medication and left, returning to the zoo where he had stayed since birth. Finding the cages where the 2 female gorillas lived, he administered a shot of the gene medication to each of them.
As the effects of ALZ-112 take longer to manifest, Lu did not wait for them to take effect and instead returned home.
"Now, we just need to wait for Will to develop a more effective gene therapy to continue curing his father's Alzheimer's disease, and then, once we steal it, the escape from San Francisco plan can begin." Over the next week, every evening, Lu would sneak into the zoo just to confirm whether the drug was having any effects. There were no discoveries in the first few days, until the 7th day. I don't know if it was due to an increase in intelligence, but as soon as Lu approached the cage, both female gorillas seemed to sense him and woke up. Seeing Lu, who they recognized, both female gorillas were very happy and immediately wanted to call out, but upon seeing Lu make a gesture for silence, they didn't fully understand but immediately quieted down. To avoid being discovered, which would lead to stronger obstacles when trying to take the whole group out later, Lu also secretly tutored the 2 female gorillas every night. Of course, he would occasionally visit Caesar at the primate shelter. Chapter 8, Becoming Stronger, ALZ-113 achieved. After opening the cage and letting Caesar out, Lu walked with Caesar past each cage, watching the gorillas inside, some sleeping and some dozing. Lu said to Caesar, "Do you see this, Caesar?
This is the current living condition of our kind, imprisoned in cages with no freedom to speak of, eating food not even fit for pigs or dogs, either sent to the laboratory for experiments or living in a zoo where, though they have enough to eat and wear, they must please humans every day. Look at our kin, they are numb and in pain, suffering the plight of generations, and if we do not take them with us when we leave here, they will all die in this iron cage built by humans. Listening to Lu's words, Caesar also fell into deep thought. After all, not every gorilla has the good fortune like Caesar to be adopted by humans. Do you know what has enslaved us, Caesar? After a long pause, Caesar replied. Thinking. The kin do not think, they only engage in play like infants, more childish than one can imagine. Exactly. They do not think, so if we cannot resolve this issue, even if we return to nature, we will still be enslaved. Thus, the path to rescuing our kin that I seek is to enhance their intelligence. Once their IQ improves, they will begin to think, and then we will become stronger. And all this relies on your father. My father? Indeed, your father is one of the highly intelligent individuals among humanity. He developed a genetic drug that can enhance the vitality of human brain cells and simultaneously increase the intelligence of primates. Therefore, we need the genetic drug that your father researched, but it hasn't been developed yet, so you will have to stay here to protect the tribe for now. Lu turned to Caesar, gave him a couple of pats on the shoulder, then turned away. As for how Caesar would get back into the cage, that shouldn't be a problem for him. Leaving the shelter, Lu returned to the apartment, feeling as if there was nothing much to do lately. So, he lay down in bed and opened the multiverse gacha system. Multiverse gacha system. User, Lu. Gacha points 55. Items owned, dark gear nerfed, iron pole, firearms, the bullets, living necessities, etc. Since Lu's gacha points were still under 100, he could only do 5 single draws. Switching to the spinning wheel page, Lu clicked to draw. Since it wasn't a 10-time draw, the chances of winning high-tier prizes weren't very high, so Lu didn't take a close look at the items that appeared on the wheel. He simply clicked start, waited for a while, randomly clicked a sector on the wheel, and then waited for the draw to finish. After going through this process 5 times, Lu had used up his gacha points and opened his rewards. He began to examine them slowly. A skill book for English mastery passive, a 4.5-story villa, 10 pounds of crimson wolf meat tier 1 consumable, a set of dark iron scale armor, Eye of the Wind. Apart from a few prizes that were obviously useful, there were 2 that Lu couldn't quite understand. So he clicked on the items to view the details. Crimson Wolf Meat Tier 1 consumable, sourced from a world of combat energy, a first-tier magical beast from the monster forest, the Crimson Wolf, with elemental mana. Eye of the Wind, a product of the elves, can be released into the air without any obstacles, offering a visual range of 1,000 meters, and can also be merged with one's own eyes to master weak elemental mana. After reviewing the items drawn, Lu was instantly stunned. This draw was incredibly powerful, and these items were all very useful for him. It feels like the strength of the prizes has increased quite a bit after this update. Sigh, forget it. I'll find out after drawing a few more times. Lu shook his head, brushing off the doubts in his mind. Taking out the English mastery passive skill book and slapping it down, it transformed into sparks that drifted into Lu's mind. After adapting to the English words forcibly injected by the multiverse gacha system, Lu felt that his English should be pretty good now. I'll wait until I leave here to live in a villa back in the forest, haha. Thinking of this, Lu couldn't help but laugh, as he would finally have his own house. In the following days, apart from tutoring the female gorilla at night, Lu stayed home during the day, consuming Crimson Wolf Meat Tier 1 consumable and then using the Berserk Ape Physique skill to convert this meat into elemental mana, finally allowing the elemental mana to integrate into his body to strengthen his bones. 3 days later, after digesting all the Crimson Wolf Meat Tier 1 consumable, Lu felt his body had become stronger, and it seemed he had grown taller as well. Previously, he was about 1.60 m, but now he looked around 1.70 m. Although he still seemed quite short in the eyes of foreigners, at least he was not easily recognized as a gorilla. Reaching a secluded, open area, Lu first released the Eye of the Wind to watch for anyone passing by, to avoid being discovered. Then he took out an iron rod and began practicing the long-awaited Demon Banestaff skill. Every swing created a sonic boom and became smoother,
and suddenly Lu felt a rush of elemental mana circulating in his body, eventually gathering in his hands. The elemental mana accumulated there caused Lu to feel a burning heat, which made him swing the iron rod forcefully, as if he wanted to throw that burning sensation away. Finally, as Lu found his rhythm, he gradually transmitted the elemental mana gathered in his hands to the iron rod, and the burning feeling slowly faded while the rod began to change. Strands of fiery red elemental mana floated around the surface of the iron rod, making it seem as though it was heated to a bright red and held by Lu, yet he didn't feel any high temperature, it felt normal. To test the iron stick that Lu had enchanted, I went to the nearby woods, spotting a tree as thick as Lu's thigh. I patted the trunk to judge its strength and then swung the iron stick down with force. The tree was instantly snapped in half, and the fracture showed signs of charring, with a large area blackened, clearly carbonized. Feeling the enhanced strength of my own body, I had a bit more confidence in leading my people to safety. Back at the apartment, Lu returned to his usual routine, though he occasionally sneaked over to Caesar's place to check on how far Will had progressed. If there was a finished product, then the plan could officially begin. I went to the refrigerator on the first floor and opened the door. Oh wow, there really is some, Lu thought, a bit surprised at how quickly the research had succeeded. Inside the fridge were 3 vials, indicating that his father had not yet been given the improved gene therapy ALZ-113. He picked up the 3 vials and left a note for the doctor, warning that this drug might cause significant harm to humans, and that a simultaneous antidote study might be necessary to prevent some extreme consequences. He then didn't linger any longer and turned to exit Caesar's home. If it weren't for not wanting Will to be infected by his drug and hurt Caesar, Lu wouldn't have bothered meddling. Chapter 9: Preparations before action. With the 3 vials of medication in hand, Lu first went to the San Francisco Zoo to find the 2 female gorillas. As he approached, one of them opened her eyes. After releasing this one, he prompted her to let the other one out as well. Once both female gorillas were gathered, he leaned in closer to whisper, "Leah, Flora, the day for us to go is approaching. I will be releasing the gene therapy I mentioned earlier to enhance the intelligence of our tribe members. After the tribe members wake up, we will discuss our plan and reassure them not to act impulsively. I will guide you all out to meet Caesar at the Kishi's Research Center to rescue our compatriots, and then we can cross the Golden Gate Bridge back to our mangroves." "King, we will follow your will," both gorillas replied, kneeling on one knee and extending their right hands. Lu gently stroked them one by one, instructing them to prepare to comfort their kin. He picked up a vial, punctured it, and threw it into the gorilla enclosure. After a moment, he observed that the gorillas were sleeping peacefully, showing no adverse reactions to inhaling the gene therapy. Feeling confident that there wouldn't be any issues, Lu gave a few more instructions before leaving, as he still needed to strengthen the other tribe members at the shelter. Making his way through various twists and turns, Lu arrived at the shelter as quickly as possible. Once inside, he immediately covered the camera, then found Caesar's cage and opened the door. "Caesar, Caesar, wake up." Without waiting for Lu to call a few times, Caesar was already awake. "Boss, you're here. Is there something you need me to do?" "Caesar, the gene drug developed by your father has arrived. Our days of freedom are approaching." Upon hearing the news brought by Lu, Caesar first felt a joy, then nervously said, "How is he and Grandpa?" Although his father had visited him at the shelter a few times, it did not stop Caesar from missing him. After all, he was an orangutan with deep emotions. "Things aren't going too well. Your grandpa's Alzheimer's has relapsed, and he has completely forgotten about your father and you. However, he has his girlfriend's companionship, so he isn't too sad and lonely at the moment." After hearing this, Caesar lowered his head with a bit of guilt, feeling remorseful for not being there for his father when he needed him. Not waiting for Caesar to sink into further contemplation, Lu comforted him and said, "It's okay, once we are free, we can sneak back to see him at night. Right now, our main task is to use the gene drugs to enhance the intelligence of our people." Having said that, he presented the 2 vials of medication in front of Caesar. "So this is the gene drug that can make our people smarter? How do we use it? When do we use it?" "Boss, please feel free to instruct me." "Alright, Caesar, you don't have to be so formal. We've known each other for quite some time,
and you're the first highly intelligent subordinate I've taken in. I can't bear to send you to your death. I'll give you the medication in a while, and then you can use it around midnight. Just pierce it so that the gas can be inhaled by each orangutan, and that will be enough. Lu explained the next steps carefully. But we are not starting immediately. Tomorrow night, I will create some chaos in the city to divert human attention elsewhere, while I need you to quickly leave here under the cover of night and reach the Kixie's research center to meet with the other members of our group. After saying this, Lu took out a map. As he only had a phone without a password, Caesar would have to rely on the map to find their destination. Not just the map, Lu also left behind an AK-47 and 100 bullets, advising him that if they encounter humans attacking or obstructing them, they should shoot to eliminate the obstacles. This is a crucial moment. Perhaps our descendants will record this in our own annals. He paused for a moment. But this requires our plan to succeed. After saying that, he didn't waste any more time, handed the potion to Caesar, and quickly left the shelter to prepare for other matters. After reviewing the map, Lu noticed that the Golden Gate Bridge and the nearby islands were located to the west of San Francisco, while the zoo, the shelter, and the Kixie's research center were all in the north of the city. Therefore, Lu needed to create some chaos in the east to weaken the defense forces in the city. Previously, he often visited the poor community in San Francisco to look for any outlaws or desperate individuals and planned to bribe them with money. After observing for a while, Lu selected a few candidates who met his conditions, but he still needed to confirm further. Lu secretly entered a rather humble household, then sat on the sofa in the owner's room, waiting for the homeowner to wake up. After a while, not knowing if he needed to go to the bathroom, he slowly got up and groggily walked toward the restroom. Fuck, hey, buddy, who the hell are you? Why are you in my house, and especially in my bedroom? It was clear that he discovered Lu and was quite frightened. Sir, I just came to talk to you about collaboration. You don't need to be so wary of me. You call me wary? A stranger suddenly appears in my room at night, and I'm not supposed to be cautious? Sir, I've observed you before and found that you've been in close contact with several Middle Eastern individuals, so you must be from the Middle East, right? Do you know anyone willing to contribute to their homeland? Could you introduce me to them? Lu did not pay too much attention to his anger and spoke. Fuck, who are you? What do you want? Are you CIA or FBI? He questioned in a slightly panicked tone. Sir, please don't get excited. I'm just asking if you know them. If you don't, then I'll just leave, which would be a pity for my perfect plan to retaliate against America. Lu stood up, pretending to be regretful. Wait, what plan do you have? As a mere pawn on the surface, he didn't care much for his own safety, as long as he could help his compatriots gain more support, achieving a greater effect in the upcoming retaliation. He was more than willing to cooperate with others. Tomorrow night, my people will initiate a riot in the southern part of the city. I need your people to launch an attack in the east together, diverting police forces. I can provide you with explosives and other high-damage weapons, Lu said slowly. The people on the other side thought it over and decided to cooperate with Lu. However, only one person would interact with Lu, and throughout the process, there would be no other contact. Lu wasn't too concerned about this. He left him 10 kilograms of TNT, 30 fragmentation grenades, 20 smoke bombs, 15 stun grenades, and 15 AK rifles, but the bullets would need to be picked up tomorrow from the location specified by Lu. Once Lu mentioned the support supplies, he started to suspect that Lu was a spy from some major power, sent to disrupt the order of the United States. However, Lu didn't linger too long. He still had to go to the southern part of the city to find a few who weren't afraid to spark a riot. Chapter 10, Chaos, Timing. Since chaos is needed, let's make this chaos even more intense. When Lu arrived at the black neighborhood, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and time was becoming increasingly urgent for him. Hey man, are you a local? He stopped a passing black man and pulled him to a corner by the road to ask. Of course, brother, I've been living in San Francisco since my grandfather's time. What help do you need? I can provide anything, as long as you have the money. Yes, I need help. Can you help me find someone? I'm looking for adventurous black people, preferably from Florida. I need to hire some people to fight for me, and I'll provide the equipment.
The local man glanced at Lou and hesitantly said, "People are never in short supply, but it depends on whether you have enough money." "Oh, brother, please believe me, I just need you to bring me enough people, and then I'll give you a brokerage fee. What happens next is my business." The local man hesitated for a moment but agreed to leave, telling Lou to wait for him at a nearby small square. 2 hours later, the local man returned. 50 men, all strong and good boys. "Follow me." Lou noticed a hint of excitement in the local man's eyes, but he didn't pay much attention. Within 7 steps, his stick was the fastest. Guided by the local man, they wove through the neighborhood and soon arrived at a small villa. At the villa entrance, 2 flamboyantly dressed black men stood guard. However, judging by their whispering to each other, they were clearly incompetent. After stopping the 2 and searching their bodies to ensure there were no dangerous items, they were allowed to pass. Entering the hall, more than 50 black men were gathered there, but they didn't speak, spreading out to the sides while a very muscular black man sat in the middle. "Boss, I've brought the people." After saying this, the local man signaled Lou to talk to his boss, then stepped aside and stood silently among his companions. "Hello, sir. My name is Frere, and I am the leader of the Rand gang. I heard that you were looking to hire some brave individuals for an adventure. By chance, my underlings are brave, strong young men who love to take risks. I wonder what kind of price you are prepared to offer, sir." The black man sitting in the middle stood up and walked over to Lou, extending his hand for a handshake, then asked Lou a question. "Mr. Frere, I really do need your help, but I'm not prepared to pay for everything in cash. I can pay with weapons instead." "Oh? Weapons? Don't tell me you're trying to fool me with just a few melee weapons?" "Of course not. I can offer you 20 AK-47s along with a large quantity of ammunition, but these guns aren't that easy to obtain." Clearly, the elemental mana needed to produce 20 AKs isn't small. Frere didn't want to offend a potential arms dealer, so he said, "Of course, we will definitely complete your task properly, so no need to worry. So can you share the details of your task now? Otherwise, I can't risk taking it on." Originally, Lou wanted to direct them to wreak havoc on the streets in the south of the city and draw the San Francisco security forces to the east and south of the city. However, he was worried that these black men might take the money and be too scared to carry out the task, so he chose a more subtle way to create chaos. "Boss Frere, I need you to go protest on the streets. My boss needs some muscle to create trouble for his political opponents, using the recent incident of that black man being shot by a white police officer as the theme for the protest." Upon hearing this, the black leader looked somewhat angry, but Lou's next words calmed Frere's anger. "My boss is also black, and he hopes to raise awareness of this shooting case through the protest, in order to appeal to the state assembly to increase employment opportunities and welfare for black people in San Francisco. Of course, we will also criticize the chief of police in San Francisco and push to get him removed from that position, but this will need a significant uprising to prove his incompetence." After saying this, Lou took off his gloves. "Trust me, brother, I am black as well, but I got burned badly in a car accident, which left me with this wrinkled skin," the actor Lou chimed in. Looking at Lou's skin and the task he proposed, Frere felt there wasn't much danger to himself. He just needed his subordinates to protest, so he agreed and set a time to protest in the north of the city at 6 in the evening. The reason for choosing this time was to align with the schedule agreed upon with the Middle Easterners in the east, and Boss Frere knew that after 6, the police station would be closed, and there would be fewer patrolling officers, making it easier to do business and escape at night. So, both of them planned their evening actions, each with their own thoughts. To prevent the CIA from discovering their plot, the specific tasks would be discussed separately by the 2 individuals, and the equipment would be received by Frere along with his trusted aide. After renting a truck, they drove it near the black neighborhood, stored the guns and ammunition from the inventory, and added 2 boxes of pineapple grenades, then locked the doors and left. At the agreed time, call Frere to let him pick up the weapons and ammunition, then inform him that he could take action. Lou had completed everything he could do and returned to his apartment, preparing to rest for an hour to recover his energy. Because in the coming days, he would bear the safety of the entire group on his shoulders. At 6 in the evening, Lou put on his bulletproof vest, covered it with a robe, and then left his house, preparing to meet with his people. Standing at the door, holding onto the doorknob, and carefully surveying the apartment he had lived in for over 4 months, memories of his time there flashed through Lu's mind. However, all of this ultimately did not belong to him, he belonged to his people. With a change in his expression, Lu shut the door, turned around, and left down the stairs. Filled with excitement, Lu arrived at the nearest zoo, where he intended to rescue the gorillas first. Waiting for the actions in the south and east of the city to begin, Lu would be able to take action. At 7 in the evening, looking at the news on his phone, Lu felt that Frere was doing quite well, as it appeared on the news that there were not just 50 protesters, but possibly even 100 when glancing over. Lu couldn't help but sigh. Black people are easy to sway. To maintain sufficient mobility during the rescue, Lu drove a stolen minibus close to the zoo. There are about 30 adult gorillas in the zoo, while there are only 15 juvenile gorillas, so this minibus would still be able to accommodate them. Over at the shelter, after confirming with Caesar that he could drive, Lu also rented 2 minivans nearby, which should be enough to transport all the gorillas from the shelter. As time passed, the protests not only continued but more and more black people arrived to join in, causing the number of police maintaining order on the scene to increase from 10 to 30, since the location of the protests was the San Francisco Police Department. At 8:30 in the evening, due to the need to maintain a sufficient safety distance between the crowd and the police station during the protests, a physical conflict occurred as the police attempted to disperse the crowd, igniting this bloody incident. Chapter 11: Infiltration of the Research Institute. Feeling that the timing was right, Lu directly arrived at the zoo entrance. By launching a surprise attack, he knocked out the guard and tied him up, ensuring that he wouldn't be able to alert anyone before dawn. Walking along the way, there were lions, tigers, rhinos, giraffes, North American brown bears, and some small animals as well. Watching these animals, Lu felt they could provide a little treat for humanity. Finally, after 2 minutes, he arrived at the gorilla enclosure. They all appeared very quiet, as if they were asleep, but as Lu got closer, he noticed that the gorillas were alert. The ones at the edges woke up as Lu approached. "Whoa!" With this shout, the gorilla enclosure suddenly became lively because Lu's scent and appearance resembled that of a gorilla, especially after he removed his mask and hat. "King, you've arrived." The 2 female gorillas living deepest inside soon came to the railing, respectfully greeting Lu. Lu did not give a long speech, he simply opened the main gate of the gorilla enclosure, allowing the gorillas to leave in an orderly fashion to wait for Lu on the minibus outside. After 5 minutes, confirming that all the gorillas had exited, Lu began his performance. In the wolf den, lion cage, tiger house, bear house, rhino house, he opened the doors of many enclosures one by one to provide cover for the escaping gorillas. However, even with the doors open, most animals were too scared to escape due to the rest period in fear of punishment from humans, except for the 5 lions and 2 tigers in the lion cage. After firing a barrage of bullets in the zoo, Lu immediately ran out, jumped into the minibus, and started the engine to leave. Due to the noise of the gunshots, the animals in the zoo were frightened and went into hiding, and those that were relatively clever and lucky managed to escape from their cages, fleeing in all directions, giving the San Francisco police quite a headache. Driving towards the shelter, there weren't many police patrolling the road, as they likely went south and east of the city for support. Smoothly arriving at the shelter, Caesar was already waiting at the entrance for Lu. With Caesar's intelligence, dealing with the unsuspecting guards was just a minor task. "Boss, you've come. The kin in the shelter are all here. Now, as long as you give your permission, we can board the vehicle and set off to rescue our compatriots." After Caesar finished speaking, he knelt down on one knee, extending his right hand, while the gorillas gradually emerged behind Caesar, also kneeling on one knee, waiting for Lu's approval. Reaching out to stroke Caesar's palm, he signaled for the kin to board the vehicle. A few silverback gorillas stood around 6 feet tall, looking very imposing. Originally, he worried they might not be able to operate the vehicle after getting on, but upon seeing that both minibus wheels were intact, he felt relieved. Lu drove one car, Caesar drove another, and after confirming with Maurice that he could also drive, they let him have a car too. The 3 small buses drove all the way to the entrance of the Kichi's research center. Seeing the brightly lit laboratory inside, Lu's gaze flickered. With all the strong adult gorillas, they climbed directly to the roof of the research institute and launched their attack from the top, catching the security guards off guard. After signaling Caesar to bring half of the gorillas in from the other side, Lu led the remaining gorillas through the ventilation opening on the east side of the research institute.
Bang, bang, bang.
After crawling for a while, gunfire erupted from the other side, and Lou stopped trying to remain hidden. He smashed open a nearby ventilation duct exit and jumped down. He quickly made his way to the first floor, grabbed 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and threw them at the security guards.
Bang, bang.
The shrapnel and shockwave from the 2 grenade explosions knocked down the security guards positioned at the corner of the hallway. Lou picked up the handgun next to their bodies and threw it to the gorilla beside him before heading to assist Caesar. Encountering 5 or 6 security guards along the way, Lou swiftly took them out before they could notice him. When he faced a squad of 3 or more security guards, he promptly tossed a flashbang grenade their way. After several minutes, the 2 teams met in the atrium of the research center, and after noticing that although Caesar had some bloodstains, he was not injured, Lou patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. Then, arriving at the research center, he directly shot through the coded door and went to the lab where Will and the others were conducting research, looking for Koba and the other gorillas sent there for experiments. Arriving at a glass cage, a gorilla with scars on its face stood up against the glass looking at Lou, signaling with gestures that it hoped Lou could open the cage door and let it out. Lou understood, telling Koba to stay hidden to prevent him from getting hit by stray bullets. Lou took a crowbar from his inventory and smashed it against the glass. With a bang, the glass shattered. Koba excitedly shouted and jumped out but gradually quieted down when he saw Lou looking at him with an authoritative gaze. He slowly squatted and knelt on one knee, raising his right hand with his palm facing upwards above his head. Seeing that Koba was wisely submitting to him, Lou was very pleased. He gently stroked Koba's palm, indicating that he could get up. He then had Koba follow him and rescued the other gorillas in the laboratory. Meanwhile, Caesar, who was assigned tasks by Lou as soon as they entered, led Rocket to the basement to search for the cold storage that held the gene drugs. Following the signs, they quickly found the cold storage. Looking at the sturdy cold storage door, they first fired an AK, leaving only a few bullet marks. The damage to the door was minimal. Then they had their companions spread out and directly tied 2 grenades to the door handle, pulled the safety pins, and immediately ran away. Bang! As the grenades exploded, the cold storage door blew open. Caesar excitedly walked into the cold storage, seeing box after box of gene drugs, and hurriedly ordered his companions to move them before heading to the laboratory. Although this wouldn't stop humans from continuing to use gorillas for research, Lou still decided to blow up this research facility that caused tremendous harm to their species. First, they showed the tribe what a hard drive looks like on a computer, then had them smash every electronic device in sight and save the hard drives to hand over to him. About 10 minutes later, Caesar reported that they had obtained the drugs, and without caring whether all the computers had been destroyed, he pulled out 4 boxes of grenades, gave 2 to each of his subordinates, and told them to throw them upon entering any room, as long as no complete experimental data was left for humans. Bang 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 bang. With the actions of the tribe, this Alzheimer's drug research center was blown to bits. After making such a big commotion, Lou was worried about being chased by the San Francisco police, so he quickly ordered all the gorillas to get in the vehicle, stomped on the gas, and headed towards the Golden Gate Bridge. Chapter 12, Blockade, Conflict. With his tribe, Lou drove the minibus recklessly on the highway. Fortunately, it was already past 1 in the morning, and there weren't many cars on the road. After more than an hour of travel, they were finally approaching the Golden Gate Bridge. However, as they neared the bridge, Lou, in the lead position, keenly noticed that police were setting up checkpoints at the bridge, checking vehicle after vehicle. Using a communicator, he signaled the 2 vehicles behind to stop, then instructed Caesar and Koba to each take 2 gorillas to meet Lou's vehicle, as there were tasks to assign to them. Finding a spacious spot, they temporarily parked the minibus, waiting for Caesar and Koba to come over and regroup. After a while, several gorillas walked over from behind, and Lou opened the door to let them in. Caesar, Koba, I believe you are the 2 smartest gorillas in the tribe besides myself. Now I'm giving you an opportunity to show me your capabilities. As long as you can solve the checkpoint ahead, allowing us to pass smoothly, I can make you stronger and smarter. After saying this, he handed a knife to the unarmed gorilla and also took 2 grenades and 2 stun grenades, signaling them that they could now take action. Once they moved forward, Lou told the gorillas in the vehicle not to run around and to wait for him to return, and the gorillas whose intellect had been enhanced by genetic drugs were able to understand what Lou meant. After getting out of the vehicle, Lou jumped agilely onto the nearby high-rise building, nimbly leaping across the windowsills, and soon arrived at the highest point. Here, with a broad view under the night sky, Lou could clearly observe the police at the checkpoint, as well as the guerrillas stealthily approaching. The two guerrillas had slightly different styles of operation. Caesar chose to tackle things head-on, moving in through the vehicles by the roadside. Approaching to within 30 meters of the checkpoint, he waited for Koba to circle around from beneath the bridge to prepare for a surprise attack. Lou didn't specify who the grenades and stun grenades were to be distributed to, so how they utilized these supplies depended on their own ingenuity. Once Koba signaled that he was in position, Caesar took a stun grenade in hand, removed the pin, and threw it directly over the checkpoint. After being enhanced by a quarter of a 100-year vitality berry sent by Lou, a distance of 30 meters was just a trivial matter for Caesar. The stun grenade landed right beside the police officer who was stopping vehicles in front of the checkpoint. Bang! The loud roar and explosive shockwave knocked the three nearby police officers to the ground, making them emit faint groans. After taking care of these three police officers, only two remained at either side of the checkpoint, still alert and unharmed. After their teammate was attacked, the two immediately drew their handguns, crouched down, and took cover behind their police car. Despite their quick actions, they were still not as fast as Koba and his team, who circled around from under the bridge to the back of the checkpoint and shot the two from the suspension cables of the Golden Gate Bridge. Once they confirmed that all the police officers were dealt with, the two groups met up at the checkpoint. As for the vehicles that had stopped earlier to wait for police inspection to pass through the checkpoint, they abandoned their cars and fled upon hearing the tremendous sound of the explosive. Back in the minibus, Lou instructed the silverback guerrillas to get out and told them to meet up with Caesar and clear the obstructing vehicles on the road, letting Caesar drive those with keys, and using brute force to push those without keys aside. After waiting for 10 minutes, since Koba couldn't drive, Caesar ran back. "Boss, the road ahead has been cleared. We can set off now." Gesturing for Caesar to return to his vehicle, he started the car and drove towards the bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, Lou looked at the fresh bloodstains on the wide road, feeling helpless. "Originally, you could have just gone north to maintain order. Why did you have to set up a checkpoint here?" "There was no choice since you blocked my way. I have no option but to take you down." No one knew the turmoil inside Lou's mind. Next to the gorilla waiting by the roadside, he opened the car door, signaling everyone to get in. After everyone was on board, he shouted into the communicator. "Set off, target mangrove forest." Soon, Caesar and Maurice acknowledged the command. While the gorillas in the car still didn't understand what Lou and the others were saying, they were all thrilled, calling out and communicating with one another, drawn by the lure of the sea. Although there were still some vehicles on the road, the numbers were not many, so there were no traffic jams or anything of the sort. After driving for 5 minutes, they successfully reached the opposite shore, heading towards the Redwood National Park in San Francisco. This park stretches over 600 kilometers in California, and the vast forest not only provides enough food for the group after settling down, but also offers a better hiding spot from potential human retaliation, making it undoubtedly a great destination. As for whether the humans would be wiped out by the 8th flu or curbed with timely treatment, it all takes time, so during this period, Lou and the gorillas in his group need to stay hidden. Arriving at the entrance of the park, Lou stopped the car. At this moment, there weren't many people hanging around the park entrance. He let all the gorillas get out. While they were still in the car, Lou took a head count of the gorillas in the 3 vehicles, over 150 gorillas in total. He wasn't sure of the species yet, but since they were saved by Lou, they would all be considered part of the same group. Among them, there were over 100 adult gorillas and 43 juveniles. Looking at the numbers, it still felt too few, and there was a need to encourage reproduction to increase the group's population. The clan members gathered in the small square at the park's entrance, pairs of eyes watching their king, waiting for his orders. To avoid prolonged delays, Lou had all the gorillas enter the park entrance first, then instructed all the silverback gorillas to move, pushing the minibus over and laying it sideways at the entrance, forming the first line of defense with 3 minibuses. However, no gorillas would remain there. Then he had Caesar take 5 gorillas ahead to scout. If they encountered humans left in the forest, they would take them down. If they encountered animals, they would aggressively scare them off with guns, selectively hunting the docile ones for food as the clan members traveled. Once again, Koba was tasked with keeping an eye on the back of the line from 100 meters away, watching for any humans that might follow and cleaning up any traces and setting traps. As for Lu, he stayed in the middle of the group to maintain order and make decisions. After all, they were guerrillas from different places, and being out of sorts was only natural. It was Lu alone who had enough strength to command all the guerrillas.
Chapter 13, Settling Down, Virus Outbreak. To avoid humans tracking them as much as possible, Lu led his kin, traveling day and night, compressing meal and sleep times whenever they could. They even encountered a North American grizzly bear along the way. However, under Caesar's pressure, they managed to steer clear of the main group. After nearly a day of travel, they finally stopped deep within the Sequoia National Forest. At a cliff obscured by trees, they found a massive cave. This was a choice made after realizing that the treehouses built from wood, as seen in movies, could not withstand fire, hence the decision to settle in a cave. Moreover, the tall trees around made it convenient for the group to move about and hunt for food, providing strong concealment and making it a great place for reproduction. After dispatching 20 adult gorillas for hunting, Lu began to settle in. He took out dozens of axes for the remaining adult males to chop down trees from a distance, while the female gorillas took the able-bodied juveniles to look for fruits and other supplies. Lu also pulled out all the tools from the inventory meant for building houses, carefully examining the cave's inventory and designing how to construct the cave. On the other side of San Francisco, the police chief was in quite a bind. He had planned to leave work yesterday afternoon to have dinner with his wife and daughter, but due to some work-related matters, he was delayed and found himself stuck at the police station by a protesting parade. To maintain order at the scene, he urgently recalled off-duty officers to keep the crowd under control. This shouldn't have been a problem, they could just let the protesters vent. After they got tired, they would disperse on their own. However, unexpectedly, a hot-headed young officer among his men was shoved and slapped twice before he started fighting back, igniting a brawl between the two groups. And just as this situation hadn't been quelled, another shooting incident broke out in the east side of the city. Intelligence indicated that two groups were involved, clashing with the shop owner and a company security guard. The police station's phone lines were overwhelmed, forcing the police chief to dispatch units from various precincts in the east to quell the riot. Moreover, the police chief recalled several cases of gun shop robberies from over a month ago, suspecting that the same people were causing trouble in the eastern part of the city. To prevent them from escaping over the Golden Gate Bridge, he arranged several checkpoints between the Eastern District and the bridge to thwart their escape. To his surprise, there was another incident of animal escape at the zoo in the southern part of the city, and the Keishi's research center was attacked and destroyed. This left the police chief with a splitting headache tonight, especially since this was a huge blow to his future career. Having so many public safety issues in one night clearly pointed to his failure. To quickly resolve the unrest in the east, the police chief signed an order requesting the SFPD SWAT team to come in for urban counterterrorism. Under the police department's strong firepower, both groups of terrorists were swiftly neutralized and killed on the spot, with only a handful of individuals captured and spared. They were subsequently taken over by the American National Intelligence Agency. A citywide broadcast was later issued to inform residents that the shooting incident from the previous night had been brought under control. A press conference would be held to announce specific information. Meanwhile, due to animal escapes from the San Francisco Zoo, citizens were warned to be vigilant for any dangerous animals and to report sightings immediately by calling 911. It wasn't until 3 days later that the chaos from that night was barely subdued. As for the subsequent economic losses, they were no longer the police chief's primary concern, as he was now being interrogated by the National Security Agency. After a week-long investigation, Lu's actions were finally discovered. To redeem himself and seek revenge, the San Francisco police chief ordered his subordinates to quickly track down the guerrilla hiding in the Redwood National Forest. Due to Lu's intelligence during the riot, which surpassed that of his peers and even some humans, the National Security Agency took notice and decided to collaborate with the San Francisco Police Department to capture the escaped guerrillas. During the time humans were dealing with the riot and investigating the true culprit, Lu did not remain idle. Although he knew that the ape flu would later spread, the exact onset of the illness was not revealed in the movie.
Thus, Lu did not rely on the 8th Flu to kick in immediately and turn San Francisco into a deserted ghost town. First, he took out all the tools for construction, and then he retrieved all the firearms stolen from the gun shop. After selecting a few types with larger quantities and ample ammunition, he picked 30 strong and agile guerrillas, preparing to train them well to become the special forces among guerrillas. While training the recruits, he also had to consider the development of the city-state. For the time being, he wouldn't be able to venture into the human world for supplies, so there wasn't much he could do. He could only sketch out plans and let Maurice, the wisest among the guerrillas, oversee the process. In a secluded clearing within the towering redwood forest, Lu looked at the 30 carefully selected guerrillas before him, holding high hopes for them. First, I will teach you an exercise technique that can transform food into elemental mana to strengthen your bodies. After I teach you this technique, I will only provide food for 3 days. Beyond that, you will have to fend for yourselves in the jungle, either individually or collaboratively. With that, he called Caesar over and began step-by-step guidance for the remaining guerrillas on how to cultivate the Berserk 8 physique skill. Thus, combining the knowledge and theories from his mind, Lu trained this elite unit step-by-step to enhance their jungle combat capabilities. The morning physical training consisted of running continuously in the jungle, eating after reaching a certain intensity, and then immediately practicing. In the afternoon, they practiced shooting and hunting animals. With a continuous supply of ammunition from Lu's inventory, he was at least able to aim and hit targets within 50 meters at a level above 6 centers. While Lu was silently developing his skills, the humans were also beginning preparations for this operation. The San Francisco Police Department dispatched a small special police unit, 2 groups of armed police, equipped with 3 police helicopters, armed with light machine guns. The officers were equipped with P9mm handguns, a SG-90 pump-action shotgun, and the special police team was equipped with either a Goblin assault rifle or an AR-15 rifle, along with each person carrying 2 fragmentation grenades and 2 smoke grenades. With such a heavily armed team, the chief believed they could easily eliminate most of the guerrillas and capture the one with considerably higher intelligence than its peers. The departure time was set for the morning 2 days later. After all, a special police unit had been dispatched during the previous riots in East San Francisco, and this operation involved mountain combat, requiring some time for adaptive training. Chief, the number of reported cases has increased in various police districts in San Francisco over the past 2 days, with reports of strange deaths occurring in various zones. According to forensic autopsy results, it may be a highly infectious epidemic virus, and it is currently being sent to the Epidemic Virus Testing Center for examination. Should we tally the number of cases? An assistant knocked and entered, reporting to the chief while placing the case data on the chief's desk. Is it that serious? Looking at the number of reports, the chief felt alarmed, thus he took the matter seriously, planning to communicate with the head of the testing center to exchange information and then report it to the mayor together. The crisis was quietly approaching both sides. Chapter 14, Withdrawals. Multiverse Gacha System. User, Lu. Gacha points 115. Item, Dark Gear nerfed, Iron Rod, Firearms. As I summon the panel, I realized that I haven't paid much attention to the multiverse gacha system lately. As I've been busy dealing with clan settlements and training my subordinates, I even forgot I had 100 gacha points. Clicking on the lottery page, the familiar lottery wheel was there. Lu decided to take a warm-up spin first to boost his luck for later. As I clicked to spin, words appeared successively on the wheel. Lu glanced over them but found nothing worthwhile. The best prize was just 5 boxes of landmines, which he was hesitant to use since he had never tried landmines before. Hence, he didn't have high expectations for this lottery. The wheel began to spin, and after it accelerated to the point where the text became illegible, Lu could finally click to stop. After waiting for nearly 30 seconds while the wheel spun, Lu clicked on it with his mind. The wheel then stopped, and the selected slice enlarged, allowing Lu to see what he had won. 3 sets of alloy armor. When Lu saw this prize, he felt it wasn't very useful, but considering he had some unclaimed plate armor, he already thought of their future. Just right, he had 4 strong silverback guerrillas under his command, and he planned to equip them with these 4 sets of armor, hoping to find some sturdy shields later so they could serve as excellent defenders in the team. With a clear plan for where the prize would go, Lu no longer felt troubled. Let's see if a 10-draw pull can bring me some surprises, heh. Lu pressed his palms together, placing them on his forehead to sincerely request the god of wealth's blessing.
Then, he clicked on the 10 draw option below the wheel, and 48 segments appeared.
Although each 10 draw option offers double the selections compared to a single draw, it also comes with an increase in the quality of the prizes. 1 RPG rocket launcher, 10 pounds of second-grade unicorn beef, 3 size increasing pills, 500 pounds of French bread, 10 kilograms of Firecloud bananas. Due to the large number of segments and the rapid appearance of the prize text, Lu had seen halfway before the wheel began to spin. This time, Lu didn't need to click to stop each one, so as soon as he could click to stop, he clicked excitedly. The wheel immediately stopped, and the prize texts began to appear in Lu's consciousness, causing him to shout in disbelief. 10 pounds of unicorn beef, a complete guide to jungle warfare, a thunder and wind staff, 10 100-year vitality berries from 50 years, a god of war totem pillar, a desert eagle, 3 enlarging pills, 500 pounds of French bread, a slightly worn stone pickaxe, and 50 packets of coagulant powder. Clearly, the prizes obtained from this 10 consecutive draws are of much higher quality than those drawn from the previously non-upgraded multiverse gacha system. Opening my prizes, I'll check the details of each prize one by one.
Unicorn beef, sourced from the second-tier unicorns of the heavenly green grasslands, it contains a small amount of wind attribute elemental mana.
Complete Guide to Jungle Warfare, a popular science book published in China in the 1980s. Thunder and Wind Staff, a staff imbued with both wind and thunder elemental mana, increasing the user's speed and power during use. 100-year Vitality Berry. The 50-year-old 100-year Vitality Berry contains elemental mana that ordinary organisms can absorb, promoting biological development and enhancement. God of War Totem Pillar. Sufficient blood and flesh can provide friendly organisms within a 3-kilometer radius with 1 month of mental encouragement and wild calling enhancement effects. Enlarging Pills. Temporarily doubles the size of the user. The larger the size, the shorter the duration. The user cannot be smaller than the pill. Slightly worn stone pickaxe, a pickaxe that has only 50 durability left, capable of digging stone blocks relatively quickly.
Coagulant powder, an external medicine used to stop bleeding.
After reviewing the item descriptions, Lu felt extremely lucky with this 10 consecutive draw, with the most precious item being the God of War Totem Pillar. As long as there is enough blood and flesh, the good mental state of the tribe can be maintained. When there was no enlightenment before, emotions did not matter much, but now that there is sufficient wisdom, a good emotional state clearly benefits both the tribe and individual development. The enlarging pills and thunder and wind staff significantly enhance Lu's combat abilities, providing greater confidence in dealing with human retaliation.
Coagulant powder and the stone pickaxe are very helpful for the tribe's health and cave construction. With the stone pickaxe, Lu can directly excavate more concealed stone caverns at the end of the cave, undoubtedly providing greater safety for the tribe. As for the 100-year vitality berries, while they still hold value for Lu, their effect is not as significant. Therefore, Lu plans to use these 10 100-year vitality berries to nurture a special forces unit, which Lu intends to name the Sword of the Empire, endowing this team with great expectations. After considering the purpose of the prize, Lu immediately sprang into action. After leaving the training camp of the Sword of Empire, he headed straight to the cave under construction, grabbed a torch used for illumination inside, and strode deep into the cave. Looking around, Lu felt that after making his way around 30 meters deep, the stone wall above him pressed down so hard that he had to lower his head to go further. Since he had planned ahead, the stone walls in the depths of the cave had already been cleared, so after only taking 4 or 5 steps with his head down, Lu was able to feel the stone wall. Taking out a stone pick from the prize inventory, Lu found this tool had a stone texture but was not very heavy. He could easily manage it with one hand. He began to dig at the stone wall in front of him, striking it 5 times, when suddenly the stone wall shattered, revealing a 1 cubic meter hollow space, with a floating stone block appearing on the ground, waiting for Lu to collect it. Seeing the stone pick's effectiveness, Lu felt incredibly pleased, and continued to dig with it, using up 40 durability points to create a 30 cubic meter chamber inventory inside the stone wall. To prevent oxygen depletion, he also dug a ventilation duct to supply oxygen to the chamber. As the last refuge for his tribe, Lu prepared a significant amount of food and water here, and thankfully, when he initially chose the cave, he picked a spot next to a river. Having left a way out for himself and his tribe,
Lu no longer felt as anxious and contemplated where to place the war god totem once the house at the cave entrance was completed. The reason for not placing it in the innermost chamber was that it was only 30 cubic meters in size, and once the totem was put in, there wouldn't be much room left for anyone to stay. So he decided to place it in the center of the cave, surrounded by the gorillas' living quarters, allowing them to better receive its blessing. Lu had utilized everything he felt would benefit the tribe, carefully read the comprehensive guide on jungle warfare, and found that understanding this book did not require a high level of knowledge, as it was essentially a popular science book. After directing his subordinates to pass this book to Caesar and Koba for their careful study, Lu also began to strengthen himself. The elemental mana contained in second-tier unicorn beef was also quite helpful for Lu. Thus, after Lu and his tribe quietly developed and flourished for 3 days, this tranquility was shattered. Chapter 15, An Ambush. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of a helicopter's rotor blades spinning rapidly shattered the peaceful life of the mangroves. In a vast grassy area not far from Lu's old lair, 3 groups of police officers from the San Francisco Police Department and SWAT team members swiftly descended to the ground, then maintained a reconnaissance formation to observe their surroundings, allowing them to quickly detect any enemy presence. T1, Wu-A1 has reached the ground, no abnormalities detected. T1 acknowledges, continue to remain vigilant. Hearing Wu-A1's response, SWAT team leader and commander of the operation, Bob, turned and gestured with his left hand to the SWAT team members behind him, indicating that they could descend. Meanwhile, due to the early morning departure, the area of Redwoods National Forest was shrouded in dense fog, which eliminated the advantage of high altitude from the helicopter, forcing Bob to forfeit aerial superiority and descend to act with his team. The National Guard includes 2 teams totaling 10 members, known as Wu-A and Wu-B for this operation, while the SWAT team is codenamed Team T. Before arriving at the mangrove forest, the chief of the San Francisco Police Department had already activated a satellite through his authority to locate the group of gorillas in Redwoods National Forest. Due to the abundance of wildlife in the forest park, even with the assistance of a satellite, it took a full 5 days to confirm Lu and their location. Because a certain scale of trees was suddenly cut down in the forest park, and logging in the area requires reporting to the government. Furthermore, the area where Lu and his clan reside is within the redwood forest and is not permitted for logging. Thus, once the redwoods had been felled to a significant scale, the police quickly locked down the area, and after infrared observation, discovered it was a systematic production activity. Therefore, even though Lu had been running hard all day, he was still detected by humans. As the National Guard members conducted a jungle search, moving deeper into the woods step by step, Lu and his Empire's sword also noticed these invaders. After all, how could the immense noise of 3 helicopters hovering over the forest escape Lu's keen hearing? Upon discovering this group of invaders, Lu sent out his scouts to probe the direction from which the invaders were approaching, allowing Lu to prepare command and deployment for the imminent battle. King, in that direction, approximately 10 to 15 people. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, one of the scouts swung back from the trees, reporting to Lu by pointing in the direction he had returned from, but the morning fog in the forest made it impossible to see how many people were attacking. After instructing the scout in front of him to continue gathering intelligence on the enemy, Lu began his own performance. Caesar, take 10 tribesmen and circle around from the left to attack the enemy's left flank. Koba, take 10 tribesmen to flank the enemies from the right and attack them from the side. Once I make a surprise attack on them from the front, you will quickly circle back and strike them hard from the flank. You must pay attention, the other side may have powerful humans carrying a lot of firearms. Do not let your guard down, stay hidden, and attack them from the trees. Do you understand? Ugh. Numerous loud responses echoed Lu's command. With a wave of his right hand, he signaled them to move. Leading the remaining 10 tribesmen, Lu instructed them to pair up, creating crossfire. The 5 groups of 10 formed an inverted triangle formation, scattered yet organized within 50 meters of Lu, positioned on large trees with a clear line of fire to protect Lu behind them. Using the tall and dense branches of the sequoias, Lu and his men concealed themselves well in the forest, holding their breath and silently waiting for the enemy's arrival. Lu wasn't arrogant enough to engage an unknown enemy. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, finally, after 20 minutes, a gun barrel emerged from the fog, and then a figure clad in black combat gear advanced cautiously, moving quickly despite being careful. Before long, another figure appeared, occasionally checking above for any guerrillas, clearly experienced in combat, staying within 5 meters of the first figure to provide timely support or rescue. When about 5 or 6 figures walked out of the fog, Lu raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to prepare. Seeing his men ready with stun grenades, prepared to pull the pins and throw them down, he suddenly waved his hand. His men received the signal, all pulling the pins and throwing them forcefully down from the trees. Perhaps due to the large movements of the 10 guerrillas throwing the stun grenades, a sharp-witted armed police officer noticed the unidentified projectiles and immediately took cover behind a nearby tree. At the same time, he warned his comrades through the earpiece to avoid the thrown objects, then took out his automatic rifle and opened fire in the direction of the projectiles. The stun grenades thrown from over 20 meters high by the guerrillas, aided by their strong push, landed in less than 2 seconds. Bang 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 bang. 10 stun grenades exploded rapidly within a 20-meter radius beneath Lu's tree, some even smashing directly into the enemy's faces, stunning them and causing them to bleed to death. Due to the tall trees blocking the light, the forest wasn't very bright. Some areas were almost as dark as night. Therefore, the armed police put on their night vision goggles. However, they didn't expect that the guerrillas they thought only climbed trees actually understood how to ambush, and with stun grenades as weaponry, they caught them completely off guard, blinding them with the explosions from the night vision goggles. Only 2 or 3 quick-thinking National Guard members didn't lose their sight because of this. Upon hearing their companions' cries, the 3 members wanted to provide immediate assistance. However, the current dangerous situation forced them to stay calm and fire in the direction of the throwing object they had just barely seen, attempting to suppress the enemy while waiting for support from behind. 100 meters behind 2 National Guard teams, Bob moved forward cautiously with the SWAT team, keeping a safe distance from the front, ensuring they wouldn't be caught in a grenade explosion while being ready to rapidly support their teammates ahead. Activating the emerald green laser sight, the 5 members maintained a formation of 3 in front and 2 in the back, preparing to flank from the left side where they had just engaged. After learning from their teammates via headset that the enemy was coming from above, Bob immediately called for helicopter support and cautiously moved towards Lu and the others. Using his keen hearing, Lu detected enemies approaching from the side and realized their position had been compromised, so he signaled his subordinates to quickly retreat from the trees. Although his side was armed as well, there was no way these novices who hadn't even touched a gun for 10 days could compete with them. Moreover, these 10 guerrillas were subordinates Lu highly valued, and it was unthinkable to let them be easily lost, so he decided to observe how the situation developed. If they retreat, it will be as if Caesar and Koba would encircle them. If they decide to advance, Lu wouldn't mind launching a surprise attack to see who could wear whom down. Chapter 16, Resolving Trouble. After confirming it was temporarily safe, Lu led his subordinates to slowly withdraw, preparing to engage in mobile warfare against the American forces. As Bob's team communicated with the armed police, they started scanning the surroundings from the side for any potential dangers, ensuring that there was no risk before rescuing the injured members, to avoid being ambushed by the enemy. T2 safe, T3 safe. According to reports from his subordinates, Bob understood that the enemy had left, so he instructed 2 members to remain vigilant, and then 3 of them arrived at the location where the armed police had just been ambushed. Upon arriving, the 3 found the situation was dire. Of the 2 armed police teams totaling 10 people, only 3 members remained uninjured, holding their weapons and crouching beside the wounded to stay alert. 5 had been injured in the eyes by shockwave grenades and needed immediate first aid, or they would likely lose their eyesight. Even worse, 2 members had been struck directly in the face by shockwave grenades and were killed instantly by the blast. The first clash between the 2 sides ended with such painful results, causing all policemen present to feel a mix of anger and fear, as these guerrillas, who could use tools and understand ambush tactics, had become almost as capable as humans, and they were even more agile. Originally, these policemen had been trained for urban anti-terror rescue missions, but suddenly being assigned to a mountain assault considerably weakened their effectiveness. After deciding to evacuate with the injured, Bob immediately contacted helicopter support through the headset, looking for a small clearing to land and bring the injured back. 2 team members were assigned to help carry the injured person away, then the team changed direction, moving toward the nearest clearing while maintaining a formation with 1 member alert at the front and 2 at the back. Bob and his team hadn't left for long when a scout guerrilla, lurking in the shadows, swung back down from the trees to Lu's side. "Boss, the humans have escaped, taking the injured with them." Good, go inform Caesar and Koba, let them sneak over quietly.
I want to take them all out, Lou said, waving his hand to send the scout off. Let's head out too.
They immediately got up and climbed and jumped through the branches, pursuing Bob and his group. It was time to pass the spot of the recent ambush, and they noticed 2 bodies had not been taken away, reminding themselves to have someone clean up later and not lingering any longer. Bob and his team stayed vigilant, fearing another ambush from the cunning guerrillas. Fortunately, during their anxious journey, the guerrillas did not show up. Calling Falcon 1, this is Team T, we have reached the waiting position.
How much longer until we reach the designated location?
After everyone arrived at the designated location, Bob communicated with the helicopter again.
Falcon 1 received, we are approaching the designated location. Please confirm if the landing environment is safe. The environment is safe.
While waiting for Bob to confirm the safety, 3 helicopters had already arrived overhead, circling the clearing to ensure it was safe to land, but due to the small clearing, only 1 helicopter could land at a time. As the helicopter was about to land, the team quickly rushed out from the concealed woods, eager to board the helicopter swiftly. At that moment, a metal rod suddenly shot out from the side woods and struck the helicopter's rotor just as it was close to the ground, bending the rotor and causing it to stop spinning, falling onto the clearing. Fortunately, since it was already about to land, the helicopter's fall was not severe. It could no longer take off but did not explode. The moment the metal rod burst out, gunfire erupted from the woods, not from just one direction, but the entire clearing was surrounded. Bob and his teammates, caught off guard by the unexpected bending of the helicopter's rotor, were hit by bullets from all directions. Some people used their comrades as shields to block bullets in time and quickly dropped to the ground, attempting to counterattack with automatic rifles.
Bang, bang, bang.
The sound of gunfire lasted for over 5 minutes. When Lou noticed there was no return fire from the other side, he also ceased shooting. But Lou didn't recklessly rush in to confirm whether they were all dead, as there were still 2 police helicopters circling overhead, so Lou signaled his men to refrain from any reckless actions and to lie low. The 2 helicopters circled over the clearing for a while, discovering that there were no survivors below, and since the first helicopter lost power, the other 2 couldn't land either. So, for safety's sake, the 2 helicopters took off directly and left the Redwood National Park. As the sound of the helicopter's rotors gradually faded away, Lou arrived at the treetops to take a look. Although it was still foggy, he could see the direction the helicopters were heading, and once he confirmed it was not towards his old lair, he no longer worried about his hometown being raided. Reaching the edge of the clearing, Lou, having watched movies before, directly opened fire on the corpse in the clearing and then reminded those around him to stay alert when searching for items, as well as to shoot each human head. Letting his subordinates collect the equipment from the corpses, Lou approached the helicopter and discovered the pilot had been shot in the head by a bullet coming through the windshield. He opened the pilot door, pulled him down, and Lou sat in the pilot's seat, curious to explore this high-tech piece of machinery. After all, whether in his past life or this life, he had only seen helicopters from a distance. Now that he encountered one, he couldn't help but examine it closely and play around with the control stick like a pilot. After playing for a while his subordinates collected the equipment from the corpses and the ammunition stored in the helicopter, they were waiting for Lou's orders. Since Lou's inventory wasn't large, the helicopter could only stay here for now. He would see if he could upgrade his inventory later and come back to get it. Earlier, he had instructed his subordinates to gather all the corpses together, then siphon the gasoline from the helicopter to pour over the bodies, igniting a fire to burn them, so as not to pollute his helicopter. Afterward, they didn't linger anymore and, along with Caesar and Koba, turned and jumped onto the branches, swinging back with agility.
Caesar, do you think I'm being too cruel by exterminating them and burning their bodies?
Concerned that Caesar, having previously been educated in human society, might empathize too much with humans, Lou felt the need to probe.
Boss, I don't think this is wrong.
After all, we are gorillas, and we are on different paths from them. You taught me a human saying before, those not of my kind must have different hearts. It's engraved in my heart.
Very well, if you have such awareness, then that's enough.
Koba, I know you were abused in the lab and wish to take revenge on humans, but we are still weak, so our primary focus now is to gather strength. Sooner or later, I will avenge our gorilla kin who died tragically at the hands of humans. Lu knew that Koba's heart was filled with hatred for humans, so he had to calm him down to prevent him from getting carried away by this victory and provoking humans right away with his subordinates.
Understood, Wang.
During the exchange, the group's pace did not slow down, and they soon returned to the Empire's sword training camp, not far from their gathered lair.
Chapter 17, Flu Outbreak.
At the Sword of the Empire camp, Lu strode in and took a seat at the head of the table, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Caesar and Koba sat on either side of Lu, while the other gorillas took their seats in turn.
Lu looked around, his tone filled with anger. Is humanity trying to exterminate us completely?
We fled to the primal forest to escape humans, but they still have no intention of letting us go. This time, it was a dozen hunters after us, and next time they could send a large army to wipe us out. Having once been a human in his past life, Lu knew that humans would not spare this group of gorillas with intelligence comparable to theirs. That was something they could not tolerate. However, aside from a dozen gorillas rescued from laboratories who were filled with hatred towards humans due to their brutal treatment, most of the other gorillas had been rescued from zoos and primate shelters. While they also harbored hatred, it was more a fear of humans. Thus, Lu needed to make his fellow gorillas realize that humans and gorillas could not coexist. It was either him or them, and hiding would not solve the issue. Hearing Lu's voice filled with anger, expressing dissatisfaction with humans, Koba excitedly stood up, gesturing animatedly to Lu. King, humans deserve to die. We should take the initiative and retaliate against them, make them fear us. The gorillas standing behind Koba also responded excitedly, pounding their chests and howling in agreement. Seeing that his companions were filled with such hatred and disgust towards humans, Caesar, despite feeling very close to his father, was indifferent to the other humans. He simply watched silently, waiting for Lu to take a stand and give orders. Lu, noticing the excitement of his subordinates, did not immediately calm them down but instead observed the situation. He found that among the 30 members of the Sword of the Empire, along with Caesar and Koba, the attitudes towards humans were either indifferent or filled with deep hatred, which pleased Lu. Feeling that the atmosphere was right, he lifted his right hand to silence them. Koba and the others saw the king's gesture and immediately stopped their movements, waiting for the king's command. All right, humanity must take revenge, but not now. What we need to focus on most at the moment is to gather strength and grow our numbers. However, we can't just completely neglect the situation. Caesar, Koba, each of you take 5 members of the Imperial Sword Team, split into 2 groups, 1 group each week, taking turns to go to the cities outside the forest to gather information. I believe that the good days for humanity are numbered. The other gorillas, double your training. Only when we are strong enough can we live more freely instead of being forced to hide in the forest. Dismissed. Lu calmed his subordinates and then assigned them their respective orders to prepare the tribe for leaving the forest. Once the gorillas dispersed, Lu reached out to keep Caesar and Koba behind. You two are my trusted lieutenants. I hope you protect yourselves while completing your tasks. Here, this is the spiritual herb I found on Wudong Mountain. It will benefit your training of the Berserk 8 physique skill. Work hard. He took out 10 pounds of spiritual herb from behind, giving each of them 5 pounds, then interrupted their expressions of gratitude and let them choose team members, arranging the time and order for the outing themselves. After finishing all this, Lu also left the wooden hut of the camp and came to the open grassy area at the entrance, watching his subordinates train hard in the Berserk 8 physique skill and practice marksmanship, feeling satisfied in his heart. He wanted them to maintain this state, then turned and headed back toward the lair, planning to see how the development of the lair was going. Number 2, this is Falcon 3. We didn't bring anyone back, it's just the 2 of us left. When we return, the chief will definitely dismiss us. Damn it, how could that group of gorillas be so smart, using tactics and firearms? They're almost no different from us humans, Number 2 said. When we get back, report the situation to the chief, see if we can dispatch more police support to avenge Bob and the others. John's son is still waiting for him to take him to the baseball game this weekend, those damn gorillas. Number 3's face was filled with hatred because his good brother John had also fallen in the recent battle. During their conversation, the helicopter had already arrived at the edge of the forest, preparing to bypass the Golden Gate Bridge and return to the police station across the sea.
Oh, damn, what happened? Why are so many people gathering on the streets?
Number 2 looked at the streets filled with cars, noticing several intersections were blocked.
This is Eagle's Nest.
New situation has arisen. There's no time for you to come to my office to file your resignation reports.
Right now, I need you to complete a new task.
A highly lethal infection virus suddenly broke out in downtown San Francisco, and it has now spread throughout the city and even to parts of California. We need you to get to the city government and lead some officials to the state government to report the specific situation.
Okay, sir, but what about you? Number 3 asked the director over the radio. Don't worry about me.
Earlier, when I went to the virus testing center in San Francisco to communicate with the center's head, I was infected due to a virus leak. I feel like my body can't hold on much longer.
Go ahead and complete your mission.
The director closed the communication with a tone of helplessness and regret. Perhaps he was sitting in his chair at the police station, staring blankly at a photo of his family, lost in thought. Number 2 and number 3 realized that the helicopter they were piloting didn't have enough fuel, so they couldn't immediately head to the city government. While flying the helicopter, the two reached the office building where they usually trained, hoping to get some fuel. But they were uncertain whether it was the virus leak that produced panic. The building was filled with people packing their things to accompany their wives and children. Nobody paid attention to them, so the two had to search for the logistics department themselves. Once they arrived, they had to stop someone and press for questions before they finally got the exact location of the fuel storage, rushing towards the fuel reserve. When the two returned with 2 large barrels of fuel to the helicopter, it was already packed with people, and there were even arguments outside over who had the right to get on. "Oh, for FCK's sake, we need this helicopter for our mission."
"Sorry, but we can't take you along. Please get down now, or I won't hesitate to use my fists to make you." Number 3 angrily insisted that the people in the helicopter get out. "FCK, you must be planning to escape in this helicopter. If you don't take us with you, you're not getting away either." Some people inside the helicopter shouted, urging number 2 and number 3 to hurry up and take off to the suburbs for safety. However, some people had a different opinion. A burly white officer approached them, demanding they hand over the keys immediately. He needed these 2 helicopters to complete a special mission, and ordered the people inside the helicopter to get lost. Though the officer's domineering behavior deeply angered number 2 and number 3, he was an official, so they could only explain that they were ordered by the director to head to the city government to lead some officials to evacuate to the state government for reporting. But the white officer acted as if he hadn't heard them and shouted for the 2 to hand over the keys or take him to the suburbs to complete his mission. In the end, under pressure, the 2 had no choice but to reluctantly agree, piloting the helicopter with the people on board to a farm in the suburbs, rumored to belong to that white officer. In the city government, the mayor and some key personnel have already left San Francisco on the mayor's private helicopter. However, because this is a small helicopter, it can't carry too many people, and there are still quite a number of government officials who haven't been evacuated. As a result, everyone sought their own solutions. Some called the bosses of large corporations to inquire if any helicopters were still in San Francisco, while others directly contacted the chief of the San Francisco Police Department, requesting him to dispatch a police helicopter to take them away. In the end, these individuals did not escape infection from the virus, which experts have since dubbed the death virus. From the first reported suspected case to its rapid spread throughout California, this virus took only a month. Investigations revealed that the epidemic was spread by a group of terrorists from a Middle Eastern country, all of whom were shot dead during the arrest, and no relevant virus vaccine has been found. Currently, major research centers are studying this virus, and the experts at these centers assure that they will develop a vaccine as quickly as possible. Citizens are urged to stay at home to avoid virus infection, and residents from California are advised to voluntarily go to isolation points for quarantine treatment. This is a report from National Public Radio (NPR) and Public Broadcasting Service (PBS). The 2 largest radio stations in the United States are broadcasting to the American public about the California death virus incident. Chapter 18, Current Situation, Autumn Winds. At the bottom of a cliff, a camp built by guerrillas quietly stands in a cave. From above, the cave is completely hidden because the cliff and tall trees block the view.
In the jungle, the dense evergreen and deciduous forest makes it impossible to discover the cave concealed by the leaves. To maintain adequate defense capabilities, Lu piled up 40 cubic meters of rock blocks, which he had previously dug out with a pickaxe, into a stone wall. Beasts with weak jumping ability could not overcome this wall to attack the gorillas living inside. The entire cave is about 500 square meters in size, shaped like a low entrance that broadens towards the inside, so the distance from the stone wall to the cave ceiling primarily serves to defend against intrusions and detect enemy movements. The large open area behind this is where Lu and his tribe live. Previously, due to the lack of suitable tools for carving rock walls, they could only chop down the surrounding sequoia trees to build wooden houses. In the end, Lu did not realize that his extensive deforestation had exposed them. However, this is already more than enough for the gorillas living inside. Having food, sleeping comfortably, and living freely are the most precious things. However, due to the previous invasion by the enemies, their king was very angry and sent the two commanders, Caesar and Koba, to scout the human world outside the forest. The gorillas found that there were many more human tools, such as iron picks, in the camp. These tools significantly boosted the gorillas' productivity, greatly increasing the speed of stone extraction. This greatly responded to Lu's defensive strategy of having multiple safe havens, making an exceptional contribution to digging an escape tunnel for the camp. Deep within the cave, a simple throne carved from stone became the main office for Lu to handle affairs. Generally, juvenile gorillas were prohibited from entering to avoid disturbing the king with their playful antics. Caesar, how is the outside world developing? Have there been any large-scale deaths among humans due to the virus? Lu asked Caesar about the outside world as he sat on the throne, having just returned. Lu still needed to oversee the work of the camp, therefore, he could not free himself from tasks to go out and see for himself and had to rely on Caesar and Koba to bring back information from the outside. Boss, I haven't seen many people outside previously. I heard from Koba that many humans had gathered on the streets to fight. When it was my turn to go, there were hardly any people on the road, only numerous human corpses lying everywhere. I went home for a while but didn't find my father or grandfather. I don't know if they managed to escape. After coming out of the primate shelter, due to the urgent situation, Caesar regretted not having gone home to check on his father and grandfather. Therefore, he didn't know where his father had gone, nor did he realize that his grandfather had already passed away. Lu thought to himself, since they have already disappeared, it would be better to leave Caesar with a memory and not tell him the bad news that his grandfather had passed away. It would only cause trouble for Will, who had simultaneously lost the two most important family members in his life, his father and Caesar. With an apology in his heart, Lu collected his thoughts and said, "It seems that humans have been widely infected by the virus and are either hiding at home or fleeing the city. Next, it's time for us to take advantage of the situation. Leave 10 female gorillas at home to take care of the young ones, and the rest come with me to the human city to find some good things." The gorillas gathered in this area all agreed. A month would be enough for Maurice to teach them the simplest English pronunciation. Send someone to notify the members of the Empire's sword to wait at the edge of the forest for the main force to arrive, ensuring safety ahead, and then let the surrounding gorillas inform all those who are going to be prepared. For this operation, Lu specifically cleared his inventory to bring back as much as possible. 10 minutes later, Lu arrived at the open area at the center of the cave and, seeing the numerous gorillas gathered around him, didn't waste any more words, turned around, and left the cave with over 100 adult gorillas following him in a grand procession towards downtown San Francisco. Lu led his kin through the trees, causing large areas of foliage to shake and spread from the cave entrance to the park's entry. Previously, to care for the young and shake off pursuers, Lu led his kin in circles around the woods for a day, ultimately choosing this cave as their stronghold. However, now Lu was accompanied by strong adult gorillas, making a direct journey, so after half a day of travel, they finally arrived at the park entrance where 3 minibuses had been toppled previously. When Lu and his kin arrived, he spotted 2 gorillas coming from the distant trees and, shortly after, they reached the open area in front of Lu. "Patton, Chris, is there any activity ahead? What about the other gorillas?" Lu asked the 2 robust chimpanzees in front of him as members of the Empire's Blade. They were personally trained by Lu, so he remembered each of their names. "King, there are no humans ahead, but there is heavy traffic blocking our way into the city, so we can only walk through the congested section and then drive from there." Koba has already led the others to the less congested road ahead to wait for your arrival, Patton explained promptly upon hearing the king's inquiry. Alright, in that case, let's go, we shouldn't waste time, let's rest in the vehicle once we get past this stretch of road, Lu said, looking at his kin who had traveled quite a distance, knowing they needed to push on to get their belongings back sooner. Under Patton's leadership, the guerrilla group headed towards the Golden Gate Bridge, arriving there 10 minutes later. Seeing the road that had become congested since the entrance of the forest park, Lu, though somewhat prepared, was still shocked by the thousands of vehicles stuck on the road. It appeared everyone wanted to leave the city through this road, fleeing to the suburbs for safety, but due to the traffic jam, those facing infection risks abandoned their vehicles that were stuck in traffic and intended to walk out of the city. Previously, some humans had entered the forest, and when Koba and his men were scouting the situation outside the forest, they discovered them after pressing for useful information. They were dealt with and buried.
Lu wasn't too concerned after he was informed.
On the bridge road, there were even people trampled to death by fleeing crowds. The mangled bodies made Lu feel a bit nauseous, and the entire road was in disarray, reeking horrendously. After quickly passing through this section while pinching his nose, Lu finally sighed in relief. Staying any longer, he felt he would faint from the stench. From a distance, Koba was seen holding an AK, scanning the road vigilantly. Upon spotting Lu, he handed the gun to his subordinate and hurried over to greet Lu.
Wang, you've arrived.
After such a long journey, you must be very tired. I have already prepared vehicles for you and your folks. Please get in and rest first, Koba respectfully greeted Lu. Lu nodded to indicate he understood, saying no more, and motioned for the others in the group to find vehicles to board so they could set off. A convoy made up of dozens of vehicles snaked through any available gaps. Despite the noise it made during the journey, no one was on the roadside watching. Perhaps they were all dead, or perhaps they were hiding at home, peering out secretly.
Following Lu's designated destination, Koba drove as the lead car, guiding the convoy towards the nearest large supermarket.
Since Lu decided to send someone out for reconnaissance, Koba proactively discussed with Caesar, letting him scout ahead. At this point, Koba had already been scouting here for a week. With the help of a map and his own memory, Koba quickly led the convoy to the nearest large supermarket. Finding a relatively nearby open area, they parked the vehicles directly. The following cars immediately halted as well, and the Imperial Sword team members quickly alighted to stand in front of Lu, guarding against any human ambush from the shadows. Seeing his subordinates being so considerate made Lu feel his teachings were not in vain. Surrounded by his subordinates, he walked towards the supermarket entrance. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found the supermarket in utter disarray. It seemed there had been a significant uproar, causing the goods to be either bought out or acquired for free. Koba had been here once before, but at that time the virus had not yet broken out, and people hadn't rushed to loot supplies, so in Koba's memory, there were still many everyday necessities here.
Koba looked a bit awkward, wanting to explain to Lu.
However, Lu understood that Koba had not been here for a week, and it was normal for the supermarket to be looted. After all, San Francisco is a city with nearly 1 million people, and the amount of food consumed daily is unfathomable.
Lu patted Koba on the shoulder, telling him not to feel guilty and to continue searching for the next supply point.
Then, the commanders took weapons and spread out to search for food in stores like gun shops and hardware stores. After all, Lu's lair still relied on bonfire lighting, so he wanted to see if there were any generators to directly lead his people into the electrical age.
Chapter 19, Searching for Supplies, Gun Stores.
Looking at the vast city, Lu believed that this city would become a powerful stepping stone for him and his people. The people were instructed to carry weapons in groups of 10 to search for food and tools, taking anything they found useful. As for Lu, he casually picked up a fully charged phone in the digital city of a shopping mall, switched in a new SIM card, and opened the GPS to head to the library in downtown San Francisco.
He was going to plunder the wisdom of humanity.
For a newly emerged intelligent race, the most pressing need is time to develop its own technology. At this moment, having a technologically similar intelligent race providing support would greatly accelerate the development of the species. With the phone in hand, he moved skillfully between the tall buildings, leaping toward the library. On the way, cars were haphazardly scattered across the streets, plastic bags, trash bags, and heaps of everyday garbage littered the entrances of neighborhoods, and there was even evidence of many bodies piled up beneath tall buildings. It looked as if groups had jumped to their deaths without anyone having time to clean up. Although Lou felt a twinge of sadness about this situation, the objective fact that he was an ape could not be changed. Humanity would never accept Lou and his kind. Looking down at the bodies from the tall building, Lou discarded many thoughts in his mind and turned to walk toward the library. A little over 10 minutes later, Lou arrived in front of a building rich with the atmosphere of knowledge, surrounded by numerous bookstores. Looking at the library information he found on his phone, this was a public library in San Francisco, USA, and it was just a branch. Only because Lou searched for the nearest public library did he end up here. Even though it was a branch of the San Francisco Public Library, it still looked quite large. Upon entering the library, no one was waiting at the counter. Perhaps the librarians had fled, or they succumbed to the death virus and died in some corner of the library, waiting to be discovered. At the counter, he powered on a computer, and fortunately, the library had not lost power. Lou accessed the library's search for the multiverse Gacha system, prioritizing architecture, engineering, science, and education books. While other books were precious as well, Lou's greatest desire was to illuminate his own technology tree. As for silently developing a factory in San Francisco with over 200 gorillas occupying it? Don't be ridiculous, who taught them? Everything has to be driven by Lou. Moreover, Lou did not believe that the United States, with its umbrella corporation and emperor organization, could not handle such a small death virus. Humans would eventually have to return to this city. According to the information retrieved, Lou quickly moved to the designated location, taking books off the shelves one by one. Having only taken 10 shelves, Lou's 10 cubic meters of inventory was already filled to 1/3 capacity, and there were at least 15 more shelves left. Lou realized he would need to make several more trips. Since he also needed to leave some inventory to carry a lot of supplies back, Lou appropriately eased off, turned around, and left the library. As for staying to see if there were any other useful items, Lou stated he didn't have that kind of spare time. On the way back to the disbanded mall, Lou also didn't idle. Whenever he saw convenience stores or gun shops, he would choose to go in and take a look to see if there were any items worth taking, trying to find some deals. As he walked, he actually discovered a few things. One gun shop had its door closed, and because the door consisted of anti-theft materials, it greatly protected the shop. From the dents on the doorknob, it was clear that this anti-theft door was quite sturdy, preventing robbers from barging in and taking the owner's valuables. However, for Lou, this wasn't a major issue. He simply climbed up to the second floor, intending to break in through the window, bypassing the heavily guarded first floor and directly penetrating through its weaknesses. Using the protrusions on the wall, Lou quickly reached the window on the second floor, pulled out an AK, and fired directly at the window. Although the bulletproof glass on the second floor provided protection, the powerful fire of the AK gave it a lesson. After firing a full magazine, the bulletproof glass lay shattered all over the ground. Climbing in through the window and looking around, he found that this should be a guest room. There were no daily necessities, just a simple set of 3-piece bedding on the bed. Without time to thoroughly search this low-value room, he turned around and left, going to check other rooms. After going through several rooms in succession, he found that none had any valuable items, but in one master bedroom that seemed to be inhabited, he rummaged through a bedside cabinet and found a handgun. He didn't know the specific model, as Lou wasn't knowledgeable. After searching the second floor, Lou arrived at the staircase ready to check the first floor. Although no one had come up to check the big commotion on the second floor, which led Lou to believe there was no one downstairs, he still tiptoed down the stairs. Oh shit! Lou had just descended halfway down the stairs when he suddenly discovered a corpse lying at the foot of the first floor stairwell, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. It seemed he had wanted to go upstairs, but due to the sudden outbreak of the virus in his body, he ended up falling back down the stairs and died. With a leap, I jumped over the body and landed on the floor of the first floor. I looked up, carefully observing the layout downstairs. It was a narrow corridor, with a single door leading to a hallway, and doors on either side. Lou chose the door on the right, which, judging by the layout of the second floor, should lead to the garage at the back. When he opened it, he discovered that there was also a reinforced alloy security door behind it, likely to prevent anyone from entering from the back. Upon opening the security door, he found a quite spacious garage, housing a total of 3 cars, a pickup truck, a sedan, and a convertible sports car. It seemed the owner was quite wealthy. Not bothering with the miscellaneous items in the garage, he headed straight for the door on the left of the hallway, which should connect to the gun shop in front. Reaching the door, he realized it was locked, requiring a key to unlock it. Lou had no choice but to grit his teeth and return to the staircase to feel around the increasingly foul-smelling body, and just when he could barely stand it, he finally discovered a large bunch of keys in the pocket on the chest. Lou picked up the keys and came back to the door, trying each one. As long as there were still guns and bullets inside, all this wasted time would be worth it. Perhaps today was Lou's lucky day when he tried the fifth key. The door opened. He opened the door to the room and fumbled around by the door for a moment until he found the switch and turned on the lights. This was a large room, divided into two sides by a glass partition, though it didn't seem evenly split. The inventory on Lou's side was slightly larger. The inventory on this side was about 100 square meters, with various firearms displayed on the counters on both sides: shotguns, assault rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and possibly sniper rifles. These guns dazzled Lou's eyes, making him unable to resist. He quickly placed the firearms and accessories from the counter into his inventory, taking the largest caliber shotgun as his weapon. Then he rummaged through the boxes looking for bullets, and finally found a large quantity of ammunition in several cabinets. He chose a set of body armor suitable for his physique, took the bullets from the shotgun, and stored them in the ammunition pouch on his body, ready to load at any time. After collecting all the bullets, he went straight to the garage with the keys, pressed the switch, and the electric door slowly opened. Lou got into the pickup truck, started the engine, and drove away toward the shopping mall. Chapter 20: Exhaustion and Lottery. He drove to the gathering place, where several groups of guerrillas had already gathered supplies and returned, waiting for others to come back. Lou asked them and found out that many places had been relocked. However, many shops in San Francisco are locked up since it's an international metropolis, but the guerrillas climb to the second floor or sneak in through the back door. They discover that many shop owners have contracted the death virus and died in their homes. After waiting for another hour, half of the guerrillas still hadn't returned. Lou thought that some of them might have strayed too far while gathering supplies and couldn't make it back in time. Originally, they had set out early in the morning from their old nest and had spent most of the day on the road. Now, gathering supplies in the city had delayed them significantly, and the sky had already darkened. With more clan members still not back, Lou decided they would spend the night in this shopping mall. He called out a group of returning guerrillas to gather the supplies they had collected and cook dinner for those resting, while they waited for the others to come back. The guerrillas he had dispatched returned one after another in the evening, easing Lou's worry about the possibility of them encountering human attacks. He instructed Koba, who had returned, to organize the night shift. Then Lou turned and headed up to the third floor of the mall, where he lay down in a massage chair and enjoyed a comfortable nap. The next day, after breakfast, Lou led his fellow clan members, carrying the bountiful supplies, back to their old nest. Though the journey was exhausting, no guerrilla complained, as this was food they had all worked hard to gather. With so much gear to carry, it took them an entire day to return home, which thoroughly exhausted them. In the following days, Lou assigned strong guerrillas armed with picks to widen the cave's inventory, carving tunnels both upward and downward. Lou didn't sit idle either, arranging for Caesar and Koba to take turns training the members of the Sword of the Empire, while he himself shuttled back and forth between the old nest and the city, transporting supplies using his massive inventory. Books, warm clothing, generators, coal, gasoline, and so on. They took anything they found useful. If they didn't take it now, someone else would. Even the speed at which they were digging storage in the old nest wasn't enough for Lou's needs, so he could only stack easily preserved items in the open spaces inside and outside the cave. With the collective effort of over 200 guerrillas, the interior of the cave was expanded to more than double its original size in just 2 weeks. Additionally, they had carved 2 stone chambers, one above and one below, to store food and clothing. After clearing the inventory, all of the aggressive firearms and ammunition were stored in the inventory, which Lou personally kept safe. The old nest is developing at a visible speed, and all the tribe members are putting their energy into developing their home. After a week of busy work, Lou finally stopped transporting supplies. All of this needs to be digested slowly. At this moment, a disc-like moon is hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight passes through the entrance of the cave, illuminating the patrolling guerrilla against the stone wall. The surroundings are very quiet, making one feel drowsy, while the other gorillas have long fallen asleep, except for Lu. Lu is quite dissatisfied with having to work so hard as a gorilla, but to save this group of kin, he can only silently accept the hardship. After all, the pain caused by loneliness drives Lu more crazy than physical exhaustion. Let's have a tenfold draw to refresh my body and mind. Lu thought of something and immediately took action. He focused and silently recited Multiverse Gacha System, and then the page appeared. Multiverse Gacha System. User, Lu. Gacha points, 155. Items obtained: Dark Gear nerfed weakened, 3 large pills, several firearms, various spirit fruits and herbs, etc. Only counting items in the prize inventory. Items that have been retrieved or placed in the inventory are not counted. Flipping to the next page, Lu arrived at the lottery page and didn't waste any words. He was too tired today and didn't pray to the Buddha, he left it to fate. After clicking on the 10 consecutive draws, the page began to display text. There was so much that Lu was too lazy to read it. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, he nearly fell asleep. 3 minutes later, he suddenly remembered that he was still drawing prizes, quickly entering the page and clicking stop. Then, 10 items detached from the spinning wheel and directly fell into the inventory. After that jolt, Lu was instantly wide awake and opened his inventory to check the prizes he had just drawn. 1 cubic storage ring, a ring that offers 1 cubic unit of inventory space, which cannot hold living things or items larger than the ring's dimensions. Seeing the first prize, he thought it was acceptable he could let his subordinate use it. However, the inventory was too small for it to be of much use. Iron Sword, a weapon from Minecraft that deals fixed damage and can be enchanted. 20 composite bows, modern bows crafted with 21st century technology, accompanied by 200 arrows. Seeing such great items, Lu felt quite excited. Although there were many guns and ammunition in the inventory, bows and arrows are much better for maintaining stealth in the jungle. Lu planned to keep 10 for himself and give the other 10 to the Empire's sword camp to let some of their guerrillas use bows and arrows. Beginner Mage's Staff Fireball Spell, a staff that can only hold 1 spell slot, capable of storing 3 chances for output without inputting fire elemental mana. Lu curiously examined this magical equipment, wondering how large a fireball this spell could launch and how powerful it would be. However, trying it out in the urban forest where he currently was not an option he thought about when he could go to the beach to test its power. 50 30-pound iron rods, common iron rods mass-produced at a certain blacksmith shop, the only advantage being the production of elemental mana. Not wanting to complain, let's move on to the next one. 5 blood orchids, stimulate the physical development of living creatures, breaking the size limitations imposed by genetics. Lu had seen this plant in a movie during his past life. It was the herb that allowed the python to break its physical limits and grow into a titan python and anaconda. Lu decided to plant it and see if he could cultivate it for mass production. 2mg 37.62mm general-purpose machine guns, featuring belt-fed ammunition and using NATO 7.62mm bullets, complete with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. There's a lot of specific information, so I won't elaborate on it. Lu's knowledge of firearms isn't particularly extensive. He has only seen a few classic guns online, so he can only describe these 2 light machine guns as excellent mowing machines. A hellish joke. 1 ton of monster meat from Golzan in Ultraman Tiga, containing rich earth elemental mana. Next, there would be no shortage of elemental mana for the tribe to train the Berserk 8 physique skill, Lu thought. Intermediate combat skill of yellow tier, Thunderbolt Staff Technique. A low-level combat skill from Battle Through the Heavens. Guess it's somewhat useful. 50 spirit stones, general currency and cultivation resources from the immortal cultivation world, with strong versatility. Lu noticed that most of this time, the rewards were cultivation resources, which alleviated his current predicament of lacking enhancements. After reviewing all the prizes, Lu couldn't say he was very excited. He could only describe himself as extremely excited. He planned to get some sleep and decide how to distribute everything the next day. Chapter 21, Another Guerrilla Tribe. In a quiet stone chamber, Lu sat upright on the stone platform, eyes closed, feeling the flow of elemental mana within his body and guiding it to strengthen his physical form. After a long period of cultivation, Lu had already mastered sealing his skin to keep the elemental mana inside his body, which he could then activate when needed, allowing his combat power to double. However, both Caesar and Koba have only a short time to practice the Berserk Ape physique skill. They can only channel a portion of the food they consume into elemental mana within their bodies to enhance themselves, while the remaining elemental mana dissipates through their skin and merges into the air. Since winning a large amount of monster meat in the last lottery, Lu entrusted the affairs of their base to Maurice, a detail-oriented red-haired orangutan, and went into seclusion to train, feeling that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. After consuming nearly 100 kilograms of monster meat on the stone platform, Lu felt his body swollen with elemental mana, like an overinflated balloon ready to burst at any moment. Lu needs a massive reserve of elemental mana to help him break through his physical limits, so he had no choice but to take risks and consume a large amount of monster meat to convert it into elemental mana. In agony, Lu persevered and activated the Berserk Ape physique skill, causing the elemental mana in his body to flow slowly. Initially, it moved with difficulty, but with Lu's relentless guidance, the elemental mana began to circulate faster within his body. As the elemental mana flowed, wisps of it detached, merging back into Lu's body, but the majority of the elemental mana remained in motion, circling through his body faster and faster, to the point where he could even hear the sound of flowing water. Puff! As the elemental mana in Lu's body sped up, to the point that he felt as if he might burst, it began to seep out through his skin. However, it did not integrate into the air like the leftover elemental mana had before. Once the elemental mana seeped through his skin, it affixed itself to him, forming a thin film of elemental mana that covered his body and emitted a faint white glow. Lu raised his hands and looked at the film of elemental mana clinging to them, feeling intensely curious, as it seemed to have enhanced his strength. As an action-oriented person, Lu rose directly to the stone wall next to the stone platform, raised his hand, and struck the wall hard. When he saw that he had smashed a large pit the size of a classroom and nearly 30 centimeters deep into the wall, Lu felt incredibly excited because he had grown stronger again. Looking at the elemental mana membrane, Lu wondered, since it could adhere to his skin, could it also adhere to weapons? Lu took out the wind and thunder rod from his inventory and tried to spread the elemental mana membrane from his body onto the rod. After a moment of feeling, Lu thought it was okay, although there was a sense of inertia when adhering to it, causing the speed of adhesion to be relatively slow. He reasoned that after all, it could still adhere later, and once he became stronger, the speed would naturally improve. Lu was relatively laid back about such matters. After about 10 minutes of touching and exploring, Lu began to feel fatigued. As time passed, his fatigue grew stronger until he finally had to stop adhering the elemental mana and sat down on the stone platform to rest. An hour later, after feeling that his body had returned to normal, Lu stood up, went to the door, and opened it to step outside. "Your Majesty, you are out." The guard at the entrance of the stone chamber bowed his head and greeted Lu. How long have I been inside? Has anything major happened at the lair?" "Your Majesty, you have been inside for 7 days. As for the matters, the Grand Commander and the Second Commander have come a few times during this time and asked me to notify them to welcome you once you're out, as it seems there is something they need to report to you." "Is that so? I understand. Please go notify them. I will wait for them in the hall. If they are not at the lair, then it's fine." After hearing this, Lu sensed that something might have happened with Caesar and the others that required his approval, but it wasn't very urgent otherwise. They would have waited directly at the door for Lu to exit. Lu strode confidently and at a measured pace to the hall, sitting upright on the throne. As the ruler of a clan, he needed to always maintain his image. After a while, the guard who had just been there followed Caesar into the hall. After Caesar stopped not far in front of Lu, he came to Lu's side to ensure his safety while also serving as a messenger. "Boss, you are out. Everything went fine, right?" Seeing Lu, Caesar first inquired whether anything had gone wrong during Lu's period of meditation. After all, Lu had informed his close confidants, Caesar, Koba, and Maurice, before entering seclusion that he needed to go into isolation to break through. Moreover, as the pillar of the clan, Lu would need to lead them to dominate the entire forest and even the human cities outside. There weren't any problems, on the contrary. I gained a lot and successfully broke through. I can now project elemental mana and attach it to my skin and weapons, enhancing my strength and resilience. While speaking, he projected elemental mana onto his hands, demonstrating the results of his breakthrough to Caesar.
So, is there something you and Koba wanted to discuss with me? Have you resolved the issue? Lu withdrew the elemental mana film from his hands and asked Caesar.
Oh, even if you don't ask, I still need to report to you. It turns out that as soon as Lu decided to settle down with his tribe, he sent Rocket, who had been rescued from the primate shelter along with Caesar, to explore the surroundings with a few gorillas and ascertain whether there were any other ferocious beasts nearby. There were indeed some results. A pack of forest wolves and a North American brown bear were discovered nearby. After reporting these findings to Lu, he personally took an iron rod and dealt with the pack of forest wolves one by one. Finally, he found 2 wolf cubs in the wolf den and decided to see if he could tame them into hunting dogs for the tribe, so he brought them back. As for the brown bear, after realizing that it was evenly matched with Lu, it voluntarily fled, and Lu did not pursue it, leaving it for his subordinates to handle. Later, when Lu formed the Sword of the Empire and sent Caesar and Koba out of the jungle to explore information in the human world, he did not neglect the exploration of the forest. He appointed Rocket as the leader of the scouting team, equipping him with 9 subordinates, and instructed him to continue exploring deeper into the jungle, collecting crucial information such as food distribution and ferocious beast habitats, significantly contributing to the tribe's hunting range expansion. During Lu's period of seclusion, Rocket and his team ventured to a location 50 kilometers away from their stronghold, making a significant discovery: a guerrilla group similar to theirs, and it seemed to outnumber their own. After obtaining this discovery, Rocket did not dare to delay. He stayed behind to monitor them and instructed his subordinates to hurry back to report this news.
Chapter 22: Invasion and Expansion.
In the towering redwood forest, reaching heights of over 10 to 20 meters, Lu moved agilely among over 50 adult gorillas, which constituted nearly half of the fighting strength of Lu's group.
Woo 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 woo.
As Lu and his group moved, the clan members could not help but emit calls that lingered in the open forest. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates about the discovery of a new guerrilla group, Lu could be described as extremely excited, as there were many tasks that had been postponed due to the small number of clan members. Now that more guerrillas were discovered to be able to join the development of the clan, Lu could not help but feel thrilled. Although all members were elite, it took them nearly an hour and a half of rapid running through the forest to reach the spot where Rocket was waiting for Lu. As they approached the location of Rocket and the others, Lu instructed the guerrillas behind him to stop, waiting for the scout team members to notify Rocket to come over, without recklessly charging into the opposing guerrilla group. After all, Lu's main objective was to recruit more guerrillas to provide additional labor for the camp's development. It wasn't long before Rocket arrived at Lu's side with 2 subordinates.
King. How is it? Have you confirmed the specific situation? Lu asked with authority, inquiring about the information gathered by Rocket and his men.
My king, from our observations of the adult gorillas active outside, we can confirm that the other side has at least 100 gorillas. Due to Rocket's intellectual development not being as advanced as Caesar and Koba, his mathematical skills were not very good, and he could only recognize numbers from 1 to 100, which was a result of Lu frequently tutoring him after promoting him to scout team leader. Since you have confirmed that there are quite a few gorillas on the other side, let's use a milder approach. We can't let our future clan members think we are enslaving them. The reason we escaped was for freedom. After Lu finished speaking, he began to give orders. This time, the primary method would be to negotiate king to king, while the subordinates he brought would serve as a deterrent. If the other side was willing to accept the king to king challenge, then everything would be manageable. If not, they would have to resort to more forceful measures. After giving the orders, he took out the 50 iron rods won in the previous lottery from the prize inventory and distributed them to his subordinates, instructing those who did not receive one to use a wooden stick to feign readiness. Under Rocket's lead, Lu's group approached the opposing guerrilla group ostentatiously. Without any cover, Lu's group was quickly spotted by the patrolling gorilla on the other side.
Woo 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 woo.
Lu discovered that even though there was another group of gorillas across from him, he could actually understand their calls. What it basically meant was, there are unfamiliar gorillas approaching us, and there are a lot of them, come gather and get ready to fight. Upon hearing this urgent call, the other group rushed out of their nests, swarming forward to confront Lu and his companions. After all, to them, Lu's group was just a bunch of strange relatives walking upright in odd fur, which made them somewhat fearful. From this, it can be seen that although Lu's group appeared to be slightly less in number, their momentum seemed much stronger compared to the opposing group. He brought over a gorilla that looked somewhat similar in fur color to the ones across from them. It was Barton, who had previously led the way. After discussing a few things with him, he sent him to negotiate with the other side, as it's better to start with diplomacy before resorting to violence. Barton arrived at the designated open ground left by both sides. Facing the opposing group, he started making woo-woo sounds. Although Barton and the others had learned English and even Chinese as their intelligence increased, they had not forgotten their basic communication method from before their evolution. Woo-woo-woo-woo, woo-woo. While giving out the calls, Barton also used some gestures to express his meaning. After half a day's negotiation, a gorilla that was noticeably stronger than the others walked out from the opposing group, and his tribe members also stepped back, giving their leader enough space to perform. Seeing that Barton had successfully negotiated and had their leader enter first, Lu naturally was not about to show weakness. He made his subordinates step back, then walked upright and confidently strided towards the opposing leader, standing 2 meters apart facing each other. Although Lu was fully confident in his own strength, in order to help them raise their intelligence in the future and to better subdue this leader, Lu maintained respect for his opponent. The two men stared seriously at each other, trying to first overwhelm the other with their aura. Lu, with absolute confidence in his strength, kept a steady and aggressive gaze. On the other hand, the opposing leader felt a tremendous sense of pressure due to Lu's nearly 2-meter-tall stature. So, even though his gaze was firm, there was still a hint of self-doubt. Finally, under the pressure of Lu's gaze, the opposing leader couldn't hold back anymore and took the initiative to attack, picking up a sharp stone from the ground and wielding it tightly as he threw it at Lu. On the other hand, Lu, upon seeing his opponent use a weapon, calmly raised his arm to shield his face, and then covered the side of his arm facing the opponent with an elemental mana membrane. The opponent smashed down hard on Lu's arm. Initially, Lu thought that he could either pressure the opponent with his momentum or break his arm with the stone, but he didn't expect that his full force strike would have little effect. It hit the arm but didn't budge an inch. After letting the opponent strike first and testing the strength of his elemental mana membrane, Lu no longer held back. He took a big step forward, his outstretched arms clamping down on the opponent's shoulders like giant pincers, lifting him up. Using his immense strength, Lu physically lifted the opponent, causing him to scream in pain. The opponent wanted to struggle but found himself firmly locked in place, flailing uselessly. As Lu increased the pressure with his palms, the opponent went from struggling to silently howling in pain, his face contorted in agony. Once Lu felt it was enough, he released his grip and forcefully threw him to the ground. The opponent felt the pressure on his shoulders release and struggled to get back up, but Lu waited for quite some time, and he still didn't stand up again. It seemed that the opponent had lost the will to fight. The gorillas in the opponent's group stirred at the sight of their defeated leader. Some wanted to come over to help him up, while others slowly approached Lu, hoping for his protection. Seeing that the opponent was in disarray, Lu let out a timely roar, commanding them to submit. Meanwhile, his subordinates brandished iron rods and rallied behind Lu, roaring to cheer on their king. Witnessing this display of power, the gorilla that was hesitating to protect the leader also halted in its tracks, slowly moving to kneel before Lu and extending its right palm. At that moment, the gorilla leader, who was lying on the ground, staggered to his feet, looking at Lu with a desperate expression. He had only become the leader of this group after killing the previous one, and now he faced the threat of being killed by the next leader. Unable to match Lu's strength, he didn't even have the power to escape, as the surrounding gorillas had almost all submitted to Lu, leaving no chance for flight. Lu first glanced at the kneeling gorillas beside him, then focused intently on the former leader as he approached him and slowly extended his hands. Seeing Lu's movements, the opponent closed his eyes in fear of death, recalling the previous leader. Perhaps the last leader was also filled with despair when he was killed. However, after waiting for a while, he felt no pain in his neck or body, but rather a broad hand landed on his shoulder, jostling the previous wound and causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. Carrying the confusion in its mind, it opened its eyes and saw Lu's gaze, which was both imposing and kind. In that moment, it forgot its previous fears and was deeply captivated by that gaze. After patting the other's shoulder, Lu noticed that the other was suddenly staring blankly into his eyes. So, he waved his hand in front of the other, breaking their trance. Then,
He pointed to the other's heart and then to himself, indicating that your heart would now be under my control, and he fixed a sharp gaze on the other. If the other party didn't understand the situation, Lu wouldn't mind taking an extra life. After understanding Lu's intent, the leader's mind was somewhat confused. It planned not to kill me but to let me go, and then to submit to it?
In its heart, Lu, however strange, was still a kindred spirit, a slightly larger gorilla than itself, thus it felt puzzled by Lu's behavior. Seeing that the other had begun to space out again, Lu found it hard to believe that as the leader of a tribe, their intelligence was so lacking. Therefore, his gaze gradually turned dangerous as he contemplated whether to subdue the other. Seeing the dangerous look in Lu's eyes, the leader also regained its composure, stepped back, and knelt on one knee, extending its right palm. Seeing the gorillas outside kneeling and requesting acceptance, Lu felt very satisfied with this act of aggression. Chapter 23, Let's join the glorious evolution together. Through the king versus king battle, which was the easiest solution for Lu, he successfully accepted this gorilla tribe. Under the guidance of the former leader Lu, named Thompson, Lu strode confidently to their nest, a chaotic but sturdy treehouse made of wood. This treehouse was enormous. In fact, it should be said that this group of treehouses was impressive enough for Lu to be amazed by the creativity of Thompson and his gorilla tribe at first sight. Because this treehouse stood atop a redwood tree over 10 meters high and had a large area, Lu could see at a glance that it was formed by the interlaced branches of several large trees nearby, creating a massive foundation for this grand structure and providing strong support. A short distance from the treehouse, there was a large tree with a somewhat concealed ladder made by Thompson and his companions, constructed from branches they had broken off. Taking this path, Lu quickly reached a floor that was slightly lower than the treehouse. From the treehouse looked very chaotic, simply constructed with branches to create a basic rain shelter, and the entire tribe's members lived here. Of course, the elderly members who have been abandoned by the group can no longer live here. They can't provide food for the group and can only leave alone, surrendering to life and death. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lu. When Thompson arrived at the treehouse with Lu and a group of subordinates, the gorillas already stationed there noticed them. Except for the clueless baby gorillas, the other gorillas instinctively stood up to welcome their leader, Thompson. One female gorilla even came forward, wanting to lean against him with her head. These gorillas still didn't realize that their leader had changed, thinking that this strange group of their kind were just prisoners brought back by their leader. However, Thompson clearly hadn't forgotten that he was now under someone else's command. He waved his hand to shoo the female gorilla away, then turned and approached Lu with a slight air of deference, seemingly wanting to take him inside for a tour and trying to please him with something. Noticing Thompson's change in mood, Lu also got up and signaled for Thompson to lead the way. Subsequently, under the puzzled eyes of the other gorillas, Thompson led Lu deeper into the treehouse. After about 10 meters, they stopped beside a platform made of very thick wood. Thompson looked at Lu and pointed to the platform, indicating that Lu could sit on it. It was only then that Lu realized Thompson thought they were going to a group of stray gorillas to take over their nest. Therefore, after being defeated but not killed, he brought him to this platform, representing the status of a leader, to announce Lu's position to the unaware tribe members. Although it seemed to serve only a symbolic purpose, when Lu saw Thompson and the other gorillas, including the subordinates brought from the old nest, all looking at him, he no longer hesitated. He stepped onto the platform, raised his arm, and roared loudly. The gorillas below responded immediately, roaring along with their king. At first, the gorillas from Thompson's tribe were quite confused, but seeing their leader roaring, they joined in, and from that moment, this tribe came under Lu's rule. After this interaction, the gorillas from Thompson's tribe clearly became more accepting of the change in leadership, cooperating more with the data statistics arranged by Lu, rather than secretly taking their young ones and escaping amidst the chaos. Since gorillas do not have a concept of counting or time, adulthood is mainly determined by their size. If they can stand on all fours and reach a height of 1 meter, they are considered adults. From the data compiled by Caesar, Lu learned that this gorilla group has a total of 298 members, including 233 adults and 65 young ones, with 8 newborns. Looking at this data, Lu felt genuinely happy because this gorilla group had significantly increased the labor force, and it also meant that Lu's group would have a stronger fighting capability to defend their home. Due to the long distance and the considerable time spent on counting, Lu and his crew decided to squeeze in with Thompson and spend the night in the treehouse.
The next morning, considering that the previous nesting houses were all full, relocating all the gorillas from here would require expanding the cave space to accommodate them.
At the same time, since the gorillas that had previously lived in the woods might feel a loss of freedom when suddenly moved to the cave, which could even lead to potential suicides due to adapting to a new environment, Lou planned not to move all the gorillas at once. Lou allowed Rocket to stay and rest for a day before continuing to explore deeper, leaving Caesar behind along with 30 gorillas that had followed from the old nest to ensure Caesar's safety. "Caesar, the first reason I'm leaving you here is that you are my right-hand man, and I believe that currently, only you have the ability to control this group of unevolved kin. The second reason is that I need you to ensure the food and safety of these kin after Thompson leaves." "Caesar, can you do it?" Lou brought Caesar to a more secluded corner and explained the reasons for leaving him behind and what his task would be. "Boss, don't worry, I will protect these kin. As for any potential rebellion, my Berserk 8 physique skill isn't just for show," Caesar assured Lou with confidence. "Great, I'll leave this to you then. I'll head back with Thompson shortly. They need to evolve, so this place is yours to manage." After finishing his words, Lou patted Caesar on the shoulder to encourage him. He then turned and left, heading towards the old nest with his prepared crew and Thompson's group. This time, Lou did not take all of Thompson's kin with him but only brought the 50 strongest gorillas, not only to prevent them from threatening Caesar's management but also because a suitable number of gorillas would be more easily accepted into the group. Due to the large number, their speed inevitably slowed down, and it took 2 or 3 hours of traveling through the treetops before they returned to the old nest. Previously, due to Koba training the team with the Empire's sword, when Lou came back from his mission, only Caesar remained at the base. However, as soon as Lou returned, Koba quickly arrived at the base to show concern for the king. After that, Lou took Caesar and the others to conquer other gorilla tribes, leaving Koba to guard the base. After getting Koba to arrange a resting place for the gorillas they brought back, they began preparing to inject the ALZ-113 genetic drug into Thompson and the others, so that they could also take part in the glorious evolution. Chapter 24: Knowledge is Power. To ensure that Thompson and the others could quietly undergo evolution without disturbance, Lou specifically had Koba clear out 50 rooms, so that each gorilla could lie comfortably in its own room. Although injecting them with the genetic drug was a very simple task, Lou did not delegate it to other gorillas, because this was a miracle, and Lou did not want to rely on others to accomplish this. Lou went from room to room, first calming the gorillas undergoing evolution, then took out the serum and injected it into their shoulders, ultimately helping them relax and get a good sleep, to welcome the new world tomorrow. After a busy half-day, Lou was exhausted, but thinking about how Thompson and the others would complete their evolution and the family would grow again filled his heart with a sense of achievement. The night was pleasant, quietly slipping away, as the sun warmly kissed the sentry's cheek. After a comfortable night of sleep, Thompson opened his eyes. "Who am I? What am I? Where did I come from?" As the gorilla pondered, Lou couldn't help but smile, not out of mockery but in joy at gaining a new family member. Thompson and the other gorillas who underwent the genetic drug injection started to think as soon as they opened their eyes, marking a sign of successful evolution. After finishing his morning exercises, Lou arrived at Thompson's door and instructed the guard to wake up the other gorillas undergoing evolution for assembly. He first knocked twice on the wooden door, then directly pushed it open and walked in, interrupting Thompson's philosophical musings. He looked at Lou with innocent big eyes. "All right, Thompson, welcome to the new world. First of all, congratulations on successfully completing your evolution. Next, you might need to undergo some training," Lou congratulated the confused Thompson. Of course, Thompson, who had never learned Chinese, could not understand, but he had not lost his memory. Seeing his king arrive, he got up from his bed. Seeing Lou wave to signal him to follow, he quickly caught up and walked out of the wooden house to the small square, where he found the other tribe members gathered. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity about everything around them. Lou ascended the steps to a platform, coming face to face with the gathering of orangutans. Roar! Lou didn't say much, he simply used his roar to shift their attention from deep thought back to himself, and suddenly they remembered. "It's him, he poked me and then fell asleep, and now he is like this. Is he our king?" 50 pairs of eyes focused on Lou, but instead of feeling pressured, he remained calm and confident. He had Koba take them down to have specialized orangutans teach them English. Lu believed it wouldn't be difficult given their intelligence, since at the moment, they were just strong little babies. After completing this task, Lu turned his attention back to the construction of the old nest. He couldn't bring himself to use the 5 blood orchids he had drawn earlier, so instead, he planted 3 of them by the river next to the old nest. Thinking that the blood orchids should thrive in the Amazon rainforest, they likely preferred a slightly more humid growing environment. It had already been a week since he last checked on them. Although he had asked the 2 female orangutans who frequently groomed him to keep an eye on them while he was in seclusion, he still didn't fully trust them. Arriving at the woods by the river, he saw one of the female orangutans sitting next to the blood orchid flora bed made of branches, intently watching the orchids, occasionally glancing around with a vigilant gaze to ensure the area was safe. When she turned around and saw Lu, she paused for a moment but then became cheerful, hopping over to his side and speaking in the Chinese Lu had personally taught her. "King, you're here. We've been keeping a close watch on this flora bed, and whenever children come to play in the water nearby, we send them away. Little Flora, you've worked hard. Here is some monster meat rich in elemental mana. You and Little Grass can share this as a reward," Lu said, pulling out a 10-kilogram piece of monster meat and tearing it in half, giving 1/2 to Little Flora. Since he had arranged for Little Flora and Little Grass to take turns guarding the 3 blood orchids, Little Grass might be resting now, so Lu could only ask Little Flora to give the monster meat to her. Standing beside the flora bed, watching the flourishing growth of the orchids, Lu couldn't help but feel a wave of joy in his heart. Since they can grow, then there is a possibility of reproduction. It seems he should try to see if he can pollinate and reproduce them later. Seeing that the blood orchid was perfectly fine, Lu felt relieved. As for whether it could reproduce later, that was just left to fate. There was nothing he could do since he didn't understand it. After encouraging Little Flora for a moment, he left and returned to the nest. He then began to inspect the nest, which had become quite massive after continuous carving and widening of the entire cave. Under careful planning, the entire cave was shaped to widen inwardly in a circular form and then dug upwards to maintain a height of about 4 meters. The entire cave has been electrified now. They brought back a large number of diesel generators and diesel fuel from San Francisco, using wires to achieve basic lighting with light bulbs, allowing Lu and the others to no longer live in darkness. Using the abundant forest resources from the Sequoia National Forest, Lu constructed one room after another inside the cave using wooden planks, occupying the front half of the cave. The back half of the cave mainly consists of Lu's living area and public service areas. For example, Thompson and the others, who are currently receiving word education from Maurice, are situated in the school's area, where they are taught the simplest English words. Not far from the school is the dining hall of the nest, responsible for providing daily meals for the tribe. In the back half, there is a small square where Lu holds discussions with his subordinates, with Lu's residence and throne directly facing it. To the left of the throne are the dining hall and school, while to the right are the warehouse and library. In this way, a simple guerrilla tribe has formed. Although small like a sparrow, it is complete with all necessary components. Currently, the main workforce of the tribe has not been utilized. Instead, most are engaged in learning. First, they receive basic word education at school, and after 2 weeks of study, they are allowed to self-study using elementary and secondary school textbooks from human schools at the library. At present, there are only 2 intellectuals in the tribe, Lu and Caesar. However, both have little time to teach them, so they can only engage in simple self-study, looking up words in the dictionary for things they do not understand and consulting Caesar if they still have doubts. Although they have IQs comparable to humans, without the education provided by the multiverse Gacha system, they still cannot compete with humans. Therefore, Lu has been reluctant to occupy San Francisco, which has few inhabitants he cannot afford to lose. Chapter 25: The Return of Humanity. While Lu was quietly developing with his tribe, the human world was gradually beginning its action to reclaim San Francisco. At the outset of the disaster, a highly infectious, deadly virus that spreads through the air caused immense harm to the residents of San Francisco and the entire state of California. However, just as the disaster was about to spread to other states, Will appeared like a savior, bringing with him a vaccine for the deadly virus. Yes, it's the same Will who invented ALZ-112 and improved ALZ-113, and he is also Caesar's father. While bearing a vaccine for this virus, he proposed how to create, cure, and immunize against the deadly virus like a genius, before the nation's experts even had a chance to react. Upon learning that the gene therapy he held had been stolen, Will knew he had drawn the attention of certain forces, especially after the research center was attacked the next day, along with the city's riots. All that was happening made Will desperate to escape the city that had already lost his father and Caesar. So, after consulting with his girlfriend, the two decided to leave California and set off by car to Ohio on the third day. The pleasant scenery along the way did lift Will's spirits somewhat, but not long after, he learned from the car radio and Twitter about the outbreak in San Francisco. Although he had left there, he still had one or two friends at the research center, so he quickly called to inquire, only to find out that they had escaped to the countryside by the company helicopter and were fine. However, the situation changed a week after the outbreak of the deadly virus. Even his friends, while on a farm away from the city, became infected, and by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Initially, Will didn't know that the origin of the deadly virus was the ALZ-113, which was improved from ALZ-112, until an expert group reported the main outbreak points of several viruses on television, accompanied by several photos. The outbreak points were mainly distributed around the zoo and the primate shelter where Caesar was located. Originally, the expert group was going to focus on suspecting that the virus was carried by wild animals, particularly primates. However, due to certain political reasons, the expert group, warned from above, could only change their statement and claim that this virus is a man-made genetic weapon, a retaliation against American citizens by terrorists from a Middle Eastern country. This was meant to divert the public's attention away from the terrorist attacks and towards a lack of understanding regarding the deadly virus in San Francisco, contributing to the virus spreading throughout the state. However, through company resources, Will obtained a distribution map and some unreleased photos, which included pictures of the deaths of research center caregivers, and even a blurry outline of ALZ-113. While others focused on the time of death and clinical symptoms of the deceased, Will immediately directed his attention to the gene therapy, because that was what he had created. When thinking about the significant likelihood that the genetic drug he created caused this disaster, Will felt afraid. To cover up his mistake and prevent ALZ-113 from spreading into a global health crisis, Will decided to redeem himself by researching a vaccine. Using the vast data in the computer and Will's exceptional research talent, he developed a vaccine to suppress the deadly virus within a week. However, lacking the means to mass produce it, he had to seek assistance. While presenting his research to a strong pharmaceutical company in Ohio, he caught the attention of the visionary chairman, who saw business potential and collaborated with Will to establish a pharmaceutical company. With the support of Capital Operations, many media outlets began promoting Will's vaccine, making him a savior who was set to thwart the conspiracy of terrorist organizations in the U.S., gaining immense popularity. After successfully negotiating collaboration with the U.S. National Health Bureau, the government financed the purchase of vaccines from Will's company, which were then distributed by the government for use. Following the containment of the deadly virus from spreading beyond California, the State Department began to plan the governance of San Francisco. Through an open bidding process, 10 companies from various industries were chosen to participate in the reconstruction and recovery of San Francisco's economy, sharing management of the city with the restructured San Francisco government, essentially giving half of the governance power to private enterprises. As for whether there is any behind-the-scenes manipulation by super capitalists, that remains unknown. Of course, none of this concerned Lou. However, the helicopters and firefighting planes frequently flying overhead compelled Lou to refocus on dealing with the situation in San Francisco. Dear residents, please do not worry. The California government has organized firefighting teams from all over the state to carry out citywide disinfection. There's no need to panic. Moreover, after 8 a.m. tomorrow, you can come to the front of the San Francisco City Hall to receive the government-distributed vaccine against the deadly virus. Let me repeat that. From the phones, computers, and radios he had brought back, Lou was already aware of the U.S. State Department's plan to restore order in San Francisco, but what concerned him most was the vaccine for the deadly virus. Based on the plot Lou learned about from his past life, in the next decade or so, the virus would spread worldwide, causing massive human casualties, with only a small portion of humanity surviving due to having antibodies in their bodies. Although he previously knew that companies like Umbrella and organizations like the Empire existed, which would prevent such an outcome from the virus, he didn't expect the vaccine to be researched so quickly. It seems that the technological development in this world is remarkably advanced. These messages weighed heavily on Lu's heart. The return of humans would inevitably impact Lu and his kin's lives. This was unavoidable, and figuring out how to develop quietly in the presence of humans became the most important task ahead. However, there was some good news. Earlier, Lu learned through his phone that the characterization of this viral outbreak by the United States was that it was a genetic weapon from Middle Eastern terrorists, not the ape flu. This indicated that humans were not focusing primarily on themselves and their kin. Will, congratulations on winning the bid with your company. We will soon become colleagues and work together to serve all the voters of San Francisco. The deputy mayor of San Francisco oversees public health and health management affairs, so it can be said that he is a colleague of Will, who is responsible for the reconstruction of San Francisco's medical multiverse Gacha system. Thank you for your blessing. I will keep working hard, and I hope we can enjoy our collaboration. After Will distractedly dealt with the deputy mayor, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down over the entire city, his eyes gradually consumed by ambition. When a person makes a mistake and is not punished, and instead, after making amends for their mistake, is rewarded, they will no longer feel guilty about their mistake. Instead, they may complain that their mistake wasn't big enough, hoping to gain more through the same means. Chapter 26, Crisis. After realizing that humans might be preparing to return to San Francisco, Lu came alone to the edge of the forest, gazing from afar at the city of San Francisco across the Golden Gate Bridge. He could see dozens of firefighting planes from various states above the city, continuously spraying a specialized disinfectant to conduct a thorough disinfection of the city. However, as Lu watched, he noticed something was off. Above the Golden Gate Bridge, 3 helicopters, vastly different from the firefighting planes, were crossing the bay, heading in Lu's direction. If they were normal civilian helicopters, Lu wouldn't have paid much attention, but when his enhanced vision revealed that one side of the helicopters was actually equipped with heavy machine guns, he was instantly startled. After all, although he was capable of dodging bullets and even enduring being shot a few times, his kin had just begun to train and had only slightly increased their strength, so in the face of such heavy weaponry, Lu and his kin would have to avoid the danger. As the helicopter approached closer, Lu no longer stayed in the trees to observe. He headed straight back to his lair, while the 3 helicopters were not far behind. Unit 1, the infrared detector has spotted a gorilla rapidly running below, heading towards our 2 o'clock direction. Hey, Unit 3, could it be that it's been scared away by our helicopter? Ha ha ha. On the helicopter right in the middle, a squad of mercenaries from Europe was silently waiting for the fight. To lighten the mood, one of them joked after hearing the pilot's report. Hey, newbie, shut your mouth. The boss hasn't said anything yet, and you dare to crack jokes? It's not your turn to break the ice here. A tough-looking white man glared at the newcomer, telling him to be quiet. Alright, number 2, stop talking. He's just in charge of logistics, not knowing the rules. He might make mistakes, said number 1, smiling briefly at number 2, but then quickly resumed his serious expression, looking at the team members inside the cabin. It's fine that the newbie made a mistake just now, but I don't want to see any of you making such small errors, as I want you to help me earn US dollars in the next mission. It's quite difficult to find someone skilled at making money. Watching the seemingly tough captain appropriately suit the team members, as they had taken a month-long vacation before accepting this mission, although they were given a week for adaptive training, number 1 still wanted to give them a little reprimanding. After saying this, he no longer cared about their reactions and started communicating with the driver. Number 3, are you sure it's a gorilla? Yes, number 1, I'm sure it's a gorilla. If it's a gorilla, then it's easy. Gorillas usually live in groups, so as long as we follow this one, we should be able to find their nest directly, and see if we can locate the employer's target for the mission. Just a week ago, the mercenary group that number 1 belonged to received a hiring task from Will, the boss of Caesar Pharmaceuticals, to provide security. Of course, all of this doesn't matter. What is important is that the boss suddenly said 3 days ago that they had to go to the Redwoods National Park across the Golden Gate Bridge to find a gorilla and capture it as a subject for developing a new product for the company. It turned out that Lou had been filmed by cameras while searching for supplies in San Francisco with his subordinates, and Will had seen Caesar, whom he had raised like a son for many years. Thus, Will decided to bring him back. Previously, he was just a worker who couldn't protect Caesar or provide him the same freedom as others, but now he was considered one of the upper echelons of San Francisco. It was time to bring his son back to enjoy life. So, as the number one responsible for the smuggling of wildlife in the Rust Mercenary Corps, he received this task with his subordinates. However, they viewed these two tasks as essentially one, as they couldn't tell which gorilla was their boss's pet.
Number 1, something's wrong.
This gorilla is going very fast, we can barely keep up with it at our speed, number 3 reported to number 1 in a shocked voice.
Before number 1 could respond, Lou quickly left the detection range of the probe.
Oh, damn it, this speed shouldn't be possible for it, for crying out loud, number 1, we lost it. Got it, even though we lost it, we roughly know the direction, so just fly in the direction it disappeared. At first, Lou didn't notice that the helicopter was following him, but after swinging through the trees for a while, he realized the helicopter had been right behind him the whole time. Once he figured out that they might be trying to find their den through him, Lou began to accelerate and slowly change his direction, guiding them in another direction. After Lou led them away from the direction of their lair, he swung as fast as he could until he changed direction and no longer saw the helicopter following him. Then he finally felt relieved. To be on the safe side, Lou circled around the nearby 10 kilometers for an hour, and after confirming that no planes were trailing him, he quickly rushed back to the lair, needing to ensure the safety of his clan.
2 hours later, Lou returned to the lair.
Upon arriving at the square inside the cave, he immediately ordered the guards to gather all the clan members. He had something to announce. While waiting, Lou was constantly thinking about how to mount a fierce counterattack against the invading enemies while preserving the clan to the greatest extent, to warn the humans on the other side. Half an hour later, even the members of the Imperial Sword who were in training arrived at the lair except for Caesar and 50 clan members who stayed back with another guerrilla group. Everyone stood in the square. Clan members, humans have invaded our territory once again, and this time it will be very dangerous because they have deployed heavy weaponry, which may threaten the lair. Therefore, I have decided to send the elders and the young ones to temporarily hide with Caesar, while the rest of the guerrillas will stay to defend our home. In the forest, there is no such thing as ladies first aside from the young ones, the rest have no right to avoid the fight. He directed Rocket to escort the guerrillas carrying only food to Caesar and to return as soon as possible for support, after which Lou began to make his own crisis management plans. Number 1 on the helicopter now had a dark expression because he realized he might have been tricked by that gorilla. Having flown nearly 100 kilometers, he had not seen even a trace of the gorilla, let alone its lair. Although the boss mentioned before the mission that his pet might be quite intelligent and that they should pay extra attention, number 1 clearly hadn't taken it to heart, so he got played by a gorilla that was inferior to humans, which made him feel embarrassed and furious.
Chapter 27, Sudden Shooting.
Perched on a thick branch of a tree, Lou sat quietly, waiting for the arrival of the enemies. Around him were more than 100 clansmen, while Rocket's scout team patrolled the perimeter, equipped with 10 bows that they had extracted previously to scout the enemy and hunt them down. Since the humans had arrived by helicopter, which offered them great mobility, and considering the vastness of the forest, it was likely the enemies wouldn't find them, Lou chose not to initiate a search for the foes. Buzz, 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 buzz. With intense concentration, time slowly passed in Anne's waiting until an hour had gone by. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades gradually grew louder in Lou and his clansmen's ears, bringing them bad news. They had once again been discovered by humans. Previously, a lot of logging had been done around the old nest for its construction, with fresh stumps scattered about. In San Francisco, where the death virus had been rampant for nearly 2 months, it's unlikely anyone had ventured deep into the Redwood National Forest for logging. Because of this, Lou understood that the old nest was not safe. If humans approached, they could quickly locate the area around the nest based on various traces, so he only kept 10 orangutans at the nest for guarding, while the others were positioned around to form a defensive line. This operation was an all-out effort. All 30 members of the Empire's Sword were equipped with an AK-47, 3 specialized magazines, and 120 rounds of ammunition, while wearing bulletproof vests modified by their clansmen, each equipped with 3 grenades. As for the other orangutans, they were armed with 5 assorted weapons from Flora 8, which, although chaotic, were all firearms. There was even a large sniper rifle, but without a compatible scope, it was left to collect dust at the bottom of the armory like a firewood stick. Number 1, Based on the data I pulled from the San Francisco Police Department, they had sent 3 teams before the outbreak of the death virus in an attempt to strike a devastating blow against the orangutans in the forest, but they didn't succeed, and were instead met with a counterattack that led to the complete annihilation of all 3 teams. However, it seems they managed to locate the orangutan's nest using satellite tracking. I checked with GPS and found that location isn't very far from us. At this point, number 4 was searching for Lou's nest using satellite and other technological means, and inadvertently discovered the operation data from the San Francisco Police Department, thus reporting to number 1. Of course, all this thanks to their boss, Will, who granted number 1 access to his credentials, allowing number 4 to enter the police multiverse Gacha system to gather information. Understood, number 4, send the location to number 3 and have him take us over to see if we can find that group of cunning orangutans. After answering number 4's report, he pressed all the microphones. Attention everyone, we are getting close to our target, prepare for battle, and double-check your gear. As the captain of this hunting team, number 1 is very meticulous in every aspect because he doesn't want any mistakes in his decisions that could lead to losses for his team members. After giving orders, number 1 shifted his focus to the selection of the rappel point, knowing that they couldn't just attack the gorilla's lair head-on. After all, the task this time was to find the boss's pet and capture the experimental subject. It's quite simple to inflict damage on a group of gorillas, you just need to find them and spray them with a mounted machine gun. However, capturing them alive significantly increases the difficulty. Therefore, number 1 planned to test the strength of these gorillas first. If they weren't too clever, he'd use a net trap to catch some. If they proved to be quite intelligent, he'd primarily focus on capturing the boss's pet and come back equipped with a stun gun and tranquilizer. As they got closer to the target location, everyone in the cabin was on high alert, maintaining a tense state, ready to rappel down at a moment's notice. Boss, we've found their traces. Through the infrared detector, number 3 spotted a gorilla sitting in a tree. At first, he thought it was just playing with fruits, but as the helicopter continued to fly, more and more gorillas appeared on the screen. From their distribution, number 3 keenly noticed that they seemed to be distributed in a certain pattern, almost as if scouts had been sent out from their team, scattered in all directions. Number 1, the gorillas below seem to have some combat awareness. I suspect the ones below might be sent out as scouts to gather intel on the enemy. I believe the failure of the previous police chief's mission is related to this. Hearing number 3's report, number 1 took it very seriously and instructed him to choose a suitable spot to drop them off. Although the infrared detector could effectively detect enemy situations, it still required someone to go down and capture them. However, before number 3 could select a landing site, he was startled by the dense array of red dots on the screen. Number 1, it seems we are about to reach their lair. There is a large cluster of gorillas here, in great numbers. I suggest we choose a farther spot to rappel down from. After observing the situation on the tablet in his hand, number 1 decided to probe their position. He then activated his earpiece, notifying the pilots of the 3 helicopters to reduce altitude and hover over the area. The gunners prepared to fire, marking the targets for each team member, clarifying the objectives. Once the 3 gunners were ready, fire! Immediately, 3 bursts of gunfire erupted from the machine guns, aimed at the gorillas hiding in the trees. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets flew rapidly from the barrel, shattering leaves on the treetops, penetrating the trunk, and then hitting the unsuspecting Lou and other gorillas hidden in the trees. Hearing the gunfire, Lou sensed the danger and immediately shouted to climb down, then used elemental mana to cover his body as he began to ascend. Most bullets only shattered some leaves and branches before ultimately embedding themselves in the thick trunk, but some gorillas were not so lucky, getting hit and losing consciousness as they fell from the trees. Lou had no time to mourn for them, not even witnessing this scene, because he was rushing towards the helicopter. Only by bringing it down could they avoid being gunned down. Swiftly weaving between branches, Lou aimed to get below the hovering helicopter and shoot it down. However, Lou soon realized that the machine gun followed his movement and attacked him, forcing him to constantly change directions until he found he couldn't get close at all. Watching his kin be attacked, Lou's eyes turned red. Previously afraid of the humans' onslaught, he had never actively attacked them, but today the humans taught Lou a lesson: any creature can be slaughtered by humans without hesitation, it's a fight to the death. With no time to think, Lu quickly climbed to the treetops, pulled out the thunder stick from his inventory, and smashed it down onto the nearest helicopter's rotor, attempting to bring them down.
Chapter 28, Counterattack, Retreat.
Unfortunately, the thunder stick Lu threw missed the helicopters hovering in the sky, which instead caused the 3 helicopters above to lock onto Lu, all targeting him. Realizing that what he threw was too small and hard to hit the helicopters high above, Lu did not hesitate and pulled out a brown pill from his inventory. Yes, it was the growth pill he had drawn earlier. Popping the pill into his mouth, he swallowed it whole, and as soon as it hit his stomach, he felt a warm flow coursing through his body, as if his muscles and bones were being stretched apart. In less than 10 seconds, Lu had doubled in height, standing over 3 meters tall, nearly 4 meters, a true mini King Kong. Due to attracting their fire when he threw the thunder stick, Lu had to jump down from the tree and use the dense tree trunks to shield himself from the bullets raining down from above. However, now that Lu had grown stronger, he felt that his strength and the elemental mana within him were exceptionally abundant, much stronger than before he took the medicine. He covered his hands with a film of elemental mana, then came to a withered tree about half a meter thick and over 10 meters tall. He took a horse stance, wrapped his arms around the dead tree, and exerted force from his waist, trying to pull the dead old tree out of the ground. The elemental mana within him was working vigorously, continually providing Lu with a relentless flow of strength. Hey ah! With Lu's shouts aiding him, and thanks to the roots of the decayed tree having died, the dead tree was quickly uprooted. Lu tucked it under his right arm, squatted slightly to gather strength, and then leaped upward. Lu's agile figure leaped directly to the treetops over 20 meters high, rushing towards the nearest helicopter. Before they could react, he swung the stick made from the dead tree. Seeing a creature rapidly approaching, the pilot prepared to gain distance by raising the helicopter, but Lu's swinging stick already struck the fuselage. The effect was very apparent. The helicopter was smashed down into a large pit and fell into the forest. The pilot above was immediately crushed, and the team members inside, due to the door being destroyed, fell along with the helicopter into the woods, shattering with the explosion. Lu didn't have time to worry about whether this helicopter would crash and hit the members of his tribe, as there were still 2 more helicopters that needed his attention. Seeing one of his helicopters get swept away, number 1 felt both fear and anger. The loss this time was too great. Looking at the gigantic gorilla before him, number 1 angrily dismissed thoughts of capturing it alive and simply aimed to kill it instead, intending to bring the body back. After all, the cadaver had research value. He believed the boss would be pleased. Concentrate fire on that giant gorilla in the middle. Over there, no need to capture it alive, it can be dead. After ordering the team members on 2 helicopters to concentrate fire on Lu, the members next to the hatch opened the side doors, with both helicopters hovering in the air, surrounding Lu at the center. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The mounted machine guns and the assault rifles in the hands of the team members sprayed flames of death, trying to kill Lu right there. Facing the rain of bullets from above, Lu's elemental mana barrier provided him excellent protection. The elemental mana barrier perfectly mitigated the impact from the bullets, rendering them powerless against him. However, the situation is not very optimistic, as numerous bullets are hitting him. Lu needs to maintain a full body coverage of elemental mana for an extended period, which is rapidly consuming the elemental mana within him. If Lu cannot find a good solution and just stands still, he will quickly run out of elemental mana. He randomly chose a helicopter, using a dry tree in front of him to shield against bullets, and then rushed forward, intending to take down one enemy first. Seeing Lu closing in quickly, the pilot of the chosen helicopter hurriedly retreated, and the crew on the side noticed that the bullets fired from the mounted machine gun had little effect. He grabbed an RPG rocket launcher from the weapon rack, crouched beside the door, aimed at Lu's trajectory, and after predicting his movement direction, pressed the switch, launching the rocket. Bang! The rocket, trailing flames, slammed directly into Lu, causing a violent explosion where it collided with the dry tree in his hands. The immense force knocked Lu backward, almost causing him to step off the treetop and fall. The massive explosion split the dry tree in half, drastically reducing Lu's attack range. He could only get closer to the helicopter to attack. During their clash, the helicopter behind Lu stopped attacking him at some point, as it turned out that the guerrilla clan previously caught off guard by a sudden attack had regained their composure. To relieve pressure from the king, they chose to focus their fire on another helicopter that Lu couldn't attend to.
Dozens or even hundreds of bullets converged on one helicopter, assuring that at least some would have an effect. Click.
The helicopter that was dodging got hit in the glass at some point. After being struck repeatedly, the accumulated kinetic energy eventually shattered the glass, and bullets hit its two pilots, killing them instantly. After losing its pilots, the helicopter spiraled down and was pierced through by thick branches. The crew on board lost consciousness due to the plane's prior loss of control, with some falling from heights of 20 to 30 meters and getting skewered by branches. Returning to Lu, he felt the pressure off his back, and directly covered his body with the elemental mana membrane. The previous explosion nearly caused the membrane to collapse, but thankfully, it held up in the end. Looking at the two pieces of dead wood clutched in his hands, Lu first placed one aside, then raised the other and threw it towards the helicopter, not caring whether it hit or not, and threw the one he had set aside as well. Using the dead wood to block the bullet's impact, he quickly approached the helicopter.
Bang, bang, bang.
During the run, Lu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and his body unnaturally twisted in mid-air, avoiding several bullets aimed at his vital spots. Lu was slightly taken aback because his previous reactions were purely instinctive. The imminent danger posed by the bullets had triggered his body to react directly, and it was also due to his body being able to keep up with his brain's commands that he could achieve such capabilities. Looking up at the gun aimed at him from the co-pilot seat of the helicopter, Lu felt a chill in his heart. Had he not dodged the bullets, he would likely have been seriously injured or even killed. Therefore, he decided not to rush through the treetops anymore, jumping down and weaving through the denser foliage, still wanting to sneak up on them.
Number 3, let's retreat.
A rocket launcher can't kill this kind of creature. It seems we've encountered a monster. This is beyond what we can handle. Let us have the boss communicate with the military about it and let them deal with it.
But number 1, I think we can kill it.
There's no need to go through the military to eliminate it, otherwise, our commission will be difficult to secure, and we also won't be able to explain to the captain about the brothers we've lost if we come back empty-handed.
Number 3 voiced his discontent. Number 3, who is the boss here? It's you, number 1. Then let's hurry up. I'm not willing either, but that gorilla has already demonstrated enough strength and intelligence. Its danger level is too high. I'm afraid if we delay any further, we'll suffer total annihilation here. So I'm saying this again, do you understand?
The more he explained, the louder his voice became, until at last number 1 shouted because it seemed he was very displeased with number 3's objection.
All right, we're listening to you.
Seeing number 1 get angry, number 3 had no choice but to suppress his dissatisfaction, steering the plane awkwardly back home.
Chapter 29, Reflection, Strategic Retreat.
As Lu was moving through the forest, he suddenly noticed that the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades seemed to be fading further away, and there were no bullet sounds overhead, which puzzled him. Climbing up a nearby tree, Lu realized that they had fled, showing no concern for their fallen teammates, and had directly flown away towards San Francisco.
Damn, they just run away like that? Don't let me run into you again.
After going through the initial anger, Lu managed to calm himself down forcefully, as there were still many things to be done. All he could do was to curse as he watched the helicopter fly away. Seeing that they were not trying to launch a counterattack, Lu also decided to leave, planning to return to the grove where he had previously laid an ambush. His earlier negligence had led to his clan being suddenly attacked, and now the casualties had yet to be counted. Lu needed to take charge of the situation.
After this battle, Lu realized he had underestimated humanity.
After all, he was just an ordinary person before his rebirth, and he didn't know much about high-tech equipment. Moreover, perhaps because the previous attack was resolved too easily, Lu's heart began to swell with complacency, thinking that humans weren't as clever as he imagined. They hadn't even changed their tactics, continuing to use the same fighting methods as before. While on the way, Lu also reflected on himself, pondering why he was caught off guard this time, having to rely on his own drugs to confront the helicopter in the sky. The strength of his clan is still too weak. They need time to learn human knowledge and then contribute back to the development of the clan. Through this attack, Lu realized their weakness in air supremacy. For humans who have helicopters and combat capabilities, the gorillas that can only fight on land are just living targets. Finally, to prevent those who manage to escape from returning with stronger firepower to seek revenge, Lu decided to abandon their current base. It was ultimately too shallow, making it easy for humans to find them. He needed time to grow stronger with his clan.
Koba, how are you? Is anyone hurt? What is the casualty situation among the clan?
Wang, we have lost 6 clan members, and 13 were injured, among which 3 are critically wounded and cannot be saved.
Koba lowered his head, reporting to Lu with a sorrowful expression.
These were all his clan members. He wanted to take revenge, but after witnessing the terrifying firepower of humans, he realized that currently only Wang could withstand it. The other guerrillas were completely useless. Therefore, he could only grieve silently, unable to avenge his clan, his heart filled with guilt and helplessness.
Hearing the casualty numbers, Lu felt a pang of pain in his heart.
These were all the clan members he had painstakingly rescued from San Francisco. Although it didn't sound like many, compared to their total number, it was a significant loss. Most of them were killed in the previous sudden attack while unable to dodge in time, directly shot down by machine guns. Seeing the sorrowful Koba, Lu could only walk over and pat his shoulder to offer comfort. His subordinates may wallow in the pain of losing their kin, but as the king of the tribe, he cannot allow himself to drown in sorrow, for he still has duties to fulfill. Let Koba drag over the corpses of the dead humans, then dig a large pit to throw the bodies into, creating a big mound of graves. This way, if humans come here to gather intel, they will surely be curious whether this mound is a grave built by the guerrillas for their kin. They will probably dig it up, but whether their faces will change when they discover that it is human remains uncertain. As for Lu's fallen kin, Lu has no intention of leaving them here, because if their genes are discovered, it could lead to the conclusion that the virus that had previously spread throughout California actually originated from gorillas.
Regardless of how Lu and his kin hide afterward, humans would stop at nothing to eliminate them.
Returning to the lair, Lu instructed everyone to take whatever they could carry and first head to Caesar's for a rest, before continuing deeper into the interior. They needed to break into smaller groups and disperse throughout the forest so they would not be easily discovered. The relocation operation lasted for 2 full days. After all the guerrillas left for the Thompson tribe, with Lu's helpless sigh, the cave entrance was blown up with explosives that Lu had set, covering everything inside,
silently waiting for its master to return.
As for the bodies of the kin, they were placed in the deepest chamber of the cave during the move, cremated, and the entrance was blocked with stones.
When Lu prepared to relocate, the first unit also returned to Caesar's company.
Back at the company, the third unit headed straight to the captain's office. After getting off the plane, he might be reporting the situation to the captain. The report-loving guy. The fourth unit, being the technician of the team, always looked down on rough types like the third unit. After seeing the third unit get off the plane and hurriedly leave without greeting anyone, familiar faces knew he was going to find his dear captain.
"Alright, fourth unit, you know he's sent by the captain to supervise us.
It's fine to vent a little, but don't let him catch you." The second unit, who has a low presence, told the fourth unit to stop venting. The fourth unit complied, for although the second unit rarely spoke and had a low presence, no more than 2 people in the entire mercenary group had better shooting skills than him. He was the one who fired the bullets that made Lu feel threatened. Hearing the second unit's words, the fourth unit stopped venting and looked towards the first unit, waiting for the command. "Number 2, go report the situation to the boss."
"Number 4, go meet with the finance team to hand over the list of deceased personnel from this operation and their compensation and insurance. Make sure it reaches their families. Everyone else can go back and rest properly."
Dismissed. After saying this, he said no more, gesturing for number 2 to follow, then dismounted the plane and headed towards the boss's office. "Uncle, I think the reason for the failure of this operation was Kyle's command mistakes. Otherwise, we could have quietly captured at least 10 guerrillas and claimed the reward the boss promised us. But due to Kyle's excessive caution and focus on safety, he opened fire directly at a group of guerrillas, which provoked the leader of the guerrillas, a gorilla over 4 meters tall, into attacking.
Resulting in...
Wait, a gorilla over 4 meters tall? Are there really gorillas that tall on Earth?
Don't joke with me here. Just because I sent you to supervise Kyle doesn't mean you can spout nonsense."
Maku, the leader of the Rust Mercenary Corps, glared at his nephew, who was a head shorter than him, with fierce eyes. I assure you, I'm not exaggerating, it was indeed that large, otherwise we wouldn't have lost 2 helicopters.
But primarily, it was Kyle's command error, I think.
Number 3 looked at his fierce uncle, feeling a bit scared instinctively, but he still pointed out Kyle's mistakes, only to be quickly interrupted by Maku.
Alright, you don't need to say any more. I'll have Kyle come over to explain the remaining details.
As for you, remember, don't use my name to intimidate others, you are just my nephew, and I can have many nephews.
Now, you can go.
After that, he no longer paid attention to number 3, turning back to his leather chair and began to contemplate while looking at the towering buildings of downtown San Francisco. Seeing that his uncle no longer engaged with him, number 3 could only leave reluctantly, preparing to return to his room for a good rest.
Chapter 30, The Emperor Organization.
On the 16th floor of the San Francisco building is Will's exclusive laboratory, the Caesar Gene Drug Research Institute, where Will has invested a substantial amount of money to purchase equipment for researching gene drugs for the human brain. At that moment, while observing cell activity under the microscope, Will's computer received a visit request. Looking up, he saw that it was Kyle and another mercenary. He clicked to accept their visit request, then placed the sample he was holding properly, closed the microscope, and walked out of the laboratory to his office to wait for Kyle's arrival. Since Will is now financially well off, he directly bought the 7th floor of the San Francisco building, from the 10th to the 16th floors. The 15th and 16th floors are solely for Will's use, so the notice for Kyle's 2-person visit was sent from the 1st floor. Only with Will's consent can they take the elevator to the 15th floor, and there is no option to apply for the 16th floor at all. In the oversized office on the 15th floor, Kyle met their boss, who was sitting in a leather chair, his hands crossed under his chin, continually stroking his deliberately maintained beard with his thumb.
Kyle, you know my time is very valuable.
If you are here to report that this mission has failed and neither Caesar nor the gorilla was retrieved, then you can get out.
I might even need to consider replacing your rusty mercenary team.
Seeing that Kyle didn't look like he had good news to report, Will's increasingly dignified face became serious, and he was the first to question him. I'm sorry, boss, we indeed failed both missions, and we also lost 2 squad members and 2 helicopters.
I apologize for that.
However, boss, we discovered a giant gorilla. This gorilla not only possesses intelligence comparable to humans but is also incredibly strong, capable of withstanding RPG rocket launcher damage with only minor injuries. Rather than keeping his head down and taking the blame, Kyle explained to Will why such great losses were suffered, and had number 2 pull out his phone, as he had recorded the gorilla during the previous battle.
We want to confirm if this gorilla is the pet Caesar that you want, boss.
Although they may differ in size, both have high intelligence and it could possibly have mutated from it.
And even if it isn't your pet Caesar, just based on its size, I'm sure you would also be interested in it, so I hope you can give me a chance to receive more powerful fire support, and I will definitely bring it and all the gorillas from the forest park back for you. After handing the phone to Will, Kyle began to defend himself and hoped that Will could give him another chance. Will did not answer immediately. He flipped through 10 photos one by one. Looking at the gorilla that was much larger than its peers in the photos, Will furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long time, and the air in the office seemed to grow tense. Not knowing how long had passed, Will took a deep breath to ease his emotions and said, Kyle, send me a copy of the photos later. You guys go back and rest while I will ensure that the compensation for the injured team members reaches their families without a penny missing. As for whether you need to continue this action, I will think about it carefully and will give you a timely response. If your leader asks, just tell him the truth, but make sure he and all of you do not spread it around, otherwise it could negatively impact the immigration plans of the San Francisco government. After saying that, Will gestured for Kyle that they could leave. He had other matters to attend to. After waiting for a while, Kyle's email came through. After confirming that it was indeed the photos he needed, he opened his inbox, found a contact, and sent an email including those photos. After clicking send, Will did not close the email interface because he wanted to reply to the person on the other end as soon as possible. After waiting for a while, the inbox did not clearly receive an email, which made Will feel that the other party might be busy with other matters, so he decided not to wait any longer and planned to close the computer and return to the lab to continue his research. Just as his hand touched the mouse, a video call request came in unexpectedly. He didn't expect the other party to take it so seriously,
so he adjusted his sitting posture and accepted the video request. On the screen appeared a middle-aged white man with gold-rimmed glasses, looking very elegant and gentle. His public identity was Benjamin, the Speaker of the California State Assembly, but he also held another identity, that of a council member for the American branch of the Imperial Organization. "Will, I apologize, I was just handling some government affairs and did not reply to you in time, so I directly called in a video chat, hoping I didn't disturb you." The courteous Benjamin politely explained to Will the reason for his delayed response. "Of course not, it was my oversight not to consider that you are busy. I apologize for my lack of foresight, however, seeing the photos sent by my subordinate did indeed excite me a bit too much," Will responded, shaking his head. "It's okay, when I received your email, I was also very excited, so I couldn't wait to make the video call immediately. The photos you sent in the email indeed resemble the Titan beast our organization is looking for, but it should still be in its juvenile stage, perhaps only born a few months ago." Hearing this news made Will even more excited. A beast that had just been born recently meant that there must be an adult Titan beast nearby. As long as he could find its location, his experiment could progress even further. Recalling that just over a month ago, Will's Caesar Pharmaceutical Company, with the support of major shareholders, successfully bid to participate in one of the 10 company seats in the San Francisco Economic Recovery Plan. At the charity gala that night, Benjamin had taken the initiative to approach Will. Benjamin straightforwardly explained his intentions and persuaded Will to join his organization, the Emperor's Organization, which needed scientists like Will who specialized in cerebral research. However, Will did not choose to join on the spot. Although Will did not agree to join immediately, he expressed his goodwill by stating that he would be willing to join as long as the Emperor's organization could demonstrate sufficient strength. Starting Caesar Pharmaceuticals came at a cost for Will. While he received full support from the major shareholders, he was also forced to sign a lifetime employment contract, preventing him from joining other companies for research. After Will expressed his difficulties, the Emperor's organization stated that these were minor issues and that they could resolve them as long as he was willing to join the organization. The next day, Will's major shareholders declared the previously signed lifetime employment contract null and void. As the breaching party, they transferred all shares of Caesar Pharmaceuticals that belonged to them to Will. These events made Will realize the strength of the Emperor's organization, leading him to call Benjamin the same day and express his willingness to join. Following that, with the organization's funding and the significant cost incurred by Will himself, he managed to equip the laboratory within a month. Meanwhile, he learned that he would primarily be responsible for researching whether the brain cells of the Titan beasts were beneficial to humans. As for what a Titan beast is and what it looks like, he had already familiarized himself with that information through his access on the Emperor's organization's website. Therefore, upon learning about the existence of a Titan beast not far from Sequoia National Forest in San Francisco, he was extremely excited. "We need to find this Titan beast. It's the closest to your research facility. You take charge of finding it, and once you do, I will dispatch my subordinates to help you control it." "This is of utmost importance," Benjamin said solemnly. "All right, Chairman, I will send my team to find it as soon as possible. I also think the smaller one has some value, so I will capture it too." As Benjamin's subordinate, he could be close to him, but this subordinate would not dare to overly familiar and call him by his first name. "These are minor issues. You decide what to do. As long as we control the Titan beast, the smaller one will naturally fall into our hands." "All right, now that it's settled, let's take action. I'm waiting for good news from you, Will." Then he closed the video. Watching the video screen turn off, Will relaxed and slumped back into his chair, thinking about the next plan. Chapter 31, Migration. In the Thompson tribe, Lou sat on a wooden stump, facing 2 rows of guerrillas, one led by Maurice and the other by Caesar Koba, consisting of combat personnel. "Everyone, although we successfully drove the humans away in this operation, our own losses have also been significant, and since we did not annihilate them completely, we are very likely to face human hunting once again. Our old nest has been discovered by them. This treehouse is enormous, and it is not very far from the old nest, as helicopters can find this place in less than half an hour. Therefore, I think we may need to advance deeper, and we can't move in large groups as this would easily expose our whereabouts. Do you have any suggestions?" Lou looked at his subordinates and expressed his thoughts.
Wang, if we need to scatter for migration, ensuring the safety of the cubs and the elderly will be very challenging. Maurice, as a logistics officer, immediately thought of the vulnerable groups within the tribe and raised a question. That is not a problem. I will arrange for the members of the Empire's sword to escort you in batches. For now, you just need to ensure that there is enough food prepared for this migration. The other issues will be handled by Caesar and the others. Caesar, you have 1 day. Take your 50 subordinates and hunt with all your might. You must prepare enough meat for the upcoming migration. Yes. Koba, although we have decided to migrate in batches to deeper areas, I need you to take the scout team and thoroughly investigate the movements of the humans. Notify me promptly when they get close to the tribe. Yes. Looking at over 500 tribespeople crowded in this forest, Lu felt a deep sense of sorrow for his own weakness. The humans are so powerful, how can we possibly escape? Previously sailing smoothly, Lu suddenly felt dejected at this moment, but he did not show it in front of his tribespeople. He even considered using the dark gear nerfed from the reward inventory to strengthen himself, but after looking at the description of the dark gear nerfed, he chose not to use it. Dark gear nerfed weakened, a dark creation from the Digimon world, which enhances the user's combat power upon use. The user's original attributes merge with dark attributes, but it can lead to a fickle personality, and dark elemental mana will affect nearby beings, guiding them into darkness. How to use: touch the user's skin, the gear will automatically enter the body. In this scientifically grounded world, Lu is afraid that using magical things could lead to irreversible consequences, such as being unable to reproduce or losing the intelligence advantage brought by genetic drugs. In short, he has no intention of using it on himself. Suddenly, Lu clapped his hands hard on his knees. Right, how could I have forgotten? I can use it on other animals since I won't be using it on myself. Previously, Lu maintained the stereotype from cartoons, leading him to keep a respectful distance from it. However, having reached this point, he could only take the plunge. His previously low spirits lifted suddenly, but after feeling the great change in his emotions, he secretly reminded himself to cultivate his character and not let difficulties defeat him easily. Now that there was a plan, Lu felt more assured and didn't just sit on the tree stump blankly thinking of countermeasures. Instead, he decided to indulge in a lottery to lift his spirits. As for using dark gear nerfed on animals, he could just have his subordinates bring it back. It wasn't necessary for Lu to go personally. Calming his mind, he opened the multiverse gacha system and went to the lottery page, quickly choosing a single draw without looking further. Lu just wanted to enjoy himself. The other gacha points would be saved for a 10 draw, he couldn't spend too much. Having accumulated several gacha points from previous 10 draws, Lu made a draw right away. However, most of it was training resources, and the most useful were 3 bottles of plant cultivation liquid from the grassy plains, which Lu used to cultivate blood orchid. To be fair, professionals are professionals. Under the nurturing of the plant cultivation liquid, the growth of blood orchid was very promising. The roots had grown additional stems and leaves, indicating that the blood orchid had begun to take root and reproduce. Click to start drawing. The roulette started spinning, and he didn't pay attention to the prizes on top since he wouldn't be receiving a thank you anyway. Clicking stop, the speed of the spinner gradually decreased until it finally came to a halt. M3E1A tracking missile launcher, complete with 5 rounds of rocket ammunition. Upon seeing the prize he drew, Lu's eyes lit up because this weapon would allow him to no longer face human helicopters head-on, adding a strategic weapon against aerial enemies. Seeing his luck so good this time, Lu couldn't resist the urge to try again. Looking at the 65 gacha points displayed on the homepage, he thought that drawing once more wouldn't be a big deal. So he clicked for another draw. A dish, Soul Requiem noodles, created by the top chef from Chinese cooking genius, a glowing dish that can alleviate extreme emotional fluctuations in the eater. At first, when Lu saw the name, he thought it was some kind of dark cuisine. However, after watching the prize explanation, Lu no longer hesitated and picked up a bowl as large as his head to slurp the noodles. After eating the soul-reviving noodles, Lu felt a wave of calm wash over him, no longer caught up in the excitement of winning a good prize. Thus, Lu stopped his erratic behavior, closed the lottery page, and focused his attention on other matters. 1 day later.
Looking at the results of the entire tribe's hard work from the previous day, Lu felt quite satisfied.
At least they wouldn't run out of food on the road ahead.
Thankfully, it was still early autumn, and the evening weather was not too cold, so they only brought a small amount of warm clothing and bedding. Then, with a command from Lu, the team began to move, first walking a kilometer south toward the treehouse, then changing direction and delving toward the eastern coastline. Lu instructed the team to spread out according to their previous groups, maintaining a distance of 200 to 500 meters between each group. As the king of the tribe, Lu naturally had to lead by example to showcase his strength. Only with sufficient military power could he intimidate those guerrillas in the tribe who had yet to develop a moral compass. Due to carrying a large amount of supplies, it was difficult to navigate through the branches, so Lu led the team laboriously through the rolling forest. Walking in the dim primate forest, threats loomed everywhere. Whether it was snakes, insects, mice, ants, or wolves, seeing the guerrillas passing through their territory, they all wanted to take a bite to see if they were to their taste. At that moment, Lu, accompanied by 4 silverback gorillas clad in armor, was unstoppable on the path forward, clearing the way for them. Alongside Lu were Caesar, Thompson, and Little Flora, each leading a powerful team to pave the way for the tribe.
Chapter 32, Giant Bear.
Silently making their way through the forest, the only sounds in the tranquil primeval forest were the clinking of their armor and the chirping of birds overhead. Suddenly, Lu sensed a dangerous aura hanging in the air, and at that moment, the birds overhead ceased their chatter, seemingly trying to appease someone by keeping quiet. The other 4 silverback gorillas felt the shift in atmosphere and quickly moved closer to Lu, backs pressed against each other in a defensive stance. Sensing the oppressive presence of an unknown opponent, Lu waved his hand backward, signaling them to pull back a bit to avoid getting hurt while he dealt with the adversary. With the sound of branches cracking and breaking, a gigantic figure gradually emerged. Lu stared intently in the direction of his opponent, remaining extremely vigilant. Finally, the massive figure revealed itself to be a brown bear. Its gigantic size made Lu's face change dramatically, as he estimated that this bear was already over 3 meters tall, just on all fours.
He dared not imagine how huge it would be standing upright.
The brown bear did not seem to move quickly, but it had a long stride, and before long, it was just 50 meters away from Lu. Faced with the enormous creature, Lu didn't want to flee without a fight, so he chose to pull out a thunder and lightning rod from his inventory, planning to test his skills against the bear. If he carelessly turned his back to run, not only would he be vulnerable to those silverback gorillas, but even Lu might not survive. Covering the thunder and lightning rod with elemental mana, he leaped into the air, using a tree trunk as leverage to jump onto the bear's head, intending to deliver a powerful blow. Despite Lu's incredible speed, his movement was interrupted. The bear stepped back, raised its right hand, and swiped at Lu. Unable to maneuver in mid-air, Lu had no choice but to take the blow. Bang! After crashing through 2 large trees, Lu was slammed against a third tree, momentarily dazed. If it weren't for the elemental mana shielding his entire body earlier, he might have broken several bones and died on the spot. Realizing that the opponent's strength was overwhelming, Lu knew he had to use his trump card, otherwise, he might wear himself out here. Reluctantly, he took out a growth potion and swallowed it. While retreating to dodge the bear's attacks, Lu signaled the 4 silverback gorillas to hurry and alert the others to avoid this direction for now, and also to keep their distance. 10 seconds flew by in an instant, and Lu once again endured the agony of his flesh being pulled, transforming into a mini King Kong standing 4 meters tall. Noticing that the thunder and lightning rod was no longer suitable for his size, Lu put it away, broke a nearby large tree, and swung it towards the brown bear. Seeing the suddenly enlarged monkey, the brown bear grew furious because it now had to look up to see its opponent's actions.
"Oomph, so you can just grow taller, huh?"
The brown bear suddenly stood upright, crossing its arms to block Lu's descending strike.
It then pushed aside and opened its drooling mouth, roaring at Lu.
Roar! Lu was fierce and said little. He grabbed the tree trunk and started smashing it. Faced with such an attack, even the brown bear had no choice but to passively defend itself.
Bang, bang, bang.
Due to its short arms, even though the bear had greater strength, it was forced to react. As Lu kept attacking, the bear's 6-meter-tall body began to retreat. It then tripped over the roots of a large tree and fell straight back. Seeing this, Lu wasted no time and rushed forward to smash down hard, continuing until the sturdy trunk was broken, at which point Lu stopped to see if he had killed the brown bear. Feeling that Lu had stopped, the bear that had originally planned to get up and strike Lu felt a pain. It turned out its left hand had been broken. It had been alright when it wasn't moving, but as soon as it tried to move, the injury was aggravated, leaving it unable to get up, and it lay down on the ground howling in agony. Originally wanting to climb the tree to throw stones and test whether the bear was dead, Lu also halted his movement upon hearing the noise, stopping at a distance from the brown bear and quietly observing its actions. After a dozen minutes, seemingly tired from howling, or perhaps feeling that its opponent had left, the bear slowly used its right hand to assist in turning itself over and managed to get up. Not until the bear sat up, leaning against a tree, did it notice that Lu, who had returned to his original size due to the medication wearing off, had a look of terror in its eyes. Ever since it defeated its elderly father, no animal in this jungle had ever injured it. But this monkey before it could not only grow bigger and smaller but had also managed to break its own leg, causing the bear to realize the strength of Lu. Despite not being as tall as it was, Lu was still stronger. Therefore, fearing that Lu would grow big again and kill it, the bear also endured the pain and lay down, showing Lu that it submitted. Looking at the brown bear in front of him, Lu was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that this imposing bear not only had a massive body but also seemed quite intelligent, understanding the need to surrender voluntarily to survive. Knowing Lu's own abilities, he wasn't foolish enough to think he could kill a raging bear. He accepted its submission, but Lu remained vigilant, instructing the bear to lie on its back and wait for him to approach. While observing the brown bear, Lu was also fully activating his Berserk Ape physique skill to replenish the elemental mana within his body. At this moment, Lu's elemental mana was still quite abundant. Using elemental mana to wrap his entire body, even if the brown bear suddenly attacked, he would still have time to react. Slowly approaching the brown bear, he reached its side and gently stroked its head. Seeing that it quietly accepted the touch, he decided to be more forward. His hands traveled down to the brown bear's belly, stopping there while he stroked and observed. Lu still couldn't believe that this bear, which could stand nearly 6 meters tall, would submit to him. When he saw that even touching the belly, which was usually a weakness for most animals, did not elicit much reaction from the brown bear, Lu finally dared to relax and let it sit up. Seeing the pitiful brown bear sitting up and indicating that its paw was hurting, Lu had no good solutions. It was still not the right time to ask Maurice to bandage its wounds, so he could only let it endure for now. After indicating that he wanted to follow it to its den, the brown bear reluctantly endured the pain and led Lu toward its cave, occasionally stopping to sniff the flora at the roadside and then eating some. After leaving a mark, Lu followed the brown bear all the way to its den. Chapter 33, The Cave, Making a Home. Although the brown bear had already shown submission, Lu, possessing human-level intelligence, remained vigilant. The only trump card he had to subdue this giant beast nearby was that enlarged pill. Following the brown bear deeper, they encountered few hardships along the way since it had already made a path. The only difficulty was that the brown bear was slowed down due to its injuries. When Lu followed the stone, yes, it was named Stone by Lu. As Lu guided Stone through winding paths, they passed a naturally formed white gravel beach scattered with numerous white bones, some still smeared with dark dirt, looking as though they had decaying chunks of flesh that hadn't been cleaned properly. For some reason, even on the gravel beach, tall redwood trees thrived and even grew thicker and taller, making the distance between the trees larger, allowing Stone to navigate through the woods. After crossing the gravel beach and dense forest, the terrain around them became lower, and finally, upon exiting the forest, they were blocked by a stone wall before them. Walking along the stone wall for a while, Lu found a recessed cave in a hidden corner. Thanks to the cover of the trees and the cave's natural formation, it was very secluded. Lu hadn't even noticed the entrance until he got close. Standing at the cave's mouth, the angle blocked out the light from the outside trees, so from the outside, it appeared pitch black, and he had no idea how deep it was. But seeing that the rock had already walked inside and turned to look at Lu, it seemed to be asking, "Should I go in? If not, I'll go in and sleep to recover." In the end, Lu decided to follow the rock inside. He held a powerful flashlight in his left hand and the last oversized pill in his right, ready to increase in size to deal with any sudden situations. As he entered the cave, a wide stone path made of pebbles appeared before Lu. As he walked deeper inside, he noticed that the cave widened from the entrance to the interior. Although the entrance didn't seem very high, only about 1 or 2 meters taller than the rock that crawled on all fours, the height inside the cave changed as he went deeper. The road of pebbles sloped gradually downward, and even with the powerful flashlight shining ahead, Lou couldn't see the boundaries of the cave. It seemed incredibly deep. The ceiling above also arched upward continuously, forming a dome-like structure. It was unclear whether the rock had night vision or was just very familiar with the area. Even though Lou's flashlight was blocked by the rock's body, it still found its sleeping place directly. In the vast cave, apart from the light from Lou's flashlight, there was not a trace of brightness. The air in the cave might have become foul due to the rock residing there for a long time without paying attention to personal hygiene, leading to an increasingly pungent smell from the entrance to where the rock lived. When they stopped, Lou began to shine the flashlight around while observing the rock's bedroom and dining room. He suddenly noticed what seemed to be the sound of flowing water, and without paying attention to the rock's bedroom, Lou quickly headed toward the source of the sound. Halfway, he stumbled over something and nearly fell. However, Lou didn't pay it much mind and continued straight to the source of the water sound. It was an underground river. Looking at the underground river flowing before him, Lou felt extremely satisfied. It was concealed, spacious, and not lacking in water, a truly excellent place to live. Looking at the rock lying on a carpet made of various animal furs, eyes closed in feigning sleep, the pain from its broken bones occasionally surfaced, causing it to continue to grunt even while remaining still, looking pitiful. Rock, the master wants to move in with the clan to live with you. I wonder if you would agree. If you don't speak, I will take it as your agreement. The rock, with eyes wide open in confusion, looked at Lou, who was smiling and softly calling out in a language it didn't understand, feeling quite baffled. It seemed that the rock didn't have the intelligence to comprehend what Lou was saying, so Lou decided not to waste any more time. He took out 50 kilograms of deer meat from his inventory and placed it by the rock's mouth. After it lowered its head to start eating, Lou gently patted its head. The stone just shuddered and didn't show any signs of guarding its food. Thankfully, it wasn't protective, it was just a big bear. After letting the stone continue to eat, Lou quickly headed towards the cave entrance. He needed to bring his clan members over to settle them in, so that he could calm their restless hearts. As for what to do if the stone disagrees after it comes, well, there is nothing that can be done. It will either go out to sleep or Lou will have to deal with it. Of course, if the stone is sensible, Lou could allow it to stay with the clan in the cave. Following the path he came from, Lou's pace quickened since he didn't need to wait for the injured stone. After half an hour, in the place where he had battled the stone earlier, Lou met up with Buck and the others who were waiting for him. When Caesar and Maurice received the news and arrived here to see the severely damaged trees around, they felt worried for their king. If it weren't for Buck, one of the 4 silverback gorillas, telling them that when they left, Lou was evenly matched with it, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape, there wouldn't be anything to worry about. Since there were still many elders and cubs in the clan to look after, Caesar could only let Buck and the others wait here while also searching the surroundings, in case the king was injured and collapsed nearby, and then he went back to calm the clan. Upon hearing Buck's explanation, Lou felt reassured about Caesar. While the king's whereabouts were unknown, he was able to arrange for both the search for the king and the calming of the clan. He has quite the talent, truly one of my best generals. Lou thought to himself. You all act separately and notify the teams stationed in various areas to gather here to me. I have found a suitable place to settle, so let them come quickly. I will wait for them here, go now. After saying this, he urged them to set off quickly. Since the distances between the teams were not far apart, finding one team would allow quick notification to the others. Thus, after receiving Lou's notification, Caesar led a large force to begin gathering towards Lou, while one gorilla from the Sword of the Empire was sent to Koba to inform him of their movements. Perched on a tree, Lou caught sight of his clan members coming over with bags and bundles from a distance. Lou hurriedly climbed down the tree and approached the front of the group. They were still unaware that their king had undergone a fierce battle, they only knew that the king had found them another place to settle down, and they all looked at Lou with slightly weary yet expectant eyes. Facing the eager looks of the clanspeople, Lou said, "Fellow clansmen, I have found a great place. I believe this time we will be able to settle down there and expand our tribe."
With a passionless speech, Lu turned and waved. "Let us go."
Then, accompanied by over 500 clansmen, they marched grandly towards the rock cave. Perhaps due to the lingering aura of the rock, no other animals appeared along the way, not even the calls of the birds overhead seemed to be heard. Due to the large size of the group, they inevitably slowed down. After confirming that the dangers along the way were minimal, half of the adult gorillas were sent ahead to settle down in the cave with the supplies they carried. With a team of over 100 adult gorillas, their speed noticeably increased. In the bewildered gaze of the stone, over 100 light sources suddenly burst into view, nearly blinding it. Suddenly standing up, it shouted loudly towards Lu and the others. "Awu!" Even though Lu had warned them in advance that a bear would be inside and to be mentally prepared, seeing such a large brown bear suddenly roar at them still took Lu by surprise. Seeing the agitated stone, Lu could only quickly approach, using the torch to illuminate his own face.
"I wonder if the stone will recognize me,"
Lu thought curiously, contemplating as he approached the stone. The stone, with a tense and fierce expression, glared at the group of monkeys before it, but in its mind, it wondered if they would be just like the monkey from before and beat it senseless. Suddenly, the stone's nose twitched. It was the scent of that monkey.
Chapter 34, Plans and Arrangements.
Lu walked over with the torch, looking at the menacing stone, and unleashed a barrage of words at it.
"Oh, oh, oh."
While roaring and pounding its chest upright, it used its imposing presence to suppress the stone, showing that the damage Lu had caused was deeply remembered. Knowing that the monkey before it brought its own kind, even if it was reluctant, the stone could only slowly relax its body and lie down, its fractured arm constantly reminding it. After seeing the stone continue to lie down, Lu also stopped the show of force. Noticing that the 50 pounds of deer meat just given had been eaten, he took out another 10 pounds of deer meat and threw it in front of it. Watching the stone bury its head in the meat and no longer be on guard, he instructed the clansmen following behind to set up the generator and light bulbs, hoping to get the cave illuminated before the other half of the clansmen arrived. Seeing the gorillas roaming around in their territory, knocking and tapping, the stone felt dissatisfied, but knowing it could eat meat without having to go out to hunt, the stone felt it wasn't that important. After using nails and wood to secure the light bulbs on the stone wall of the cave, pulling the power lines, and emptying all 12 liters of diesel from the barrel, Lu pulled the door valve, and the generator started running. Click, click, click. The electricity from the generator lit up the light bulbs, instantly driving away the surrounding darkness, even startling the stones. Due to the limited number of light bulbs carried earlier, only the area Lu planned to settle in was illuminated. The entire cave was surprisingly large for Lu. The massive stones in his sleeping area occupied the left side in the middle of the cave, while the spot Lu chose to settle in was on the right side of the cave. Originally, Lu thought that with over 500 gorillas, they would have to live crowded in the cave. However, the light revealed the cave to be unexpectedly vast, and even Lu felt he couldn't see the top of the cave. Looking inside, the area that the light bulbs illuminated still didn't reveal the end of the cave. However, it was noticeable that the terrain sloped lower the further in they went, and both they and the stone chose to settle in a flat area on this slope. In the middle was the underground river Lu discovered, serving as a barrier between the clan and the stones, and for now, Lu was still uneasy about it being with his clan. After arranging the supplies, Lu took the freed clan members to help the other half move things, aiming to settle quickly and get some good rest. The previous group of clan members hadn't had a chance to rest since moving out of their old nest. Half an hour later, Lu brought Caesar and others into the cave. With torches and lights illuminating the way, Caesar and the others were not startled by the stones like the previous clan members, and similarly, the stones also did not become as agitated as before. "Maurice, there isn't enough time today. Let the clan have their meal and then rest properly. They must be tired after the journey, and we'll reorganize the supplies tomorrow."
"Okay, Wang, I'll arrange that now," Maurice responded and, at Lu's suggestion, took little Flora to arrange dinner and the accommodation for the night.
"Caesar, since we've decided to settle here, we need to investigate whether there are any creatures or supplies around that might affect our survival. This will be the main task for the Sword of the Empire moving forward. Currently, the scouting team is not at home, so we can only trust the Sword of the Empire with this heavy burden. Remember to arrange for the gorillas to keep watch. We can't fully trust that giant bear yet." With Koba not present, as the supreme leader of the Sword of the Empire, Caesar had to take on these trivial matters.
Caesar listened sullenly to the tasks assigned by Lu, occasionally offering his own opinions.
As a gorilla educated in the ways of humans through the multiverse Gacha system, Caesar could be considered the most capable member of the group aside from Lu. After assigning the tasks, Lu glanced over at Stone and saw it laying on its fur bed, sound asleep after finishing the deer meat. Thinking about Stone being injured and not likely to get up to move around tonight, Lu felt relieved and turned toward the makeshift camp. As he walked, he pondered about when to return and bring back the buried warm supplies. It's already early autumn now, and the cave is starting to become cool at night. He believes it will only get colder in the coming months, making warmth a significant issue. Due to time constraints, a part of the gorillas from the Thompson tribe had not yet received their gene drug injections, resulting in lower intelligence. They were unable to grasp the threat posed by Stone nearby and huddled together, unresponsive to any attempts at calming them. Seeing this situation, Lu felt powerless, only able to wait and see if they would be a bit better after resting for a night. Their emotions are too volatile right now, making it unsuitable for gene drug injections. Holding a bowl of seaweed egg flora soup in his left hand and a piece of wild boar jerky in his right, he enjoyed his dinner, eating the meat with a sip of soup. As for why it was seaweed egg flora soup, don't ask. The simple answer is that in his previous life, he only knew how to make seaweed egg flora soup and it was necessary to supplement some trace elements. Realizing that they couldn't afford to waste away, he decided to make some tools once they settled down tomorrow to see if they could grow some easy-to-survive crops like potatoes or sweet potatoes in the cave. As for rice and wheat, which require large-scale land clearing for planting, it's still a risky endeavor for the Lu tribe, who are currently in hiding. They need to conceal their position well. With the light illuminating the scene, watching the exhausted tribe members sit down comfortably and happily eat their dinner, Lu felt a sense of satisfaction. Humanity is a thing of the past. He can only fill the intense void of loneliness in his heart by diligently nurturing his kin. After a full meal, it was time for a bonus. Opening the multiverse Gacha system after a day, the Gacha points had returned to a high score of 60 points, plenty to afford a try at luck. Clicking to draw lots, the spinning wheel started to turn. Lu, who has long since grown accustomed, no longer pays attention to the prizes on the spinning wheel. It's all about fate now. I can't just wish for what I want to appear. It's better not to let it pull at my heart. As I clicked stop, the spinning wheel gradually came to a halt. Fire Heart Lotus, grown in a volcanic region of a certain cultivation world, it absorbs rich fire elemental mana to thrive. It can enhance the elemental mana within the consumer and has a certain chance to grant the consumer the fire attribute. It has lost its planting value. After taking the Fire Heart Lotus out from the prize inventory, the surrounding air seemed to become fiery hot. The densely haired Lu suddenly felt drenched in sweat and quickly put the Fire Heart Lotus away. After seeing the description of the Fire Heart Lotus, Lu, who originally intended to mass produce it, felt a wave of disappointment. However, it's not a total loss. This lotus has a full 9 petals, and Lu plans to consume them one by one. First, I'll see if it's enough for me to awaken my fire elemental mana. If it is, Lu wouldn't mind keeping it as a reward for Caesar and the others, the gorillas who have contributed to the tribe. Feeling lucky tonight, Lu decided to call it a night. Previously, after feeling lucky once, I noticed that the next time my luck would wane a little. Thus, after an excellent first round of luck tonight, Lu decided to stop playing and go to sleep. Closing the page, I found a flatter area, laid down a wool blanket, and fell asleep right there. Chapter 35, Taming Bears, Camp Construction. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu took Maurice and some supplies to the side of the rock. As my eyes opened, the rock saw 2 monkeys approaching. Instantly alert, it wanted to stand up, but when it caught sight of the jerky in Lu's hand, it immediately made a face and leaned its mouth closer to Lu. Lu grabbed the rock's mouth and stared at it with wide eyes, fixating on its pupils in an attempt to dominate it. After staring at each other for several seconds, the rock finally couldn't hold out anymore and turned its gaze elsewhere. Seeing the rock slowly yielding, Lu understood that taming it couldn't be done overnight. After scratching the rock's chin a few times, I tore a piece of meat from the jerky in my hand and placed it on the ground in front of the rock. As soon as it was set down, the rock eagerly tried to lower its head to eat the meat. Stop! The rock, not understanding Lu's words, ignored him entirely, but Lu held its mouth firmly in both hands, preventing it from eating. The rock stared at the meat in front of it, but its mouth was grabbed and it couldn't eat, feeling extremely angry. It raised its chin with force, trying to shake off Lu's hands that were holding its mouth. The rock pushed its chin up forcefully, while Lu pressed it down onto the ground. Both were engaged in a struggle, one seeking to eat, and the other trying to tame the opponent. Feeling that it couldn't break free from Lu with just the strength of its head, the rock immediately swung its large right palm towards Lu, while its other palm had to support its body to prevent Lu from pressing its head to the ground. Realizing that to dodge this palm, it must first let go of the rock's mouth, Lu decided to endure the strike. As long as it could withstand until the rock was exhausted, taming it wouldn't be too difficult. Wrapping its whole body in an elemental mana membrane, Lu tensed its muscles, preparing to withstand the rock's attack. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, it hadn't been that long. The rock's strike came in an instant, and Lu could only focus entirely on the incoming attack, also pressing the rock's head down with force. Bang! The rock's palm struck Lu hard, clearly filled with anger encapsulated in the elemental mana membrane. Lu felt a tremendous force hit, causing a sweetness in its throat and injuring it. Thankfully, with the protection of the elemental mana membrane, the force was not enough to send Lu flying. However, it did penetrate its body and caused some internal injuries. As the rock swung its hand to strike Lu, it was the moment when its old strength had waned and its new strength had yet to arise. Suppressing its internal injuries, Lu let go of the rock's mouth, turned, and wrapped its arms tightly around the rock's neck, then pressed down forcefully. Since the hand that supported the rock was already broken by Lu, although it may have recovered some after a night's rest, it was still not sufficient for the fracture to heal. Unable to support itself, it was directly pressed down to the ground by Lu, its palm restrained and unable to exert force, so the rock could only be tragically pressed down, powerless and furious. Even with Lu's deep mastery that allowed it to create an elemental mana membrane, after exhausting the rock to the point of exhaustion, it was close to depleting its elemental mana. Feeling the rock's muscles completely go limp beneath it, Lu knew that it had been worn out and there would likely be no major resistance from it anymore. As Lu released its arms around the rock's neck, planning to stand up from its previously crouched position, it realized its legs had gone numb after being tense. Now that it relaxed, it felt the soreness throughout its muscles. He placed the jerky he had just taken out by the stone's mouth and took out a bottle of drink from his inventory, drinking while gesturing for Maurice to come forward and show the stone if he could bandage its injured leg. The aggrieved stone silently munches on the jerky at its mouth, ignoring the actions of another monkey on itself. Clearly, you gave me something to eat, but when I want to eat, you're pinching my mouth. How unfair. Feeling aggrieved, the stone closed its eyes and lay down after finishing the jerky. Even when Lu, who had somewhat recovered, called it ignored him. After all, Lu was providing food, so it felt no need to move today. Lu, unable to perceive the stone's inner thoughts, simply believed it was just exhausted and needed a good sleep to alleviate its pain. After Maurice checked its palm and found no external injuries, he could only tie 2 pieces of wood to it under Lu's guidance to prevent it from moving around. If it weren't tired, it would definitely want to shake off this bothersome thing. The stone was silently contemplating. Now that this significant problem was seemingly resolved, Lu also began to focus on building the camp. After all, with the unstable element of the stone present before, one never knew when it might suddenly attack and eat a gorilla, making it hard to focus on work. Previously, due to Lu's inventory being a massive 1,000 cubic meters, most supplies were stored on Lu, who took out dozens of axes, pickaxes, and a saw from the inventory. He organized 30 gorillas, each with an axe, to go to a place farther from the cave to fell trees for building houses, making tools, and fuel. All these tasks required a large amount of wood. Before they departed, he specifically reminded them to look for trees obscured by tall trees so they could quickly avoid being spotted from above by humans who might see newly cut stumps. Since it wasn't possible to make houses out of reinforced concrete, they would have to rely on stone and wood. The previous 30 gorillas were responsible for cutting and transporting trees, while 10 others remained behind with saws to process the wood that had been brought back. The gorillas that hadn't been injected with genetic drugs needed to receive their shots, and the education of the young ones couldn't be overlooked either. Moreover, the ground inside the cave was still too cold at night. All these tasks needed housing to complete. Thus, building houses became the top priority for this tribe. When building at the previous layer, Lu, who was just an ordinary college student in his past life, could only rely on the little knowledge he had learned about building from wilderness survival shows, gradually figuring out how to lay a solid foundation, how to erect beams, then construct a frame, and finally nail on the planks. After much brainstorming and continuous experimentation, they finally constructed a quite decent wooden house, though it was only 10 square meters in size. That house building experience left a huge shock on the gorillas except for Caesar, as it showed them that the place to sleep could be created in such a manner. This greatly inspired their creative joy, and soon they began to actively propose getting hands-on, from learning how to use the tools to gradually becoming proficient in using them. This process took humanity millions of years, but under Lu's guidance, they accomplished it in just 2 months. With previous experience, Lu no longer needed to closely monitor them for mistakes or to teach them how to use things, so the construction of the camp proceeded at a rapid pace. Soon, after the lumber team had been out for over an hour, they finally returned carrying the wood. The long-awaited Sawyer stepped forward to take the wood and began cutting it. The entire camp came alive, quickly wrapping up lunch before getting back to work. As darkness began to fall, Lu instructed everyone to stop, suggesting they rest well after dinner and tackle things again the next day. After 3 days of intense construction, the camp was mostly completed, with 30-50 square meter wooden houses capable of housing 20 gorillas. Lu designed and built himself a wooden house of over 50 square meters, along with a warehouse, school, library, cafeteria, and other communal facilities. Even with such a large structure, the entire cave still didn't feel cramped in the darker areas. There were still vast expanses of inventory, which sparked Lu's curiosity to explore further. However, cautious Lu decided to wait until after taking the Fire Heart Lotus before diving deeper into exploration. He had been preoccupied with camp construction and hadn't found time to use it, but now everyone was settling into their new home, leaving them with little to do. Therefore, Lu wanted to see if he could enchant himself with the Fire Heart Lotus. Chapter 36, Enhancement Successful. Back in the house, Lu sat cross-legged with his legs folded, resting his eyes for a while until he felt his body had reached an optimal state. He then opened his eyes and took out the Fire Heart Lotus from the prize inventory. As soon as the Fire Heart Lotus appeared in the room, the air around Lu immediately began to warm up. If it weren't for the desire to enhance his strength and the fact that the Fire Heart Lotus could no longer be planted, Lu wanted to find a spot in the cave to plant it, hoping to improve the cave's climate so the camp wouldn't become so cold in winter. Without much thought, Lu reached down to pick up the lotus flora on the ground. However, as soon as Lu's hand touched the Fire Heart Lotus, it abruptly retracted, and he could faintly smell something burning from his finger. It turned out that he had been burned by the high temperature on the surface of the Fire Heart Lotus. He channeled elemental mana to his fingers, and after a while, the pain from the burn subsided. Learning from experience, after Lu applied the elemental mana membrane to his hand, he reached for the Fire Heart Lotus. Although he could still feel the temperature of the lotus on flora, it was as if he were picking up a freshly boiled egg, warm but manageable. Concerned that other flora petals' elemental mana would dissipate while Lu digested them if he picked them all, Lu only plucked one petal and stored it, then put it in his mouth. As soon as the flora petal entered his mouth, it transformed into a pure stream of fire-type elemental mana, flowing down the esophagus into his stomach. Prepared, Lu immediately activated the Berserk Ape Physique skill, channeling this power throughout his body. As the elemental mana circulated with the blood throughout his body, it gradually permeated every part, causing Lu's body temperature to rise, and the skin beneath his thick fur was already drenched in sweat. Initially, the elemental mana entered Lu's fur, constantly reshaping it. His old fur shed, and new fur quickly grew in its place. The originally soft and fluffy black fur fell away, though the color of the new hair remained unchanged. It became denser and tougher, able to cushion Lu against external impacts. Next, the mana infused the skin and muscles, penetrating every skin cell and muscle fiber, altering their DNA sequences so they could store and release fire elemental mana. As the transformation of muscle cells neared completion, the fire elemental mana began to dwindle. With insufficient mana, Lu quickly opened his eyes, estimated the amount of elemental mana needed to complete the transformation, and plucked 3 petals to consume. With the infusion of fire elemental mana, the transformation of the muscle cells proceeded smoothly. After traveling through the blood vessels, the elemental mana further penetrated the bones and internal organs, promoting another growth spurt for Lu's body.
The tender internal organs could only be transformed gradually. Overexertion could easily harm them.
After an unknown amount of time, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and other organs were fully transformed, and the remaining elemental mana gathered in the heart, forming an organ that continuously generated fire-type elemental mana. Due to the complex structure of the brain, Lu did not guide the elemental mana into the brain, but rather added a layer of elemental mana membrane outside the blood-brain barrier to protect it. After completing the transformation of the attribute organs, the entire process can be said to be fully finished.
Throughout the transformation process, since Lu needed to guide and control the elemental mana, he had to endure immense pain just to stay awake.
Because if he passed out, the uncontrolled elemental mana would still enhance Lu's body, but it would not be gentle, and one misstep could cause internal injuries. However, the transformation was successfully completed, and only Lu knows the suffering involved. He won't bring it up with anyone else. At this moment, Lu stood up, curious to observe his own body. After the transformation, Lu, who was originally only 1.8 meters tall, grew to 2.2 meters, making him have to lower his head when going out. Struggling to restrain himself from using the elemental mana, Lu quickly walked out of the house, eager to test the results of this transformation, especially since he had just mastered fire elemental mana, and one slip could burn down the house he worked hard to build. Outside, under the curious gazes of his tribesmen, Lu walked to the boundary near the cave inside the camp, where the light did not yet reach. Channeling the elemental mana that clung to his body, fire elemental mana emerged from his skin, enveloping him in a fiery red shroud. Taking out the thunderstorm staff, with elemental mana clinging to it, Lu struck a nearby rock wall. Bang! With Lu's full force strike, a large hole was created in the rock wall, and a gust of hot wind rushed toward him. Feeling his power strengthen along with the accompanying fire attribute damage, Lu was very satisfied. Feeling the elemental mana surge within him, he attempted to gather all the elemental mana and see if he could create a large fireball, just like he had seen in an anime in his previous life. Guided by the technique, elemental mana slowly gathered in his palm as he attempted to release it. Initially, it was just a small flame, but under Lu's continuous output, it grew larger. To test its limit, he continued even when it had already reached the size of a volleyball. After Lu felt a wave of emptiness and fatigue wash over him, he directed a fireball the size of a yoga ball into the cave. The fireball flew off, and after flying more than 100 meters, it still hadn't hit the cave wall. However, it couldn't hold on any longer and exploded, creating a unique light show for Lu and his tribe. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the loud noise shocked the onlookers among the tribe. Of course, the stones and the unevolved gorillas, having never seen the power of a grenade, were not merely shocked. Lu put away the posture he had used to release the fireball, forcing himself to stand up despite the fatigue. Seeing Lu had stopped his actions, Caesar and the others gathered around. "Boss, was that a hand-rolled fireball you just did? That's not scientific, is it?" As Will's son, raised to believe in science, he could be said to be the most scientific-minded gorilla. But now, Lu's ability to hand-roll a fireball had shattered Caesar's worldview, leaving him in utter shock. "I once obtained a lotus flower in the jungle that emitted high temperatures. After consuming its petals and utilizing the berserk ape physique skill that I taught you, I assimilated the fire elemental mana within the petals into myself, which is how I now possess this fire elemental mana. So, do you all want to have it too?" "Want to?" they replied in unison. "Now there are only 5 petals left, which is enough for just 2 of you to obtain fire elemental mana. So you all need to train hard. Whoever can first release the elemental mana membrane will qualify to come to me for fire elemental mana." "Yes." He then had everyone disperse and first went to comfort the stone. After soothing it, he met with the gorillas who would need gene injections. Then he instructed the other tribe members to properly calm them down, to rest well for the night, and to prepare for gene injections tomorrow, stepping into the glorious evolution. Chapter 37, Surprising Gold Joy. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu began the gene injection work, as he had already arranged the beds for the gorillas needing injections yesterday. A total of over 150 gorillas had not yet received injections, so they were assigned 20 per house, all arranged together, occupying 8 houses in total. Due to the lack of intellect,
Many aspects of the camp couldn't function effectively.
At the same time, this was also to prevent the emergence of negative emotions such as discrimination within the tribe, which could affect their unity. Lu planned to inject all of the over 100 gorillas in one go, laying them down neatly on the beds, and then going from bed to bed to administer the ALZ-113 gene therapy. After a busy day, he finally finished the injections just before dinner. The gorillas who had already been injected and took a nap were led by their kin to school after a moment of confusion. Specialized gorillas were there to teach them some basic knowledge, and Lu wanted to assist them through these crash courses to help them integrate into the group faster and contribute to the camp's construction. After reminding the gorillas in charge of their care to keep a close watch on them and to notify him of any unmanageable situations, Lu returned to his room to rest after a tiring day and dinner.
Who am I? Where am I? Where do I come from?
At that moment, the three great philosophical questions sparked a whirlwind in the mind of a gorilla just awakening. Dazed, he looked around his environment, feeling his mind was incredibly clear, filled with a thirst for knowledge about everything. A relatively attractive female gorilla approached him, reminding him to keep up with the most primitive gorilla calls before turning to head outside. After undergoing the intensive training at the camp school, Komodo had acquired a certain amount of knowledge and was named Komodo by teacher Maurice, sharing a name with a fierce species of lizard. Although he had realized that he had gained the ability to think after undergoing genetic evolution, even someone as intelligent as teacher Maurice was unable to grasp the three great philosophical questions. He was currently applying the knowledge he learned from school, using a long saw with another gorilla to process the wood brought back by the logging team, turning it into one plank after another, repeating the process. After dark, they could clock out and head to the canteen for dinner. Having eaten enough meat, they rushed back to their beds to train, not daring to waste a single second. As Wang had said, strength is fundamental. Anyone who did not train seriously would be punished by not getting enough to eat, so from Lu at the top to the newly started training gorillas, no one dared to waste time. With everyone working vigorously on the construction, the entire camp began to take shape. Under the planning of Lu and Caesar, the public areas were separated from the residential zones, and protective measures had been specifically implemented for the underground river. After a few days of accumulation, Lu's Gacha points had once again broken the 100 mark, reaching a total of 110, as he had been too busy with camp matters to spend them. Now the entire camp is thriving and developing steadily. Seeing the increasingly improved Lu also wanted to celebrate his efforts with 10 consecutive draws. Upon opening the lottery page, Lu treated himself to 10 consecutive draws, watching the words gradually appear in the 48 sector grids, feeling happy and focused. 1 ton of iron ore, $100,000, 500 arrows selectable, an unknown statue, 1 ton of pork, 50 packs of toilet paper, the Changhong sword with the proper technique, 3 points of primordial chi, a voodoo doll. Lu was only able to see more than 10 grids out of 48 before the turntable started spinning. Unable to see the words, Lu could only withdraw his gaze reluctantly.
The Changhong sword? Is it the one I remember from Rainbow Cat in my memories?
Also the 3 points of primordial chi from Xiongba. Wow, this time the prizes are impressive.
The numerous prizes made Lu's eyes glaze over, almost tempting him to rob the multiverse gacha system, but of course, that was impossible.
Stop. Not long after, Lu silently thought stop in his heart, then used his consciousness to click the stop button under the turntable, bringing it to a halt.
Speed enhancement liquid. After consumption, the user can gain a 30% speed buff, effective for levels below 3.
Pain-free pills. After taking it, one will not feel any bodily pain within half an hour.
1 ton of iron ore.
500 arrows selectable, allows the user to choose the model, length, and material of ordinary arrows. Weather controller, automatically binds to the lottery participant, providing a wider range of weather that can be controlled based on elemental mana. The greater the variety and power, the more it is limited by the user's elemental mana. A bamboo copter, a magical item from Doraemon, worn on the head to fly, slow speed, weak protection capabilities, and only allows intelligent beings to wear and use. Waterproof spray, 3-3. The mist sprayed creates a waterproof film that attaches to the surface of the body, preventing water from approaching.
300 pounds of snake meat. From the mutated giant python and anaconda, it has certain growth-promoting effects on biological development.
Voodoo doll, Wizards can use it to cast curses, heal, kill, etc., while users without magical power can only use it once for a normal curse effective against ordinary people. 12 barrels of diesel. Update notice: the total number of lottery entries has reached 300 times, starting the next phase of the multiverse gacha system update. This update will last for 3 days, officially beginning at midnight on January 12, 2005. Please make sure to take out the items you need before midnight. During the update period, the lottery page, prize inventory page, and the inventory page will be temporarily closed. Once the lottery ends and the prizes enter the prize inventory, the multiverse gacha system will issue an update notification, allowing Lou to prepare. The time is set for midnight tonight. Seeing this message, Lou thought to carefully consider what items he needed to prepare during the 3 days when the inventory is closed, so he can take them out early. Of course, the most important thing now is to check the prizes. Looking at the prizes he won, Lou couldn't help but grin with excitement, the corners of his mouth curving up uncontrollably, because he struck it rich. He extracted the weather controller from the prize inventory, which looked like a wand around the length of an adult forearm, similar to the wand of the knife dragon from Jackie Chan Adventures, but the top of the weather controller was a crystal ball the size of Lou's fist. According to the explanation in the multiverse gacha system, Lou learned that this item is directly bound to his soul, as it is the power to manipulate rules. With the aid of the multiverse gacha system, this item can take effect, but if it falls into someone else's hands, it will bring about the thunderous punishment of the world. Looking at the weather controller, Lou felt like he was being tickled, eagerly wanting to try out how effective this item could be with his current strength. Chapter 38, Naming Star City. Stepping out of the cave, in order to better experience the effects of the weather controller, Lou put on a bamboo dragonfly and flew steadily into the air, then landed directly on the nearest large tree. Taking out the weather controller, he used his arm to channel elemental mana from within his body into it, charging it up. Considering that he might need to continuously input elemental mana later to test how long the controlled weather can last, Lou stopped halfway through inputting the elemental mana. Since Lou participated in the lottery in the morning, the forest is now shrouded in thick fog, and even at the top of the towering redwood tree, which is nearly 80 meters high, he is still surrounded by mist from the Pacific Ocean. After stopping the input of elemental mana, 3 weather options appeared in the crystal ball: sunny, foggy, and rainy. To test the power of the equipment and to get feedback upon just entering elemental mana into the weather controller, his fire-type elemental mana could amplify sunny weather, but would equally weaken precipitation types. Thus, Lou chose the sunny weather with amplification effects. After selecting sunny weather, Lou suddenly felt a surge of elemental mana within him, allowing him to freely choose the size of the circle centered on himself. So, Lou tentatively created sunny weather within a radius of 5 meters. Once Lou confirmed the range, he felt the surrounding area starting to heat up. Once the temperature rose to a certain point, it no longer increased. This is, of course, a precautionary measure of the weather controller to prevent the created weather from enhancing indefinitely and to conserve elemental mana. If needed, Lou could manually control the intensity of the weather as long as he had enough elemental mana. Since Lou did not choose an enhancement level, it took a while for him to notice that the surrounding fog was starting to thin. Although the temperature around him began to rise, Lou did not feel overheated. On the contrary, his Berserk Ape Physique skill began to operate automatically, digesting fire elemental mana from the air to nourish his body. However, due to the low level of his technique, the effect wasn't very notable. It took a full 10 minutes for the sea fog in the 5-meter range to dissipate. Moreover, due to the movement of the sea fog, it was continuously replenished. After feeling the effects of sunny weather, Lou wanted to test the power of other weather types. However, he did not expect to be reminded by the weather controller that with Lou's current perception, he could only control one type of weather at a time. Additionally, the amount of elemental mana he had input previously meant that after selecting a type of weather, he could only switch to another after the elemental mana was exhausted. Thus, Lou had to temporarily abandon the idea of changing to another weather type and decided to pass the time by checking out other prizes while waiting for his elemental mana to deplete. He had already used the weather controller and bamboo copter, and found them quite practical. He took out 3 bottles, which contained speed enhancement liquid, pain relief pills, and waterproof spray.
The first two could still improve his self-protection capabilities during dangerous moments, which wasn't bad.
Waterproof spray is supposed to be used for stealth in water, making it suitable for scout teams. However, the gorillas in the entire camp aren't great swimmers, so while it is usable, it's unfortunate that there are too few instances of it available for large-scale use. Looking at the wicked-looking doll in his hands, Lou could only describe it as superfluous, as it was just a basic disposable item to him, usable only to curse his enemies, and even then, it could only be used once. Disdainfully storing away the voodoo doll, all that remained were some supplies. In the hands of tribe members who didn't understand metallurgy, this ton of iron could at most be used for practicing blacksmithing. The 500 arrows greatly replenished the arrow reserves of the scout team, enhancing their logistical support for jungle assassinations. If the 300 pounds of snake meat were given to Lou, he could finish it in a day. However, the little gorillas in the tribe are able to grow faster and better, so Lou decided to share this meat with them. 12 barrels of diesel effectively resolved the fuel crisis in the camp, giving new life to the generator. After reviewing the prizes he had drawn, Lou was also rummaging through the prize inventory, uncovering some items he had forgotten after shoving them away for so long. 2 MG3 light machine guns were put into the prize inventory earlier to avoid damage during the move, along with a fireball staff. Previously, due to the staff requiring time to charge for fireball launches, Lou and T used it in battles against the hired team and Stone. But now, as Lou possesses fire elemental mana, he can be considered an automatic power bank, ready to replenish the elemental mana of the staff at any time, unlike before when it could only be used 3 times before turning into a burning stick. Moreover, using this staff, Lou feels he can cast fireballs more efficiently and quickly. Looks like Lou, can also master both magic and martial arts. Lou thought happily, looking at the staff in his hand. The inventory mainly contains some medicines, ammunition, and essential supplies like accessories. Lou isn't comfortable leaving these in someone else's care, and he thinks taking out half of the ammunition and medicine should be enough. The remaining odds and ends can wait for 2 or 3 days without much concern. Mainly, the warehouse is filled with food for the winter, so there's no room to store these items, and as a result, Lou doesn't plan to take them out. After half an hour of the weather controller running, the elemental mana finally ran out, and the temperature around began to slowly drop, before being enveloped by thick fog. Lou, not waiting for the sea fog to cover him, used his bamboo dragonfly to fly back to the camp. Upon returning to the camp, no one bothered Lou about what he had been doing. They only lowered their heads to greet him while passing by. Seeing a guard approach, Lou inquired about Caesar's whereabouts. The commander is currently in the government hall handling winter food reserve matters. I just saw him looking for you. He knew you went out and asked me to let him know when you got back so he could report to you. Okay, I don't have anything pressing to do either, so no need to trouble him to come over. I'll just go find him myself. Lou then turned and walked towards the government hall, with the guard following behind, ready to complete any tasks Lou assigned. Entering the government hall, there were neatly arranged wooden tables, which were for the camp management personnel to handle affairs, primarily to ensure work isn't taken home. At the back was a wooden desk reserved for Lou's use. In front of it were 4 spots, allocated for Caesar, Koba, Maurice, and Thompson, while the outer row was for mid-level cadres like Rocket and Buck. Hearing footsteps, Caesar looked up and, upon realizing it was Lou, hurriedly stood up to greet him. All right, no need to be so formal. I heard from Holloman that you were looking for me. What's up? Did you encounter a problem? Upon hearing Lou speak, Caesar also relaxed and went back to his seat to grab some data before sitting down next to Lou. Boss, this is the inventory of the winter food reserves I compiled. I calculated based on the daily food consumption of a gorilla, and our current food is enough to last until the end of spring next year. So, boss, should we continue? Yes, of course, and we need to speed up the construction of the campsite warehouse. Right now, we aren't fighting outside, but once we engage with humans from the outside, the food we will need will be enormous. Moreover, our camp only has one exit. If that route gets blocked, without enough food, we will starve to death here. Alright, boss, I'll arrange for the tribe to continue collecting food. There are no major issues in other areas, but what? Boss, we are about to settle down here for a long time, yet we haven't decided on a name for our camp.
I don't know when you would have time to name it for us. Oh, this? Sure, I have time now. Let me think for a moment.
Lou stood up and began to circle around the wooden table.
How about we call it Star City?
It sounds similar to our race and also carries the hope of growing into a city.
I think this name is quite good. What do you all think? I think it's good. I think it's good too.
Caesar and Horryman both agreed with Lou's opinion.
In that case, let's settle on it.
We'll call it Star City. Then Lou had Caesar pass on the message that this would be announced tomorrow.
Chapter 39, Biochemical Crisis? Arrangements.
Everyone, today our camp is officially named Star City. I hope our Star City can shine as brightly as stars.
Let's all contribute to create a paradise that belongs to us, the orangutan tribe.
After a brief but inspiring speech, the naming ceremony for the camp came to a close, mainly to instill a sense of belonging among the tribe members. While walking back to the administrative hall, a gorilla suddenly approached Lou from the side. Upon closer inspection, it was a member of the guard. King, Commander Koba has returned and is almost at the camp entrance. As the guard team tasked with maintaining peace in the camp, they of course had to report to Lou now that Koba was nearing the entrance, considering Koba held a significant position as the third in command of the camp.
Oh, Koba is back.
Just in time, as I need to understand the current situation outside.
Let's go, I have some time.
We'll wait for him at the entrance.
Then, the guard followed Lou as they walked towards the camp entrance.
Before Lou could reach the entrance, he bumped into Koba, who had come to report to him, and they both returned to the administrative hall together.
Administrative hall.
Lou, Caesar, Koba, Maurice, and Thompson, the 5 highest leaders of the Star City camp, gathered to listen to news from the outside and then formulate the upcoming development plans.
First, Lou asked Koba to report on the external situation.
Overall, the humans outside are still quite active, but they have quieted down recently, no longer sending helicopters flying over us.
This allows me to rest easy knowing Rocket is out front with the scout team.
During the time just after our relocation, humans seemed to go crazy, deploying dozens of helicopters in a day, circling around the area where we previously had our second encounter with them.
I think they were trying to find us.
So, have they discovered our old den? After Koba had nearly finished speaking, Caesar raised a question he was concerned about. Although our old den is relatively concealed, and there are no orangutans active there, it was still found during the humans' carpet search. After they left, I got closer and discovered that they had tried to use explosives to clear the rubble at the entrance of their hideout. However, when they ventured deeper inside, they probably found it to be solid, so they stopped halfway through. After all, they are not a professional geological exploration team. They only realized halfway through that it had already been blown to solid.
Did you just say that humans have become quiet recently because they have given up on looking for us, so they've settled down? Lou caught the key point and quickly asked.
I thought so too, but I heard some news on a car radio from the Golden Gate Bridge, and I guess that news might be the reason for this.
What news?
According to the radio report, there has been a bioweapon crisis in Raccoon City, Iowa, that's no less deadly than the death virus. Due to the government's poor control, the carriers of this virus are spreading everywhere. The military is making every effort to eradicate it, advising people in surrounding states to stay indoors and wait for good news from the military.
Bioweapon crisis. Lou immediately grasped these terms and thought, it seems Umbrella Corporation still hasn't managed to contain the virus leak.
I wonder if the virus useful to humans can infect gorillas. It looks like I need to prepare early.
Lou continued to ask. So what about San Francisco? Did they take any action? Just because this virus can spread, they stopped looking for us? I couldn't find any specific information.
There were sentry posts watching when we approached the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge, so it was inconvenient to go over. Plus, they might be aware that we might cross the bridge, as there are searchlights both above and below the bridge, making it easy to spot us. Being deep inside the park, the phones Lou had brought back earlier had no signal, so the only simple way to gather news from the outside world was to send someone out to scout. What are your thoughts?
Feel free to share them. Lou looked at the 4 of them.
Although he already had a firm idea in mind, he didn't mind giving them a chance to develop their thinking skills. I think we should just stay quietly in Star City, developing ourselves.
Our population is still too small.
Even if we wanted to take advantage of the chaos to raid San Francisco, we could easily suffer casualties.
Our main priority now should be to increase our population and recuperate. The knowledgeable Maurice expressed his opinion.
Instinctively, he was very against war, as he had given names to most of the guerrillas in their group. He believed that as long as they could live peacefully, he did not want to have any contact with humans.
I think we need to figure out the next moves of humans.
If possible, we should take advantage of the chaos and retaliate against the humans for their previous attack on us. Koba, as the gorilla who has suffered the most abuse from humans for the longest time, is eager to take revenge on humanity and even eliminate humanity. He despises humans.
What about you, Caesar?
Upon hearing Koba's message, Caesar kept his head down in deep thought, and Lou asked,
I think we should prepare for both scenarios.
One scenario is that humans manage to resolve this biochemical crisis and continue to search for us.
We need to be ready to fight once we are found.
The other scenario is that humans fail to contain the spread of this crisis, allowing virus carriers to infiltrate San Francisco and even this jungle where we are.
We need to be vigilant against infection.
Caesar's mentor, Will, is highly skilled in biological research on brain cells, so he has a sufficient understanding of the dangers posed by the biochemical crisis. Koba and Maurice, however, have little understanding of the biochemical crisis, and therefore feel little sense of urgency about it, which is a shortcoming.
Thompson, what about you? I'm fine with anything. I'm listening to you, Wang.
Thompson, who has had less education, quickly gives up thinking and blindly fawns over Lou. Let's just let this pass. After all, you haven't had much education, so just stay by Morris's side and observe and learn.
I hope to hear your thoughts at the next meeting.
Okay, I will definitely work hard. Since you all have shared your thoughts, I won't hold back either. I believe we need to take 3 steps now.
First is Morris's idea. I consider your thought to be the first step.
We need to develop honestly while humans are distracted and fully strengthen our group, so I hope you can supervise the entire clan's learning and training, and coordinate with Caesar regarding food. The second step is what Caesar mentioned. I need you to construct defensive measures around Star City while ensuring that we have enough food reserves.
We must prepare plenty of traps and lookout posts. The next step is retaliation against humans. Last time, they attacked us suddenly and took several of our kin's lives. How could we let them off easily?
Koba, you must arrange a scouting team to monitor the outside. If you spot a lone human, take them down immediately. Here is a storage ring, about 1 cubic size, containing 500 arrows and some meat. Be sure to complete this task.
Wang, should I also infiltrate the city to gather information? No, it's better not to. You would inevitably alert the humans.
I'll go instead. I'm faster than you, making it easier to hide and escape if I encounter any humans. Hearing this news, a few guerrillas moved their mouths but, due to Lou's authority, did not speak up to oppose his decision. Alright, since the decision has been made, let's end this meeting here.
Follow my earlier plan, and you all do your best.
Koba, you take a break for the next couple of days, and then return to the camp with me.
Yes.
Then they went out to carry out the tasks Lou had just assigned. Watching his subordinates leave, Lou closed his eyes and contemplated the goals to accomplish in the upcoming actions.
Chapter 40, The Reason.
2 days later, after bidding farewell to Caesar and the others, Koba followed Lou away from Star City. Lou initially intended to take Rock along as well, but considering its large size and the risk of being detected, he abandoned that idea.
After leaving the camp, Lou took out a bamboo dragonfly. He wanted to see if this bamboo dragonfly could carry both him and Koba, making travel more convenient.
Placing the bamboo dragonfly on his head, he called Koba to come forward. Since the bamboo dragonfly could only be worn on the head, Lou could only hold Koba from behind. With a thought, the bamboo dragonfly began to spin, and unexpectedly, this small piece of bamboo was able to lift both Lou and Koba into the air, though he didn't know how heavy its limits were. Without further thought, he navigated through the woods with a surprised Koba, changing direction from time to time to avoid branches that might knock them down. Before long, they flew out of the treetops, soaring above the forest. After all, there hadn't been any human helicopters searching for them recently.
Your Majesty, although I don't understand what science is, I find this very unscientific.
I see that human helicopter wings are bigger than their fuselage, and yours is much smaller.
What provides the power for this?
Just like the storage ring I gave you, it's a reward from the gorilla god for leading the gorilla clan out of suffering. Its merits are immeasurable. As for the specific working principle, I'm not entirely sure, just know that it was given to me by a god.
Since it's given by a god, I won't ask any further questions.
Koba thought to himself, the king must be the messenger of the gorilla god, seeing our suffering at the hands of humans, which is why the king was sent to save us.
Unaware of Koba's intense inner thoughts, Lu focused on flying with Koba towards the edge of the forest, stopping midway for lunch due to the long journey.
With no trees obstructing their path and traveling in a straight line, by 6 in the afternoon, taking advantage of the last hint of sunset, Lu arrived at the scout team's post at the edge of the forest.
As expected, it's a miracle.
What used to take 2 days is now done in just 1 day.
As Koba was held by Lu on the way, he couldn't help but praise the amazing bamboo dragonfly after touching down.
Under the greetings of the scout team members, Lu walked into this modestly constructed outpost. To maintain concealment and build quickly, they decided to construct the treehouse in the middle of sturdy trees, using solid branches and local materials for a straightforward and efficient setup. Walking into a cleaned-up treehouse for dinner, all the members gathered around Lu except for the rotating guard, hoping he could give some pointers on the Berserk 8 physique skill.
Regarding the eager learning attitude of his kin, Lu was certainly willing to teach, addressing their questions and mistakes one by one. After a night of rest, under the cover of the thick morning fog, they used the bamboo dragonfly to smoothly cross the Golden Gate Bridge and arrived at the city of San Francisco. In order to avoid being detected by the radar in San Francisco for something flying in the sky, Lu found a hidden corner to land, changed his clothes, and stepped onto the street. Looking at the chaotic streets and the shops filled with the scent of $0 purchases all around, it was clear to Lu that no one was here. It was precisely because this street was so dilapidated and devoid of human activity that Lu decided to land here and conceal himself. He took out the map he had scavenged from the San Francisco Public Library and headed toward the city center. After passing 2 streets, someone finally appeared. Lu was pleasantly surprised to hear a voice suggesting he might receive some intelligence, but using the cover of the buildings, he discovered that the speaker was actually a police officer. This left Lu with a bit of a headache. Police patrolling the streets would certainly have radios to keep in touch, and with no ordinary people around, it would be reckless to act without understanding the situation, as it could easily expose him. Thus, Lu abandoned the idea of kidnapping a police officer for information.
He climbed onto the rooftop of a building, avoiding the police patrol routes, and moved swiftly across the rooftops. After evading 3 patrol cars and crossing 2 more streets, Lu finally discovered signs of ordinary life. In such a frequently patrolled street, infiltrating a house that was occupied during the day without alerting the police was quite unrealistic, so Lu could only continue to wait. At 3 in the morning, it was time for Lu to act. No matter how strong the police were, they would be drowsy at this hour, making it a perfect opportunity.
Lu targeted a famous affluent neighborhood in San Francisco, where the wealthiest often had the best information.
Using a flying toy, he soared directly onto their balcony. After trying several villas, Lu finally found one where the occupants left the balcony door open while sleeping. He softly slid the glass door open and cautiously searched for the owner's bedroom. Since he was unfamiliar with how master bedrooms were designated in American homes, Lu had to search through them one by one like opening blind boxes. The second floor had a total of 4 bedrooms, 2 on each side. He first approached the closest one on the left, gently twisted the doorknob, pushed hard, but it was locked.
Next, the one on the right. After performing the same actions, the door opened.
With his good eyesight, Lu looked around and noticed that this room had a very cozy, feminine decor. He glanced at the bed and saw a little girl sleeping like a perfect princess. Thinking about what the little girl could understand, he turned around and walked out, gently closing the door behind him.
Next was the rightmost room.
He opened the door to find a very simply decorated room that clearly belonged to a man. Looking at the middle-aged white man on the bed, Lu confirmed this was the person he was looking for. He picked up the man's discarded socks, and while he was asleep, he quickly grabbed the man's chin and shoved it into his mouth. Without waiting for the man to react, he picked him up and dashed out of the villa, tucking him under his arm. To facilitate the interrogation and gather useful information from the man, Lou specifically took him back to the street where he had landed, afraid of disturbing the patrolling police. Of course, the man who was awakened halfway by the stench of dirty socks realized he had been kidnapped and used all his strength to try to break free from Lou's grip. However, Lou's skills were not acquired without effort. His strength was not something that a short white guy at 1.8 meters could compare to. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from Lou's armpit. By the time Lou reached the place he had chosen, the man had already given up struggling. Placing the man on the ground, Lou tied him up with rope from his inventory and made him sit against the wall. Then, squatting in front of the man, he said, "I don't want to hurt you, I just hope to get some information about the government from you. So, as long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that after I finish asking my questions, I will send you back. If you think that's agreeable, just blink your eyes to signal me." After saying this, he looked into the man's eyes. Sure enough, after hearing Lou's reassurance, the man's tense body gradually relaxed, and he blinked vigorously at Lou. Chapter 41, Why Do Your Socks Smell? Right? After checking again by the window to confirm that there were no lights around, he returned to the man, disdainfully pulling out the socks that had been soaked with saliva. Ha 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 ha. With the socks removed, the man breathed in the fresh air deeply, vowing to wash his socks as soon as he got home. That's enough, it can't be that serious, can it? Lou chuckled, teasing the man. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask, or else my daughter will make a fuss in the morning when she wakes up and doesn't see me. The man, feeling angry but unable to voice it, could only change the subject to avoid Lou's continued teasing. Tell me, what has been happening in San Francisco lately? Why are there several abandoned streets, and why are the citizens staying home and not going out? Did you just crawl out of a cave? Even a prisoner who just got released should know what is happening in the United States. I do know what is currently happening in the United States, but what I'm asking is what has been going on in San Francisco. Lou rebutted the man, telling him not to waste time and not to try to provoke him. Alright, fine, I'll tell you. Don't get angry, okay? Do you know about Caesar Pharmaceuticals? No. You should know its owner, Will, right? I know, a specialist in brain cell research. Shouldn't he have died when the death virus broke out? How is Caesar Pharmaceuticals still around? It seems you are one of those who hid in the mountains during the outbreak of the death virus, otherwise how could you not know that Will is America's hero, the savior of California? He developed the vaccine for the death virus that brought life back to this area of death. Yes, I really did hide in the mountains during the outbreak of the death virus, so I'm not clear about what has happened recently. If I hadn't come out to look for food, I wouldn't have even realized that order has been restored in San Francisco. The actor Lou began his performance once again. Getting back on topic, with the help of the Caesar Pharmaceuticals company founded by Will, which is mass-producing vaccines, the California government is recruiting 10 companies from various sectors to participate in revitalizing the San Francisco economy. And as the solution to the death virus, will secured a position with the help of domestic pharmaceutical giants. In the past 3 months, the top 10 companies have attracted a large number of immigrants from around the world, providing substantial labor and funding for the reconstruction of San Francisco. So why aren't many people active on the streets? Are they all in the suburbs building up San Francisco? You see, you're getting impatient. I haven't finished my story yet. In the past week, a virus suddenly broke out in Raccoon City, Iowa, not far from us in California. This virus turns people into creatures similar to living dead, and it can be spread through bites. Originally, this wound keeps citizens at home. It's because of the savior Will who has intervened. Lou found this very strange. Will? Did he bring this virus here? You could say it that way actually. It was when the virus just broke out that Will, being a genius in the field of brain science, sent his security team to Raccoon City to capture a few living dead for research. After studying, they discovered that the virus within the living dead could combine with the antibodies of survivors in San Francisco against the death virus, resulting in a series of chemical reactions that would create a new intelligent species. What? Living dead have intelligence? Is Will trying to create a new race?
This doesn't align with human ethics. Lou was astonished by Will's experimental results. He knew about the death virus that Lou created.
Not really. After Will discovered this result, he immediately published the findings and warned those who have antibodies to the death virus to avoid being infected by the living dead, otherwise, they would become a monster not accepted by humanity.
So he kept everyone at home?
Something like that. All the immigrants have received the death virus vaccine, so they carry no virus, but humans who naturally survived the death virus are at risk of infection. As a result, they were all placed in the shelter under Caesar Pharmaceuticals, waiting for the military to restore order after this biochemical crisis before coming out.
Those still at home are all immigrants. It seems that San Francisco is really a city beset by disasters. What caused these abandoned streets?
Well, part of it was due to the outbreak of the death virus when the public resorted to $0 purchases to survive. Another part was caused when the San Francisco government enforced a stay-at-home order, but inadequate logistical support led some people to take to the streets to vandalize and protest. It wasn't until the top 10 companies provided substantial material support and the city police maintained order that things calmed down. Of course, there were also some citizens who wanted to embrace freedom and had already driven out of the city.
So that's how it is. Does everyone know about this?
Sounds like you're having a tough time, Lou asked. Most people do, but I also know some things that others aren't aware of. I'm a member of the San Francisco Public Committee and have direct contact with the top 10 companies.
Tell me if it's useful information. I promise I won't harm you.
What?
You were planning to harm me before?
Alright, I'll tell you. The general manager of one of the top 10 companies, Jason Weapons, had dinner with me earlier. Because we appreciated each other, we both got drunk, and he revealed some news. The undead have actually entered California. Moreover, he told me that this is all part of an umbrella corporation conspiracy to take over the world, but how could that be? The US government and military would never agree to it. That's not something you can just believe. Or not. Your leaders might be involved in this plan, Lou thought.
What if it really is a conspiracy?
I think you should seek protection from the big companies and take your daughter into their underground shelters.
I want to go too, but my rank isn't high enough, so I can't enter.
I can only try to stay at home with my daughter.
Alright, I think I've asked almost everything I wanted to know. Are you ready?
Ready for what? Without waiting for the man to finish, she stuffed the sock back into his mouth and tucked him under her arm, returning him to the villa area.
The round trip nearly took until dawn.
Taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, Lou flew to the top of a building, sat on the balcony, and ate the bread and steak she had brought.
Overlooking the city shrouded in darkness just before dawn, Lou opened the already updated Lottery Multiverse Gacha system. Chapter 42, Invisibility Cloak. Navigating to the Lottery Multiverse Gacha system page, she checked out the changes brought by this update. The home page didn't show much difference. Multiverse Gacha system. User, Lou. Gacha points, 60. Level, Tier 1. Cultivation techniques: martial arts, Berserk 8 physique skill, Diamond Demon Bane staff skill. Items: Dark Gear nerfed, Weather Controller, Fireball Staff, Speed Boost Liquid, Bamboo Dragonfly, Waterproof Spray, and various ammunition. After viewing the first page, besides an added martial art item and 50 more gacha points than before the update, there was also a level given by the Multiverse Gacha system, possibly indicating that Lou has only first tier strength, though it's unclear what it was compared against. Gacha points exchange equals gacha points. Confirm exchange. Cancel exchange. On the simple page, 2 spaces appeared on the display. Lou casually placed a handgun on it, and then a number 1 appeared in the space on the right. It seems this handgun can be exchanged for some gacha points. Finally, there's a way to actively increase gacha points. Previously, gacha points from the lottery could only be accumulated day by day. Now, as long as you collect more resources, you can exchange a large amount of gacha points for the lottery, and then gradually develop and grow. Clicking to cancel the exchange, Lou turned to the next page with a pleasant mood. Lottery spin bronze silver. Lottery 10 consecutive draws. The page is equally simple, featuring only a spin wheel and 2 option buttons.
The previous update spin wheel is renamed as the bronze spin wheel, and now there's an option for silver after bronze. First, you select the bronze spin wheel, which doesn't differ much from before. It costs 10 gacha points for one draw, and 100 gacha points for 10 consecutive draws. Then clicking to switch to the silver spin wheel, Lou noticed that it requires 50 gacha points for one spin and 500 gacha points for 10 consecutive spins, which is a fivefold increase. Suppressing the urge to try out the silver spin wheel on the spot, Lou scrolled down.
Prize inventory.
Dark gear nerfed, weather controller, etc.
Inventory 2000 cubic meters. Firearms and ammunition, etc.
The following page didn't change much, it just doubled the size of the inventory from the multiverse gacha system, increased from 1000 cubic meters to now 2000 cubic meters. Overall, the content of this update is quite useful, eliminating the need for Lou to rely solely on time to accumulate gacha points. Since Lou has finished looking at the updated content, he no longer restrained his curiosity, clicked into the lottery spin, and switched to the page for the silver spin wheel, rubbing his palms to start the lottery. A Tiger tank, an assembled Apache helicopter, 100 sets of British primary school textbooks, a high-energy electric whip, a 3-story concrete house of 100 square meters standard custom. Without a doubt, before Lou could finish looking, the roulette began spinning rapidly. It must be said that every prize inside was something he really wanted. I wonder if I could get an Apache to play with, or maybe a World War II antique would be nice too.
Lou couldn't help but think. Amidst the anxiety and anticipation, Lou clicked stop.
As the roulette stopped, the name of the item pointed at also appeared. An optical invisibility cloak. Through some high-tech means, it refracts or simulates surrounding light, affecting the human eye, thus achieving invisibility, but it cannot affect light on the head and face and cannot completely isolate the body's heat dissipation. Although he didn't get a tank to play with, it was just a thought anyway. After all, he didn't know how to drive a tank. Now winning a high-tech cloak that could make him invisible was already pretty good.
Taking the cloak out from the prize inventory, it appeared to be just a very ordinary gray cloak.
However, once Lou draped it over himself, the color of the cloak began to change. To test the item's effect, taking advantage of the faint light of dawn and the low number of pedestrians on the street, so that being spotted wouldn't matter much, Lou chose a relatively intact street, stood close to the wall by the sidewalk, facing away from the street, and hid his face inside. After standing there for over 10 minutes, someone finally walked past him.
To test the effect, Lou deliberately made an insulting gesture just as the person walked by.
Unexpectedly, the other person completely ignored Lou and walked right past him, as if they hadn't seen his insulting gesture at all.
Looks pretty useful, Lou thought. Since it's so convenient, can I go grab more useful items to exchange for gacha points? Right, I'll go now.
Without hesitation, Lou first took out his phone to find the nearest bank address, then walked over, grabbing whatever he could on the way. As long as it could fit into his inventory, it could be exchanged. However, being able to exchange is one thing, how many gacha points he could get is another matter.
Street lamp, collected, 0 gacha points. Small car, collected, 1 gacha point. iPad tablet, collected, 0.5.
Since it was still early, all the shops on the street were tightly closed, and the things Lou could collect were quite limited, most of which had no value, so he could only see if he could get some gold from the bank. Arriving at the bank entrance, there was a sign that said it opens at 10 o'clock. Therefore, the bank doors were tightly closed at this time, and Lou could only look for a back door to get in. After a roundabout search, he found that there was no back door for Lou. Perhaps due to his growing power, Lou had become a bit arrogant, resulting in him planning to forcefully break down the door to steal the gold. Reaching the door, Lou clenched his left fist and raised it, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to the security door.
Bang!
A loud noise erupted, and the security door only dented slightly from Lou's powerful punch. At this rate, by the time Lou managed to get through this door, the patrolling police would have already surrounded him inside the bank. If physical strength wasn't sufficient, then magic would have to be used.
Fire elemental mana enveloped his fists, allowing his punches to carry intense heat as they struck the security door. Bang!
It worked! His fists came together to strike the security door, and after 3 heavy blows, a large hole was smashed into the door. However, it still wasn't large enough for Lu to pass through, so he had to keep hitting.
Boom!
The bulletproof door on one side fell to the ground with a loud crash. Not wanting to waste any more time, Lu charged into the bank lobby with the alarm blaring, violently smashing his way down to the underground vault on the 3rd level. Arriving at the vault door, seeing the alloy metal gate, Lu felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth, as this door looked particularly hard to smash. In the end, he was getting a bit overconfident, thinking that robbing a bank was too easy. But since he was already there, he had to at least give it a try.
To conserve elemental mana, Lu took out his fireball staff.
Since he hadn't used it before, he aimed it directly at the metal door, preparing to unleash a shot. 10 seconds later, the staff completed its charging, and a fireball double the size of a basketball formed at the front, waiting for Lu's command on where to strike.
Lu felt a surge of determination, and the fireball shot away from the staff towards the metal door. Boom!
The fireball exploded against the metal door, directly penetrating through it.
However, the hole wasn't very large.
Still, Lu exerted more effort and delivered 2 powerful strikes, and for his final shot, he infused his own fire elemental mana for enhancement, creating a round hole about a meter wide in the door. Crossing through the large hole, Lu was dazzled by the stacks of US dollars before him. However, realizing that the dollars had no value to him, he quickly moved on. After passing several shelves, he finally found a safe at the very back.
No need to say anything more, that was it.
He immediately stored it in his inventory and turned to leave. There was nothing else anywhere. If there were no gold bars in the safe, then there certainly wouldn't be any elsewhere. With the safe in hand, Lu slipped out of the bank's doors, successfully escaping under the cover of his invisibility cloak. As for the police anxiously preparing to confront the robbers and whether they would catch the criminals, that was no longer Lu's concern. Ha ha ha.
Chapter 43, Enchantment, Reinforcement.
In a secluded corner, Lu pulled out the safe, which was just a regular-sized metal box akin to a nightstand. He knocked on the box, and it sounded solid. For the next half hour, Lu exhausted every means, and finally, after using nearly half of his elemental mana at any cost, he melted the safe's door. With no door to obstruct him, the inside of the safe was fully visible. At a glance, all that could be seen was gold bars and a few confidential documents. At the moment, those documents felt irrelevant to Lu. He could look at them later.
What mattered most now was checking the price of the gold bars in the multiverse gacha system. He stored all the gold bars into his inventory and then opened the multiverse gacha system's exchange page. 100 grams of gold equals 10 gacha points. Having placed 2 gold bars weighing a total of 100 grams, they were only worth 10 gacha points. This made Lu start to doubt whether the multiverse gacha system was suppressing prices. But after all, one can't fight against the system no matter how low the price set by the multiverse gacha system. He had to exchange it with tears. This time, he had taken 50 gold bars from the safe, weighing a total of 5 pounds. Previously, he thought this bank branch was small and only a community bank, but he didn't expect it to have a reserve of 5 pounds of gold bars. His efforts weren't in vain. After exchanging 2,500 grams of gold, along with the 5 gacha points that automatically credited daily, Lu ended up with a total of 265 gacha points. A stone wall, a laser gun, 100 kilograms of tier 3 beast flesh, 5 years of firearms experience, an enchanting book. Similarly, before Lu could finish looking at the items, the wheel began to spin. He clicked stop, the pointer halted, and the prize was revealed. A stone wall that can be placed according to the user's desire, measuring 30 meters long, 5 meters high, and 3 meters wide. Just average, I'll use it as a cutting board. Let's do it again, Lu thought. The fire cloud technique, derived from Super Beast Armament, is a fire element skill used by Huolin Fei. It greatly accelerates the absorption of fire elemental mana from the air, improving the efficiency of elemental mana operation, but the training difficulty is quite high. Is this really possible to get? Lu was filled with questions as he felt that the strength of this fire cloud technique was quite overwhelming. Could he really draw something like this? Calming his excitement, he prepared to draw again. Intermediate zombie virus. After use, it can transform the user into a zombie of the same strength as the legendary barrier zombie and barrel zombie.
The user can choose one item to place on their body to increase their defensive capabilities, but they will lose their vital flesh and a significant amount of intelligence. This item seems like it could cause trouble for humans, but Lu definitely would not use it on himself. He wants to live well. After 3 consecutive draws, the quality could only be described as acceptable. Looking at the remaining 115 gacha points, Lu decided to skip the silver wheel and go for a 10 consecutive draw on the bronze wheel. After a bit of waiting, the prizes were freshly drawn. 10 sets of walkie-talkies, limited range of 500 meters to 1000 meters, rechargeable. 10 bundles of golden bananas, a rare fruit from the world of God's weapon Little General, delicious in taste and infused with a certain amount of elemental mana. A wardrobe set, valued at $20,000. 50 sets of Logostag Beast leather armor, apparel from the wasteland in Fallout 76, containing a trace amount of radiation that aids the user in evolutionary mutation. 4 peaches, basic cards from the game 3 Kingdoms Kill, corresponding to the 4 floricolors. Each one restores a quarter of elemental mana and promotes healing. When used together, they can perform a combination skill Miraculous Recovery. Miraculous Recovery, except for fatal injuries, it can restore all bodily damage within 3 seconds. Skill Book, Sharpshooter Mastery, a product of the rules from some online game world. Using it grants 5 years of firearm experience. 5 Blood Orchids. Mauser KR98K Rifle, total weight 3.74.1 kilograms. Overall length is 1,110 millimeters. Barrel length is 600 millimeters. Ammunition 7.92 by 57 millimeters 8 millimeter Mauser round. Caliber is 7.92 millimeters. Comes with 200 rounds of ammunition. 5 sets of bread, each set consists of 64 pieces, only 3 are needed to meet the needs of an adult meal. A random enchantment book, by touching items, the touched object becomes a magical item and gains a magical effect. Wow, am I really that lucky? I hope this isn't a trade for my life. Although the previous items were somewhat ordinary, Lu felt that the skill book, the set of cards Peaches, and the enchantment book were 3 items that made this draw worthwhile. Lu took out the skill book and slapped it on his head. The book transformed into sparkling lights that flew into Lu's mind, overwhelming him with knowledge to the point where he nearly fainted. After a while, Lu finally lifted his head from the sea of knowledge, nearly drowned by it. He picked up another book and pondered where he should place this enchantment. First, it should be something he would use often, and secondly, it should be of good quality. Alright, it's decided. He pulled out the Mauser 98K rifle from the prize inventory. Since he had obtained firearm expertise, it was time to execute some gun god maneuvers. He also realized that he didn't have a powerful ranged attack method, so now he could try to enchant a more powerful sniper rifle to enhance his offensive capabilities. He placed the Mauser rifle on the ground, then touched it with his left hand while holding the enchantment book. After touching it, the book emitted a purple glow, and then it disappeared. Lu guessed it had probably merged with the rifle. Since this was a magical item synthesized from a prize drawn by the Multiverse Gacha system, it came with a description from the Multiverse Gacha system. Mauser rifle unnamed. When your thoughts resonate with it, you have 1 chance for a guaranteed kill effective only against unprotected targets. Normally, 1 bullet in every 5 will hit guaranteed. Perhaps giving it an endearing name might make it fonder of you. The description is simple, but its power is tremendous. Although the concept of a guaranteed kill seems somewhat idealistic and requires a connection with the gun, it is ultimately a rule-based weapon. As long as there's a possibility, there will always be a chance for it to become a basic attack. So the first step is, of course, to give it a name, right? CC. That's right, Lu decided to name it CC, with the alias Shishi. After giving it a name, the gun looked even more sleazy crossed out cool. In a corner of the city, a faceless figure was holding a World War II vintage Mauser 98K, aiming around as if looking for something to shoot. After playing with it for a while and satisfying his gun god cravings, Lu remembered there were still a few file folders in the safe. Since he had already brought them out, he might as well take a look. He took out 1 folder to examine it. An analysis report on the death virus vaccine. It seems someone is researching Will's death virus vaccine.
He couldn't understand it was too technical. Next file. Assessment report on the infectious threat of the zombie virus. Am I robbing a private bank of some organization? Why would such specialized material be kept in a bank? Aren't they afraid of it being stolen?
Alright, this one doesn't seem to pose much threat if circulated, but it will only raise more concerns among the public.
Lou read this report, almost as if he were asking and answering himself. It wasn't very meaningful.
It might have been a document used by scientists to demonstrate the dangers of this virus to the government, persuading government officials to take it seriously. The date on the document also confirmed Lou's thoughts. It was written about a week ago, right when the news of the bioweapon crisis first came out. The last document was just a single sheet of paper, with very concise content. Caesar Pharmaceuticals is suspected of having connections with the Emperor organization and is currently conducting research on a new biological entity. Upon seeing this news, Lou immediately remembered what the man he had questioned yesterday said. Will discovered that citizens carrying the pathogens of the death virus, when infected by the living dead virus, do not turn into biting monsters. Instead, they become an unknown kind of intelligent monster. Therefore, he also advocated that all citizens carrying the death virus pathogen should go to the underground shelters under Caesar Pharmaceuticals for isolation from the outside world. Due to Will's fame as the savior of California, most people were willing to trust him, so the vast majority followed his contact and entered the underground shelters under Caesar Pharmaceuticals. Since then, it seems there's been no news about how they are doing. Perhaps Will is using them for some experiments.
It seems I need to go check what he is really doing. Without hesitation, Lou found the address of Caesar Pharmaceuticals on the map and jumped onto the rooftop, heading straight there. Chapter 44, Seeking the Laboratory.
In the San Francisco building, due to the strong capabilities and security forces of Caesar Pharmaceuticals, the company's employees were all at work, not hiding at home. This location mainly serves as the research headquarters for Caesar Pharmaceuticals, primarily for developing new products. As a result, it is staffed with highly skilled technical personnel, so Will arranged for a significant amount of security forces to be deployed across several floors of the company. Not far from the building, Lou was using binoculars to observe the building across from him, trying to assess the security strength of Caesar Pharmaceuticals and see if he could sneak in. However, the extensive use of impermeable glass made it impossible for Lou to discern the specific circumstances inside. In order to find out if Will really is creating a new species, Lou decided he must infiltrate tonight to take a look. He already knew that the gorillas in Lou's group evolved through the injection of gene drugs, which humans refer to as the death virus, so they all have antibodies in their bodies. Previously, Lou was unsure whether the living dead virus could infect his kin, but after learning about Will's research results, he immediately thought of the dangers of this virus.
Now that he knows Will might be researching this new species, could it be that Will is looking for an antidote?
Or perhaps he intends to use this new species to realize some of his ideas. This is exactly what Lou wants to know. He hopes to obtain the antidote, which would greatly ensure the safety of his people from infection. Under the cover of night, Lou stealthily approached the old building in San Francisco, watching the patrol members on the first floor, feeling a surge of excitement. So this is where you are, Lou thought to himself. Since he had previously dealt with the corpses of the humans who attacked them, Lou could instantly tell that these patrolling security personnel belonged to the same organization as those who had previously attacked his people. Before, he thought finding these people in San Francisco was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, but unexpectedly, this time exploring Will's Caesar Pharmaceutical Company brought such a pleasant surprise, which made Lou excited. He was also thinking about how to take revenge on them. To avoid alerting the security personnel inside the building, Lou decided to let them be for now, donned his invisibility cloak, and walked along the walls into the building. At the entrance of the building, 2 members of the Rust Mercenary Corps stood on either side, gripping assault rifles, vigilantly scanning their surroundings without relaxing their guard just because fewer people were coming in and out at night. At that moment, Lou was slowly moving along the wall, hoping to enter directly through the front door, but as he approached within 20 meters of them, the situation became less friendly. With each cautious step Lou took, he still caught the attention of the guards at the entrance. They frequently glanced in Lou's direction, but since they didn't spot anyone, they merely scanned rather than advancing to investigate. Seeing the door less than 2 meters away, Lou thought entering from the front would be a very foolish move, so he slowly backed away. After making a big detour, he arrived at a less illuminated area behind the building, took out a bamboo dragonfly and placed it on his head, then, using the cover of night, made his way to the rooftop. Although there were open windows along the way, they all had limiters in place at Lu's height of 2 meters 20, he couldn't squeeze through, so he had to ascend to the rooftop. Looking at the glass before him, Lu suddenly had a brilliant idea. He could try using fire elemental mana to see if he could melt the glass. After stopping his ascension and hovering, Lu coated his arm with fire elemental mana, then slowly approached the glass before him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the glass melted from the high temperature in Lu's hand, forming a hollow space. Worried that the light brought by the fire elemental mana on his hand might attract the attention of the patrolling team on the first floor, he dispersed the elemental mana and peered inside through the opening. After confirming that no one had passed by, he stepped into the building wearing his invisibility cloak. He reached the stairway and checked the floor count. It's the 11th floor. Originally, he intended to enter through the first floor lobby to refer to the floor distribution map and determine which floor the Caesar Pharmaceuticals company was located on. The map only indicated that it was in this building without specifying the number of floors or the exact location of the company. As for whether he ever considered that the entire building might be occupied by Caesar Pharmaceuticals, he had not thought about it at all. Just by looking at the company logos on the building, it's clear that many companies exist within this structure. Initially, Lu wanted to check inside the elevator for information about the floors of the various companies, but if there wasn't any, he would think of other ways. However, as he walked down the corridor towards the elevator, he unexpectedly found that right next to the elevator was a company's reception desk, which turned out to be Caesar Pharmaceuticals reception, as indicated by the sign. Since Lu had pulled down the hood of his invisibility cloak as soon as he entered the building, the receptionist did not see him at all and continued to sit there, casually playing on the computer. Ding dong! The sound of an elevator door opening rang out, and the receptionist, who had been slacking off, immediately straightened up and kept a smile ready to welcome customers. "Leah, no need to pretend, it's me." A girl wearing a woolen sweater jacket joked with the receptionist. "Oh, I was just browsing online, wanting to buy some clothes, and when I heard the elevator door opening, I thought the boss had come to check on us, so I couldn't look." "You scared me." Alright, it's my fault. Here's your coffee. I have work to do, so I'll head in first. I might have to pull another all-nighter today." Then the girl turned and walked toward the company's main entrance, swiped her employee card to open the door, and walked in, completely unaware that a figure followed her inside. Following her to her workstation, Lu noticed that many people had not yet clocked out, working overtime to earn extra money for Will. Initially, Lu thought Will should be on this floor, but he only found the department manager's office after wandering around and couldn't even locate the general manager's office. Thus, Lu felt that as the boss, Will was not on this floor. Conveniently located next to the manager's office was a staircase built by the company itself, created for easier access between the floors. Walking up the stairs to the 12th floor, I found that this level was indeed less crowded, but it had nothing to do with Lu. Seeing that the stairs continued upward made me think that Will, as the big boss, must be at the highest place in the company, so I went up again. On the 13th floor, there was still room to go up, so I continued. Finally, after reaching the 14th floor, the stairs no longer went up. At this moment, Lu felt that he should soon find Will's office, but unexpectedly, after circling around the 14th floor, there was only the general manager's office, but it was not Will. Moreover, Lu discovered that this level was also an office floor, and the laboratory might not be in this building at all. While Lu was distressed about how to find Will's office and laboratory, the man in the general manager's office walked over to a workstation and shouted, "John, have you finished your data report? The boss is waiting for me to report to him." "Almost done, General Manager, I'm just a bit behind, give me a little more time." "Hurry up, you lazy bug, I've given you a day, and you're still not ready. The boss's time is valuable, he doesn't have the luxury of wasting it on us." Finally, after the general manager's scolding, the man produced a report, and after the general manager reviewed it, he found that all the revisions he previously requested had been made well. So he let the man go and took the report toward the elevator. Seeing this, Lu quickly followed him into the elevator, watching the general manager press the button for the 15th floor, but he didn't go up immediately. Instead, they waited for a while before the elevator began to ascend. 10 seconds later, the elevator doors opened, and after swiping his pupil on the access control, he stepped into Will's office, followed closely by Lou.
Chapter 45, Come Out, Don't Pull Any Tricks.
After the manager finished reporting this month's financial statements, he left, and Lou did not rashly wander around but waited for Will's move. Originally thinking that Will's laboratory might not be nearby and that I might waste today here, Lou had a new discovery. It turned out that after Will casually tossed aside the financial report, he turned and walked to the wall behind, pressed a hidden button, and a door opened in the wall, revealing a staircase. Before Lou could catch up, he had already ascended the stairs, and the wall quickly closed, leaving Lou with little time.
Seeing this hidden staircase, Lou guessed that it might lead to his laboratory. He initially wanted to try to explore and see if he could find the button he had just seen.
But after seeing that hidden corner without any obvious buttons, Lou suspected it might be a fingerprint recognition system.
To avoid raising suspicion, Lou could only wait patiently there.
Originally, I thought a genius like Will might study all night, but to my surprise, he came down shortly after going up. However, Will did not clock out as Lou had assumed, but instead approached the computer at his desk and sent a video request, all of which Lou, who was hiding behind Will, saw.
The video was connected. Will, is there something wrong? It's quite late to disturb others' rest. That's not very elegant.
Hearing the dissatisfaction in Benjamin's tone from the other end, Will quickly explained the reason for disturbing him at this late hour. Benjamin, I didn't mean to interrupt your rest. I just recalled you said you wanted to be notified immediately once there were results regarding the fusion of the living dead virus and the death virus.
Oh? Have there been results?
Benjamin's voice was filled with surprise. Yes, Director, by integrating gene fragments that promote human body evolution from the living dead virus into the death virus, currently 3 out of 10 subjects have successfully survived, one of whom has gained strength and physical attributes far beyond an ordinary person.
So, our superhuman project has made progress, has it? It's still uncertain whether this is a chance result of genetic mutation or a regular outcome from genetic optimization. A lot of experimentation is still needed to really achieve mass production. Will explained to Benjamin with a scientific attitude.
Good, originally the Titan project was our primary goal, but the fact that we haven't found that Titan beast for so long has wasted a lot of resources for the organization, and the director is very dissatisfied. However, now this superhuman project is sure to gain strong support from the organization. We might even take advantage of this bioweapon crisis to significantly develop our armed forces. You need to come up with results quickly, and I will request more support from the director for you.
Okay, Director, I will definitely come up with results as soon as possible, but using many survivors of the San Francisco death virus for experiments, won't that cause the director's dissatisfaction?
Will anxiously asked Benjamin because the director of the organization is Japanese, and his father died from the atomic bomb dropped on Japan by the US, so he is a pacifist. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to the director. You just need to focus on your research. Only a stronger armed force can truly control those Titan beasts, and making the Titan beasts controllable by us is our main goal.
Upon hearing this, Lou understood that the person in the video must be a member of the Emperor organization, because in a world dominated by the Emperor organization, what other group could mobilize such vast resources to study the Titan beasts? Moreover, the founder of the Emperor organization is also Japanese. Alright, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I have a meeting tomorrow, and I need to get some rest.
No, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest, Director.
It's fine, don't worry about it. After all, I had told you before. Since there is nothing else, let us hang up.
After saying this, he nodded slightly and then closed the video. Staring blankly at the computer for a while, he checked his watch and saw it was already 12:30. Realizing that the research had yielded results, he thought it wasn't necessary to work so hard, so Will shut down the computer and turned to open the wall. This time, Lou witnessed Will's operations firsthand. It turned out that there was not only a fingerprint scanner, but also a camera on the wall for facial recognition. Seeing this, Lou couldn't help but feel that his caution was justified. As Will just opened the wall and stepped onto the stairs, Lou immediately followed, finally not left outside. He didn't follow Will closely at first, fearing that being too close would alert him, and waited until Will was quiet upstairs before Lou confidently walked to the 16th floor cloaked in invisibility. As he climbed the stairs, he was greeted by an impressively upscale laboratory door, although it was closed at that moment. Next to it was a slightly smaller door, from which a faint light was visible. It turned out Will lived in the company Lou thought he would buy a luxurious villa in the city. Not wanting to disturb Will, who was preparing to rest, Lou stood in front of the laboratory door, wishing to see if he could open it. There was no way around it. The protection level of this laboratory was even stronger than before, with a password lock, fingerprint, and iris recognition, 3 layers of security that left Lou utterly helpless. Since that was the case, Lou had no choice but to resort to cunning. Standing in front of Will's door, he first pressed his ear against it to listen for any sounds inside, and after confirming that Will wasn't asleep, Lou used some of his elemental mana to slowly push the door open. Who's outside? Will, who was originally surfing the internet and preparing to sleep, caught a glimpse of the door opening from the corner of his eye and instantly broke into a cold sweat. On this floor, besides Will himself, no one else had permission to be here, and suddenly someone was pushing open his door. If that didn't startle him, what would? He grabbed a classic Glock handgun from the nightstand, cautiously moved to the door, and quickly peered out, but saw no one. Will's expression turned sour. Either someone was playing a trick on him, or this was a supernatural event. However, Will, being a bona fide scientist, didn't really believe in ghosts and monsters. He figured it was more likely some unknown scientific issue. After closing the door, Will didn't immediately return to bed. Instead, he quietly stood at the doorway, hoping to find out why the door had suddenly swung open. Click! The sound of a doorknob being turned pierced Will's ears like a needle, stabbing at his sensitive nerves. Gripping his handgun, he fired a barrage of bullets toward the outside through the closed door. Right now, the handgun was his only source of comfort. But unexpectedly, the door still opened, revealing nothing outside. He quickly stepped out, heading to the main door of the lab. He had to enter the lab and check the surveillance inside to see what was going on. Chapter 46, A Little Surprise is Here. Once in the lab, Will had installed a complete monitoring system called the Multiverse Gacha system on the 16th floor to keep an eye on things. He went to the monitoring room and pulled up the camera footage from the lab's entrance. However, it was clear that there was no sign of Lou, which only made Will more afraid. His eyes told him that no one had entered the 16th floor. The only remaining possibility was that some kind of spirit had come here. At that moment, a torrent of panic washed over Will. He couldn't stay here anymore. Hurriedly turning around, he rushed out of the lab, glancing around anxiously to see if there was anything he had missed. After stepping outside, he quickly locked the password door behind him and went downstairs to leave this place. It was time to temporarily pause the experiment. He needed a warm embrace to wrap around him. Meanwhile, Lou, who was still wandering aimlessly in the lab, was left dumbfounded, trapped inside. He never expected Will to be so easily frightened. Fumbling at the door for a while, he discovered that opening it required a combination of a number, password, fingerprint, and retina scan. To avoid the Multiverse Gacha system capturing his fingerprint and retina, Lou decided not to try opening it. Fortunately, he had a large supply of food in his inventory, so he just needed to stay put and wait for Will to return and then follow him out. Before heading out, he definitely needed to see what Will had been researching and try to swipe something for himself. He first entered a hall-like area where his honors and achievements were displayed, fully showcasing Will's glorious deeds as a savior. The laboratory generally has very high environmental requirements, so each room is equipped with identity verification. Lou can only peer through the glass to glimpse its secrets. The first few rooms are laboratories for cultivating bacteria and viruses, but upon reaching the innermost lab, Lou discovered that there were actually people inside. There were 3 individuals, all submerged in nutrient solution, quietly sleeping in their cultivation tanks. Looks like this is the experimental result that Will was talking about. I wonder if letting them out will give him a headache. Lou thought with a hint of wicked amusement. Thinking of this, Lou wanted to test the power of this experimental result. First, he approached the door to the monitoring room, covered his right hand with elemental mana, and slammed his fist against the wooden door, shattering it before moving to operate the monitoring computer. He started by deleting the videos from the last few days, then cleared the entire multiverse gacha system, and finally delivered a punch to the main unit, rendering it completely useless. After all, the multiverse gacha system is networked, and he couldn't delete the monitoring videos. Lou only wanted to disable the surveillance on this level and then let those 3 people out to cause some chaos. After Lou smashed the door, the lab's multiverse gacha system alarm sent a warning message to Will, as this level's Rust mercenaries did not have permission to enter, thus, only Will received the alarm. As soon as Will received the alarm message, he understood it was the same person who had startled him earlier. However, he did not notice that person even with a gun before, and going alone this time would also be ineffective. So he immediately called the leader of the Rust mercenaries, Maku.
Maku, a thief has broken into my laboratory. I need you to personally handle this thief with your men.
Remember, the items in the lab are very valuable, try to lure him out. Also, there are some confidential company documents in the lab. Take a few trusted men to handle this matter.
I don't want to hear about anything from other companies appearing in the lab.
Although Will didn't want Maku, a rough man, to enter the laboratory, he had no way to deal with Lou and had to entrust Maku with this task. Additionally, he was indeed a bit afraid of the undead meddling.
Okay, boss, I will definitely protect your lab, but this request seems a bit high, doesn't it?
I'll give you $100,000 for this, as a bonus, but if you mess this up, I might need to reassess the commission for your mercenary group. I will make sure it's done well, just wait for good news.
Well, didn't he say more and hung up the phone, returning to the warm embrace of his girlfriend?
After hearing the call end, Mark immediately instructed his secretary to gather his team members. The boss just gave me a task. A thief has appeared in his laboratory, and since he can't handle it himself, he said that if our mercenary group can deal with this thief, he'll pay us $80,000 as a commission. I specifically assigned this task to you, hoping you all can perform well. The entire Rust mercenary group is composed of many small teams, initially formed by Mark's Rust team, which gradually grew, absorbing wandering teams until it became a well-known mercenary group with a large, well-equipped membership. And Kyle, who attacked Lou before, was part of a merged wandering team. To prevent Kyle from slacking off, Mark sent his nephew to supervise them. At this time, the members summoned by Mark were the elite he had recruited later on, the core forces under his control.
Alright, Captain, does the boss have any requirements?
No damage to the laboratory equipment, and everything in the laboratory has to be kept confidential. The boss will provide us with a non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, then you all can set off directly now.
Since the daily security work at the San Francisco building did not require the entire mercenary group, the members were divided into 3 shifts. The ones without tasks were arranged by Will in a nearby 10-story building, which is why this is their headquarters. Mark's elite 7-member team went downstairs and got into a 7-seat armored vehicle, bringing excellent gear to complete this unnecessarily complicated task.
So what was Lou doing at this moment?
He arrived in the deepest room and punched down, only creating a small pit, which made Lou take it seriously. He covered his fists with an elemental mana film and raised his hand to strike hard. After 3 strikes, the door was finally smashed open. He arrived in front of 3 cultivation tanks and shattered them with 1 punch, causing the 3 individuals to flow out with the nutrient liquid. After taking out 3 sets of bulletproof vests and putting them on, the ones that had been sleeping were also about to awaken, struggling to open their eyelids. Looking at the 3 humanoid monsters in front of him, Lou also felt disgusted by Will's evil research, because even though they maintained a human form, their skin was pale and their hair had fallen out. Furthermore, their nails and teeth were extremely sharp, looking like they could easily tear through human skin. Feeling that they were about to wake up, Lou also pulled the hood of his invisibility cloak over to conceal his presence. After the 3 of them struggled to open their eyes, they curiously looked around, only to feel anger rising within them because this was the place that had caused them so much pain. Previously isolated by a protective shield, they could only rage impotently at Will outside the glass, but upon realizing they were no longer trapped, their fury turned to a desire for revenge against Will. However, trapped by the password-protected door of the laboratory, the 3 could only wander endlessly within the lab.
Chapter 47, Gunfight.
While waiting for the 3 of them to wake up, Lou had already explored the rest of the rooms, copying any useful information onto a USB drive for easy access. He then packed up any useful equipment that could fit into his inventory, and for those that couldn't, he smashed them to pieces. Given that Will's security had killed several of his kin, Lou couldn't possibly leave this information for him. After the three woke up and wandered around the lab for a short time, they heard some noises outside, which quickly drew their attention as they all rushed toward the door. From their movements, it was evident they possessed intelligence. After rushing a bit closer to the door, they slowed their pace and quietly waited by the door for anyone who might come in. Thus, the lab was briefly restored to silence, but soon the sound of the door opening shattered this calm.
As soon as the door cracked open, something was thrown inside. Bang! It was a flashbang.
At that moment, the three behind the door were nearly blinded by the flashbang, lowering their heads and using their arms to shield their heads, feeling both eye pain and a headache from the brief flash. Before the three could recover, a fully armed team slowly walked in, the lead person wielding a ballistic shield, hidden entirely behind it. The team members behind were also shielded, cooperating to watch each direction, using multi-angle coordination to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible without giving them any time to react. When the flashbang exploded, the three made noises, so the 7-member team had already been alerted to the situation behind the door. Once the laboratory door opened enough to allow the shield to pass through, the 7-man team quickly advanced. Since the boss's intel mentioned only one thief, they determined the presence of an enemy in a certain direction, and after entering, the shield bearer charged left. As the shield bearer prepared to block the enemy's attacks to the left, a breakthrough soldier behind took down an enemy with a shot, and the second breakthrough soldier noticed movement from the right in the corner of his eye. Quickly assessing the risks in his mind, he turned to the right and fired, then moved aside to let the third position in to assist the shield bearer.
Bang bang bang.
Firing 3 shots at the two figures on the right, the two, who were originally holding their heads to relieve the pain, stumbled backward after being hit and fell against the wall. Thanks to the bulletproof vest Lou wore along with head protection, they did not die on the spot. On the other hand, the situation was not so optimistic. Originally planning to suppress the enemy directly with a riot shield, he didn't expect the opposing force to be too strong and directly pushed the shield bearer aside. Caught off guard, the shield bearer was knocked to the ground. The third assault team member behind saw the enemy's resistance and immediately fired a 3-round burst without thinking.
Of course, the 3 shots didn't inflict much damage on the opponent. He also used his shield to deflect the bullets, so they all struck his body.
Perhaps the pain from the bullets hitting him triggered something in the opponent, who charged straight toward the direction of the gunfire. In just 1 second, over a distance of 5 meters, he reached the assailant before the third assault team member could react. He threw a punch at the third member. Originally, he should have stepped back to allow the third member space, but the latter was forced to stop. Unable to dodge in time, he instinctively raised his gun to shield himself, trying to block the enemy's attack. The 4 members at the back noticed the situation and caught the retreating figure of the third member. After leaving the medic to check on him, 2 of them maintained their combat stance and opened fire at the enemy. Utilizing his quick reflexes, he rushed directly to the shield bearer and violently pulled the anti-explosion shield from his arm, positioning it in front of himself. The shield bearer's arm was yanked violently, fracturing his bone, leading him to emit a piercing scream that sent shockwaves through the team's nerves. To the right were just 2 ordinary virus carriers who survived the experiment. They did not possess the extraordinary strength and speed like the person on the left. Therefore, when the second assault team member realized the situation, he swiftly took them out with a volley of bullets to the head. Upon hearing the shield bearer's scream, the others no longer cared about the boss's instructions not to damage the laboratory equipment, raising their guns and shooting at the enemy holding the shield.
The man, holding the anti-explosion shield, crouched down, grabbed the shield bearer's neck, and lifted him up with force.
The 7-member team, concerned about harming their comrade, reluctantly stopped shooting.
Your accomplice is already dead. If you put down our teammate and surrender, we absolutely will not harm you. He.
A strange, phlegmy sound emerged from his throat, leaving the members of the 7-man team stunned, and he himself was taken aback.
So I've already become a monster. I can't go back anymore.
Hatred, I feel such hatred, all the pain is brought to me by that person. I will take my revenge, I will take my revenge. His inner turmoil made his eyes turn red, and he completely lost control. The pain from the bullets that hit him further provoked him. With gritted teeth, he twisted fiercely and broke the neck of the shield bearer.
You, damn it, I will never let you go.
You're dead meat, I will make sure you pay for this. The members of the 7-man team saw their comrade being twisted to death and instantly felt rage, raising their guns to shoot while retreating, trying to lure the enemy out. After all, using mass destruction weapons in the lab is too risky. They needed to draw him out to unleash the power of their weapons. While shooting and retreating, they quickly reached the 15th floor, which served as Will's private office. The inventory was extremely spacious, allowing the remaining 6 to spread out and attack him from multiple directions. In the previously narrow inventory, he only needed to defend against 1 or 2 directions, but after descending the stairs, he found himself surrounded by attacks. Armed with wisdom, he could only retreat to the stairway with his riot shield. After all, he couldn't withstand the bullet's harm. With a clang, a projectile was thrown at his feet, bang, and he was dazzled again. Ah, he cried out in pain as his eyes stung. Taking advantage of his injury, 2 nearby people rushed in to steal the riot shield from him. While he was distracted without the shield's protection, he could only defend passively. After being focused on, he quickly fell to the ground after being shot several times, blood spilling everywhere.
Seeing that the opponent was down and not moving, they stopped firing. Just as they prepared to shoot him in the head for safety, an unexpected event occurred. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots rang out in a very open area. There wasn't anyone there, yet 3 gunshots echoed, instantly taking down 2 people, both with headshots. The shooter was Lu, hidden in the shadows. Chapter 48, Annihilation. After Lu's ambush, only 3 people were left standing on the field, and while being ambushed, they turned their guns toward Lu's position. But it was of no use. Within 1 second, Lu fired 3 shots and quietly approached their side using the advantages of his invisibility cloak. The 2 were on guard. One approached to check on the 2 teammates who had been shot. Shit, they are all dead. Who exactly is it? Stop hiding. If you're a man, come out and face me in a fight to the death. Come out, get out here. Perhaps it was the teammates that they had been close to all along who were inexplicably shot dead. He looked a bit deranged, yelling wildly around. Seeing their teammate go mad, the remaining 2 were extremely angry, but unable to find the enemy who had ambushed them. They were at risk of being shot at any moment. Watching the man go wild like a clown, Lu felt nothing. Since he had come out to kill, he had to be mentally prepared to be killed. Stopping to hide, he moved to the side of the 2 guards. As their guns turned away, 2 handguns suddenly appeared in his hands, and he shot each of them in the face. The invisibility cloak could only hide his silhouette, but its effect on sound was negligible. Hearing the sound of a trigger being pulled close by, he immediately wanted to turn and shoot in that direction. However, these actions were clearly futile, as a gun was faster than 7 steps. Entering through the face, shattering the upper jawbone, the bullet pierced into the brain, turning it into mush, resulting in instant death. As the gunfire erupted, the crazed screamer initially froze, then looked at his 2 teammates, who had just been shot in the head, experiencing a tremendous shock internally. Overwhelmed by the sorrow of his dying teammates and the fear of not finding the enemy, he went completely mad, shouting and attempting to rush out of the office. Not wanting to reveal himself, Lu had no intention of leaving any survivors. When the crazed man happened to pass beside him, Lu quickly swung his wind thunder stick at his head. Bang! His head was smashed like a watermelon. Of the 7 teammates here, aside from one who suffered a rib fracture from being knocked by that mutant and was resting at the laboratory door on the 16th floor, the others were all dead beyond rescue. Arriving at the 16th floor, while the wounded man hadn't reacted yet, Lu shot him, carrying his body in one hand while dragging the bodies of the 2 dead experiments to the 15th floor. Reaching the side of the mutant, he squatted down, stepping on the blood pooled around, feeling for his breath and heartbeat. Oh! Still alive. Looking at the dying mutant on the ground, Lu suddenly devised a plan. He lifted the mutant to the side, piled up all the bodies together, took out some stored diesel from his inventory, poured it over the bodies, and after igniting a lighter, he tossed it atop the pile. Flames quickly erupted, engulfing the entire pile of bodies. Ignoring the effect of the fire, he carried the mutant to the 16th floor, pulling the pins from 5 grenades, then threw them into the various rooms of the laboratory. The show-off man never turned back to look at the explosion. Wearing his bamboo dragonfly, he carried the mutant to the window, broke the glass, and took off. What? They're all dead?
A shocked Marcus, upon hearing the news from his subordinate, could hardly believe that his most elite squad had been completely wiped out.
Who did this? I want to know who did this.
Anyone who dares to kill my rusty mercenary corps must be ready to face our vengeance.
We still don't know. The monitors on the 16th floor became useless after the cameras were destroyed. Oddly enough, before the cameras were destroyed, they didn't T-capture anyone other than the boss.
So the likelihood of finding the killer now is very slim, and the difficulty is great. However, I heard from people in other nearby companies that they've seen something flying in the sky.
I think it's very likely that some organization, coveting the boss's experimental results, attacked the lab and eliminated our people in the process.
Oh? Why do you say that? Because there were only 9 corpses at the scene. According to the information from the boss, there should be one more body, but now it's disappeared. The boss suspects it was the work of some organization. Then we need to investigate.
No matter who the enemy is, we have to find out who did this.
Otherwise, the brothers will surely think I'm being unreasonable and not avenging them. After agreeing to Marco's instructions, his subordinates turned and left to gather intelligence.
Damn it, who the hell did this?
Marco, still unable to contain his anger, cursed and smashed everything off the table. After taking out the bullets from the mutant and bandaging its wounds, Lou sat quietly beside, waiting for it to wake up. At this moment, they were in a partially constructed building, surrounded by a garbage dump, making it hard for anyone to notice them. After leaving the Golden Gate building, Lou flew over a kilometer toward the city center, then immediately landed and ran in the opposite direction, taking routes where there were fewer people, eventually choosing to pause here for a bit.
Ha.
A weak voice sounded from beside him.
You're awake. Can you understand what I'm saying?
The mutant opened its eyes and, upon seeing a sturdy figure beside it, immediately tried to struggle and move away. However, the pain from the gunshot wounds overwhelmed it, causing it to faint.
Don't struggle. I'm not going to harm you.
For some unknown reason, the mutant in front of him still retained much of its pre-transformation memories, so it was able to understand Lou's words, and thus stopped trying to get up.
Ha.
It seemed that the mutation had damaged its vocal cords, making it capable only of emitting a muffled roar.
Alright, since you can't speak, you'll just listen now. I'll talk, and you just nod or shake your head, is that okay? The mutant nodded. Are you from San Francisco? Nod.
You were infected with the virus but didn't die, right? Nod. Is it true that we'll turn you into this? Nod. The 3 questions were basically the same as what Lou already knew, so he believed the mutant was actually answering. So he continued to ask.
Do you have any family left? Shake. Do you hate humans? Shake.
Even if you don't hate humans, in your current state, they won't let you go. Facing this view, the mutant hesitated but eventually nodded.
I wouldn't mind having you join, so would you like to join my organization? I can help you become stronger, and you won't have to fear being hunted by humans. This time, the mutant thought for a longer period.
In the end, he nodded.
Since you agree, welcome aboard. Let's rest up here for now. I'll arrange for your next steps.
The mutant silently nodded, perhaps still feeling a hint of sadness over losing his human identity.
Chapter 49, Arrival in Topeka.
3 days later, under the cover of darkness, Lou donned a bamboo dragonfly on his head and held onto Simmons, the mutant, as they flew towards the areas affected by the biocrisis. A day earlier, Lou had returned to Star City to arrange some tasks during his absence and reminded them to guard the home well, before returning. After 3 days of recovery, Simmons harnessed his strong vitality to significantly heal his injuries, allowing him to engage in extended activities. By moving mostly through suburbs or forests where few people lived, Lou attempted to avoid alarming humans and drawing their pursuit. Departing from California, passing through Nevada, Utah, Colorado, and finally stopping in Kansas. Originally, Lou's destination was Raccoon City in Iowa, where the biocrisis had erupted. However, due to a virus leak, the zombie virus spread rapidly in tandem with the activities of the undead, quickly reaching surrounding states. After the US government realized what was happening, they immediately notified the military to carry out a devastating strike against the undead. However, due to the Umbrella Corporation's powerful research capabilities, various bioweapons altered by the zombie virus caused significant casualties to the US military even under saturation attacks, while they were being massively eliminated. Initially, military commanders only sealed off the cities, sending small units into the cities to rescue civilians, believing that small units would make less noise and be less likely to attract zombie hordes. However, in the actual operations, frontline troops were repeatedly surrounded by large numbers of zombies, ultimately needing their end. The reason small units were sent in rather than large forces was because this approach would damage urban infrastructure, leading to significant economic losses, which caused commanders to have reservations. However, upon realizing this method was ineffective, they changed their combat strategy, deploying large troops with tanks at the forefront, while the ground forces occupied key positions and helicopters suppressed fire from the air. At first, they did achieve significant results, reclaiming several cities, but the government and the public did not agree. The military's use of heavy firepower to reclaim cities resulted in severe damage to urban buildings, causing significant losses to civilians and the government, leading senior officials to pressure the military to alter their combat approach. In the end, the US military decided to leverage the speed advantages of its digital forces. Using the strategy of baiting the zombies while retreating, they lured groups of zombies gathered in various states, systematically eliminating the infected horde. Meanwhile, since there were still numerous issues to resolve after the cities were reclaimed, such as Flora needing to exert tremendous effort to investigate whether there were zombies beneath collapsed buildings, research on the zombie virus vaccine, disinfection of urban areas, and other problems. Therefore, checkpoints and quarantine zones were established in the nearby states to prevent people from accidentally wandering into them and to stop the virus from spreading. It was against this backdrop that Lou brought Simp to the boundary between Kansas and Colorado. Residents within a 5-kilometer radius around the quarantine zone were evacuated by local police to prevent anyone from getting curious and venturing near the quarantine area, as an infection could quickly spread to neighboring cities.
After a month of travel, on a dim morning, Lou and Simp landed in a nearby patch of forest.
It's almost dawn. After we pass this quarantine zone, we might encounter military forces armed with heavy weaponry. So, we need to wait here until it gets dark before flying in. Let's eat something and then catch some sleep as usual. I'll keep watch in the morning,"
Lou said to Simp.
After a month of being together, Simp began to slowly accept his identity as an outlier and lowered his guard around Lou. Unable to speak, Simp simply nodded, took the food from Lou's hand, finished it, then found a relatively flat spot to lay down his sleeping bag and went to sleep. Seeing Simp take the food, Lou climbed up a tree, eating breakfast while remaining vigilant of the surroundings, catching every subtle movement in his keen eye.
Once it was fully bright out, Lou pulled out binoculars to observe the military outpost outside the forest.
It was deep autumn at this point, and there were only 3 soldiers moving in and out of the outpost, apparently sorting out their breakfast, looking quite relaxed. Lou speculated that zombies in the cities around the quarantine zone must have been eliminated, which is why the soldiers felt so at ease. Feeling that the military outpost didn't hold any useful information, Lou shifted his focus to the surroundings. While keeping a wary eye on everything, he also appreciated the landscape around him, and the morning slipped away. At night, after dinner, Lou took Simp and headed toward the area within the quarantine zone, flying over the heads of the sentries without them noticing a thing. After glancing at the lights below, Lou disregarded them and chose the direction toward Topeka, the capital of Kansas, flying straight ahead. Along the way, they occasionally encountered areas where lights were congregated, and Lou noticed that these places were surrounded by substantial ruins. By looking at the map, Lou finally understood that these ruins were the results of the cities in Kansas being wiped out by military artillery. It seems that humanity's determination to eliminate zombies is quite strong, actually abandoning cities just to wipe them out completely. That's truly ruthless, Lou thought to himself. Lou couldn't help but admire the person who issued such combat orders. After all, with everything being wiped clean like that, who could guarantee that no normal humans had been killed or infected?
However, this had nothing to do with Lou.
Perhaps the military understood the power of the zombie virus. Lou hadn't seen any large piles of corpses along the way, as they must have been consciously cleared.
Finally, Lou and Simp arrived at the outskirts of Topeka.
Lou was surprised to find that this capital of Kansas was still unrecaptured and hadn't been turned into ruins like the previous cities. Due to the large military presence around, Lou had to land to avoid the military patrols. Even though it was 3 in the morning, the sounds of gunfire were still faintly heard from the northern direction of Topeka. As he walked along the path into the city, Lou speculated that those sounds might be coming from the front lines battling the zombies. Lou was contemplating how to venture into the northern city and come into contact with the zombies without being spotted by the military. After all, as the front lines against the zombies, it was hard to believe the military wouldn't capture two strange individuals like Lou. This brings us to the objective of Lou bringing Simp here. Lou wanted to see if Simp, as an infected by the zombie virus, would be attacked by zombies. Lou even wanted Simp to have the ability to influence zombies because he wanted to ensure that this biochemical crisis would not be suppressed by the US military. He needed the horde of zombies to attract national attention in the Midwest. After this, when Lou causes trouble in San Francisco or even in California, he won't attract national attention or provoke a full military crackdown. Of course, Star City doesn't have such power at the moment, but for future development, Lou decided to try to maintain the existence of the biohazard in the urban circles centered around Iowa. So, Lou brought Simp along because he is intelligent and wants to see if it will be effective, preparing for the next steps. Chapter 50, Patrol Team. Perhaps the civilians in the city had already evacuated, as there were hardly any people seen in the entire city. Taking advantage of the cover of buildings, Lou and Simp quickly moved through the city. From time to time, dull explosions could be heard in the background, hinting that the military on the front lines was engaged in fierce battles with hordes of zombies. Turning around a corner to a fork in the road, just as Lou was about to choose the left path, he heard footsteps, and it was clear there was more than one person. So Lou stepped back again, signaling Simp to keep quiet, wanting to see who else was wandering in this desolate street. Peeking around the corner with half an eye, it wasn't long before 4 soldiers in U.S. Army uniforms appeared, cautiously patrolling the street. They might have been dispatched by an officer to clean up straggling zombies. The 4 entered the intersection and stopped. One of them pulled out a map and, after comparing it with the surrounding buildings, determined the direction they should take. After folding the map away, he waved to signal his teammates to follow, and then the 4 cautiously headed toward the fork they had just chosen, which was the street where Lou was. Seeing the 4 coming in his direction, Lou quickly pulled back his exposed eye, indicating to Simp to switch places with him. He then handed Simp an iron rod, instructing him to lie in wait at this corner, ready to spring out and hit anyone who appeared with the rod. As for Lou, he covered himself with an invisibility cloak, planning to stay close by and support Simp. If someone tried to escape or signal for help, Lou would be able to intervene immediately. As for why they weren't attacking together, it was because Lou wanted to see if Simp had truly accepted the fact that he was no longer human and whether he still hesitated to kill humans. What Lou needed was a zombie leader who loathed humans, not a weakling who hesitated to harm them. Standing about 5 meters away from Simp, concealed by the invisibility cloak, Lou quietly awaited Simp's performance. At this moment, Simp was like a wolf patiently waiting for its prey to take the bait, crouched down with the iron rod tightly in his grip, ready to unleash his full power to deliver a fatal blow to his target. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and just as they were about to turn the corner, suddenly, the footsteps stopped. It seems that the combat training of the American troops is quite high. They skillfully stayed away from the walls in this terrain, which could easily be ambushed by sudden zombie attacks. The captain at the front avoided a potential ambush at the corner by making a wide detour. Just as his line of sight was about to cross the corner and see what was on the other side, Simp appeared. Bang bang bang. The captain instinctively pulled the trigger, aiming for the head, but since Simp was nearly 2 meters tall and covered his head with his left hand as he approached quickly. As a result, the bullets only hit Simp's bulletproof vest, causing him to momentarily pause, but he quickly picked up speed and closed in on the captain. Using an iron rod, he knocked the gun out of the captain's hand and then struck the captain on the head with a single blow while he was still reacting. The hard steel helmet immediately caved in, causing the captain's head to burst, and due to the immense force, the captain's body was also sent flying to the side, landing heavily on the ground. The teammates behind only heard the captain suddenly fire his gun, and then immediately, this big guy knocked them away with one swing, clearly leaving them with no chance of survival. In the face of a sudden ambush, People generally try to find a place to hide first, but since the opponent is a trained soldier, they reacted quickly to raise their guns and shoot. Shooting while retreating, they needed to create distance from Simp, as the iron rod in Simp's hand was a melee weapon. Seeing 3 people raising their guns and shooting at him, Simp stopped resisting directly. Instead, he leaped next to the captain's corpse, curled up tightly behind it, using the corpse as cover from bullets. Then he charged forward under the hail of bullets, wanting to engage them in close combat. Seeing that bullets were ineffective against the enemy, they decided to use grenades to blow Simp up. Just when they wanted to pull the pin from the grenade, they were shot in the head by a sniper from who knows where. It was Lu who shot. He could not let the grenade explode here because the noise would be too loud and attract attention from people in a wide radius. Shit, there's a sniper, we should withdraw immediately and call for backup. Okay, let us hurry and retreat. After saying that, one person used the wall as cover to pull the pin from a grenade and threw it towards Simp. Before the grenade could be thrown, his hand was pierced by a bullet, and the grenade fell beside him. Ah! The teammate, who screamed and tried to get away, only managed to run a meter before the grenade exploded, sending shrapnel flying into his body with the shockwave, taking his life. In the end, he still couldn't prevent a grenade from exploding. Although the sound of the explosion might have attracted soldiers nearby to provide support, Lu still decided to leave the final opponent to Simpu to handle. Seeing that all his teammates had been killed, the remaining member fell into despair, feeling immense pressure from the powerful giant in front of him and the hidden sniper, causing him to lose his last shred of rationality. He threw down a grenade, regardless of whether it would be effective, and immediately turned and ran toward another street, wanting to escape this place, wanting to survive. Seeing the grenade flying towards him, Simp immediately picked up the captain's body in his hands and threw it, along with the grenade, towards the person who was fleeing. Bang! The grenade exploded in mid-air, changing the direction of the body. It didn't hit the target, but the shrapnel from the grenade caused him significant trouble as he was struck in the thigh. The pain caused him to collapse to the ground, covering the wound with his hand and wailing loudly. Please spare me, I'm only 25 years old, my life has just begun, I beg you, let me go. As he looked at the approaching Simp with despair, he pleaded for mercy. Without any pause, Simp reached his side, raised his arm, and swung the iron rod, striking him on the head. Quite nicely done, it stopped him from suffering further pain. Arriving next to the captain's body that had just been blown away by the grenade, he rummaged around and discovered a map pierced by several shrapnel pieces and a shattered communicator. Perhaps they were just on patrol, as they didn't carry many heavy explosives like grenades. They only had a large supply of bullets. Collecting the ammunition and supply bags from their bodies in coordination with Simp, they quickly left the area. Running towards the direction the patrol team had come from, since they had already patrolled that area, there should be no soldiers patrolling it again, at least for now. There was definitely no one there. Along the way, they didn't encounter any patrols, and Lu used the relatively intact map to find a road going north towards the city, so the two of them hurried towards the northern part of the city. If they didn't encounter any zombies here, they would have to enter Iowa, the area most severely affected by the outbreak, to look for zombies, which posed certain risks. As they got closer to the northern part of the city, Lu noticed that the damage to the surrounding buildings was becoming increasingly severe, indicating that the intensity of destruction here far exceeded Lu's expectations. Chapter 51: Searching for Zombies. As they approached the northern district, the booming sounds of cannon fire had long made Lu's ears hurt. At this point, going north was undoubtedly a death wish. Standing on top of a ruined building, he gazed into the distance at the military artillery positions, which not only included cannons but also tanks and helicopters. The density of firepower made Lu feel frightened. Lu and Shinpu stopped moving forward, preparing to wait until the military's current offensive was over before delving deeper into the northern region of the city. At night, as per usual, Lu took the first shift. At that moment, he leaned back on a genuine leather sofa the surrounding civilians had left, so Lu casually smashed open a family's front door and moved in with his belongings. It had been a while since the last lottery draw. Let's have a round. Looking at the gacha points, he found that he had accumulated 200 gacha points. During the previous month, aside from sleeping during the day and traveling at night, Lu also made a point to gather some supplies like oil, cars, and steel, and he managed to accumulate a decent amount of gacha points.
Of course, the bulk still came from the automatic 5 gacha points that credited daily.
I can draw 4 times, I'll do it twice for fun, Lu thought. After witnessing the power of human heavy weaponry, Lu felt some anxiety about his future and that of his species. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, he chose the silver roulette and clicked to start the lottery. 3 crocodile eggs produced by a female crocodile that grew large after consuming a large amount of hormones from python versus crocodile. Consuming them will promote biological growth by breaking physical limits, achieving rapid growth at the cost of life.
Demon pendant, praying for help from the demon pendant, and upon receiving a response from the demon, one can make a deal with the demon sealed within.
When a person cannot control their desires, they will draw ever closer to destruction. Dragon Rhinoceros Horn Shield, made from the hide of the ferocious dragon rhinoceros, it can defend against ordinary knife and sword attacks. It can form a layer of water membrane on the surface of the body, effectively softening the impact of attacks and providing some degree of water resistance up to depths of 50 meters. 50 Spirit Stones, minerals rich in high-quality elemental mana. Looking at the prizes from this lottery, Lu could only say they were not bad, nothing particularly outstanding, but they were still useful to him. Lu wasn't sure how to use the 3 crocodile eggs yet, so he left them alone, while he planned to keep the demon pendant for Shinpu as a trump card. The armor and spirit stones for cultivation resources would naturally be kept for his own use. In the early hours of the morning, after Shinpu relieved Lu, he went directly into his room, sat on the floor, held a spirit stone in his hands, and began to circulate the fire cloud technique to absorb the energy from the spirit stone. Not sure if it was due to the fire cloud technique's higher efficiency, but previously it took 3 hours to absorb a spirit stone about the size of an adult's fist using the Berserk Ape Physique skill, while it only took an hour with the fire cloud technique, effectively doubling the efficiency. In the early hours of the morning, Lu had been absorbing spirit stones and hadn't slept all night, but he didn't feel tired at all, rather, he felt completely relaxed. After a day and night of bombardment yesterday, the northern part of the city finally became quiet this morning, though sporadic gunfire could still be heard, likely aimed at clearing out zombies that hadn't been blown to bits. It seems the military wanted to let the artillery on the front lines rest, as there had been no sounds of cannon fire all day, while helicopters were quite active in the sky. That night, the two of them, having rested all day, headed towards the northern part of the city. After walking for half an hour, the terrain around them suddenly opened up. Lu took a closer look and realized that all the buildings in that area had been flattened by cannon fire. It can be said that as long as there are zombies that haven't been blown to bits nearby, they can quickly be spotted by the patrol helicopters in the sky, which would then eliminate any living zombies with a barrage of gunfire. This situation was very disadvantageous for Lu and Simpson, as their tall figures would surely be spotted as soon as they appeared in that area. Therefore, Lu had no choice but to use an invisibility cloak to wrap the two of them up and use a bamboo dragonfly to fly into the sky, slowly dodging both ground and aerial reconnaissance. As they continuously moved forward through the ruins, Lu eventually recognized that they had left the city area and were slowly entering the northern mountainous region. Perhaps due to terrain limitations, it was inconvenient for the military's heavy artillery to enter, so they could only airdrop missiles or use helicopters to penetrate deep into the mountains to search for the movements of zombie hordes and then conduct ground strikes with missiles. From a distance, Lu stopped, feeling a bit afraid of being discovered by a helicopter and targeted with a missile, but he decided to stay in order to observe the military's mountain warfare tactics. The mountainous area was complex in terrain and covered with dense trees, which greatly hindered the military's search for zombie hordes, and due to the terrain's drainage, the positions of the zombies were constantly changing. Some had fallen into rivers and been washed away, some were stuck in caves, some had fallen from cliffs, and others remained motionless in the woods. The variety of situations made it impossible for the military to effectively destroy the zombies huddled in the mountains. They could only whittle them down bit by bit, which undoubtedly consumed a lot of time. Surrounding Iowa, neighboring states had deployed troops to hunt zombies. If they continued to dawdle here, it would be difficult to catch up to the progress of other states' exterminations, making it impossible to encircle the zombie hordes in Iowa. Therefore, the military commanders decided to bypass the zombie hordes in this mountainous area, leaving behind an artillery unit to keep the zombies suppressed, and once the encirclement was established, they would gradually clear this area. Thus, Lu discovered that after bombarding the American forces for an entire night, they had actually retreated, leaving behind only a few ground artillery units to periodically clear the zombies here. Lu instantly felt that an opportunity had arisen, but he didn't rush instead, he quietly followed behind the main force of the army.
Only after confirming that they had truly left Topeka did Lu start taking action.
With Sinpo, Lu stealthily crossed the patrol line of the defending troops, successfully entering the northern mountainous area. Beyond the patrol line lay a pine forest. Possibly due to its proximity to the military patrol area, soldiers were occasionally dispatched to clear out zombies, but along the way there were very few zombies, only scattered dead ones. After passing through the towering pine trees, they reached a hillside leading straight to the mountaintop, which was densely covered with pine trees. It was difficult to make out anything in the woods from above, so it's no wonder that the zombie horde was hard to obliterate once driven into the mountains. As they searched their way up, deep craters formed by missile explosions occasionally appeared, with surrounding trees burned down, creating open areas that resembled a face riddled with pockmarks. Finally, after making their way up the slope to a cliff, Lu and Sinpo spotted zombies, and not just a few, there were over 10 gathered together. Below the cliff was a small valley where a group of zombies were wandering about, but it looked very grim, as some had severed hands and others had severed legs.
Chapter 52, Gathering Strength.
Since the cliff where Lu was standing was far enough from the valley floor, the zombie group did not notice someone observing them from above.
Now is your moment to shine, I hope you won't let me down.
After saying a word to Sinpo, he moved forward to embrace him and flew down. Sinpo didn't show much expression either during this month in Kansas. Lu had already explained his plans regarding Sinpo, so he knew what to expect. 3 minutes later, Lu brought Sinpo to the bottom of the valley, less than 100 meters away from the wandering zombies. To ensure that Sinpo wouldn't be overwhelmed in case the probe went wrong, Lu deliberately took out 10 pounds of fresh pork and split it into 10 portions, throwing them in different directions. Suddenly, the previously sluggish horde of zombies became agitated, splitting into 10 groups, each rushing towards the direction of the pork. Lu deliberately left one portion not far from Sinpo, while he flew above wearing a bamboo helicopter, ready to lift Sinpo into the sky at any moment. The 10 or so zombies divided into 10 teams, and no team would have more than 2. Sinpo was still confident he could take down 1 or 2 zombies. Zimp's luck is quite good, there is only one zombie approaching him, and it's a disabled one missing an arm. Although it looks very awkward when it runs, this zombie is still approaching Zimp at a rather brisk pace. Picking up the pork on the ground, it starts to bite into it hungrily, while Zimp is slowly getting closer to it. It seems that upon noticing something approaching, the zombie quickly finishes off the little remaining pork in its hands and then begins to roar at Zimp. However, it stops roaring after just a few cries, perhaps confused as to why the creature in front of it smells like its kind as well as food, leaving it unsure of what to do next. Thus, the not-so-smart zombie, relying solely on instinct, is baffled by Zimp. Its nose informs it that Zimp is one of its kind. As a result, the zombie stops moving in that direction and instead re-enters a standby mode, wandering around. After observing that the zombie does not attack Zimp, Lu feels that this trip was not in vain, even though Zimp currently cannot control the zombies or command them to act. But as long as the zombies do not harm Zimp, he, possessing human intelligence, has countless ways to guide the zombies to where he wants them to go.
Looks like you could be considered one of them too. Am I also a zombie? Yes, I am a zombie, never able to go back.
Of course, Lu did not hear any of this, as he could not understand.
Now that we confirmed they won't harm you, let us proceed according to plan. Zimp nodded.
Lu and Zimp wandered around the valley. They needed to find a way that would allow the zombies to come in and out, as this was a great hiding spot. Therefore, they wanted to attract all the zombies from the northern mountains here to gradually build strength, and then attack the station troops at the foot of the mountain together, solving the threat posed by the cannons. Only by taking care of them can Zimp lead the zombie army to ambush the main forces of Kansas that just took a detour, tearing apart the human siege on the Iowa zombie herd, and letting the zombies spread out into other states once again. Of course, all of this is a plan Lu and Zimp merely discussed on paper. How exactly to do it in practice remains to be seen. Finally, after a detour, they found a small path through the forest leading directly to the mountainside, although it might hinder a large-scale mobilization of the zombie horde later. But for now, they are still in the stage of quietly gathering strength, and the distribution of zombies in the northern mountains is quite scattered. This small path is already sufficient for them. Thus, for the next month, Lu took Zimp every day into the mountains to look for the whereabouts of the zombies, possibly due to the previous firepower strikes from the main forces, resulting in almost no large groups of zombies gathering together now. The station troops at the foot of the mountain have also repeatedly entered the mountainous area for cleanup. Perhaps due to the circumstances above, they opted not to use artillery attacks but instead dispatched small units to steadily clear the area. After a month of clearing, even the most hidden valleys would eventually be discovered. Therefore, after assessing their strength, Lu felt it was time to take action. Through the observations and records of the two, they found that this small valley had already gathered over 1,000 zombies. It's not that they didn't want to lure in more zombies. Rather, this valley was already packed with zombies. If they were to draw in more, Lu suspected that zombies could potentially slip out through the forest trail. This could likely lead to news of a large zombie gathering leaking, which would immediately result in an artillery strike from the military. Driven by various factors, Lu decided it was time to act. He had Shinpu guide the zombies out through the trail while Lu went to attract the attention of the troops at the foot of the mountain. To preserve the strength of this zombie horde, Lu decided to take matters into his own hands, aiming to eliminate this troop as quickly as possible without giving them a chance to attack the zombies. Since the plan was already in place, Lu needed to implement it. He left Shinpu to lure the zombies out in the valley under the cover of night and flew into the area of pine trees at the foot of the mountain. Coming to a stop, Lu took out a staff from his inventory. Indeed, it was his weather controller. Due to practicing the fire cloud formula, Lu's elemental mana had become more refined and profound, so he stopped 50 meters away from the military base. He then began to fully infuse elemental mana into the weather controller. After inputting nearly 3/4 of the elemental mana, Lu stopped, as he would need some for hunting the American troops next. He used his consciousness to select foggy weather and then activated the weather controller, which began to operate. A large amount of water vapor spread around Lu. Not only did Lu don an invisibility cloak, but he also wore the previously drawn water-repelling dragon rhinoceros armor to isolate himself from the surrounding moisture. As Lu moved, the thick fog gradually spread towards the American camp, slowly enveloping the troops. At first, the American sentinels thought this was just a normal night fog, but upon realizing how dense it was, they quickly reported to the command post. Upon receiving the report, they immediately went on alert. Of course, they did not know that this thick fog was created by Lu. They were the zombies that could appear at any time in the dense fog. In such poor visibility, they might touch someone without being noticed, and conveniently, this was right on the front lines of the northern mountainous area of Topeka. As a result, they all became extremely vigilant, observing their surroundings. The soldiers were all awakened and prepared for battle, ready to shoot any approaching zombies. Originally, the idea was to use the fog to obscure the vision of the U.S. troops so they could quickly hunt down American soldiers, but they did not expect this unit to be so alert. Just as the fog began to envelop the entire camp, they had already started to respond. This made Lu feel a bit awkward. It seemed he had underestimated the American soldiers. However, this was not a problem. Putting aside his embarrassment, he drew a dagger, put on the hood of his cloak, and transformed into a ghostly figure on the battlefield to reap their lives. Chapter 53, Ghost on the Battlefield. Thanks to the invisibility cloak, Lu quickly approached the camp entrance. The squad that had been patrolling outside the camp was swiftly picked off by Lu, and at this moment, his target was the sentry at the entrance. Rushing to the camp gate, Lu did his best to move quietly, sneaking up behind the sentry, extending both hands, one to cover the mouth and nose while the other swiftly slashed his throat with the dagger. Before he could completely lose his breath, Lu immediately charged towards the sentry opposite, trying to ensure he did not raise the alarm. The soldier on the other side was originally thinking about his wife back home, wondering if she was asleep and whether she might be dreaming about him. But suddenly he saw two hands reaching out from behind his teammate, and in an instant, his throat was slashed. Before he could react, while he was still in shock, he felt a gust of wind hit him, and then he lost consciousness. Perhaps he never expected to die this way after going to war. Generally, the patrol teams change every 30 minutes, while the sentries at the entrance switch every 2 hours. However, while on duty, they can be subject to surprise inspections at any time to ensure that any sentries eliminated can respond as quickly as possible. The entire camp had already been on alert, so they wouldn't know when the patrol teams would inquire. They would soon discover what had happened. The two patrol teams outside the camp and the sentry at the entrance had already been taken out, which would further heighten the vigilance of the soldiers inside the camp. Thus, Lu had to accelerate his infiltration of the camp, quickly eliminating the communications department and command center.
Lu could not allow them to leak any information.
Using the convenience of his invisibility cloak, Lu began to search within the camp, passing by one military tent after another. The tents all looked the same, causing Lu to quickly lose his sense of direction. Previously, he had seen this camp from a distance. It had not only 30 large caliber cannons, but also 5 armed helicopters and a large number of infantry fighting vehicles, making the overall size of the camp very vast. To quickly find the communications department, Lu had no choice but to ask someone for directions. Choosing a tent that had a guard, Lu used a diversionary tactic to lure one of the guards away, then took them out one by one quickly and stored them in his inventory. He then tried knocking on the door to attract the attention of the people inside. Perhaps they didn't expect someone to have the audacity to sneak in. The entire camp was on high alert, and the people inside hadn't heard any unusual sounds.
So he called out, "Please come in."
Hearing the voice, Lu was a bit bewildered. It turned out the door wasn't locked, and surprisingly, no one had gone to bed this late. Once he realized what was happening, Lu pushed the door open and casually closed it behind him. Inside, people were seated around the conference table, seemingly discussing the next course of action. Upon hearing the closing door, he felt quite astonished. Who was the inconsiderate person coming to report to him and bothering to close the door? But when he looked up at the doorway, he broke into a cold sweat because he saw no one there, yet he distinctly heard someone opening and closing the door a moment ago. Perhaps out of fear, he immediately began to call for the soldiers. "Soldiers, guard!" Before he could shout again, Lu quickly covered his mouth, preventing him from making any more noise. "Sir, please don't make any sudden moves. I promise I just have a few questions for you, and after I'm done, I'll leave right away. I won't harm you. But if you don't cooperate with me, I'll have no choice but to dispose of you and find someone else to ask my questions. Did you understand?" After hearing the last sentence, he nodded vigorously. "Good, since you're so sensible, I'll release you shortly, but you mustn't make any noise." With that, Lu slowly moved his hand away, and it seemed he was quite sensible, as he didn't scream to attract anyone's attention for help. "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you everything, just don't hurt me." Looking at the officer in front of him, who wore a pleading expression, Lu didn't have the mood to tease him and began to ask his questions. "Where is your ammunition depot?" It's in the warehouse to the west. All our supplies are over there." "You're not lying to me, are you?" "No." "And what about your communications department?" "That's over there too." "Then why are you here? As an officer, shouldn't you be at the command center handling emergency situations right now?" "I haven't gone yet. The command center just notified us to head to the briefing room for a meeting. It's almost time." "Oh? You're not thinking of escaping, are you?" Uncertain whether the officer in front of him was telling the truth or not, Lu hesitated in his heart, but soon enough he made up his mind. He moved close to the officer, covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and then slashed his neck. The officer stared at Lu with wide eyes filled with shock and anger. Not paying him any more mind, Lu began to scan the room for useful information. In the drawer of the desk, he discovered a handgun, and the drawer was slightly ajar. It seems that when questioned, the officer was not honest. Fortunately, worried that the officer might suddenly shout for help, which would expose him, Lu directly chose to eliminate him. To verify whether what the officer had just said was true, he specifically waited outside the camp for over 10 minutes, but no one came to inform him. During this period, it seemed that news of the patrolling team or the sentry at the gate being killed was discovered, causing the entire camp to become restless, as enemies had infiltrated. Thus, Lu noticed that the patrols around the camp had become much more frequent. Just when Lu could no longer wait, a soldier finally arrived in front of the officer's tent. Although it struck him as odd that there was no guard at the entrance, he still knocked on the door, but received no response. After knocking again and still getting no answer, he finally banged on the door a few times,
but there was still no reaction. Feeling confused, he turned to leave, pondering as he walked, could Colonel John have already gone to the command room? That shouldn't be the case, I haven't seen them the whole way.
Possibly due to the urgency of the situation, after leaving the officer's tent, he ran off in one direction, with Lou following closely behind. Since he was a messenger sent by the command post, he was bound to return to the command post, so Lou kept a tight watch on him. Along the way, they encountered many patrols, but after reporting the password, the messenger was allowed to pass directly, leading Lou straight to a tent entrance. After reporting this situation to the guards at the entrance, the messenger left the area, while the guards went inside the tent. After a while, that guard burst out of the tent, heading in the direction where the messenger had just left.
Chapter 54: The Guerrilla Bomber. Now that he had found the command post, everything would be easier. Lou took advantage of their distraction to stealthily infiltrate the command tent. At a conference table, sitting at the main seat facing the tent entrance was a middle-aged white man, his expression somewhat serious, as if the news brought by the messenger had struck a chord. In the 2 rows of seats, the left side was already filled, while the position closest to the main seat on the right side remained empty. It seems that the officer they just located holds quite an important position. After glancing around, he noticed that Lou had placed 2 timed bombs here before leaving, as there were too many people for him to kidnap and interrogate for information, so he chose not to ask. After exiting the tent, Lou headed towards the area with the highest concentration of personnel in the camp and soon found himself in a playground where they were gathering, ready to face battle at any moment due to the dense fog enveloping the entire camp. Turning left, he saw their dormitory, with dozens of tents scattered about this area. Ignoring these tents, he continued on, heading towards the warehouse mentioned by the officer earlier. Unexpectedly, instead of finding the warehouse, he came across numerous artillery pieces and tanks stationed here, surrounded by a large number of well-equipped guards, no less formidable than the command center. It seems that officer is trying to lure me here so his underlings can take me out, Lou thought. However, he never considered that Lou had no intention of leaving any witnesses alive since he encountered Lou. There was no reason to let him leave unharmed. Lou could stroll right into the command center, let alone this artillery position. As he stealthily moved about, he saw them transporting ammunition next to the artillery pieces and inspecting their condition. It seemed that the dense fog and the sudden attack at the entrance had put the command center on high alert, preparing for artillery bombardment at any moment. Upon reaching here, Lou still did not raise any alarms and proceeded to the other side of the camp. As he walked past places like the camp's kitchen and repair department, he finally found the warehouse behind the maintenance area, in a section designated for isolation. Since he had come this far, he had to take advantage of the situation. Not only did the warehouse have guards, but there were also patrols constantly on the move around the area. However, none of this posed a challenge for Lou. Following behind the engineers moving ammunition, Lou successfully entered the place. After they had taken the ammunition outside, a few people stayed behind to guard the warehouse while the rest went to transport ammunition back to their positions. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Lou directly began loading military supplies into his inventory, taking as much as he could. After all, this camp housed nearly 500 people, and supplies were quite abundant for Lou. He deliberately selected military uniforms, rations, and most of the ammunition that were unavailable in the market. It wasn't until he had filled nearly half of the inventory that Lou stopped. He still needed to keep half of his inventory space for the U.S. military's artillery and Apache helicopters. 1,000 cubic meters should be enough to carry most of the artillery and 3 helicopters. Without lingering, he left with the engineers when they returned to transport more ammunition. The most crucial communication department had still not been located. In such foggy weather, apart from modern communication equipment, transmitting messages manually was simply not feasible. Finally, after taking a detour and nearing the command post, Lou found it. However, the trouble was that there were people coming and going around, making it quite difficult to sneak in and deal with these communications soldiers. With no other choice, he could only approach slowly, then follow a communications officer who had just returned from the command post inside. Now that he was in, everything would be easier. With a sharp dagger in hand, Lou transformed into the Grim Reaper, sending them back to hell. After swiftly taking out more than 20 communication staff members,
the commotion Lu created still caught the attention of the guards outside. As he lifted the tent flap, he discovered his comrades lying on the ground, but he found the killer was a floating dagger and a faceless visage. This immediately terrified them. They screamed and started firing their guns wildly into the tent. Withdrawing his hands into his cloak, Lu once again concealed his figure, easily dodging the bullets fired by the guards. The nearby soldiers who heard the gunfire hurried over, their expressions tense and anxious.
What happened? What's going on here? Why are shots being fired?
Before entering the tent, he saw that the guards at the entrance were just shooting inside, prompting one soldier to ask another.
It's the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is here.
I saw him kill everyone in the communications department with my own eyes.
It seemed he was not just a little crazy.
Seeing that he couldn't glean any useful information, he quickly took the place of the guard at the door while the guard was reloading, and then began shooting inside. Regardless of whether there was anyone inside, he decided to suppress them with firepower first. Perhaps realizing that there was indeed no one standing inside, the soldier also stopped firing, but before he could react, he was shot in the head. It was Lu's gun that fired, and at the same time, a large number of soldiers flooded in from the playground, surrounding this tent, ready to focus fire on the enemies inside.
Bang bang!
Suddenly, not far behind the soldiers, the command post exploded, shattering the tent and knocking the guards at the entrance to the ground. In an instant, the soldiers were stunned. The commanders were still inside having a meeting.
When were they planted with bombs?
While the soldiers were bewildered by this situation, some finally reacted and rushed to the command post to look for officers who might still be alive, while others went to notify the medics for emergency assistance. Taking advantage of this distraction, Lu stepped out of the tent holding 2 AKs and opened fire on them, taking down 7 or 8 people in an instant.
The soldiers quickly reacted and concentrated fire on Lu.
After all, he was still flesh and blood and couldn't withstand such concentrated gunfire, so Lu quickly flew up, simultaneously using his mind to manipulate the mist around him to wrap himself and hide his form. Previously, not flying into the camp was due to the fear of being detected by the camp's radar, so they dared not fly over it. However, now that the communications unit and the command center have been taken out, Lu has nothing left to worry about. Using the cover of the mist, Lu began his operation, holding a fireball staff in his hand. He gathered the surrounding elemental mana and condensed it into a fireball the size of a basketball. He threw it down towards the soldiers below, tossing one after the other in different spots, causing chaos and leaving them unable to figure out where the enemy was. In the end, they resorted to a desperate measure, shooting straight up at their own heads simultaneously to create a safe zone with bullets above. Although this method consumed a lot of ammunition, it was indeed effective. The mist above became sparse, and Lu was forced to attack soldiers in different locations to dodge the bullets.
However, this method was ultimately temporary.
With no way to resupply their ammunition, they were bombarded by Lu once again, while Lu took several breaks to recharge his elemental mana and continue bombarding them. Finally, they could hardly take it anymore. Out of the original more than 500, only about 50 remained together, and running out of ammunition and supplies, they decided to flee. Of course, not all 400 plus had been killed by Lu. In fact, a significant portion had already deserted early on, escaping into the mist.
However, what awaited them in the mist was not safety, but the lurking zombies.
Chapter 55, Separation, Chess Pieces. Over 1,000 zombies had already arrived around the camp while Lu was looking for the communications unit, but they had also been affected by Lu's thick fog, wandering aimlessly within it. Upon hearing the distant sounds of explosions, Zimp understood that Lu must have started his assault, so he began guiding the surrounding zombies to wait outside the camp.
This way, they could intercept fleeing soldiers, and also provide cover for Lu if he had to retreat unsuccessfully, so they all acted with a plan.
Finally, when he heard footsteps approaching, Zimp's tense mood relaxed, as it was more than just one person's footsteps. The deserters in the mist were frantically trying to escape, but due to the heavy fog earlier, they had lost their sense of direction and ended up back around Lu. This directly caused more than 50 of them to lose another 10 or so, and ultimately, by a stroke of luck, they found the camp's main gate and escaped the camp. However, they still dared not relax. They feared Lu's pursuit. Without being able to see his figure, and with the alarming fireballs a nonsensical form of attack, it filled them with dread of Lu. However, when they were running, a zombie's face suddenly appeared in front of them, and they were terrified. The guns they had used against Lou had run out of bullets, leaving them with nothing but a makeshift club. To escape, they had no choice but to fight back, unleashing a tremendous will to survive along with great strength. But ultimately, the number of people was their biggest flaw. More than 30 of them were overwhelmed by the endless tide of zombies, resulting in 30 more new members joining the horde. Attracted by the overwhelming smell of blood from the camp, more and more zombies overcame the mist and made their way through the camp gates to the place where Lou was battling.
What was Lou doing at that moment?
Of course, he was counting his spoils: over 20 artillery pieces, 2 Apache attack helicopters, 3 light tanks, and dozens of infantry fighting vehicles along with a massive amount of ammunition. His inventory was completely filled. In the end, to avoid disturbing the feeding frenzy of the zombies, Lou left the camp and waited outside for Simp. As a being with human awareness, Simp does not consume human flesh. He can suppress his desire to feast by eating animal blood and flesh.
Simp, have the zombies all gone in? Simp nodded.
Since this camp has already taken care of things for you, then the next path is up to you. I also need to go to Star City. My people are still weak and require my protection.
He nodded to show understanding, with a facial expression that seemed generous and ready to face death. Just do your best. Remember that you are the most important. As long as you are alive, you can create enough zombies when you reach human cities. This way, whether or not humans encircle you, your weakening of them will already succeed, so be smart about what you do, got it? Nodded in understanding. Yes, as long as you understand, I have a few items for you. Pay close attention to their functions. This pendant seals a demon. Just pray to it, and if you receive a response, it will grant you what you desire. You can use this for problems you cannot solve later, but don't rely on it too much. Also, this dark gear nerfed. If you integrate it into your body, it will give you immense power. You can also give it to your future subordinates, but it will lower their IQ and trap them in a killing frenzy, so use it with caution. These 2 items are meant to help keep you alive. I hope you can use them well and take your subordinates to build something great. Alright, enough talk, I'm off. With that, Lou put on his bamboo copter and flew towards Star City.
After watching Lou leave, Simpu returned to the camp, feeling uneasy about the future. Following the plan, he detonated the remaining ammunition in the camp and then headed towards Iowa, accompanied by a herd of zombies that had just had a big meal. As Lou watched the direction in which the zombie horde had gone from the sky, he felt relieved. He had previously worried that Simpu wouldn't follow the plan and would instead hide away to avoid drawing human attention, but it seemed that Simpu was being quite obedient after all. Of course, Lou could not place all his hopes solely on Simpu. He had other plans as well. Instead of flying straight back to Star City, Lou continued to carry out his plans. 3 days later, unburdened by Simpu, Lou arrived at New Orleans in Louisiana at breakneck speed. He chose a poor young man living in the local slum who was having a hard time. After knocking him out, Lou fed him the mid-level zombie potion he had drawn earlier, planning to create a threat here to draw the military's attention. He took out a bomb-proof shield from the inventory and placed it on the young man. Under the potion's effect, this shield would significantly boost his defensive abilities. Originally, this was meant to be a quiet move, so after ensuring no one would disturb it, Lou left the place as he had more things to do. Arriving in Texas, located in the Mississippi River Delta, Lou specifically searched the Mississippi River for an American alligator and stuffed a giant crocodile egg into its mouth. In the following time, it will break through its physiological limits and grow into a giant crocodile, bringing great surprises to the various states of the Mississippi River Basin. Of the remaining 2 eggs, one was reserved for raising a giant beast for Star City as a trump card, while Lou decided to use the other to attract the attention of the California Emperor Organizations branch. After setting up the dark chess piece in Louisiana, Lou began heading back. The crocodile raised in Texas, along with the mountain lion in Arizona where Lou was currently located, were both pawns meant to distract human eyes. In a biologically rich plain, Lou caught a mountain lion cub and then opened the crocodile egg to feed it the egg fluid. After it finished eating everything, Lou placed it back in its den so it could continue to grow healthily under its mother's protection. After arranging everything, Lu stopped wandering around because he could easily be detected by the city's air defense multiverse Gacha system and subsequently be pursued by helicopters. Of course, since ordinary helicopters couldn't detect Lu, he managed to avoid their attacks. However, after nearly 2 months of constant moving, Lu was quite exhausted and thus refrained from stirring up trouble. After passing through the mountainous, uninhabited areas, Lu finally returned to his territory nearly 2.5 months after leaving the Star City. In no time, the clanspeople gathered to welcome Lu back. His return undoubtedly provided the low-key developing Star City with a sense of stability. After greeting everyone, Lu let them attend to their own business. He needed a moment to rest. Tomorrow, Lu would hold a general meeting, and Caesar would notify everyone. Subsequently, he returned to his room and enjoyed a comfortable nap. Chapter 56, Current Situation of Star City Part 1. In the morning, after a good night's sleep, Lu woke up, had breakfast in the cafeteria, and then went to the administrative hall to handle some data that Caesar had sent over. Time passed quietly, and half an hour later, a guard came to Lu's side. "Your Majesty, everyone has arrived and is waiting for you at the square to preside over the meeting." That was quick. "All right, I'll head over now." Lu put down the report in his hand and then walked out of the administrative hall. Arriving at the stone platform in the center of the square, the once noisy square fell silent as everyone turned their gaze to the ruler of Star City, their king. "Good morning, fellow clanspeople. Has everyone had breakfast?" "Yes, we have," they all responded in unison. "The purpose of this meeting is mainly to discuss the direction that Star City will take next. As you all know, I've been away for a trip and just returned yesterday. I went to see how the world is progressing. Humanity remains the dominant force in the world, viewing us as heretics, monsters that they must eliminate. Their weapons are incredibly powerful, and we currently have no means to counter this threat. Therefore, we must develop, we must fight. We cannot allow ourselves to be slaughtered and give up the battle just because we think we cannot defeat them. The world is fair. It has given us a chance to compete with humanity. Are we really willing to concede so easily? No way, no way, no way. So we must fight against humanity and seize their land. However, we are currently very weak, confined within this jungle, unable to confront humanity directly. Thus, what we need is to develop quietly. In human terms, this means building high walls, claiming kingship slowly, and stockpiling resources. Only by growing stronger can we acquire more land and feed more clanspeople. Fellow clanspeople, let's ensure to have more children. We need enough clanspeople to strengthen ourselves. The fire of the orangutan shall live on forever. The fire of the orangutan shall live on forever. The fire of the orangutan shall live on forever. The fire of the orangutan shall live on forever. Under Lu's mobilization, most of the clansmen restrained their curiosity about the outside world. They realized that they were not strong enough yet, and if they ventured out, they would be killed by humans. Thus, they secretly resolved to have more children. The more they had, the stronger their clan would become. After pointing the way for the next generation, Lu concluded the meeting. Soon after, everyone returned to their posts, hearts brimming with excitement, and worked even harder. Afterward, Lu gathered his subordinates in the administrative hall for a small meeting. This meeting is mainly to understand the current detailed situation in Star City and to plan for the days ahead. Caesar, you go first. As the nominal leader, Caesar primarily handled various affairs within the clan. Koba, on the other hand, was in charge of external affairs. Of course, due to the tense relations with humans, he mainly focused on intelligence gathering related to external matters. Currently, there are a total of 632 gorillas in Star City, including 468 adult gorillas over 6 years old, 200 females, and 268 males, 183 juvenile gorillas between 1 and 6 years old, and 81 infant gorillas from birth to 1 year old. The food reserves, calculated based on the needs of one gorilla's 3 meals a day, are sufficient for all our clansmen for 5 months. The number of weapons is too complex, so I've compiled a written report and submitted it to your desk. Indeed, it seems that during my absence, Caesar, you've worked hard. Gathering this data must have taken Flora a lot of effort. Next, Koba.
With that, Lu turned his gaze to Koba.
Currently, our military strength is still quite weak. The 30 warriors of the Sword of the Empire train day and night, their strength continuously growing. The reconnaissance team currently has 21 members, led by Rocket, who is primarily responsible for intelligence gathering in human cities. The remaining 10 are continuing to explore deeper into the jungle to clarify the resource situation in unknown areas.
Currently, Koba only oversees these 2 squads. While not many, they are all elite.
The main military force of Star City is actually divided into 4 parts, 2 under Koba, and the other 2, one being the Star City Guard, composed of 50 guerrillas, mainly responsible for patrolling Star City and guarding important areas. As for the remaining part, it consists of other guerrilla members assigned to various tasks. They handle production and labor when there are no conflicts, and will be mobilized to fight during major crises in Star City. In terms of proportion, 100 combatants make up 1/6 of all the tribe members, but within such a small group, this level of military strength is far from sufficient. It's not that Lu doesn't want more combatants, but he can't ignore the development of the tribe.
Relentlessly militarizing the entire group is ultimately due to the tribe's small population. Maurice, why don't you go ahead and talk about your responsibilities?
Okay, Wang. So far, all the adult tribe members have received communication education, can speak normally, and have chosen names for themselves, which are recorded in the files.
There are 100 children of various ages receiving education at the school, and many people borrow books from the library every day.
It's clear that everyone has a thirst for knowledge.
Thompson, what about you?
Thompson is primarily responsible for the cafeteria and housing construction. After the last expansion, the cafeteria can accommodate 300 tribe members for dining at once, ensuring they all have enough to eat. As for housing construction, there are a total of 5 large public buildings, 30 dormitories, and 3 warehouses. The dormitories are sufficient for all tribe members to live in, and there's still room to spare. After listening to his subordinate's report, Lu gained a clear understanding of Star City's strength. He then asked everyone to discuss the problems they had encountered. It was impossible for so many tribe members living together not to have issues.
First is Caesar.
Boss, our current food reserves are calculated based on normal consumption. However, according to your recent plans for the future, the tribe's training in the Berserk Ape physique skill will consume a massive amount of food, and we won't be able to last even 5 months. Moreover, our food sources in Star City mainly consist of wild fruits and hunting, and these sources aren't stable or reliable. The tribespeople of Star City, who have only just gained intelligence, don't understand how to develop agriculture. They merely hunt and gather wild fruits using methods passed down from their ancestors, so the agricultural foundation of Star City is practically non-existent. Farmers, seeds, agricultural techniques, these all require flora to spend a lot of time exploring and accumulating.
Even with the help of human intelligence, agriculture can't develop overnight.
Furthermore, since Star City is a communal society now, with no one receiving a salary, everyone can only obtain food through labor to strengthen themselves.
This greatly limits the training speed of the tribespeople. Chapter 57, Current Situation of Star City Part 2.
If this problem isn't resolved, it will become a significant barrier to the growth of Star City.
Opening up wasteland in the jungle would undoubtedly be difficult.
If the area is small, it won't be very effective. If it's large, it may be easily discovered by humans in nearby Old Gold Mountain, which goes against the previously established directive for discrete development. This issue needs careful consideration, so it requires time to think.
So Lu asked Caesar to discuss other issues.
That's all for now. There are some minor issues, but I can handle them.
Since that's settled, let's move on to the next one. Koba, what about you?
Your Majesty, our military capabilities are too weak. I hope you can consider increasing the number of combat personnel. Also, our combat personnel currently use a wide variety of weapons, with various firearms mixed together, which means that every time we request ammunition supply from logistics, we have to provide a long list detailing what type of bullet goes with which gun. Moreover, our ammunition supply mainly comes from the human world, making it very unstable, and we often face issues of ammunition shortages. Furthermore, our current means of attack are lacking, limited to decapitation actions or small-scale battles. Ultimately, we're short on apes.
I will take this issue seriously. I'll see if I can obtain raw materials and production lines from the human world. Let us try self-production and sales, but you all need to be well trained in close combat weapons. Okay, I will train them well when I get back.
Our ammunition is still sufficient for now, Your Majesty, so there's no need to rush.
Lu nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze toward Maurice.
Your Majesty, we need to establish laws and morals for Star City. Many of our tribespeople still retain pre-evolution habits, with female apes mating indiscriminately with male apes, leading to offspring that can't find their fathers. Additionally, due to poor hygienic conditions, the survival rate of ape infants is very low, which is extremely unfavorable for the expansion of our tribe. As for establishing laws, it's because some smaller apes are unable to obtain food through labor and resort to stealing from others. Some apes also deliberately shirk their responsibilities, dragging their feet until mealtime, living as if they were just passing the days. Previously, due to the apes' low intelligence, they were incapable of handling many tasks, so there was no need for them to labor, they only needed to pick fruits. However, after receiving gene injections for evolution and education, each ape arranges a suitable position based on its own physical condition, which leads to some apes not adapting to this lifestyle and frequently slacking off. As for the smaller apes stealing food, it's because they want more food to train the berserk ape physique skill. In fact, the cafeteria in Star City can handle the basic food supply.
With the passage of time and environmental changes, the individual development of each ape has led to distinct personalities.
Lu also allows such things to happen because he wants a tribe full of vitality, rather than a monotone, lifeless work machine, making such situations inevitable. Thus, Maurice identified the issue and proposed establishing laws and morals to regulate and guide the behavior of the tribespeople. From this issue, Lu also noticed that the division of labor within the tribe still needs improvement. A large number of tribe members spend their resources on food and shelter, while in terms of clothing and transportation, they can only rely on the clothes obtained through Lu's lottery or from the human world to meet the needs within the tribe.
Thompson, what about you?
Wang, I believe that under your leadership, the number of young gorillas in the tribe will increase rapidly, which will require more tribe members to take care of them. I think we could specifically build a nursery for them. Additionally, the current dormitories may not be sufficient in the future. Should we start planning for an expansion now to prepare for what's ahead? Lu was particularly pleased with Thompson for this reason. While bringing issues to Lu, he would also propose his own ideas. Perhaps he was one of the later additions to the tribe's management, but he was eager to read and had a strong thirst for knowledge. Indeed, Thompson, your ideas are very visionary. Once you return, come up with a plan, and then we can discuss whether to start construction or not. Seeing Lu affirm his suggestion, Thompson bowed his head in humility and then stepped back to join the group of 4. I have listened carefully to the issues you all raised. You are all considering the future of Star City, and you are also the main leaders of Star City. During the months I was away, your communication and cooperation might not have been extensive. Now that I'm back, everyone has brought forth issues related to their responsibilities. I hope everyone can gather their thoughts and think together about how to solve the problems currently facing Star City. How about this? You all go back and carefully consider these matters. In 3 days, prepare a plan for the issues mentioned in this meeting and present it to me. After listening to your opinions, I will make arrangements for our future endeavors.
Yes, we understand.
Then Lu sent them back to their posts to begin today's work.
Watching his busy subordinates, Lu was also contemplating how to handle these issues next.
At this moment, although Star City faced both internal and external troubles, the priority was still to address external threats. Starting from here, Lu began to formulate plans based on the actual situation. These problems were indeed somewhat overwhelming for Lu, who was just an ordinary person in his past life, thus he could only feel his way across the river. Lost in thought, he exited the government hall and entered the botanical garden, where he came to find Xiao Chao and Xiao Flora. Of course, he didn't come just to relax with them, he simply wanted to check on how the blood lily cultivation was progressing. With the previous 3 plants plus the 5 he obtained later, there were a total of 8 blood lilies. After such a long time, if they are still alive, they should have survived.
Wang, you're here.
As the little grass, Xiao Flora, who has been with Lu since childhood, they feel closer to Lu rather than in awe of him. When they saw Lu arrive, they all smiled and walked over. Sitting comfortably on a chair in the botanical garden, the two gorillas instinctively approached Lu's side to groom him and remove lice. Although Lu now has the means to bathe daily, having gorillas to help him with lice is still quite pleasant.
How is the cultivation of the blood orchids going? Have any survived?
Unconsciously, he ended up leaning on the chair, comfortably closing his eyes while asking about the blood orchids.
Out of the 8 blood orchids, 2 have wilted. Following your instructions, we ate the wilted ones.
My sister and I shared one each, said Flora.
The remaining 6 blood orchids have all survived, and they are now starting to produce stems and leaves.
It looks like we should be able to bloom more florists by next spring, Shawgrass said.
Well, if that's effective, then that's good.
Winter is approaching, so we need to make sure they are kept warm. We can't let them freeze to death.
Okay, got it.
After that, they stopped talking and quietly enjoyed the peace around them.
Chapter 58, Wintering.
3 months later, a vast expanse of forest had already donned a white coat. The cold weather made the animals in the forest fall into hibernation, and the usually noisy forest seemed to press the pause button. In an inconspicuous cave, however, the situation inside was starkly different from that outside, with many gorillas gathered together for martial arts training. Due to the heavy snow covering the ground and the cold weather, the efficiency of the clan members working in the forest was significantly slowed down. To also give the clan members a break, Lu decided to pause the expansion of Star City. However, after a month's rest, Lu found that the intense cold made the clan members curl up in their blankets, unwilling to come out and be active, even neglecting their training. This made Caesar and the others unable to bear it, so they suggested to Lu to find something for the clan members to do to get them moving. Considering that the clan members genuinely wanted to sleep during the winter and overcoming this habit was quite challenging, Lu waved his hand and increased the daily food ration, allowing each gorilla to have more elemental mana for training. At the same time, he felt that the clan members were overly reliant on firearms, using them for both hunting and combat. So Lu arranged for Rocket to train the clan members in martial arts. Due to the heavy snow, exploration deep into the jungle had to be halted, so Lu recalled this team of scouts. He also called Rocket back from the front. Rocket, as one of the earliest gorillas to accept Professor Lu's Demon Banestaff skill, is among the top 5 in terms of mastering the Demon Banestaff skill in Star City. Since Caesar Koba and the others needed to handle daily affairs and had no time, Lu decided to recall Rocket. Having risen early, Lu watched the tribe members train in front of his door for a while. Seeing that they were all practicing diligently without cheating or slacking off made him feel very happy. Then Lu stopped observing and turned to walk to the other side of the cave, into the lair of Stone. After nearly half a year of food feeding in Star City, Stone has already surpassed the size he was when Lu retrieved him. While on all fours, he has grown to over 5 meters tall, nearly unable to exit the cave, and when standing upright, he can reach a height of 8 meters. This enormous size has granted him immense strength, so even during the ongoing large-scale construction in Star City, Lu has had Stone accompany the logging team to work. He lets Stone use brute force to knock down trees, and then the logging team comes in to dismember the trees and transport them back to Star City, greatly increasing the speed of construction. Later, as Stone entered hibernation, Lu also recalled the logging and hunting teams that were working outside. Without Stone's company, the tribe members could easily be hunted by wild beasts in the forest. After months of gradual influence, Stone has formed a symbiotic relationship with Star City, gradually accepting its existence, so Lu is no longer worried that it would suddenly cause harm to the tribe. This time he didn't come just to see him, Lu came to deliver food. Due to his gigantic size and fast digestion, his food consumption is enormous, so Lu has to feed him every month.
Meanwhile, due to the successful cultivation of blood orchids, their quantity has increased.
To test the effects of the blood orchids, Lu has been mixing some into the feed during the last 2 feedings. Stone, it's time to get up and eat, don't sleep, eat well before going back to sleep. Lu crouched beside the bare head that was half his size, shouting into Stone's ear while constantly patting his arm with his hand. Perhaps feeling someone move him, Stone slowly began to awaken, blinking his dazed eyes, and looked towards Lu, noticing the commotion coming from that direction. After rubbing his eyes with his palm and finally seeing clearly, Stone realized it was Lu, so he leaned down with his face close to Lu, wearing a flattering expression.
After 2 feedings, Shirtu understood that the gorilla before him was not only strong but also willing to share food with him, provided he demonstrated submission first in order to earn it. Therefore, Shirtu declared that he would never be a slave to the orcs unless his food and lodging were guaranteed. Shirtu quickly adapted to this behavior, and when Lu came near, he approached him with a charming expression, hoping to get some food. Lu took out 20 pounds of wild boar meat, tucked a piece of blood orchid in among it, and also added 5 pounds of fruit along with a small bowl of honey, making sure to provide a nutritious meal for Shirtu. Looking at Shirtu, who was engrossed in eating, Lu felt hopeful, wondering if Shirtu could grow to the size of Godzilla, which would greatly benefit Lu. Before he knew it, Shirtu had eaten all the food, and then he approached Lu, hoping for a bit more. Lu, startled by Shita's actions, paused his daydreams and then turned him down. After idling for 5 or 6 minutes, Shirtu realized there really was no more food for him and, with a disappointed expression, hung his head and walked back to his sleeping place, lying down again to continue his hibernation. Seeing Shirtu now deeply asleep, Lu decided not to linger and turned back to the administrative hall. Today, feeding Shirtu was just a small matter. He still needed to go to the administrative hall to discuss the development path of Star City with Caesar and others. After Lu left, Shirtu once again lifted his head, watching Lu cross the dark river back to Star City, then shook his head and went back to sleeping. As for what he was just pondering, only he could answer that. Returning to the administrative hall, Lu, as the overseer of all clan affairs, had to make decisions on all matters, big and small, while he was still at the camp. Of course, this was because Star City was still quite small, and Lu could handle things. There was no need to change the decision-making model to speed up administrative efficiency. Sitting in his chair, Lu picked up the documents on the table. Currently, many supplies in Star City relied on resources obtained from the previous plundering of San Francisco, making self-sufficiency difficult, including in paper. As a result, apart from the administrative hall and schools, most of the clansmen had yet to achieve paper freedom, but the entire Star City focused on enhancing its own strength, with low demand for cultural, spiritual, and entertainment aspects. The threat from external humans kept all the guerrillas in Star City on high alert, constantly thinking about improving their strength. In fact, during the beginning of winter, the guerrillas in the clan were reluctant to come out of their nests. This was partly due to their newly acquired higher intelligence, which made it difficult to overcome their living habits, and partly because they were all busy trying to breed. Before evolution, due to a lack of food, they had to maintain their body heat by huddling in one spot. Now that living conditions have improved, they have the energy to reproduce. Responding to Lu's call, they stayed in their beds and eagerly began making babies. Looking at the reports on winter food reserves and the results of the clansmen's martial arts training, Lu felt a sense of stability. Previously, he was worried that without an increase in food and with large quantities being consumed, the food reserves in Star City might only last until spring. However, it now seems that they should be able to last until halfway through spring. Chapter 59, Exploring the Cave. While Lu was carefully reviewing the documents on the table, his subordinate rushed over, reporting an urgent situation. "Boss, something has happened. Your pet rock just suddenly jumped into the underground river, and it has been 5 minutes without seeing it come out of the water." Upon hearing the report, Lu was also startled. "What? I just fed it this morning. Are you telling me it suddenly jumped into the underground river? It can't be a suicide, can it?" The subordinate was equally puzzled and didn't know how to respond. After failing to extract any useful information, Lu quickly got up and walked outside. Caesar and the other guerrillas working in the administrative hall saw Lu hurriedly walk past and considered following him to see what was happening. "Caesar, you guys don't need to follow, stay here and handle Star City's affairs. This matter doesn't require so many guerrillas to go." After stopping Caesar and the others, Lu did not linger and exited the administrative hall. With a slightly hurried pace, Lu arrived at the edge of the underground river in the center of the cave. As it was already winter, the water temperature was very low, so the members of the Star City Guard did not rashly enter the river to search for the rock. "How long has the rock been down there?" "Report, my king, I initially saw the rock get up and walk into the underground river while I was patrolling, thinking it wanted to swim for the winter. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but unexpectedly, after it entered the water, it hasn't surfaced for air."
So I quickly came to report to you from the time it entered the water until you arrived here. 10 minutes have passed.
Did you see which direction it swam?
Yes, it swam deeper into the cave in that direction. Looking at the flow, he noticed that the rock was swimming upstream.
Alright, I understand the situation here. You all can resume your duties.
I will take care of this matter, so don't worry too much. Yes, then the 5 members of the guard left and continued their patrol duties. Considering the large size of the rock, it likely has a greater lung capacity. Thus, although it's strange for a bear to winter swim, Lou was not too anxious but instead waited by the underground river.
3 minutes later. 5 minutes later. 10 minutes later.
Lou felt he couldn't wait any longer, thinking that the rock must either have drowned and been washed away by the underground river, or it had swum away to somewhere else. Feeling anxious, Lou decided not to wait any longer and prepared to go into the water to search. Although Lou couldn't swim, the water-repelling dragon beetle armor he had drawn before perfectly compensated for his shortcomings in this area. Komodo, you and Jalen go back and report to Commander Caesar that I am going to enter the underground river to look for the rock and might not return quickly.
Let them handle the clan affairs well. My lord, won't it be too dangerous?
None of us are very good at swimming, and the situation in the underground river is very complex. If you just go in like this, you might get lost or even suffer from lack of oxygen.
How about we forget it? There won't be any problem. I am prepared for the conditions in the underground river. You just need to go back and report to Caesar and the others.
Seeing that they couldn't dissuade their lord from going, they reluctantly accepted his decision. Then, my lord, please be careful.
Our Star City can't do without you.
As long as Lou was careful on his previous outings, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, this time he was entering a dim and unknown underground river, so his subordinates couldn't help but worry.
You all go back now. The 2 gorillas bowed their heads in salute, then turned and walked back.
After they left, Lou no longer hesitated, swiftly donning the water-repelling dragon beetle armor. He infused it with elemental mana to activate the water-repelling membrane. Then he leaped sharply into the river, swimming upstream into the depths of the cave, holding a red glow stick that provided Lou with a glimmer of light in the dim underground river. With the risk of drowning from water entering his lungs eliminated, Lou quickly mastered the trick to swimming in the water, bouncing forward with each stroke. In the dimness of the inventory, once one doesn't have tools to remind them how much time has passed, the concept of time becomes blurry. Not knowing how long it had been, Lou just kept swimming forward. The terrain ahead not only didn't narrow, but actually widened, and the temperature of the water was gradually rising. Although Lou was very curious about why this place was so strange, he was even more curious why he still hadn't seen the rock after such a long time. Wouldn't it have drowned from lack of oxygen? With a head full of questions, Lou sped up swimming with his increasingly skilled technique. Due to the dim light of the glow stick, Lou could only see a distance of less than 1 meter ahead. He could only vaguely sense that the surrounding inventory was getting larger and the water flow was becoming calmer. Lou even noticed in some areas that he could surface to take a breath. Although Lou didn't need to breathe since the water-repellent membrane automatically filtered oxygen from the water for him, he thought about the stones. It seems the stones won't suffocate. With such a large inventory, it should be enough for them to surface for air. Lou thought to himself. Finally, Lou felt the river getting shallower, and far ahead, he spotted a ray of light. For any species adapted to living in the light, seeing brightness in the dark is akin to finding food when on the brink of starvation. Lou accelerated sharply, heading straight for the light. Boom! Lou burst up from the surface of the water. The roaring river suddenly became much quieter in his ears. After shaking off the water from his face, he found himself in a very spacious cave. However, none of this mattered much to Lou at the moment, as he was completely stunned by the sight before him. In the enormous cavern that he could not see the top of, there lay a giant corpse, half bone and half flesh, in the center of the cave, and the light illuminating the cave came from some glowing organs on the corpse. The front half of the giant beast's body had turned to white bones, and its skull resembled that of a cow, except its horns were enormous, clearly indicating immense power. The upper limbs of the front half had also turned to white bones, and as Lou looked further back, he saw the flesh and blood, which were dark red in color and covered with grayish-white skin, showing no sign of decay. This enormous entity had shocked Lu's mind deeply, leaving him dazed for quite a while before he finally collected himself and began to observe his surroundings. He turned his head to look around and discovered he had emerged from a small cave. A dark river flowed through the cave and seemed to lead to an unknown destination beyond the cavern where Star City was located.
Chapter 60, Cave Ruins.
Remembering how he had arrived here, Lu didn't linger any longer and walked towards the giant beast's corpse. At this moment, Lu was wading through the river. The underground dark river flowed slowly through the cavern due to the flat terrain, making the water level only up to Lu's knees.
Curiously, Lu waded towards the riverbank.
Something's there. As Lu approached the corpse, he noticed some things he hadn't seen before due to the obstruction of the corpse. The light below it was very dim, so he couldn't see what was there. Now up close, he discovered that there were indeed structures present, but for some unknown reason, it seemed that only this section remained as a ruin. Slowly, Lu walked into the ruins. The standing remnants of walls in the cave were made of stone, and most of the components were broken and scattered around. Therefore, Lu believed that this ruin was definitely not caused by the erosion of the underground dark river. As he continued to delve deeper, while cautiously observing his surroundings, Lu was drawn to a certain area. It turned out to be a rock wall that had collapsed only in the upper half, and surprisingly, there were drawings present on it. As he approached, Lu suddenly realized that the ground in this place was different from the others. The place he had just come ashore from had dark brown stones, likely a result of river erosion, but upon reaching here, the ground changed to grayish-white sand rather than rocky soil. This reminded Lu of the white sandy area outside the cave, which looked very similar to the ground here, and since it was right outside the cave, he couldn't help but connect the two. Filled with doubt, Lu looked at the remaining half of the stone wall from the murals above. He only vaguely understood a little. A gigantic creature, especially one with very large horns on its head, provided protection to the tribe that created the paintings, and they offered it food in exchange for shelter. And the little people seeking shelter next to the giant beast, Lu couldn't help but think they looked like humans in the painting. Looking at the paintings on the stone wall, combined with such a large corpse displayed here, Lu began to grasp the creature's past identity. It seemed that at some point in the past, this giant beast had formed a symbiotic relationship with humans. The beast provided protection, while the sheltered humans offered it food. However, what Lu found puzzling was, since this human structure had become ruins and the giant beast was dead, why was there not a single record from humans about these matters? And what about their bodies? The giant's corpse was still here, but where were the human remains? Lu was filled with confusion and curiosity. He was eager to discover the reasons behind it, but clearly, no one would tell him quickly. He would have to seek the answers himself. Since Lu saw the sun depicted in the mural, he believed that the humans in this city must have lived under the sun before, but for some unknown reason, they ended up in the cave. Lu boldly speculated whether it was possible that when this place turned into a cave, humans were suddenly wiped out by a force, causing them to be killed before they even had a chance to react. Moreover, Lu believed that this cave must be very ancient because he suspected that the pale sandy ground was actually formed from their ashes. To gather more information, Lu took photos of the murals with his phone and then left this place to venture deeper. However, to his surprise, even after Lu walked out of the ruins and stood before the corpse, he still hadn't found a single piece of potentially useful information. Helpless, Lu could only momentarily suppress his curiosity about the unknown human civilization and redirect his attention to the giant beast's corpse before him. Even though Lu was over 2 meters tall, he felt like a tiny ant in front of it. He hadn't noticed before, but as he approached, he discovered that the surface of the corpse was actually covered with many living creatures. He saw that there were numerous bugs attached to the skin of the corpse, looking very similar to flies, except that their tails were quite special. Because their tails turned out to be glowing organs, which were currently emitting a greenish glow. Generally, this kind of behavior that highlights their presence in the animal kingdom indicates a search for a mate. However, Lu was unsure if they were engaging in such activities. Looking at the creatures that were somewhat larger than him, Lu chose not to disturb them. He circled around the corpse, wanting to see the overall shape of the body while also measuring just how large it was. However, unexpectedly, when he reached a corner, Lu noticed some movement, and he immediately put on his invisibility cloak before continuing to approach the back of the corpse. At this location, on the back of the giant beast's corpse, the insects on the skin surface did not come over for some unknown reason, making the area quite dim and worry-free from disturbing those insects. So, when Lu first reached the shore, he saw many creatures heading towards the corpse. However, since the situation was uncertain, he did not rashly follow them. At this moment, Lu, who had just arrived, encountered them. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found quite a few creatures feasting here, such as spiders, lizards, centipedes, pangolins, mice, bats, and so on, not to mention the stones that suddenly jumped into the underground river. They all had one characteristic: they were all a size larger than their normal counterparts, with spiders that would typically only be the size of a fist now being basin-sized. Moreover, they did not engage in conflict. Instead, they each found a spot for themselves and ate contentedly, indicating that they understood what was more important for themselves. Seeing them ravenously consuming the fresh meat before them, and noting that the corpse showed no signs of decay or foul odor, Lu decided to stop worrying about whether the corpse was still fresh. Arriving at a relatively open area, Lu used a dagger to slice off a fist-sized piece of meat from the corpse and opened his mouth wide to consume it. Savoring it carefully, he was surprised to find that it didn't have the sour or rancid taste he had imagined. Instead, it only carried a hint of the smell of meat. However, that slight smell was acceptable for Lu, not to mention for his evolved kin. Looking at the half-body of the corpse before him, Lu was uncertain when it would be completely consumed by the animals at the back and the insects on the corpse's surface. He could only do his best to carve and preserve as much of the corpse as he could. Taking out an axe, he vigorously chopped off the surrounding flesh and blood before stowing it away in his inventory. As a whole, Lu's inventory was unable to hold the entire corpse due to the large number of items it contained, and he also feared disturbing those insects that were larger than himself. So it went on, eating when tired, sleeping when full, and continuing to chop meat after waking up, engaged in this activity continuously. I don't know how much time has passed, but I know I've slept twice already. Suddenly, Lu stopped, not because he finished chopping, but because he encountered something that made him decide to pause and see what it was. Chapter 61, Stirring the Insect Swarm. The flesh and blood of this corpse appeared dark red, but the toughness between its flesh and bones made his efficiency low. It wasn't until he used fire elemental mana on the axe that his efficiency increased. However, this method consumed a lot of elemental mana, causing Lu to run out of elemental mana several times and be forced to take breaks. At this moment, Lu was stopped at a certain place, noticing a huge meatball moving in front of him. Occasionally, small round points would bulge out from the meatball, then shrink back. Given the strange situation, Lu chose not to rush in, continuing to swing his axe and chop the surrounding flesh. Finally, Lu caught a full glimpse of the meatball, which looked somewhat like a stomach. Lu guessed it might be the stomach of this corpse. However, what confused Lu was that this corpse had already lost half of its mass, so how was its stomach still active? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lu's mind: perhaps it was not the stomach that was moving, but rather something inside it. As winter descended, the temperature in the mountainous area dropped sharply, even deep inside the cave, where it was extremely cold. However, as Lu delved deeper into the flesh, he found the temperature around him to be much warmer than outside. Perhaps it was this high temperature that allowed the creatures inside to remain active rather than lying still to conserve their elemental mana. Forget about it, Lu thought. He realized that his current task was to do his best to collect this flesh. Perhaps when Lu went back, the insects on the surface of the corpse would wake up and devour all the flesh. Lu didn't want to take that risk, especially since there wasn't any major incident in Star City at the moment. He had plenty of time to spend here. He picked up the axe and continued his actions, but unexpectedly, after a short while, Lu discovered he had broken a hole in front of him. Looking closer, it turned out he had perforated the corpse from front to back. He had begun from the left front of the corpse, as the hind leg meat was more flavorful, and had already been occupied by the animals that arrived earlier. Starting from the left front and going deep in, he made a passage all the way to the middle part on the right side. One could say Lu, with a single swing, had collected a quarter of the remaining half of the corpse's flesh. Seeing a small hole carved out, Lu simply decided to slip through here and then chop to the left near the hind legs. With little effort, Lu appeared in the clearing on the right. Just as he was about to turn and walk toward the hind legs, he noticed something strange about the atmosphere. The glow from the insect's tail illuminated Lu's face, and he suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a bit eerie, quiet, too quiet.
Even the group of animals eating on the left would make some noise as they fed quietly, but now Lu heard absolutely nothing, just the sound of water flowing in the dark river. This wasn't a situation that should have occurred, so Lu thought about retreating back to the blood hole he had just come out of to see what was happening on the left. However, at that moment, Lu felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and as he looked up, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. It turned out that right above the blood hole Lu had just crawled out of was an insect that looked like it was still asleep and hadn't woken up. To avoid disturbing it, Lu had to keep his face relaxed and slowly back away, thinking he must not alert them. Unexpectedly, just after Lu took a step or two back, the insect suddenly opened its 3 pairs of eyes, and Lu's gaze collided with its. Damn, it's tricking me. Instantly realizing that the insect had been pretending to sleep to lower Lu's guard before suddenly attacking him, Lu's expression changed dramatically. He quickly took out his invisibility cloak and hurriedly put it on. After delving deeper into the corpse, in order to prevent the invisibility cloak from absorbing the scent of blood and flesh which might alert some sensitive animals, he decided to put it away. Without relaxing his vigilance, Lu turned and ran toward the burrow he came from. He needed to avoid drawing attention. While sprinting, Lu originally wanted to turn and see how many insects had woken up to decide if he could risk returning, but to his surprise, as he turned his head, he suddenly felt something was wrong. To prevent the insects from tracking him based on where he had just disappeared, Lu had intentionally taken several curves to confuse them, then he ran in another direction. However, unexpectedly, this group took off, swarming toward Lu to hunt him down, changing direction as Lu altered his path. With no time to think about how they determined his location, Lu decided not to run anymore. Originally, he did not want to engage in a confrontation, preferring a peaceful coexistence, letting them sleep while he took his share. Since they didn't sense the situation, Lu couldn't be blamed for going all out. He decided to eliminate them all and then wrap up the corpse. To preserve the precious elemental mana within him, Lu took out 2 MG3 light machine guns from his inventory, loaded them with ammo belts, and without worrying about whether the belts would jam, he lifted one in each hand and swept towards them. Tat 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 tat. The sound of bullets fired from the light machine guns echoed throughout the cave, with bullets raining down madly into the rushing swarm of insects, causing their charge to falter. However, a swarm of insects is still just a swarm. Upon sensing the deaths of their kind, they did not scatter due to the threat of imminent death, but continued to charge at Lu. The change in their approach was to no longer rush in a horde, but to spread out and surround Lu from all directions. At this point, while the light machine guns were still useful, their effect was not as pronounced as before. In just a moment, insects from both sides rushed up in front of Lu, who, being frugal, could only put away the light machine guns. He wasn't extravagant enough to use them to crush insects. He took out his thunder and lightning staff, waved it to loosen up his wrist, which had gone slightly numb from the recoil of the light machine gun, and then assumed the starting stance of the demon bane staff skill. As the insects approached, Lu directly executed a sweeping move, smashing it down on the insect flying to the left, crushing its head, and then followed up with a strike to the right insect, stopping its charge. Then, before it could react, he retracted the thunder and lightning staff and quickly jabbed it out, smashing half of its head. After dealing with the enemies in front of him, Lu began to fight with both sides, sweeping to the left and striking to the right, preventing insects from getting too close. However, every technique has its weakness. After resolving one insect with a powerful chop, in that moment of old strength fading and new strength yet to come, an insect charged out from the side behind. The force of the insect's impact caught Lu off guard, sending him flying. The swarm quickly closed in, trying to devour Lu. Chapter 62, Turning Danger into Safety. At this critical moment, Lu couldn't care less about conserving elemental mana. After swallowing a pain-free pill, he poured elemental mana into the thunder and lightning staff, fanning the flames, instantly engulfing the staff in a burst of flames. With the help of the flames, the bugs instantly became more vulnerable, their chitinous shells unable to withstand even a single blow, as an invincible fire will obliterated the surrounding insects. After resolving his own power issues, Lu realized he could no longer delay. The painkiller he had just taken would wear off and come with side effects. Lu no longer remained passively defensive against the insect attacks. Instead, he aggressively transitioned to offense, swiftly eliminating the swarm. The 2-meter-long bugs looked just a bit shorter than a compact car, soaring through the air as if tiny cars were flying around, exuding an intimidating presence. But this was not the time for them to flaunt their strength.
Lu fired arrows left and right, no longer avoiding injury, but instead adopting a one-hit kill approach, sometimes even using injury to exchange for death, taking down the bugs that lunged at him. Thus, under Lu's efficient hunting, which was detrimental to his own costs, the swarm was eradicated, leaving behind a chaotic scattering of corpses around Lu, though he himself could not see them at this moment. Don't think too much, it's not that he was dying but that all the insects in the cave had been killed. The cave also lost its light source, plunging it into darkness, leaving only the sound of Lu's heavy breathing. Of course, Lu's condition wasn't optimistic either. His body bore bruises from being hit by the bugs, as well as wounds from their sharp teeth and limbs. However, he was currently not feeling the pain from his wounds due to the lingering effects of the painkiller. Without the torment of pain, Lu only felt slightly physically exhausted, yet his spirit was even more invigorated after this battle. It seems I'm quite the warrior myself. Shaking his head in jest at himself, he then took out a medical kit. After stopping the bleeding and confirming that his wounds weren't poisoned, Lu began to bandage them up. After sitting for a while the effects of the painkiller were still active, he took out all the flashlights stored in his inventory and randomly tossed them around. Not knowing when the effects would wear off, Lu didn't have time to set up the generator to power the light bulb. By the light of the flashlights, Lu saw the ground covered in insect corpses, which seemed to number around 50 or 60. With so many large bugs taken down by himself, he felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Before Lu could take a few steps, he suddenly felt a wave of emptiness and exhaustion wash over him, causing him to collapse to the ground in disbelief at the magnitude of the side effects. It was as if he had been walking when his legs suddenly gave way, and he realized he had been robbed of his vitality, making him quite startled. Feeling utterly drained and not wanting to move at all, Lu simply sprawled out on the ground. Of course, this was on the part of the ground that hadn't been contaminated by bug blood. Lu felt free to lie down like this for two reasons. Firstly, because there had just been such a commotion, even the bravest creatures would need to gather their thoughts before venturing out to scavenge. Secondly, Lu had been wearing his invisible cloak since just before the fight and had only removed the hood during the battle. Although it had performed rather poorly against the swarm, that doesn't diminish its effectiveness. After waiting for half an hour, the side effects of the painkillers had finally worn off, and Lu, having taken a short nap, slowly got back on his feet. Once he had limbered up and felt his body returning to normal, Lu shifted his gaze to his spoils. In his determination to quickly eliminate the swarm, Lu had aimed every strike at the heads of the bugs, searching numerous times before finally locating a relatively intact corpse. He knelt beside this bug corpse, studying it closely. The head, about the size of a soccer ball, had 3 pairs of compound eyes and a set of sharp teeth, but no visible nose or ears. The body resembled that of a fly and also possessed a pair of wings for flight. However, at their tails, there was a sac that was distinctly a different color from the rest of the body, a grayish-white. This must be the organ that allows them to glow. Using the little elemental mana he had recovered, he infused it into his hands and then used a dagger to slice open the tail, rummaging inside until he finally pulled out a chunk of fleshy tissue. Lu surmised that this was likely the organ responsible for their glowing, although he didn't quite understand how it worked, so for now, he could only treat it as scrap. Next came the biggest prize, the corpse of a giant beast, its lower half still mostly intact with blood and flesh. He needed to think carefully about how to deal with this bounty. In the end, Lu had to make compromises. He laid out the tank helicopters he had previously taken from the troops stationed in the northern mountains of Topeka. Fortunately, the cave was spacious enough to accommodate all these items. Then he stashed the 20-meter-long beast corpse into his inventory, followed by packing away the bodies of 50 or so bugs on the ground. After tidying everything up, Lu took a stroll around the entire cave. Aside from a few holes 1 or 2 meters wide, he didn't find anything else useful. Besides the iron boxes he had left behind, it could be said that Lu had cleaned this cave out. Without wasting any more time, Lu activated the elemental mana shield of the water dragon horned armor, then waded through the water to the entrance of the cave he came from. He then half lay down and slid along the current into the water. With the power of the water flow, Lu didn't have to expend a lot of energy like before when he was swimming upstream. Instead, he lay back and easily returned to the cave in Star City. Upon seeing a light in the water, Lu knew he had returned to Star City. He stopped moving in the water, then swam to the shore and surfaced.
My lord! My lord! The guards waiting around saw Lu appear at the shore and immediately rushed over anxiously to pull Lu onto dry land. My lord, are you okay? Ever since you went into the water to search for your battle pet, Caesar and the others, including myself, have been very worried about you. What worried us even more was that your battle pet suddenly came ashore from the dark river yesterday and returned to its nest, but we waited for a long time without seeing you, which made us very concerned. Upon hearing the guard's explanation, Lu realized that the stone had returned. No wonder he hadn't seen it during the battle with the swarm. It seemed the stone had gone more than once or twice, otherwise how could it know when the swarm awakens? Lu couldn't believe it was just a coincidence that it chose to leave right before the swarm awakened. Alright, I'm back safe and sound. Go report my well-being to Caesar and the others, and let them know there's something I need to discuss with them. Lu spoke gently to comfort them, and once they were soothed enough, he encouraged them to start moving. One guard went to inform Caesar and the others, while another guard followed Lu closely. Komodo, how many days have I been away from going into the water until now? About 3 days, my lord. What's wrong? Nothing, just asking. In fact, Lu could just take out his phone to see how many days he had been away, but he just didn't want to look and preferred to have someone tell him. Under Komodo's protection, Lu walked towards the administrative hall. Chapter 63, Counting Gains and Dividing the Meat. Entering the Star City camp, he was greeted by the guerrillas along the way. It was obvious they all knew that their lord had lost contact for 3 days and were very worried about his safety. After constant explaining and comforting, Lu arrived at the administrative hall, where Caesar and the other 6 guerrillas had gathered, planning to come out to welcome Lu's return. Alright, everyone, there's no need to rush, I'm back already. Let us discuss the gains from this adventure and see how we can make use of them. As he spoke, he waved to stop the 6 guerrillas approaching him and then walked up to take his seat on the throne. Caesar, Maurice, Thompson is displayed to the left. Koba, Rocket, and the recently appointed commander of the guard, Komodo. Your Majesty, what did you encounter this time? It prompted you to call us for a meeting upon your return? Caesar, as Lu's steward, was the first to inquire. I know you all have many questions, but I won't explain everything just yet. Let me first show you something. With that, Lu first threw out a bug carcass, then took out a piece of dark red meat roughly the size of his head. Seeing what Lu had brought out, it was clear that there were even more questions regarding the bug carcass, especially since they had never seen such a large insect in their lives. A bug carcass over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide was displayed in front of everyone, leaving them little interest in the piece of bloodied flesh Lu had brought, as it looked similar to pork or beef. Your Majesty, is this what you encountered this time? How could such a large insect possibly exist in this world? The other guerrillas were merely astonished by the size of the insect, but Caesar was genuinely shocked. Yes, and not just one, there are at least 50 or 60 of these bug carcasses. You should take one of them down for research, to see if it's edible, and if not, if it can be turned into fertilizer for crops. Lu didn't want to take on the responsibility of researching the bug carcasses. After all, he wasn't a solitary being. These bug carcasses are just a minor issue. The main gain is actually this piece of meat next to it. How is it different from the wild boar and elk meat we hunt? They all look the same. Rocket, the leader of the scout team, posed his question at this moment. Seeing one gorilla ask this, the others who had just opened their mouths to ask stopped in their tracks, waiting for Lu to clarify. You all should know about Shertu, the giant bear on the other side of Lu's cave. Yes, we know, and we also know that you went deep into the underground river to find it, but is this shit as meat? No, but it has a certain connection. When I obtained this bloodied flesh, I found Shertu was gnawing on it, and these large bugs were also attached to the flesh. Therefore, I speculate that the reason they are larger than their peers is that they have consumed this bloodied flesh. When Lu made his conjecture, the 6 gorillas gasped. It seemed they were greatly frightened by this little piece of meat. Your Majesty, can this bloodied meat speed up your training? If you become stronger, we will be more secure. Looking rather simple-minded, Komodo asked this question. After all, he had just recently joined this core group and wasn't quite bold enough to speak up. The other gorillas didn't think much of it either, and were considering whether this meat could make Lu even stronger.
At the moment, I haven't counted exactly how much flesh there is, but I think it should be enough for me.
Actually, I hope my kin can keep up with my pace.
So I'll take a moment to tally it up. You all discuss how to distribute it so that our kin can consume it quickly to avoid spoilage. It appeared that their king did not intend to keep this batch of flesh to himself and was willing to share it with all the kin, which made them admire the king even more.
Everyone thought, with such a considerate king for everyone, what reason does Star City have not to become strong? Following Lu, the gorillas arrived at a newly built warehouse and brought out 1/10 of the flesh that Lu had chopped up with an axe.
For the gorillas who had been around Lu for a long time, pulling items out of thin air had become quite normal, so they were not overly surprised. He also retrieved 5 electronic scales and had Caesar call someone to go through the flesh, tallying up the exact quantity before coming up with a specific distribution plan for himself, and then Lu went back to his bedroom to rest. After a fierce battle, he needed to take a good rest and heal his wounds. After a good night's sleep, Lu felt refreshed, and the fatigue brought on by the side effects of the pain relief pills had vanished. He was then informed by the Komodo guard beside him that the flesh Lu had taken out yesterday had been counted, and Caesar and others had formulated a distribution plan overnight, just waiting for Lu to review and approve it before they could start acting.
"Oh, it seems your work efficiency is quite high?"
he joked with the Komodo beside him. "That's all because you, my king, said you were afraid the flesh would spoil, so we all thought we couldn't waste this batch of flesh, so we worked overtime to get the job done and quickly get this meat into the hands of every kin."
Chatting casually, Lu walked into the administrative hall.
"My king, everything is ready, please decide." Looking at the plan in his hand, Lu was also somewhat surprised by the quantity of this flesh. There were actually more than 200 tons, knowing that this was only a quarter of the lower half of the giant beast's carcass. It seemed that this carcass had been around for quite a while, otherwise, so much flesh couldn't have been consumed in one go. With such an abundance of flesh supporting him, Lu believed that the entire tribe would experience rapid progress. Caesar's plan is to distribute over 150 tons, leaving 50 tons for Lu to use as he sees fit, whether for refining and cultivation or as rewards for his subordinates. These decisions are entirely up to Lu.
The remaining over 150 tons,
468 adult gorillas will each receive 5 tons of meat distributed among every 20 of them, which amounts to 250 pounds per adult. 183 juvenile gorillas will each get 200 pounds, while 81 infant gorillas, who have not mastered the berserk ape physique skill and have limited digestive capability, will each receive 10 kilograms. This distribution results in a total of 155 tons of meat being allocated, and Caesar and the others are not given preferential treatment due to their higher status. They receive the same quota of 250 pounds of meat as the adult gorillas.
Lu's main concern is not the number of allocations, but the behavior and thinking of the allocators.
He doesn't want his chosen subordinates to elevate themselves above others merely because of a few months of newfound power. This is something he will not allow. However, since they are his trusted associates who have contributed to Lu, he decided to reward each of the 6 gorillas present with 100 pounds, while members of the Empire's Sword received an additional 70 pounds each, and reconnaissance and guard teams received an extra 50 pounds each, all deducted from Lu's 50-ton quota. Now that this matter has been settled, Lu steps back and lets them distribute the meat quickly. After recalling all the tribe members who were still active outside, each member received their allocated share, and those who had been planning to create offspring no longer did so, channeling all their energy into cultivating the berserk ape physique skill.
Chapter 64, Relaxation and Lottery.
After distributing all the meat, Lu emphasized that this is a welfare benefit for each tribe member, and it must be strictly monitored so that no one snatches the meat from others. With his allocated share in hand, Lu returned to his room. He needed to strengthen his power while winter was relatively quiet. After subtracting the meat he had distributed, Lu still had a solid 20 tons left, and starting from that day, he embarked on his joyful yet torturous journey of enhancement. As Lu's berserk ape physique skill could no longer keep up with his needs, he spent most of his time using it to convert food into pure elemental mana, and then he operated the fire cloud technique to absorb this pure elemental mana. So Lu needed to consume enough flesh to convert it into elemental mana and then practice the fire cloud technique. Due to his proficiency with the berserk ape physique skill and the efficiency of the fire cloud technique as a high-level martial art, Lu's training speed had not decreased, but rather improved significantly. Thus, after a week of this repetitive cycle of eating and training, Lu managed to consume a ton of flesh without any issues. After a week of training, the elemental mana inside Lu became increasingly rich, showing a trend from gaseous to liquid states. Moreover, due to the effects of the flesh, Lu, originally 2 meters 2, had grown to a height of 2 meters 5. Not only did his height increase, but his weight and muscle strength also grew simultaneously. He even felt that an ordinary person might not be able to break through his defenses with all their might. After a week of training, he felt nauseated at the sight of flesh, so he decided to take a break and go out to relax. Stepping out of his room, Lu was surprised to find that the once bustling Star City had become so quiet. Only a few guards remained vigilant, patrolling the camp. It seems everyone is still immersed in their training, otherwise, the camp wouldn't be this quiet. Lu knew that most of the tribe members in the camp hadn't practiced the Berserkate physique skill for very long, so they couldn't digest the flesh as quickly as he could, which is why they hadn't experienced the same nauseating effect. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he reminded himself that he had come out to relax and should not think about these matters. Arriving at the small Flora's botanical garden, he found that only little Flora was there tending to the blood orchid and some crop seeds Lu had collected. "Little Flora, why aren't you training? Shouldn't the little grass be training its body refinement technique?" "Yeah, because the blood orchid requires careful nurturing. My sister and I decided to take turns watching over them. One trains while the other takes care of the blood orchid." Naturally, Lu sat down next to little Flora and started chatting with her. "Little Flora, the tribe members have all given themselves formal names. Don't you want to change your names?" "I don't want to change. This is the name Wang gave us, and I believe my sister doesn't want to change it either." "Then in the future, won't the tribe members just call you Little Flora and Little Grass? Doesn't that feel quite embarrassing?" "What do you mean embarrassing? I think calling her Little Flora is just fine. It sounds like when other gorillas call my name, they'll think of Flora, and I like Flora too." Seeing he couldn't convince little Flora, Lu didn't push any further. He had a deep bond with the Flora sisters, having lived together for 5 to 6 years. Even if he were a block of wood, it would be a block of wood with deep feelings. "Alright, I won't push you. If you want to call her Little Flora, go ahead. I'd like to rest here for a bit, if you don't mind." "No worries, Wang, go ahead and sleep. I'll groom you." Long ago, Lu was very particular about his personal hygiene, but he still couldn't solve the problem of having fleas. So, he decided to pick 2 gorillas from his subordinates to help him with lice removal. After intense competition, Little Flora and Little Grass came to his side to take care of grooming and catching lice. Thus, Lu fell asleep in a very relaxed mood, and unknowingly, over 5 hours passed. The gorillas that accompanied Lu had transformed from 1 Little Flora into 2, Little Flora and Little Grass. Upon waking up, Lu felt that the fatigue from the past week had faded away, replaced by a sense of refreshment. Now that he was in a good mood, it was time for some exciting entertainment. Lu didn't rush to open his eyes. Instead, he pretended to be asleep before activating the multiverse gacha system. Multiverse gacha system. User, Lu. Gacha points, 550. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique Berserkate Physique Skill, Demon Bane Staff Skill. Strength, late stage of first level. Items owned, Weather Controller, Bamboo Helicopter, Fireball Staff, 4 Peach Cards, Mauser 98k Safety. Wow, I haven't checked my gacha points in so long, and there are 550. I have to give it a shot. Arriving at the lottery page, after selecting the silver roulette, Lu didn't immediately start drawing. Instead, he prayed to various deities for protection before beginning to choose. Clicking on the silver roulette for a 10 draw, Lu was simply in a good mood and wanted to test his luck, so he didn't check the results. Even if he got something worthless, Lu would still feel disgusted. Clicking stop, the roulette slowly came to a halt, and the prizes gradually appeared. 1 Super Gulu Ball, 100% chance to capture non-resistant creatures, 70% chance to capture slightly resistant creatures, and 50% chance to capture highly resistant creatures. It can store creatures inside the Gulu Ball for transport. King's Emblem, when granted by the King Chieftain of the race, enjoy a 10% bonus to intelligence, stamina, and speed. Thunder Axe, crafted from the purple thunder or found in the thunder domain, its surface is entirely purple, adorned with lightning. Infused with elemental mana, it can unleash electric orb attacks and gains bonuses during thunderstorms. The user must shed blood to claim it, and it cannot have more than one master.
Mirror of the Sage, the wearer can remember everything they've read from books.
Speed Boots boosts the wearer's movement speed, offering 3 opportunities each day to double their speed for 1 minute. Ears and Eyes Open Skill Book enhances the user's hearing, sight, and reflexes. Guardian Helm, while protecting someone or something dear, it boosts all attributes by 50% for half an hour, with 3 uses left. Mystical Invitation opens a portal to randomly enter a mysterious realm, no limit on the number of people, valid for 8 hours, single-use item.
Storage Rings X5, inventory of 1 cubic meter. 5 tons of fruit.
After seeing the prizes drawn, Lou felt that this haul was quite impressive. Every item seemed useful to him. Even the ordinary 5 tons of fruit felt like a delicacy after getting tired of meat. Then Lou stopped pretending to be asleep and sat up with his eyes open.
Chapter 65, Rewards, Concluding Retreat. The king is awake. Did you sleep well? Little Grass asked Lou, who had sat up. Little Grass is here too. How is your training going?
As the earliest gorilla to receive gene therapy besides Caesar, Little Grass, or Flora, started training quite early. Plus, she mainly manages the plant garden, so her strength is pretty decent.
My king, I feel like the elemental mana inside me is about to emerge.
Each time I train Tier 1 body tempering Tier 2 foundation, it feels like the elemental mana is spreading to the surface of my skin. It seems you have touched this threshold. After saying this, Lou surrounded his hand with a thin layer of elemental mana and presented it before the 2 sisters while saying, "Look, as long as you keep accumulating, you'll break through the threshold and manifest the elemental mana outside your body, forming a thin layer that greatly enhances your defensive abilities."
Oh, now I understand. No wonder when you fought before, there was a thin layer surrounding your body. I didn't realize it had such effects.
Thus, the 3 gorillas chatted back and forth for a while, when suddenly Lou seemed to remember something and a bunch of bananas appeared in his hand.
Here, this is a golden banana infused with elemental mana. It tastes great, so I'm giving it to you.
After saying this, he handed the golden bananas to the 2 sisters, brushing aside their refusals, and shoved them into their hands before turning to leave. Arriving at the stone's lair, it seemed that it had eaten its fill this time, sleeping so deeply in its nest that even when Lou approached it, it didn't wake up. Not wanting to disturb the stone, he turned and left the area, then checked several other places but found no signs of any gorillas, which left Lou feeling a bit bored as he returned to his room. Time passed quietly, and this time Lou stayed in the room for a full 2 weeks before finally coming out. Looking at the tribe members in the camp who had all grown a bit, Lou felt quite satisfied. Previously, the tribe members in the camp stood at an average height of around 1.4 to 1.5 meters, with only the likes of Chris, the silverback gorilla, reaching over 1.6 meters. Even Caesar and Koba only stood about 1.7 meters tall when upright, but now when he looked, they still seemed short, but that was in comparison to Lou's towering 2.5 meters. Regular tribe members now had heights of around 1.6 meters, which is already considered normal for a human. He arrived at the door of Caesar's house and knocked.
Come in. Lou pushed the door and entered. Boss? I didn't know it was you. I thought it was a guard looking for me. Do you have something to discuss? Seeing Lou arrive, Caesar hurriedly welcomed him in. Caesar, how do you feel about the current strength of our star city?
Barely self-sufficient. It seems you have a clear understanding of Star City's current situation. You haven't inflated your ego just because we've recently gained strength. You're different from the other tribe members. You've lived in the human world and understand their terrors better.
We still lack the strength to provoke them actively.
I understand, and I will work to help Star City develop further.
How's your research on the insect corpses going?
Have you discovered their uses? There's very little edible meat on the insect corpses, and I tried a piece. It was sour.
Unless there's absolutely no other food, I believe the tribe members wouldn't want to eat this stuff.
However, the chitinous exoskeletons have passed the tests and seem hard enough to withstand ordinary knife cuts. Even a bullet would take 3 shots to break through. Alright then, since that's the case, let us extract their exoskeletons for the blacksmiths to see if they can be repurposed for use as armor for the guards. As for the remaining flesh and blood, we want to dry it out for reserves. Let us collect it all and take it to the war god to make some use of it. Okay. As the main topic came to an end, Lu took something out of the prize inventory and said, I also collected some items during the previous underground river adventure, and I feel that since you all worked so hard, I should show my appreciation. After saying that, he solemnly pinned the king's badge onto Caesar's chest, and Caesar instantly felt more powerful than before. After solemnly accepting the badge bestowed by Lu, the excitement in Caesar's heart was already overflowing. Alright, we are warriors who bleed but do not shed tears. We shouldn't be so coy. Since I've given you the badge, I should also deliver items to the other guys. Not wanting to experience an emotional scene, Lu interrupted Caesar's heartfelt words, suggesting that he just focus on improving his people's strength, and then bid farewell and left Caesar's house. After inquiring about the whereabouts of the Komodo Koba, Lu arrived at the central square of the camp, standing at the edge of the square, watching Koba lead the warriors of the Empire's sword in their daily martial arts training. Upon seeing Lu's arrival, they trained even harder, not wanting the king to think they were slacking off, otherwise they would feel utterly ashamed. After finishing a round of training, Koba had them look for partners to practice with, then came over to Lu. King. It's nothing much, just came to watch your training and bring you some items. Looking at Koba, who stood respectfully in front of him, Lu didn't engage in more small talk. Koba's training of the Empire's sword had been approved by Lu, so he didn't intend to interfere with their daily training. He extended his hand, and a thunder battle axe materialized out of thin air. Of course, what caught everyone's attention was not Lu's ability to conjure items out of thin air. They were already accustomed to it. What attracted their gaze was the cool thunder battle axe in Lu's hand, with sparks of lightning occasionally erupting from the axe blade, making it look extremely impressive. Here, this is a reward for your past contributions. After saying that, he reached out forward, waiting for Koba to take it. Koba, looking bewildered, only reacted after a reminder from the Komodo, stepped forward to take the thunder battle axe, and immediately began swinging it in the open space. Not understanding the axe techniques, Koba could only perform a few wild slashing moves. Under Lu's reminder, Koba infused elemental mana into the thunder battle axe, and instantly the area was filled with lightning, looking very imposing. Thank you, great king, for bestowing the weapon. I hope you don't lose its prestige on the battlefield. Also, remember to refine your axe's techniques. Your recent moves were a bit lacking. After a playful remark, fearing that the usually serious Koba might think he was reprimanding him, he didn't linger any longer and turned to walk towards the school. Following the order of Lu's 6 subordinates, Lu handed out the drawn prizes one by one. The wise mirror, a pair of glasses, was given to Maurice, who as the oldest gorilla rightfully earned the title of the wise man of Star City. These glasses suited him well. The skill book Eyes of 6 Directions, Ears of 8 Sides was given to Rocket, who often found himself on the front lines. This would undoubtedly help him gather intelligence while enhancing his safety. Lu gave the Boots of Speed to Thompson. As the most mediocre member of the 6 Gorillas Council, Lu simply hoped that he could save his life through swift movements when faced with danger. Finally, Lu handed the last piece, the Guardian's Helm, to Komodo, who had now become the commander of the guards. He did not decide to leave Lu but maintained his identity as a guard, always protecting Lu's side. After distributing almost all the prizes drawn, Lu's gaze turned to the remaining 2 prizes, a Super Gulu Ball and a Secret Realm Invitation. Chapter 66, Island? Guns everywhere. Lu was indeed very hesitant about this Super Gulu Ball. After all, he was unsure whether to capture the rock or to raise a giant beast using the giant crocodile egg he had drawn, then capture it. In the end, Lu decided to capture the rock instead. Given that the rock had grown on the corpses of giant beasts, its developmental potential compared to that of the beast raised from the crocodile egg was evidently higher. Lu decided that once the rock came out of its winter slumber, he would use the Super Gulu Ball to capture it, allowing him to keep it by his side and adding to his fighting strength. Otherwise, with such a large body, the rock would be hard to conceal in the woods, let alone outside of them. After taking a stroll that took a long time, it was already noon. Lu still needed to study this Secret Realm Invitation further before making a decision in the afternoon. Since he didn't know whether the secret realm that would open would be safe,
and in case danger might come through the portal into this world, these questions could not be taken lightly by Lu. In the end, after discussing with Caesar and the others, Lu made a decision to open the portal near the entrance of the cave and have the members of the Sword of Empire set up light machine guns not far away, ready to fire at anything that emerged. Lu was accompanied by Caesar, Koba, and Komodo as forwards, ready to deal with danger at a moment's notice, striving to nip threats in the bud. Seeing that everyone was prepared and watching him attentively, Lu took out the secret realm invitation and opened it. After a flash of light, a portal appeared before Lu and the other gorillas, standing 5 meters tall and 5 meters wide, with a bizarre scene inside that sparkled like a starry sky. Then Lu threw in a piece of meat tied with a rope, and took a torch, sending the burning end inside. After waiting for 5 minutes, Lu pulled out the torch, still burning, and then Caesar pulled back the meat tied with the rope, discovering there were no marks from animal bites. After 2 experiments, Lu felt reasonably certain that there was oxygen on the other side and that there should be no carnivores in close proximity. Thus, as the strongest king, Lu stepped in first, not allowing the remaining gorillas to follow, as the other side was an unknown. Passing through this strange light screen, Lu arrived in a secret realm. With his eyes wide open, Lu quickly surveyed the surroundings, fearing that danger might suddenly strike. This place looks a bit familiar. Initially bewildered, Lu had not reacted yet, but when he saw the buildings around him and the firearms, bullets, and accessories scattered on the tables and oil barrels, he finally realized what was happening. It seemed he had entered a gunfight survival game under some communication company, and the location was the shooting range on the island map. Still not quite believing, Lu put on a bamboo copter and flew high into the sky, wanting to see if the surroundings looked like the map he remembered from playing the game. The direction of the shooting range near the sea was city-esque. When Lu looked that way, sure enough, a group of buildings was located by the sea, and there was also a building for an air raid shelter nearby. Indeed, this is the island map, but he didn't know if any modes like firepower duels or zombie sieges had been loaded. Never mind, it's still daytime now, so the danger is low. Lu decided to make the most of this 8-hour window by gathering as many firearms and bullets as possible. Lu descended, crossed the portal, and returned to Star City. It's daytime on the other side, so there should be no danger. Leave some to take care of the cubs and keep watch. All tribespeople, go in and move the goods, bring the walkie-talkies, and stay in touch at all times. After giving orders to Caesar, Lu led 30 members of the Imperial Sword into the secret realm. Although it was unclear why the king was so confident that there was no danger in front of him, leading him to choose such an aggressive course of action, Caesar did not voice these thoughts. Instead, he turned around and called for his kin to enter. The warriors bearing the Sword of the Empire arrived on the island map, clearly taken aback as they saw various firearms and ammunition laid out on tables and barrels. However, they were even more shocked when they entered the urban area to search, as guns and bullets were scattered all over the ground. Of course, that was a story for later. I have only one order: pack up everything you can see and take it away. Don't worry about whether it will fit in the warehouse. Do you understand? Understood. Action. After Lu indicated the direction, the Sword of the Empire immediately split into 3 groups, heading in 3 different directions. After Lu found 5 jeeps nearby for them to use via the bamboo helicopter, he instructed them to return to this spot before dark and then left them to it. Lu turned to Koba and Komodo, saying, "Koba, I'm giving you a motorcycle. Go out and gather supplies, and use the storage ring I gave you to pack up whatever you find." He then pulled out a Haojue motorcycle and placed it in front of Koba, who did not hesitate but got on the bike and set off towards the direction Lu indicated, which was toward the research facility. Looking at Komodo, he handed him 5 storage rings he had drawn out, telling him to take one for himself and distribute the other 4 among the other 4 gorillas. You stay here temporarily to assist the arriving kin, remind them to come back before dark, then instruct them to search towards the nearby cities. Once they bring back supplies, direct them to Star City and put everything in the warehouse. We won't be counting anything for now. We only have 8 hours, so they need to make the most of every second. Do you understand? Understood. As he spoke, several kin had already walked in. Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Lu didn't waste time explaining but assigned Komodo to clarify things for them. Lu then ran around the island, bringing all the vehicles to the vicinity of the portal, allowing them to practice driving on site.
There were no traffic officers, so they could drive however they wanted, as long as they could start the engine and shift gears. After working hard for nearly 4 hours, Lou managed to bring back all the vehicles in the area. There were as many as 50, including jeeps, sedans, and even a few scooters. Of course, the scooters were only useful for transporting guerrillas to find vehicles, as they couldn't carry much in the way of supplies. Meanwhile, the first members of the Sword of the Empire to go out had already returned 3 times, each time bringing back a full load of guns and bullets.
Lou and the others arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
After 4 hours of searching, it was already past 6, and the sun was about to set. Lou was also calling the tribe members who hadn't returned yet via the pager.
It's getting dark soon, all guerrillas return immediately, return right now.
Unclear about what situation might arise on the island at night, Lou decided not to take that risk. At the same time, Lou was flying in the sky, monitoring the surroundings and staying alert, prepared to rescue the tribe members.
Chapter 67, Night Mode.
As time passed, the sun gradually disappeared beneath the horizon in the west, and at this moment, the members of Star City were hurrying back. The furthest search team even reached a military base to search for supplies, thus they also had the longest return time. Finally, before the sky was completely consumed by darkness, they returned beside the portal. Around the portal, nearly 100 vehicles were parked, and Lou did not intend to drive them all back. After all, there was no place to use the tanks, helicopters, and infantry fighting vehicles they had seized earlier. However, this exploration mission not only collected a large amount of military supplies but also alleviated the shortage of arms logistics in Star City. It also allowed all tribe members to accumulate a certain amount of driving experience, laying a solid foundation for future operations using infantry fighting vehicles. These vehicles surrounded the portal, forming multiple layers of cover. The combat members of Star City held heavy firepower weapons, vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. S-12K shotguns, DP-28 light machine guns, MG-3 light machine guns, Thompson submachine guns, as long as it was a powerful weapon, Lou had it on display. If there is no danger, it's fine, but if any danger arises, Lou ordered all combat personnel to immediately open fire, eliminating the threat outside the perimeter. The remaining non-combat members, after returning the other types of arms to the warehouse, stayed beside the combat personnel according to the principle of 1 guerrilla for 1 logistics member, supplying ammunition. When the sun completely sank below the horizon, the island fell into complete darkness. Except for the light near the portal, other areas became pitch dark, with some places even starting to spread a hazy yellow fog. I didn't expect there would really be dangers on the island. It seems I underestimated the situation by not opening the portal invitation in the morning. Now it looks like we have to defend here for the next 4 hours. At this moment, Lou was flying high in the sky, watching the encroaching yellow fog. His expression grew serious. Due to his own mistake, Star City needed to defend here for nearly 4 hours before leaving. After all, they couldn't possibly set the battlefield at home. The yellow mist spread rapidly, quickly approaching the target range from the sea surface, and finally nearing the base around the teleportation portal, where the roar within the yellow mist could even be heard. At that moment, Lou made his move, holding the weather controller, flying through the air, and then stretching his arms wide as if to embrace, shouting, "Let there be light," as if commanding the heavens. Soon, the sunlight that should have disappeared with the sunset gradually emerged, first shining on Lou, and then illuminating an area of 100 meters around him. This scene deeply shocked the Star City tribesmen below. The god, the king, is the embodiment of the divine. He can bring us light. He is our sun god. In an instant, all the guerrillas fervently prayed to Lou in their hearts, but they dared not disobey the god's command, putting down their guns to kneel before Lou. Not only did it cause the tribesmen to start believing in Lou as a god, but it also kept the spreading yellow mist at bay from the sunlight, which, when encountering the rays, seemed to dissolve into thin air as if meeting its nemesis. Then, the horde of zombies hidden in the yellow mist was exposed, and even weakened, looking extremely disgusting to Lou, grotesquely ugly.
Eliminate them.
Seeing them approaching the base, Lou immediately ordered to open fire, not allowing them to get closer.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Ka-chak. Ka-chak. Ka-chak.
The sounds of various firearms echoed throughout the shooting range, the flames spouting from the barrels mowing down the approaching zombies. Upon closer inspection, there were not just one kind of zombie but many types besides the ordinary ones. There were also zombie dogs, which were very fast, and due to their small size, multiple sources of firepower were needed to take them down. There were even those currently attacking from a distance with venomous sprays, which could easily hit the tribe members firing, corroding their flesh. Fortunately, there were not many. Lu held the weather controller in his left hand to maintain sunlight and drew out his enchanted 98K in his right hand, expertly loading bullets, and then took them down with a headshot. To Lu's surprise, it wasn't just the venomous sprayers that dropped supplies, even regular zombies dropped some common items.
It seems this is also a disguised resource, Lu thought. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded, boom.
It turned out that a giant fat zombie could not withstand the concentrated fire of bullets and exploded, killing a wave of surrounding zombies. This undoubtedly tightened the nerves of the battling tribesmen, fearing that if they were not careful, a zombie would break through their defenses and explode nearby, blowing them open. Under the continuous fire suppression, the surrounding hordes of zombies finally stopped increasing and even began to thin out. Lu guessed it took time for the zombies to gather around. Just as Lu sighed in relief, 3 pillars of orange light suddenly shot up into the sky across the entire island, their presence unmistakable even amidst the yellow fog. At this moment, Lu's curiosity could no longer be contained. He wanted to see what was inside the pillars of light. However, the portal still needed sunlight to fend off the encroaching yellow fog, leaving Lu unable to break free. Thus, Lu had to take the weather controller and make a circle within a kilometer, picking off the zombies that were coming closer, and then signaled all his kin to retreat into the portal. On the other side, Caesar used rocks to block the door, while Lu stacked 8 small cars together to block the portal. He then checked the time. There were still 2 hours left, enough for Lu to make a round trip to the nearest pillar of light. With the presence of self-destructing zombies, Lu was concerned that the defenses on both sides of the portal could only hold them off for a short time. So, he didn't waste any more time and flew towards the nearest pillar of light. He reduced the range of sunlight to 5 meters to conserve some elemental mana in the weather controller. The nearest pillar of light to Lu was in City K, so he headed northeast. Along the way, due to the yellow fog, Lu could only hear the growls of the zombie horde but couldn't see if any new zombies appeared. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Lu arrived in City K, then slowed down to approach the pillar of light located in the southwest of the city. Upon closer inspection, Lu felt a surge of surprise. This device didn't seem like something that would appear in zombie mode. Looking at the high-tech ally box in front of him, Lu recognized it as a super weapon cache that would only appear in the firepower showdown mode, similar to an airdrop. Overwhelmed by his surprise, Lu decided to step forward and activate the super weapon cache. However, an unexpected sharp pain caused him to quickly retract his outstretched hand and retreat rapidly. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle with the Zombie Lord. Lu stepped back 5 meters. Explosions began to occur in succession around the super weapon cache. The sound did not resemble that of thermal weapons. Instead, it sounded very similar to the self-detonation of the self-exploding zombies he had heard before. Before Lu could even think about why so many self-exploding zombies were detonating simultaneously, several figures quickly closed in on him. Lu had to halt his retreat, forcefully change direction, and dodge the rapidly approaching attacks. They were zombies. Upon seeing the arms rushing past him, Lu instantly understood that he was being attacked by a type of zombie he had never encountered before. If he remembered correctly, it was one of the Speedy brothers among zombies. To avoid the relentless attacks from the Speedy brother, Lu had no choice but to keep retreating, and he never expected that the zombie horde here was so powerful. As Lu continued to back away, he also moved further from the super weapon vault. He felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart as he saw treasure chests right in front of him but could not open them. However, Lu temporarily suppressed his reluctance and planned to take to the skies to snip them off one by one before opening the weapon vault. But just as Lu ascended less than 3 meters, he was suddenly bombarded. 5 or 6 gobs of thick green venom shot toward him from all directions, blocking his ascent. To dodge the venom, Lu had to change direction, but the venom shooters sprayed their toxins as if they had an eye, relentlessly following Lu's evasion route. Something's wrong. The situation is bizarre. At that moment, Lu suddenly realized something was amiss. He had encountered self-exploding zombies and venom shooters before, but none of them had exhibited such powerful performance. It felt as if they were specifically targeting Lu. There must be something fishy going on. Lu quickly ran in the direction where the Speedy brothers were absent. After creating some distance, he equipped his water dragon shield armor and donned his invisibility cloak, securing the hood. Finally, Lu utilized the elemental mana he had previously input into the weather controller, expanding the sunlight coverage to 50 meters, which allowed him to expose any zombies approaching him. Previously, the enemies had hidden within the yellow mist, while Lu remained in the sunlight he created. Due to his limited field of vision, he could not see them, but they could see Lu, putting him in a very passive position. With a sufficient field of vision, Lu could finally see the situation around him. 6 venom shooters, 5 Speedy brothers, a dozen zombie dogs, and a couple of self-exploding zombies, which must have just exploded, leaving not many behind.
This is also here?
Looking at the shield-bearing zombie in front of him, Lu felt somewhat surprised, not expecting the shield-bearing zombies to appear as well, given their exceptionally high defensive capabilities. But what surprised Lu the most wasn't the shield-holding zombie, but the towering zombie behind it, which appeared to be a head taller than him.
Lu recognized this zombie. It was a boss, the Zombie Lord.
The Zombie Lord seemed to be extremely disgusted by the sunlight Lu created, retreating back into the yellow mist, picking up a nearby stone, and then throwing it at Lu.
For such ordinary ranged attacks, Lu planted the weather controller into the ground, and with a sweep of the wind and thunder rod in his hand, the stone flew back and smashed the head of a zombie dog. Afterward, the Lord threw stones repeatedly at Lu, but they were all deflected by Lu, even killing another zombie dog. There was even a self-exploding zombie that got hit, uncontrollably exploding and clearing out the nearby zombie dogs. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the Lord changed tactics, commanding the shield-holding zombies and the speedster to advance and attack Lu. Although they were also very averse to sunlight, the pressure from the Lord forced them to enter the sunlight and attack Lu. However, after passing through the sunlight, the speedster's movement speed was not as fast. This way, Lu didn't have to focus all his energy on defending against the speedster's attacks, allowing him to deal with the other zombies as well. Not only did the speedster launch an attack, but 3 shield-holding zombies also linked their shields and approached Lu. In the distance, there were also the Lord's throwing attacks and the venom sprayer's poisonous spray, while several zombie dogs wandered around in the yellow mist, drooling. Faced with such a dire situation, ordinary firepower was no longer sufficient to cause damage, so Lu decided to unleash his full firepower. He took out the last enlarging pill and swallowed it, then put away the invisibility cloak. Lu had discovered in the previous battle that the invisibility cloak was not of much use against zombies, so he simply stored it away to avoid any damage. While waiting for his body to grow larger, Lu took out 2 boxes of grenades, opened them, and made a double-handed heavy shadow movement to pull out the pins before throwing them. One box had 25 grenades, and with 2 boxes, that was a total of 50 grenades thrown by Lu in 1 minute, delivering a wave of firepower coverage to the zombies standing outside the sunlight. Of course, Lu did not intend to let the speedster and shield-holding zombies in the sunlight off easily. He took out the fireball staff, and then the elemental mana shot forth like it was free, targeting the shield-holding zombies. After using strong firepower to contain them for enough transformation time, Lu finally stopped the stretching of his skeletal muscles 3 minutes later, transforming into a 5-meter-tall gorilla. Leaping 6 meters into the air, Lu raised his fist and smashed the heads of 2 approaching speed demons, then without pausing, charged towards the slightly lagging 4 speed demons. Relying on the protection of the dragon-armored shield, they couldn't break through Lu's defense at all, and then Lu crushed their heads with his immense strength. After Lu's recent bombardment, the 3 shield-wielding zombies, although not killed, had their shields battered and even burnt in places. With a double fist strike, the shield-wielding zombie that resembled a small cardboard figure didn't last long in front of Lu, falling one by one with his punches. In the end, the only one left facing Lu amidst the yellow mist was the Lord. The other zombies had either been blown up or crushed to death by Lu's fists. Locking eyes with the Lord, Lu saw no signs of fear or apprehension in its gaze, only a dull, unchanging numbness and brutality. Lu understood that the Lord existed solely for destruction. Its birth was for slaughter, making it a machine of murder devoid of emotions. Lu's expression shifted as he charged towards the Lord with fierce intent, causing the sunlight to shift with his movements, forcing the Lord to confront him on its home turf.
The Lord, scorched by sunlight, became increasingly frenzied, digging out 2 stones the size of yoga balls from the ground and hurling them at Lu, then charging after him. With a double fist strike, Lu sent the stones flying, while his own figure charged towards the Lord. Using his size advantage, Lu's fist landed first on the Lord's face, causing its head to tilt and nearly losing its balance, though the Lord ultimately did not fall. Just as Lu was about to unleash a combo, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a strike from the Lord, but to his surprise, the Lord followed up with another hammer blow, catching Lu off guard and forcing him to take a step back to absorb the impact. Once he recovered, Lu bent his arms in front of his chest to defend against the Lord's next hammer strike, while slightly bending his legs, he pushed forward and slammed into the Lord, knocking it down. Lu seized the opportunity, directly sitting on top of it, and aimed a punch at the Lord's head, only to find that the Lord's defensive instincts were quite good, using its arms to protect its head. Seeing that one punch wasn't enough, Lu could only bring both fists down together. Finally, after pummeling for 5 minutes, the Lord's arms were broken by Lu's strikes, exposing its head. Although the Lord was still struggling, the outcome was already clear. He drew a dagger, gripping its jaw with his left hand, and plunged the blade into its eye with his right. A squelch echoed as the Lord's eyeball exploded, the dagger digging deep into the Lord's brain. After stirring things up for a while, the Lord was finally killed by Lu. Its corpse gradually faded away at the spot, leaving behind some items. Chapter 69, Harvest, End. Picking up the M79 grenade launcher in 10 rounds of 49mm grenades dropped by the zombie Lord, Lu felt a bit disappointed because there was still a gap compared to what he wanted. He then collected all the dropped items from the zombies Lu had just killed around him. After all, he couldn't forge them himself, and there was never enough military supplies for his clan. Counting the items, aside from 5 flamethrowers and 10 decoy grenades, the rest was not much different from what the Star City rescue team had collected during the day. After tidying the area, Lu approached the super weapons depot. This time, he was clever enough to maintain a 50-meter illuminated perimeter, ensuring he could react promptly if any zombies attempted a sneak attack. The entire super weapons depot looked almost like a shipping container, measuring about 5 meters in length and having a square front face of 2 by 2 meters, making it appear quite spacious. The door to the super weapon cache doesn't have a password. Lu just needs to turn the handle on the door, and it will open. After opening, a shipping container full of weapons was laid out before Lu. Initially, Lu had forgotten what specific weapons were in the arsenal due to the long time spent traversing, but fortunately, there was a product report at the door. This saved Lu quite a bit of trouble, as it was written on it. 6 RPG-7 rocket launchers, 2 M134 machine guns, 5 MGL grenade launchers, 4 M3E1 missile launchers, and 4 M202 quad rocket launchers. 5 sets of level 3 armor and helmets, 1 set of camouflaged clothing, 100 RPG rockets, 5,000 rounds of 7.62mm bullets, 200 rounds of 40mm grenades, and 30 tracking missiles. These weapons are all heavy firepower. Previously obtained firearms from a gun shop were mostly civilian or obsolete military models, making it difficult to find heavy weaponry. However, this time it filled the gap for Star City. Initially, Lu planned to secure this super arsenal, but unexpectedly, no matter how Lu tried, there was no response. In the end, Lu decided not to push it further, putting everything into the inventory, and then began to contemplate whether to check out 2 other locations. Suddenly, Lu realized that previously, due to an overemphasis on the zombie lord, he had consumed the last enlarged pill he had, and was still under its effects. Moreover, the enlarged pill had side effects. After the effects wore off, severe muscle-tearing pain and weakness would set in. Thinking of this, Lu no longer felt conflicted about inspecting the other light pillars. Taking advantage of the remaining effects, Lu quickly flew back to the shooting range. Upon returning, Lu found that the portal was surrounded by yellow mist due to the lack of sunlight, but since there were no living creatures moving nearby, the zombies had not completely surrounded the portal. As Lu brought sunlight back here, the zombies fled from its glare like humans would from a viper, as there wasn't enough meat to attract them. Lu moved the small car stuck next to the portal aside and used his thunderstick to strike the stones blocking the portal 3 times with force, then took the thunderstick back. This was Lu's signal to the other side, to prevent the zombies here from crashing through the stacked cars and passing through the portal, as they didn't know what awaited them on the other side. 5 seconds later, a gorilla's head poked out first. Noticing that only Lu was present and that he seemed to be unharmed, it fully emerged. This gorilla is Lu's bodyguard, Komodo, the leader of the Star City Guard. If Lu faces danger, he will be the first to step forward to buy time for the king's retreat. Fortunately, there is no danger. As Komodo leans forward into the secret realm, he waves inside. Following him, the elite members of the Imperial Sword rush out to keep a watch around Lu. Due to the urgent situation, it is not supposed to be Komodo giving orders, but given the current special circumstances, they are temporarily under Komodo's command while waiting for Lu to return. Alright, no need to be nervous, let's hurry inside. Otherwise, with so many gorillas here, we'll attract a large number of zombies. Right now, they are only held back by the sunlight. Yes. Then Lu pulled the vehicle that had just been moved to block the portal and returned to Star City with the members of the Imperial Sword. After ensuring that all the gorillas had returned, Caesar and Koba each pulled a cubic meter of stone from their storage rings to block the portal. My king, are you okay? Boss, are you alright? Seeing Lu return safely, although they regarded him as the sun god, they couldn't help but worry about him. After all, the king is a flesh and blood being who can be hurt. I'm fine. I just took a certain potion to enlarge myself, and after the effect wears off, there will be side effects. I need to rest a bit. Please rest assured, my king. We'll take care of the rest, and we will definitely not let any zombies disturb your rest. Right, as long as we're here, no zombie will come over. Koba and the members of the Imperial Sword all promised Lu. After giving them an approving look, Lu left this place, preparing to return to his house to rest for a while. After all, he had consumed a lot of physical strength and elemental mana from using the weather controller in fighting the Lord Zombie. When the light beam appeared, only 2 hours were left. After Lu experienced a battle and returned, in fact, more than half of the 8 hours had already passed. Thus, Koba and the others had not actually been guarding the portal for long. Rather, just after a little more than half an hour, the portal turned into a cluster of light points and then dissipated into the air. Since Lu had mentioned during the planning that this portal would only exist for 8 hours, they were not surprised when the portal disappeared instead. They breathed a sigh of relief. After all, facing zombies that are hideously ugly, even a gorilla's aesthetic sense would feel physically uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu was sitting cross-legged in the room, replenishing the elemental mana in his body through eating, in order to alleviate the side effects caused by the growth pills. Ultimately, the growth pills promote the rapid growth of muscles and bones by extracting elemental mana from the body, but this is merely a temporary effect. Chapter 70, Letting Go of Practice, Practicing Like Crazy. A day later, Lu emerged from his room. Not only had the side effects of the growth pills faded, but he had also replenished all the elemental mana he had consumed yesterday. Komodo, let's go check out the loot from this expedition to the secret realm. Komodo followed closely behind Lu, silently guarding him. As they walked along, the tribespeople who had been urgently mobilized the day before to search for arms had returned to their routines, training their martial arts under Koba's guidance. Even the baby gorillas played nearby with their parents. Arriving at the warehouse area southeast of the camp, the tribespeople were coming in and out, carrying a large batch of weapons, then each walking to the designated storage area to count and safely store them. Even after a day's sorting, only one warehouse was cleared out of the piled-up arms from 2 warehouses. Of course, these were just firearms and their accessories, as well as supplies like bulletproof vests. As for the bullets, grenades, and smoke bombs, which are flammable, explosive, and collision-resistant arms, Lu had them packed into boxes and transported to himself, storing them in his inventory for extra safety. Regarding the body of the giant beast, after Lu removed all the flesh and blood from it, he exchanged the skeleton that occupied his inventory for gacha points, leaving behind just one skull. This skull was placed by Lu next to the stone's lair, mainly to give the stone a sense of deterrence, preventing it from recklessly attacking the tribespeople, as they usually feed it. Not only firearms but bullets also need categorization. However, since the firearms in the warehouse had not been fully counted, there was no place for them to sort the bullets. Walking into the warehouse where the gorillas were coming and going, Lu immediately spotted Caesar and Maurice, as they were known to be the best in mathematics among the gorillas, aside from Lu. It was also because these two were busy counting the firearms that the young gorillas in the school had temporarily suspended classes to exercise with their parents, leaving the entire camp under Koba's management for the time being.
How's the counting going? Can you still hold on?
Wine, we only need to finish counting the types and quantities of firearms in half of the warehouse. I'm still holding up, but I'm worried that Maurice might not, considering his age.
Well, if that's the case, Maurice, you should take a rest.
You're a treasure to the Star City. The kids in the clan are waiting for your lessons, so please don't get hurt.
I'm getting older, and my stamina just isn't what it used to be.
I'll take a break first, then I'll do the counting once I feel better.
Alright, I'll do the counting with Caesar.
You don't need to worry about it anymore. After that, Lou escorted Maurice out of the warehouse, then let Komodo take him back to school before Lou turned around and re-entered the warehouse.
Currently, our talent pool is still insufficient.
We're only making progress in terms of physical strength, but not much in terms of cultural and spiritual development. Star City's growth is still modest, so there is not a pressing need for talent right now. However, when we face a massive outbreak next year, we'll need more talent to help with the construction and management of the camp. Squatting not far from Caesar, Lou was categorizing the firearms on the ground while chatting with him. I believe we can't rush the development of cultural and spiritual aspects. It takes time. Your Majesty, your time is mainly spent on cultivation and overarching strategies, while I spend most of mine on handling Star City's daily affairs. The only talents available for education are Maurice and some of the apprentices he brought along. Even if we want to speed things up, it's not going to happen quickly.
Phew, finally finished with the counting. It seems that tallying resources isn't easy. Were you the one who managed resource accounting in the camp before?
Not exactly. I've trained a few accountants as well, but they're currently busy counting in several other warehouses. I came over to help since I saw they were overwhelmed, and Maurice volunteered to help as well. You've worked hard. Please hand me your storage ring. Receiving the ring from Caesar, Lou filled it with the flesh he had mentioned earlier, not stopping until it was completely full. This flesh is a reward for you, so you can decide how to distribute it.
If it's not enough, come back to me. Since it contributes to Star City, it must be rewarded.
In the end, the types and quantities of firearms in several warehouses were all compiled together. Assault rifles, 200 AKMs, 50 M16A4S, 60 M416s, 150 SCAR LS, 100 minutes and 762 seconds, 20 MK47s. Marksman rifles, 20 VSSs, 30 SKSs, 30 Mini 14S, 15 SLRs. Sniper rifles, 30 Kar 98KS, 10 minutes and 24 seconds. Submachine guns, 70 Uzis, 90 Thompsons, 70 UMP45S, 100 Vectors, 80 P90S. Shotguns, 30 S12KS, 60 S1897S, 60 S686S, 30 DBSs. Machine guns, 10 minutes and 249 seconds, 50 DP28s. Handguns, P1911, P92, R1895, P18C, R45, several short-barreled shotguns and scorpion pistols. 300 helmets and 350 bulletproof vests. They didn't even spare melee weapons. Crowbars, machetes, frying pans, and sickles were all collected and used as tools in daily life. Of course, there were also a large number of gun accessories such as stocks and sights, which, due to their overwhelming quantity, could only be sorted by type and retrieved when needed. Adding to this was a vast amount of ammunition and explosives like grenades and smoke bombs from the Lu inventory, turning Xingqing into an arsenal with over 1,000 weapons. With such firepower, Lu even dared to lead his men to ambush the station troops that had been left in the northern mountains of Topeka, though that was just talk for now. Now that the issue of ammunition supply had been resolved, the upcoming training wouldn't just involve martial skills, but would also include live fire practice. To avoid attracting too much attention, Lu decided they would practice shooting in the cave, but this ended up tormenting the ears of all the clanspeople and disturbing Shita's hibernation. This made Shirtu extremely agitated, and to prevent it from attacking the clanspeople, Lu took out the Super Gulu Ball, and after some gentle persuasion, Shirtu successfully moved into the Super Gulu Ball. In the time that followed, with ample ammunition supplied by Lu, the clanspeople became calmer in facing gunfights, and their shooting skills improved significantly. However, due to the lack of anyone to teach Lu how to operate helicopters, tanks, and artillery, the heavy weaponry they had previously acquired was basically unusable, leaving them to gather dust in another cave.
Chapter 71, The Eve of Action.
Spring has arrived, everything is coming back to life, and animals enter their mating season. The annual breeding season is a grand event, and to fulfill the reproductive KPIs, they begin to meticulously plan courtship, as most animals need a mate to produce offspring. Of course, this does not include the gorilla tribe in Xinjiang, as they have been having babies all winter long. Even now, many female gorillas are already visibly pregnant. Outside the cave, the ice and snow had begun to melt. Rocket and his team stepped out into the frigid wind, tightening their warm clothing and combat gear, and they headed towards the direction of San Francisco.
As a species that doesn't hibernate and has better insulating gear, humans are quite active during the winter. Farmers near the forest even sneak into the Sequoia National Forest to hunt and fell trees. Lou needs to keep track of human developments.
With his newfound strength, he aims to secure a piece of land for Star City, as it requires a stable food supply. Of course, he also wants to know about Xinpu's situation, to see if he has managed to keep the US military constrained in the central regions. Otherwise, Lou wouldn't dare to provoke them.
Caesar Medical Company in San Francisco. Ever since his expensive lab built by Flora was destroyed by an unknown phantom, Will decided he needed a new office. He not only hired a priest but even sought out a Chinese priest in Chinatown to consult on feng shui. Ultimately, he chose an office building on the east bank of Lake San Andreas to continue his research, while the department he worked in remained unchanged. At that moment, he was in his office handling emails from the company's general manager regarding research on a new type of drug, mainly focusing on neural recovery for stroke patients. As a top researcher in the field of neuroscience, Will needs to conduct risk assessments and evaluate the commercial value of this report. Ultimately, it requires the boss's decision since he pays the salary. Ding ding ding, Will's phone rang. Hello. Hello boss, I've got results on the issue you wanted me to investigate. It is indeed it. Wasn't it supposed to be destroyed in the explosion at my lab? How could it appear on the battlefield in Iowa?
And it came with a group of zombies that suddenly attacked General Kadam's troops. Just over a month ago, Speaker Benjamin suddenly sent him an email containing some pictures and videos, one of which showed Xinpu. It turns out that 3 months ago, under the military's Wolfpack plan, troops stationed in neighboring states of Iowa completed the encirclement task and were planning an offensive. They just needed time to inform the residents of Iowa to leave the state as soon as possible, as the military would carry out a saturation sterilization of all cities in Iowa. Even though this state has already been occupied by the Umbrella Corporation and its zombie minions, many ordinary people are still struggling to survive under the siege of the zombies. Upon hearing the military was not planning to send reinforcements for rescue, although they cursed General Kadam, they still had to break through to the Iowa border. However, just as the military was gearing up, military satellites discovered large-scale zombies moving towards the encirclement. The direction suggested they were coming from Topeka.
To prevent being caught between two zombie flanks, the troops stationed in Colorado had to deploy significant heavy firepower to eliminate them quickly.
I didn't expect that although this group of zombies didn't have any mutated types, they seemed to be commanded by someone, being able to dodge bullets and understand ambush tactics. I heard that one night, Simp stealthily led a group of zombies to the artillery unit's position and launched a fierce attack. In the end, it was only after they paid a hefty price that they exterminated the suddenly attacking swarm of zombies, with only a small portion managing to escape due to their speed. However, it was during this ambush that the military began to take notice of Simp's peculiarities, and they spotted him in subsequent zombie attacks, leading to his presence being reported to General Katism's desk. General Katism also had a cooperative relationship with the Emperor organization, so Speaker Benjamin was able to obtain this information, especially since he had seen the experimental results that Will had sent him. For various reasons, Will realized that his experiment had not been destroyed in the explosion but had instead appeared on the central battlefield, which made his expression darken. This meant he had actually been played by someone else. Not only was the laboratory destroyed, but the data and results were also stolen by others or another organization. Will understood, and of course, Benjamin understood as well. However, since Will was his person, Benjamin did not reveal that this was an experimental product developed by his subordinates, but instead shifted the blame towards the Umbrella Corporation. He believed this was a new type of zombie produced at a secret base of the Umbrella Corporation somewhere else, meant to attract the military's attention and relieve pressure on the large zombie forces in Iowa. Although there was no immediate agreement on Benjamin's statement during the senior meeting of the Emperor organization, a considerable number of people thought so. Hanging up the agent's call, Will connected to Benjamin's video call.
Is it confirmed?
With such a significant oversight, even if Benjamin still had high hopes for Will, his tone inevitably turned harsher.
It's confirmed. It's good to have confirmation. This indicates that your experimental results are indeed useful in practical combat.
You don't need to worry about the rest, just continue your research.
Also, strengthen the search for Titan beasts.
The organization's upper management needs more Titan samples for research. If we can find a Titan beast for the organization, both you and I will have a chance to work at headquarters.
Okay, I'll intensify the efforts. Speaker, wait for my good news.
Good, thank you for your hard work.
Keep it up, and I'll take you to the Canopy Fortress for a position. You'll get a bigger and better laboratory for your research.
Subsequently, under Will's watch, Benjamin closed the video call and then turned to his secretary beside him and said,
Earlier, someone reported sightings of giant animals. Did we send someone to confirm? The person has returned and hasn't found any giant animals, only a pack of cougars was spotted.
The hunter who reported it might have made a mistake. Well, if we're sure there's nothing, then we shouldn't waste any more time. Let us intensify the search for similar reports from the neighboring states.
Yes.
Will stared blankly at the black screen of the computer for a while before dialing a number again.
Beep, beep, beep. Boss. Come here for a moment, I have a mission for you all.
Okay.
Chapter 72, Fully Armed.
The decisive Marcus got out of the jeep and strode confidently to Will's secret laboratory, pressed the doorbell, and then looked at the camera above.
Click.
The door unlocked, Marcus turned the doorknob and walked in, heading straight for Will's desk.
Boss.
Will looked at Marcus and said,
Yes, please have a seat. The main reason I summoned you today is to have you continue searching for that gorilla that attacked you before.
This is my assessment of you considering the previous destruction of the lab. You've disappointed me twice already. I usually give others 3 chances, but if you can't seize any of those 3, then I'm sorry I can't tolerate that kind of waste around me.
I think you're not that kind of waste, are you?
Faced with Will's stern expression, even Marcus, who had made quite a name for himself in Europe, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he had already failed his employer's tasks twice, and another failure would ruin his reputation in the industry. This time I'll lead the team myself.
Even if I have to turn that primeval forest inside out, I will definitely find it. However, boss, our equipment is rather outdated. What do you think?
Will closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead, pondering for a moment.
I'll get you new equipment.
Just provide a specific list, and I will buy a batch of new gear directly from the arms company for you.
Is there anything else? Well, boss, this time it's an outdoor mission. What do you think?
Additionally, I will calculate your salary. If you find it, you will get 5 million. If not, keep searching until you find it.
Understood. I will go back and compile a list for you, and then I will email it to you. Go ahead.
Not much had been accomplished, but Flora incurred quite a cost after all. Well, less money didn't come out of thin air, so his tone inevitably turned a bit tough.
Didn't Marcus catch that?
Of course he did, but the Iron Rust Mercenary Corps was a pack of hungry wolves. He needed to feed them well to ensure they would go all out for him. A tactical team of 7 to 9 people.
Basic configuration.
1 leader, responsible for command. 1 machine gun fire support team, 2 people, including the gunner and assistant, responsible for fire support.
1 sniper, responsible for eliminating key enemy targets.
1 assault team, 3 to 5 people, responsible for assault missions. As a mercenary group composed of multiple tactical teams, the number of members in each team isn't standardized. The smallest team has only 5 members, while the largest has 11.
The entire Rust Mercenary Corps consists of 135 people. After losing an elite team due to an attack from that giant gorilla Lu and the destruction of the laboratory, there are now 120 left. Leaving 30 people to handle the company's security,
Maku plans to take the remaining 90 team members into the Sequoia National Park to search for the gorilla tribe. A week later, we'll receive the weapons ordered from Jason Arms Company, one of the top 10 companies in San Francisco, and after ensuring they were well prepared, they set off. For this operation, we'll specifically sought assistance from Benjamin, borrowing 3 UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters to transport the Rust Mercenary Corps members. Additionally, 3 Boeing AH-64 Apache attack helicopters are equipped with 230mm M230 chain guns as secondary weapons, and 4 weapon hardpoints are loaded with 4 19-tube 70mm Hydra 70 rocket launchers, totaling 76 9-headed snake rockets. Using such powerful firepower for their support should have been a lesson learned from the previous incident where a helicopter was taken down by concentrated fire from the guerrillas. 6 helicopters majestically flew deep into the national park, dividing into 3 directions to conduct a carpet search from the inside out. On their way back to Star City, Rocket and his scout team moved quickly between the trees. They hadn't gathered any useful information in San Francisco. After all, they weren't as powerful as Lou, who could directly abduct people under widespread surveillance. However, they did learn through the internet that the zombie horde in Iowa, especially in Raccoon City, continues to resist, drawing considerable military attention to the central region. Although there was no useful information from San Francisco, having information about the ongoing zombie suppression in the Midwest can't be considered coming back empty-handed. Buzz 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 buzz. The sound of helicopter rotors faintly echoed in his ears, and Rocket's ears perked up instantly. After using the skill book Lou gave him, Rocket's hearing and vision have significantly improved. Just like now, having previously dealt with human helicopters alongside Lou, Rocket immediately recognized this sound as that of a human helicopter. Stop. The gorilla in the scout team was puzzled. They were making good time, so why did the captain suddenly stop and ask everyone to halt? However, Rocket is usually very strict with his team, expecting them to follow orders without question, so they didn't voice their confusion and instead stopped as instructed. Rocket quickly climbed up to the treetop and spotted 2 small dots approaching from the north. Using binoculars, he observed that they were 2 human helicopters. Hurry, the humans are coming after us again. We need to get back and report to the king immediately, or it will be very disadvantageous for us if they find our Star City. As he climbed down from the treetop, looking at the approaching team members, Rocket spoke with a hint of concern on his face. What? The humans are coming again? It seems they have forgotten about their last failure. As a gorilla who had never witnessed the power of human heavy firepower, there was inevitably a sense of contempt towards humans. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's move quickly. Interrupting his subordinate's arrogant remarks, he urged them to run fast towards the Star City. Hey, boss, I've never ridden a military Apache before, and now I can say I've been on an Apache as a man. Did you see the rocket missiles hanging on either side when we boarded the helicopter? That's the notorious Sea Snake rocket launcher, which can take out a light tank with a single shot. Okay, let's stay steady. Perform well in this operation and see if we can catch that big gorilla first. The commander said that as long as they get the big gorilla, the rest can be left to die. When the gorilla opens fire on us, we can just blow them to dust. Understood, boss. This scene played out in each helicopter, with every team member eager to prove themselves. After all, with such a powerful weapon as the Apache combat helicopter, capturing a gorilla posed virtually no danger. 3 directions, 6 helicopters, 90 fully armed veteran mercenaries. Mark could say that this mission was the most confident he had felt since becoming a mercenary. After exhausting all his strength, the reconnaissance team returned to the Star City in half an hour with the fastest speed. As they approached the Star City, a nearly exhausted Rocket encountered patrolling guards, so he quickly asked them to return and report the emergency situation, as they needed to rest and drink some water. Chapter 73, War Mobilization Order. By the time Rocket arrived at the government hall, he was met by Lou, who had already been waiting there, along with several other leaders from the Star City. Rocket, what specific discoveries did you make? Yes, my king. When I entered the park from the north of the forest, about 5 kilometers in, I suddenly heard sounds coming from the sky. After observing, I found that 2 human helicopters appeared within my line of sight. Are there any in other directions? Not confirmed yet.
If that's the case, Koba.
Here. You need to quickly arrange for another reconnaissance team to scout the enemy in the other 3 directions.
Report immediately if there's any situation.
Yes.
Then Koba hurriedly left here.
Originally, this should have been arranged by Rocket, but since he was too tired after rushing back, Lou had no choice but to let Koba handle it.
Before long, Koba returned.
It's all arranged, and special motorcycles were provided for them to speed things up.
Since it's arranged, let's do it. Does anyone have any opinions? Speak up. My king, we should take the initiative. We cannot let humans discover the existence of Star City, otherwise, we will never have peace.
As the Grand Overseer and Commander, Caesar stood up to speak.
Yes, humans have many powerful weapons.
If they discover that we are building a city here, they will surely use missiles to flatten us. Even at this moment, Koba had a sense of uplifting others' spirits, but even someone as resolutely pro-war as Koba understood the need to be cautious around human weapons. This implies that most of the members representing the entire Star City community are aware of the gap between them and humans.
Maurice, what do you think?
As a guerrilla who is wholeheartedly focused on improving education, Maurice does not actually like war, but that does not mean he is afraid. He just believes that wasting his people on unnecessary warfare would be akin to suicide.
My king, humans have chased us multiple times, growing stronger each time. We must retaliate, otherwise, this hard-built Star City will have to be abandoned, and how can our clan grow strong then?
Alright, it is clear that everyone's thought is to plan for a confrontation with them. That being the case, Thompson, I appoint you as the logistics officer for this battle, responsible for the preparation of arms and supplies.
After the meeting, distribute the bullets and equipment as quickly as possible.
Yes. Caesar and Koba, I appoint you as the generals at my side, to fight together against them. After the meeting, issue a full mobilization order, gather all combat personnel to collect their equipment, and await my command.
Yes, yes.
Komodo, your guard troops will not participate in the battle for now. We need a stable rear to provide logistics, and the elderly and children need your protection.
You will be the last line of defense for Star City.
Yes. Maurice, I hope you can take the children into the secret passage to hide temporarily. After the last defeat, humans cannot possibly underestimate us again, so this battle may be quite significant.
Understood, I understand. I will take the children to hide and wait for your return. The meeting is adjourned, dismissed.
After a series of discussions, decisions about how many guerrillas to send, how much supplies to prepare, how many guerrillas to leave behind to handle the transport of goods, and various other issues all needed to be coordinated together, rather than being handled independently. After the full mobilization order issued by Lou, all the tribe members of Star City, except for elderly guerrillas, infants, and pregnant females, gathered on the playground to participate in this battle. A total of 375 guerrillas lined up to receive supplies. After estimating how many guerrillas would join the fight, Thompson prepared the supplies as quickly as he could. Aside from the 30 members of the Empire's Sword, the remaining 345 guerrilla warriors were divided by Lou into 17 squads and 3 companies. Lou's company had 7 squads, while Caesar and Koba each led 2 companies with 5 squads. They quickly collected their weaponry according to their units and squads. In order to take down the human air forces, Lou also distributed missiles and rocket artillery obtained in the secret realm. Dressed in the water-repellent dragon armor and wearing a level 3 helmet, it looked a bit awkward, but it was good enough for survival. Stepping up to the podium in front of the square, Lou prepared for the final mobilization for this battle. Tribe members, the humans have not given up their desire to annihilate us. They want to kill all guerrillas and burn our homes.
Can we agree to that?
No, absolutely not.
Then what should I do?
Fight. The 6 words fight grew louder and louder, seemingly trying to release the pent-up frustrations and fury within, igniting a fiery combat spirit.
Let us go.
After discussion, Lou decided that the 7 squads would remain inactive as backup forces ready to reinforce at any time, while Caesar and Koba led their 5 squads into action first. According to information gathered by the scout team, besides from the north, there were also signs of human helicopters moving in the east and west, and they were moving swiftly. Star City is backed by a mountain, and no enemy traces were found to the south, so Lu chose to set the battlefield on a steep slope 5 kilometers from Star City. This area is elevated, providing a clear view to spot enemy trails at the first instance. However, to prevent being targeted by helicopters overhead, they intentionally chose a location obscured by tall trees. 2 squads of guerrillas were specially assigned to wear camouflage made of leaves, each carrying 2 quad launchers, 2 M3E1A precision-guided missile launchers, and 3 RPG launchers hidden in the surrounding large trees, forming a crossfire net. All warriors were then covered in wet mud to avoid detection by the helicopter's infrared sensors as much as possible. As for the ground position, Lu planned to use his trump card, which was a 30-meter long, 5-meter high, 3-meter wide stone wall he had drawn, intending to use it as their stronghold. However, Lu needed to wait until the enemy arrived to determine from which direction they would come. If it was placed down now and approached from the side, it would all be wasted. Each squad has 1 M79 grenade launcher and 1 MGL grenade launcher with 30 rounds of 40mm grenades. Although the jungle combat will be limited, it should still be somewhat useful. The 2 remaining M134 heavy machine guns are quite a nice addition. In the jungle, they could provide a powerful fire network that would be enough to give them a run for their money. With 10 squads, apart from the 2 squads in the trees, the remaining 8 squads of 160 soldiers are spread out over a curved front line of about 300 meters, waiting for the enemy to approach. Chapter 74, Aim, Shoot. From one of the helicopters in the north, a dedicated audio message reminds everyone to keep their eyes peeled and not to miss any clues, and to avoid being ambushed by the enemy. After all, there was a previous lesson learned when a helicopter was shot down by concentrated rifle fire. Boss, are these helicopters going to be returned to the military? I see the military is quite wealthy and should have more money than this, right? Shut up, you. Do you really want to covet even the US military's equipment? Are you looking to get yourself killed? What are we? The military could give these to us, but even if they wanted to sell, they probably wouldn't. And don't let anyone from the military hear you. Worried that Will's men had no experience flying military helicopters, Benjamin also temporarily borrowed the pilots for these helicopters. Sorry, boss, it's just that it's my first time using such a great machine as the Apache. I was just a bit envious, I was just saying. We have passed the designated location and are moving toward the center of the forest. The helicopter pilot reported the news to Marcus via the headset, and the designated location was the place where the hunter squad had exchanged fire with Lu last time. Keep the infrared detectors at maximum power and conduct a carpet search for targets. Due to a large number of satellites being deployed by the military to monitor the central battlefield while maintaining a certain number of satellites for global surveillance, Will did not request satellite assistance this time. This search method is incredibly slow and inefficient. The forest spans hundreds of square kilometers, making a carpet search very time-consuming. However, previously, Will had sent members of the Rust Mercenary Corps into Sequoia National Forest to search for Lu's whereabouts, thus avoiding a significant portion of the forest area in advance. After excluding many locations, Marcus and his team were getting closer to the central area of the forest. In the pilot's view, a mountain range was becoming clearer based on height comparison. The pilot believed that crossing the mountain would consume a large amount of fuel. Upon reaching the other side, the fuel in the tank might not be sufficient to return to the Rust Mercenary Corps station in San Francisco, so he thought it would be wise to look for a nearby safe location to refuel. However, when he spotted 1 or 2 guerrillas appearing suddenly ahead, he felt that there was more than enough fuel in the tank. Captain Mark, we've spotted enemies at 3 o'clock, 3 kilometers away. 3 guerrillas are crouched in the trees, likely preparing to ambush us. Should we initiate an attack? Do not initiate an attack for now. Continue scouting to see if there are more guerrillas nearby. Their numbers are low right now. If we take them out, we'll scare their main force into hiding, making it harder to locate them again. Hearing Mark's command, the driver began to change direction, planning to circle within 5 kilometers to see if he could spot more guerrillas. Based on their tracks, he could probably analyze their nest locations. Hearing the buzzing sound of helicopter rotors nearby, Lu already knew the enemy was very close. The effective range of the rocket launcher is within 500 meters, so he could only use the tracking missiles to take down the helicopters overhead.
Let's move out.
To prevent the beeper's audio from being intercepted by the enemy and exposing themselves, Lu chose the simplest method of communication, sending someone to notify. Of course, once the battle started, Lu would opt for quicker beeper communications. The guerrilla warriors in the trees received the order from the messenger, then turned on the display of the tracking missile launcher and began adjusting the angle to locate the helicopters. For missile launchers simultaneously searched for the two helicopters in the air. Even a fly should be found a bit of exaggeration, and at this moment, the helicopters above were still circling. Suddenly, when the two helicopters circled into a certain area, the warning radar on the helicopters emitted a sharp alarm. At the same time, 3 tracking missiles were aimed at the 2 helicopters by the guerrilla warriors on the trees. The effective range of up to 5 kilometers allowed them to effectively safeguard the safety of the launcher.
Aim failure.
Although a red light was flashing on the screen, they ignored it, and 3 tracking missiles shot out of the launcher, attempting to bring the arrogant enemies down from the sky. After receiving the radar alert, the 2 experienced helicopter pilots were surprised that the guerrillas had tracking missiles as such a long-range weapon, but quickly recovered.
Something is targeting us. Brace yourself. There's interference from the multiverse Gacha system, so don't worry.
Then, using their rich flying experience, they first turned the steering wheel to change the trajectory of the helicopter and then launched decoy flares to prepare for detonating the incoming missiles. Due to the angle, only one tracking missile was heading towards the Apache attack helicopter, and it was coming from the front, so not only decoy flares were deployed, but the two 30mm M230 chain guns mounted on it also opened fire. The last missile was detonated before it could get close to the Apache, and then it quickly retaliated in the direction the missile had been launched from, firing a series of 19 rounds of Hydra armor-piercing shells. Meanwhile, another UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter found itself in a more difficult situation as both missiles approached from the side due to the angle, making it harder to evade. Additionally, this helicopter was primarily used to transport members of the Rusty mercenaries, making it large and slow to maneuver, resulting in it only dodging one missile. Despite the interference from the infrared jammer, one missile still tracked in and detonated less than 3 meters away, instantly killing the co-pilot. The instrument panel on the left side of the aircraft was damaged, causing the flight path to become extremely unstable, even risking a crash. Thus, the pilot had no choice but to quickly descend and let the passengers rappel out of the cabin. Simultaneously, the Black Hawk began its counterattack, twisting its direction while firing its onboard machine guns, but the standoff missiles were launched from too far away for the helicopter's machine guns to pose much of a threat. Carrying a shoulder-mounted missile launcher, the guerrilla soldier, who lacked a clear line of sight, hurriedly moved to find a suitable position to shoot down the helicopter. Looking at the Apache, after launching 10 Hydra rockets in succession, even with low shooting accuracy, all the trees within 10 meters of that area were shattered, and the guerrilla soldier Jerry perished among them. Finally finding a clear line of sight, he aimed at the Black Hawk helicopter and fired. Since the helicopter had already suffered damage from an explosion, it was now preparing to make an emergency landing while allowing the members to rappel down. Thus, the missile struck the tail of the helicopter from the side, causing it to swing uncontrollably before crashing straight into the woods, resulting in a devastating explosion. The pilot, experienced as he was, chose to jump out ahead of time, but was directly struck down by the rotor blades, scattering his remains across the forest, providing rich fertilizer for the trees. Although some did not manage to rappel down in time, 18 members successfully descended to the ground via the ropes. However, they did not rush forward but stayed put, attempting to call for support from their teammates. After all, the forest was the guerrillas' territory, and they weren't foolish enough to act recklessly.
Chapter 75, A Half-Hearted Retreat.
As the guerrilla soldier who launched a tracking missile needed to relocate quickly, they found themselves somewhat helpless against the Apache's attacks. The crash of another helicopter clearly rattled Marku and the others aboard the Apache.
In that direction. Just then, Marku witnessed a missile launch from the direction he was indicating.
After glancing at the direction pointed out by Marku, the pilot began to gain altitude and then approached the indicated location in an arced flight path. Using an infrared detector, the pilot spotted a guerrilla sprinting through the forest. As they got closer, took aim, pulled the trigger, and several Hydra rockets chased after the guerrilla. Just as they were about to check if they had eliminated it, they were startled by suddenly incoming rockets and had to urgently ascend to evade. 4 rockets flew past the Apache and detonated in the high altitude after flying for a while.
Damn it, who sold so many long-range weapons to these guerrillas? I'm going to take them to a military court.
Facing continuous attacks from missiles and rockets, the pilot was fuming and cursing in frustration.
Captain Maku, we need support.
There are 4 or 5 fire points attacking us simultaneously.
We are currently very passive with just 1 helicopter and cannot establish effective fire suppression.
With a grim expression, Mako considered for a while and reluctantly decided to retreat temporarily, planning to regroup with the other 2 helicopters before returning to reclaim the area.
Captain, we are not sure where the enemy is at the moment. We need directional guidance.
Temporary retreat, await the main force to arrive, treat the wounded, and hide in place to monitor the enemy's movements. Although they were very resistant to Maku's orders, they had no choice but to follow the command and wait for Maku to arrive with reinforcements. The Apache helicopter stopped its circling motion and directly left in the direction it was flying, not having time to worry about the crashed Nighthawk helicopter. Taking out the satellite phone, he first called Will.
Boss, the intelligence was wrong.
This group of guerrillas not only has firearms and ammunition but also rockets and tracking missiles, which are long-range firepower weapons.
We've lost a Nighthawk helicopter.
What?
It's only the first day, and you've already lost a Nighthawk? How are you commanding things? Do you even know that was borrowed from the military? You're simply useless. Boss, there was no way.
Last time they still needed to engage in close combat with helicopters, but now they have direct access to long-range weapons and didn't even realize it. I suspect they may have some organization behind them providing them with arms, and the elemental mana is significant, enabling them to furnish such advanced weaponry to guerrillas, these aberrations.
After venting his anger, Will calmed down. Can we determine how many guerrillas there are? Not sure, but I don't think there would be many.
Previously, only about 200 gorillas had escaped from the zoo and primate enclosure, and there are also juvenile gorillas present. After a long period of investigation, Will also realized that this group of armed gorillas must be a product of his own making, possibly because Caesar had stolen the drugs for his own kind. At that moment, Will was understandably heartbroken, as Caesar, whom he had raised as his son since childhood, had stolen things from home to give to outsiders, and didn't even bother to come back home. Once he recognized that Caesar was ultimately a gorilla, not a human, and that he didn't belong to him, Will no longer cared about father-son feelings and issued orders that there would be no hesitation in harming Caesar if they found that giant gorilla. So, it's possible that at least 100 gorillas are armed and fighting against us, and they have also learned to use ranged weapons, right?
That's indeed the situation. It seems like you don't have enough people, do you?
After so many failures, Will did not have high expectations for the combat abilities of the Iron Rust mercenary group. You all come back first, and I will look for additional support for you. Don't let my helicopter get caught up in this mess.
Okay, boss, I'll bring back the team members left in the forest and head back right away. Alright, let's leave it at that, I'm hanging up.
The 4 helicopters in the other 2 directions were also fully loaded, so one of the Nighthawks needed to return first to drop off some people before they could take the remaining 8 back. Dialing the satellite phone of the commanders in the other 2 directions, Marcus ordered them to end the mission immediately, as there were unexpected situations that needed to be discussed. After hanging up the phone, Marcus contacted the ground team members again through his earpiece, informing them that the operation had been temporarily cancelled and directing them to retreat towards San Francisco. Marcus then took the helicopter directly back, fearing that missiles would suddenly appear from another area. Seeing the helicopter that was originally circling in the sky suddenly fly off in one direction, Lou immediately reacted, realizing that the enemy was likely retreating. However, due to the distance being too far, Lou had to abandon the idea of using tracking missiles for pursuit and instead focused his attention on the helicopter that had just crashed. Rocket, take your team to carefully search around the crash site to see if you can find traces of humans. It would be best to capture a few prisoners to interrogate for information.
Yes.
With the ability to see and hear everything, Rocket was the most suited for such tracking tasks. As the Apache left, the area reverted to calm, with only the burning wreckage of the helicopter and the charred earth remaining. Once it was confirmed that the enemy had left, Lu sent Caesar to collect the lost situation. Shortly after, Caesar approached to report to Lu on the battle conditions. "Boss, this time we lost a member of our clan. Of those who stayed in the tree, only Jerry managed to escape the enemy's bombardment. The others evacuated to other places in time."
Sigh, I underestimated the firepower that humans brought this time. I didn't expect them to directly launch a barrage of rockets to bombard Jerry. Does he have a family?
Collect his remains. If he has family, return them to them. If not, find a nice spot around Star City to bury him.
Boss, it's normal to have casualties in war. You don't need to feel so guilty.
As long as you can lead us to become stronger, each of us in the clan is willing to give our lives.
You go handle things.
The enemy 1T sit idly by. After suffering loss, there will definitely be a fiercer attack coming, and we need to be prepared. Due to the poor mobility of our scouts, Lu decided not to send out the reconnaissance team. He planned to set up camp right here and wait for another human offensive. Chapter 76, Scout vs. Scout. In the evening, after dinner, Lu was studying the hand-drawn map by Rocket in the temporarily constructed hidden treehouse, contemplating how to strengthen the defenses around.
Tap tap. A gorilla knocked on Lu's door. "Come in."
Looking up, it was Rocket at the door.
"Boss, I captured 8 human prisoners around the crashed helicopter. I just interrogated them and got some useful information."
"Oh?
What information? Tell me."
"Their main target this time is to find a gorilla over 5 meters tall."
"I think it should be the appearance after you transformed, boss."
"Secondly, they also want to eliminate us, this group of gorillas."
"How many people are there in total? What kind of weapons do they have? Did they say when they'll come back?"
This made Lu anxious. Facing the advanced communications of humans, Lu's side was extremely backward in terms of communication. Sending someone to gather intelligence wouldn't be fast enough to bring the information back. Therefore, there is now an opportunity to understand the enemy's strength, which is a great help for Lu. The opposing side initially intended to deploy 90 personnel, but due to the limited capacity of the helicopters, only 30 were sent as the advance team. Not only did they acquire advanced firearms, but they also borrowed 6 armed helicopters from the military, especially 3 Apache helicopters, which were loaded with a large amount of rockets, exhibiting very rapid firepower. Moreover, their commander instructed them to retreat beyond the forest before going back, without mentioning when they would come again. Upon hearing the news from Rocket, Lu finally understood why this time the enemy's response speed and firepower during the attack had escalated compared to before.
"My lord, I think the last piece of information is not trustworthy.
Based on past human attacks on us, they would not just give up, they will definitely come again, and we should remain vigilant."
It seems you have made great progress recently, thinking about human perspectives. Your reasoning is quite sound, and I will consider your opinion. My lord, I won't disturb your rest any longer.
I'll take my leave now. Those humans are still waiting for me to deal with them.
Go on then.
The next day, the driver sent to pick up the team was unable to contact his teammates waiting for support and had to return empty-handed, reporting to Mark that they had lost contact with them. As for whether they are missing or captured by the guerrillas, that is a headache for Mark to deal with. 3 days later, on flat ground 10 kilometers from the ambush, 30 well-equipped mercenaries descended, quickly taking defensive positions around them and being prepared for sudden situations. The 3 transport helicopters above left after completing their mission of deploying troops they needed to return to base to continue transporting more combat personnel to this location. After the ambush a few days prior, Mark reined in his underestimation and decided to alter his combat approach, focusing on ground operations while the armed helicopters provided fire support from the air. To avoid numerical disadvantage, Will recruited another squad of mercenaries, but after all, it was just a small mercenary group with only over 50 members. Since the soldiers of the Rusty mercenary group made up the majority, Mark remained the commander for this operation. Besides leaving a small number of people on the helicopter for emergencies, the rest would arrive here in batches and then launch an attack on this group of guerrillas. After the helicopters had transported 5 times, the ground combat force of 140 had all arrived. The first 30 to land completed the protective cover for the next batch before dispersing to gather intelligence. Here, they constructed a temporary defensive fortification as logistical support and a command center, with 140 people cooperating and steadily completing their tasks.
Has the reconnaissance team returned?
This damn primitive forest has no mobile phone signal whatsoever. Due to insufficient mobile signal and the inability to use satellites for mapping, Mark can only rely on flying drones and sending reconnaissance teams to create maps. Having decided that this time they must capture this group of guerrillas, Mark naturally needs to prepare for war, gather useful information, as fighting on enemy territory still requires a conservative approach. The drone has already been launched, but according to the technician's report, the surroundings are covered by tall redwoods, significantly limiting the drone's visibility. Then let's wait for the reconnaissance team's return. Notify everyone to remain silent and stay alert. Remind the Black Hawk mercenaries to behave themselves, otherwise, don't blame me for sending them in as the advance team. Since the Black Hawk mercenaries have never witnessed the attack methods of these guerrillas firsthand, they lack a clear understanding of them and are somewhat complacent. Mark worries they can't hold back and might accidentally alert the guerrillas to their infiltration. Yes. The officer left the bunker with Mark's orders. In the trees, two guerrillas exchanged glances and then focused on the three humans walking below, advancing in a triangular formation. At that moment, they were unaware that they had entered the reconnaissance team's warning range and had already been locked onto by the guerrillas above. Using their eyes to signal their companions, the two guerrillas slowly knocked arrows onto their bows, aimed at the two humans ahead. With their bows drawn tightly, thanks to their tacit understanding, they released their arrows within a second of each other. Since the three were wearing helmets and bulletproof vests, they could only aim for the necks of the two humans in front. Due to the extremely close firing distance, one team member barely had time to react before an arrow struck his neck, embedding itself halfway in, clearly leaving him with no chance of survival. As for the other arrow, it hit the shoulder, and due to the protection of the bulletproof vest, it only caused a sharp pain without severe injury. The injured team member collapsed to the ground, making a wheezing sound, clearly indicating vocal cord damage. Hearing the commotion behind them, the team members stationed at the rear and the one reacting quickly raised their assault rifles, aiming at the direction of the noise made by the bowstring. Turning quickly and glancing at his injured teammate, seeing that the penetrating wound on his neck was likely beyond saving even with a medic present, he refrained from immediately rushing over to provide aid. After all, the remaining two were still under the threat of arrows fired from hiding, always at risk of being ambushed and losing their lives. After shooting, the two guerrilla scouts withdrew among the branches, not recklessly poking their heads out for another attack. They needed to wait until the enemy relaxed their guard to strike again and eliminate them. It's just like hunting prey, one needs to patiently wait for the right opportunity. Chapter 77, The War Begins. The two individuals who were ambushed did not act rashly. Using the tree trunk as cover, they quickly scanned their surroundings, eager to find the enemy who had launched the surprise attack. Thus, both sides remained silent, and the only sounds in the forest were the labored breaths of the fallen, creating a gruesome scene. Slowly, even the injured on the ground fell silent, perhaps slipping into unconsciousness after losing a significant amount of blood. Through their radio earpieces, the two urgently contacted teammates scattered in other directions, hoping for support, but only two teams responded. However, only one team agreed to come to their aid, while another squad declined their request due to being too far away. Rustle. The sound of leaves brushing against each other softly reached their ears, as if something was moving through the trees. It was indeed the guerrilla scouts in action, using the dense foliage to conceal their forms, quickly changing positions. Click. Two grenades dropped from the tree, crashing into the ground not far from the two individuals, followed by a huge explosion. Ha! The enemy is engaging with the guerrilla scout team. Hearing the explosions from the forest, Lu immediately realized that enemies had invaded. Komodo. Your Majesty entered the wooden cabin, and Komodo replied respectfully. You must have heard the explosions as well. I believe humans have likely infiltrated our territory. Notify all tribesmen to prepare for battle and send out additional scouts to gather intelligence on the enemy's movements. Yes.
He then turned and left quickly to urgently notify others to prepare for battle. In fact, not only Lu, but Marco had already received news that a scout team had encountered conflict with the guerrillas and was in a passive position needing rescue. Marco instantly understood the need to take the initiative if the guerrillas gained the upper hand and discovered their main base. There was a high possibility they would conduct a nighttime raid. Thus, Marco immediately ordered everyone to assemble, checking their gear. After distributing enough food for 2 days to all combat personnel, the team began to move out in a dispersed formation towards the northeast. So, the war that both sides intended to start only after gathering intelligence suddenly erupted. The 2 grenades killed 2 humans beneath the tree, and the 2 guerrilla scouts dragged their bodies into the grass to cover them. They then decided to split up. One would return to report to the king, while the other would head in the direction the 3 humans had come from to gather information. 10 minutes later, in the temporary meeting room, Lu and 4 generals were gathered. From the intelligence we currently have, it seems the humans have already infiltrated our defenses, although we are still unclear on how many have arrived. However, since our position has been compromised, the enemy will surely opt for a counterattack. We just don't know the scale or timing. So next, we need to be prepared for battle and remain vigilant against enemy attacks. Boss, is there a chance for us to take the initiative? I believe they must be using helicopters to transport personnel and supplies, given how far they've infiltrated into the woods. Since they need to drop off personnel and supplies, there must be a location serving as a transit point. We could send a portion of our fighters to flank and launch a surprise attack on their transit station. Because we don't know how many personnel the enemy will send to attack and how many they will keep for defense, the pressure of dividing our forces to surprise the enemy's transit station will vary, so Lu had to think a bit deeper. Alright, then let's allocate some troops to flank and ambush them. Caesar, you'll be in charge of this. Go back to Star City and mobilize 4 squads from the remaining 7 to follow you for the surprise attack. Be flexible and watch your safety along the way, then have the remaining 3 squads come here as a reserve. Yes, Caesar will certainly fulfill the king's trust and destroy the enemy's transit station. Good, stay safe. Caesar clenched his right fist and placed it on his left shoulder, bowing slightly to Lu in thanks before turning and leaving the meeting room. Everyone, go back to your assigned fronts. Make sure to withstand the human attacks, and if you can't hold on, seek assistance in a timely manner. Understood. Then Koba Rocket and Komodo went to their respective defensive lines, while Lu took the arriving 3 squads as a fire brigade. At this time, the guerrilla scout heading toward the human direction to gather intelligence encountered a vanguard sent by Marku, seeing at least 30 people approaching from a distance. Taking advantage of the fact that the humans hadn't noticed him yet, he quickly turned and left. Based on the location reported by the scout team that had encountered the guerrilla scout earlier, Marku used this direction for the attack, deploying a full 90 mercenaries to launch the assault. As the command center and temporary transit camp, Marku needed to maintain sufficient manpower to protect this area from being ambushed by the enemy. 90 mercenaries, like a sharp arrow, charged in from the northwest along the curved battle line laid out by Lu, with 3 Apache helicopters providing fire support from above, which would put immense pressure on the guerrilla warriors along this segment of the defense line. A distance of 10 kilometers would take a strong mercenary just a little over half an hour to cover, and even with full gear, it would only take around 40 minutes. The guerrilla scout returned to the defense line, reporting to Lu the direction of the human attack and the incoming news of at least 30 enemy personnel. Lu urgently mobilized the remaining fighters, deploying 6 squads of 120 warriors on the left half of the curved defense line, and placed a 30-meter stone wall in the northwest direction. Both sides are ready to take the stage, so how this play unfolds depends solely on their directors. There were no signs of the enemy in sight, but the sound of helicopter rotors had long since reached the ears of the warriors in Star City. Eagle's Nest, we have spotted a large gathering of guerrillas, requesting fire support. Request approved. Even though they were shielded by large trees, it didn't stop the infrared detectors mounted on the armed helicopters. Therefore, they had already spotted Lu and his team from 3 kilometers away. With a pull of the trigger, rockets shot out from both sides, spewing exhaust, aimed at the guerrillas on the front line. Most of the rockets detonated upon hitting trees, shattering the surroundings. Since launching the rockets required the helicopter to hover and aim,
this provided an opportunity for the guerrilla warriors lying in ambush among the trees. Though one M3E1A tracking missile launcher had been taken out earlier, 3 remained. Targeting the hovering helicopter, 3 tracking missiles shot forth, striking the Apache helicopter in the sky. Under the threat of the tracking missiles, they were forced to change the direction of the rocket launch and detonated the tracking missiles with their own rockets. Thus, amidst the disturbance of the tracking missiles and interference from the trees, only a dozen rockets managed to reach the ground, exploding and kicking up a great deal of dust. In this round of firepower strikes, despite the protection of fortifications, nearly a squad of guerrillas suffered casualties. Fortunately, they had all trained in the Berserk 8 physique skill, which allowed them to channel elemental mana to protect their organs. Only a few unfortunate guerrilla warriors 7 or 8 were caught off guard when a rocket suddenly exploded in their faces, leaving them utterly obliterated, beyond saving. Chapter 78, Shelling the Advance Force. As both sides were engaging in a long-range firefight, the ground troops had yet to come to blows. After withstanding this artillery strike, Koba immediately arranged for his warriors to fill in the gaps. With the cover of stone walls, the guerrilla warriors in Star City were able to suppress the advancing humans from a high ground position. Under the bombardment of the Apache helicopters, the advance team quickly navigated through the woods, steadily approaching the defenses of Star City. Finally, they reached the slope. Due to the cover of the woods, they did not immediately spot the guerrilla warriors positioned on the slope and continued their ascent at speed. Wait, there are tripwires here. One of the team crouched down to examine the grass about a meter ahead, where a thin wire was hidden among the blades, concealing a grave threat. After warning the others to watch their feet, he gently parted the obstructing grass with both hands, revealing a hand grenade affixed to a tree branch. Waving to signal his teammate to come over for cooperation, the two extended their right hands to slowly grasp the grenade's pin while their left hands pulled out a personal dagger from the side of their calves, cutting the thread binding it, successfully disarming a trap. I think there might be guerrillas hiding to ambush us on the slope. We should bypass this ramp and choose a more open direction to proceed. I believe this suggestion is not advisable. I observed earlier that we are at the foot of the mountain, and this sloping area is very vast. If we bypass it, we might not be able to launch a timely attack on the enemy. Hearing the two men's suggestions, everyone in the team had their own thoughts, but they did not speak them out hastily, instead looking at the captain of the vanguard ahead. Jamie is more right. This area is very unfavorable for us. We should change our direction of advance. After all, life is our own, and money isn't necessarily ours. Upon hearing the hint in the captain's words, others agreed with his opinion. After notifying the main force behind to change direction, the captain led the team to plan a bypass to the left side of the ramp. On the hillside, Koba, who was originally hiding and waiting to attack when they got closer, became a bit impatient. He abruptly stood up with an RPG launcher on his shoulder and fired at their position. Before the vanguard team members could react, a rocket hit Flora, blasting 4 or 5 mercenaries standing around the impact point away, leaving them scattered and bloodied. Koba's first shot not only caught the vanguard team off guard but also served as the signal for the guerrilla warriors on the left flank to open fire. The hidden guerrilla fighters all stood up and began shooting at the vanguard team below the hill. Although the large tree on the slope concealed Koba and his team's figures, it also provided good cover for the vanguard team. After the rocket attack, they immediately took shelter behind the tree. Only a few team members who were slower to find cover were taken out by bullets coming from the top of the slope. The remaining members behind the cover also began firing back, filling the mountain air with the sounds of gunfire. Throw smoke grenades, retreat. Grasping a smoke grenade, the captain decided to pull back first. He did not wish to engage in the heavy casualties of an uphill assault. Upon hearing the order, the team members took out their smoke grenades, pulled the pin, and threw them up the hill while firing and starting to retreat. Seeing the enemy attempting to throw smoke grenades to cover their retreat, the responsive Koba took out a grenade launcher from his storage ring and fired a 6-shot burst. However, due to the cover of trees, he was unable to inflict large-scale damage. Fearing that humans might be hiding behind the smoke grenades to ambush his side, Koba did not recklessly chase down the slope. He had to ensure the safety of his kin. However, their shooting didn't stop. They killed as many as they could, relying on luck. After retreating from the smoke, the captain called for the surviving team members to assemble, then he withdrew to find the main force, hoping to suggest to the commander to launch an attack from another direction. 5 minutes later, the smoke gradually dissipated, leaving only a few bodies of the advance team scattered across the chaotic battlefield. The team members, anxious to escape, had no time to drag the bodies back. After sending out scouts to reconnaissance the enemy's situation, a few soldiers were sent to collect equipment from the deceased advance team members and piled it up at the foot of the slope. The leader of the Black Hawk mercenary group, marching with his men, did not look well. Mark used his own men as the advance team as leverage, allowing the Black Hawk mercenary group to follow as the main attacking force, while he stayed back with the others at the headquarters. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly jolted Horgos, who was lost in thought. It seemed the advance team had run into trouble. Although he was somewhat displeased that Mark made his own men the main force, he couldn't help but be wary of Mark's ruthlessness in sending his own men as the advance team. Thus, upon hearing that the advance team had encountered an attack, Horgos urged his men to quicken their pace, preparing to support the advance team that was already engaging in combat. However, before he could reach the battlefield with his men, the gunfire unexpectedly thinned out and then stopped completely. Just as he suspected that the advance team had been wiped out, the advance team leader appeared before him with his men. "Captain Horgos, we fell into an ambush. The enemy was hiding at the top of a slope and launched a sudden attack on us. Thankfully, we retreated decisively, so we weren't left behind by the enemy, but our losses were still considerable." "How many were there on the other side?" "I just heard an explosion." "Do they have heavy firepower?" "Due to the obstruction of the trees, I couldn't determine their numbers, but it is no less than 50, as their firepower was much stronger than ours. We were initially ambushed by rocket fire, and the enemy's heavy weaponry includes more than just one type of guided missile. Captain Horgos, I suggest you discuss with Captain Mark about changing the direction of the attack. If we want to take this terrain without air support, we will surely suffer heavy casualties." Concerned about the heavy weaponry on the hillside, Horgos didn't want to waste his forces here, so he felt that what the other side said had merit, and perhaps he should discuss with Mark about changing the attack direction. So, he contacted Mark via radio, explaining the current situation and expressing his wish to change the direction of the attack, but unexpectedly, Mark immediately rejected the suggestion. "I will communicate with the Air Force. They will coordinate with you to launch an attack. I will arrange for them to suppress the enemy's fire, and you just need to seize their positions while they are too busy to lift their heads in the bombardment. However, this terrain is really difficult to seize. Even with air support, the firepower we encounter will not be any less. Captain Horgos, are you thinking of getting benefits without contributing? My men are suffering heavy losses from surprise attacks, and yet you don't want to put in any effort. Do you think you can just eat for free? Or do you want to secretly conserve your strength and let my men go up and fight for you?" Captain Horgos, Will is a shrewd boss, and he certainly wouldn't want his subordinates to be hypocritical about his commands. Under Mark's rebuttal and pressure, Horgos had no choice but to agree to Mark's orders, and together with his subordinates and the withdrawing advance team, they arrived not far from the hillside. He still needed to wait for the Air Force's firepower suppression. Relying solely on his own men to capture this hillside would definitely be more costly than beneficial. Chapter 79, Star City has its own thunder god. Sitting in the room, Lou was continuously inputting elemental mana into the weather controller. He could already hear the sounds of gunfire not far away, but he had no time to deal with those matters right now. He needed to input a large amount of elemental mana into the weather controller and then activate it to create heavy rain, as dark clouds were gathering in the sky, indicating that it might rain soon. Thus, under these circumstances, Lou planned to use the weather controller to change the weather in the surrounding area, ideally upgrading it to a thunderstorm, which would greatly diminish the effectiveness of the enemy's armed helicopters. He didn't hope that the enemy's planes would be destroyed by lightning, but rather that they would pull back their armed helicopters due to fear of the thunderstorm. Even if they had to fight in the rain, Lou believed he could still take a piece of the enemy. Faced with a sudden attack from tracking missiles, the pilot stated that he was already familiar with the enemy's tactics, as 3 Apache helicopters flew in a triangular formation in the sky. While completing their bombing mission, the 3 Apaches chose to attack in pairs, while the other remained alert, launching a rocket to detonate the tracking missile aimed at its teammate.
However, Lu's demand for the guerrilla warriors responsible for using the tracking missiles was simply to shoot if they could, and leave after firing.
Lu only needed them to pin down the enemy's air firepower, and then he would be confident in taking down the human mercenaries on the ground. After launching a tracking missile, they placed the launcher into their storage ring without even checking if it hit, and directly ran towards a nearby tree, needing to quickly leave the area to avoid counter-fire from the enemy. In order to allow the clan members using the launcher to quickly reposition for their survival while causing interference to the opponent, Lu specifically borrowed the storage rings from Komodo, Maurice, and Thompson. So, I finished shooting and immediately left.
When you stopped launching the rocket, I would strike you again from another direction.
In this back-and-forth exchange, they failed to provide timely fire support for the advance team, resulting in a surprise attack. In the end, the 3 Apache armed helicopters decided to ascend and leave the area. They planned to use Hydra rockets for fire suppression from farther away, while the guerrilla warriors, unable to reach their range, could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, they also bought Lu some time to use the weather controller. At this moment, Lu flew into the air as high as possible using his bamboo dragonfly, needing to reach the clouds to enhance the effect of the weather control. As he ascended, Lu could also see the Apache armed helicopters outside the defensive line from a distance. He had received a few earlier, but since no guerrillas came, they were left gathering dust in that cave. The higher he went, the darker the sky became. By the time Lu was about to enter the clouds, everything around him had turned incredibly gloomy, and light raindrops had started to fall. Upon entering the clouds, Lu switched the weather controller to maximum power, creating a patch of dark clouds within a 1-kilometer radius. This abruptly appearing darkness constantly squeezed the surrounding clouds and produced a violent thunderstorm sound. Watching the lightning generated by the cloud pressure, Lu felt very satisfied and even took out the thunder staff from his inventory, planning to harness the lightning for himself. He covered himself with an elemental mana membrane to prevent electrical attraction of lightning, then used his strong physique to absorb the lightning and redirect it toward his target, giving birth to a gorilla-like thunder god. However, theory is one thing, and operation is another. He first needed to determine exactly where the enemy was so that he could know where to attack. Activating the Eye of the Wind in his left eye, Lu felt as if his left eye had been enhanced. Everything within a kilometer became visible to him, providing great assistance in searching for enemy traces in the air. On the ground, the left defensive line faced another Apache-armed helicopter fire strike. Fortunately, with the stone walls as barriers and some preparation, the damage was not severe. It only might have some shockwaves penetrating deep and harming the internal organs. Faced with powerful firepower strikes, Koba had no choice but to tightly huddle behind the fortifications, waiting for this round of assault to pass. For those at the foot of the mountain in Horgos, this was undoubtedly good news. Without the guerrilla attacking from above, they quickly made their way up the slope, but they too were waiting for the fire strikes overhead to end, then rushing up the slope as fast as possible to eliminate the guerrillas who had not yet reacted to the bombardment. Boom! Amidst the series of explosions from the rocket, the thunderous roar of lightning tearing through the air seemed less pronounced. The pilots remained focused, aiming at their targets and on guard against enemy ambushes. Falcon Team, respond if you hear me, respond if you hear me. It seemed that the severe weather was affecting the radio signals, and when Mark wanted to contact Falcon Team for a temporary retreat to avoid the storm, he found that he couldn't reach them at all. As the Apache helicopter pilots ceased fire, the last Hydra rocket detonated on the ground, and the entire world seemed to come alive. The deafening sound of thunder faintly reached the pilots' ears, making them aware of the perilous situation. They hurried to contact the command center for orders, but to their surprise, the radio had lost signal and they couldn't establish contact. Seeing the urgent situation, they no longer hesitated and turned the plane around to head back in the direction they came from, hoping to land quickly to avoid being struck by lightning, which could lead to instrument failure and a crash. Below, on the ground, the troops of Korgos heard the noise above stop, prompting them to attack with their subordinates. Being so close, they certainly did not hear the sound of thunder. Taking advantage of Koba and his menace moment of surprise, they quickly charged up the slope, using the trees as cover to swiftly approach the defensive positions Koba was responsible for. How could Lu, hidden among the clouds, fail to notice the helicopter that was rising and accelerating away? After taking the painless pill, he retracted some of the elemental mana membrane covering the thunder lightning rod, drawing lightning to conduct onto it. After waiting for a few seconds, a bolt of lightning struck the thunder lightning rod, and then Lu swung it with force, simultaneously covering it with the elemental mana membrane and flinging the lightning away. In an instant, Lu detected the smell of burnt flesh. He saw that all his hair had turned to char, and the moment he moved, he turned to ash and was carried away into the air, becoming a condensation nucleus for forming water droplets. Chapter 80, Pursuit. Since it was Lu's first attempt at this operation, the bolt of lightning he forcefully hurled struck far away from the helicopter. Naturally, they did not realize that the lightning was actually meant to strike them. Seeing that he had missed his shot, Lu did not feel discouraged. Instead, he repeated his technique to attract a bolt of lightning to himself, and then swung it downward. Because this bolt of lightning was immense, Lu instantly felt as though he had been paralyzed by electricity. Of course, it wasn't that his body was unharmed, it was just that elemental mana was protecting his internal organs, preventing Lu from dying from internal injuries, though he still sustained significant damage. Lu felt that if he did it one more time, his body would completely give out, so he took out his ultimate life-saving item. Taking out a set of 4 peaches, Lu chose to use them all, and he used all 4. The 4 peaches floated from his hands and then transformed into a green light that flew into Lu's body. He felt as if he was basking in the winter sun, warmth enveloping him. Then, with skin stretched and muscles that had started to turn pale, he quickly regained their color. The elemental mana within his body also became replenished, thanks to the skill effect activated by using all 4 peaches together, a miraculous restoration. Facing 3 helicopters moving at high speed, Lu unleashed such a large bolt of lightning. Initially, he thought he wouldn't hit anything again, but unexpectedly, the bolt turned and struck one of the helicopters. The helicopter then plummeted straight from the sky, crashing into the trees and causing an explosion, disappearing from the world. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Lu felt that this adventure had been a success. Although Lu wanted to take down the other 2 helicopters, his body clearly couldn't withstand the damage from another lightning strike, as he had no more peaches left. Lu's time to use lightning to attack the enemies was very short, it had only been 5 minutes, so the battle on the ground was just beginning. After the explosion ended, Koba didn't immediately leave his cover after all. Who knew if the helicopter above was trying to deceive them? It was best to be cautious. However, there was still someone unafraid of death. As soon as the explosion ended, he poked his head out to observe the situation, only to get scared stiff by what he saw. The enemy is coming. Upon hearing this shout, teammates and enemies both reacted. Even though he crouched down in time, he was still hit in the shoulder by stray bullets, clutching his wound and howling in pain. A teammate rushed forward to treat his wound, while the other soldiers reacted by raising their guns above the cover and unleashing a hail of bullets outside. Bang! The opposing side also used rockets, with several rocket blasts hitting the cover, sending nearby guerrilla soldiers flying. Seeing how fierce the enemy's firepower was, Koba ordered his men to bring out the grenade launchers. However, since only single-shot grenade launchers were assigned to the squad, Koba chose not to use them. Now each squad had one, and there were 3 squads in total in the combat area, so when all 3 grenade launchers fired simultaneously, they blew the enemy soldiers away in droves. However, the protective trees kept breaking and toppling under the constant gunfire and explosions, causing casualties on both sides. As cover diminished, both sides found their fields of vision becoming increasingly open. Koba directly pulled out the M134 machine gun from his side and swept it across the human mercenaries down the slope, instantly taking out 5 or 6 men, causing the rest to scramble for cover. "Captain, the enemy's firepower is too strong. We should call in an airstrike again at this rate, we're all going to be wiped out here." "Yes, Captain, we came here to complete our mission, not to die. I still want to make enough money to get married when I go back. Just hold on a little longer. I'll discuss with Captain Marku about calling in another airstrike." After putting on the headset, I was surprised to hear only static. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck, and the loud thunder made Halgwas suspect that they might be in a minefield, as the radio signal was disrupted. "Retreat! Hurry and pull back. This is a minefield, and with the thunder, it might rain soon, which will only make our attack harder. We can't attack anymore." Realizing their current situation, Hogwos decisively ordered a full retreat, tossing smoke grenades for cover. Although with many fewer trees to shield them, the chance of being hit by grenades was slightly higher. However, this time Koba issued a chase order after seeing Lu swoop down to pursue the retreating human mercenaries, prompting Koba and his men to start the chase. After forcing a helicopter to flee and shooting one down, Lu descended beneath the storm clouds created by the weather controller. He initially intended to use the heavy rain to seek out the enemy's forward positions in the woods. But unexpectedly, fierce battles broke out on the left flank, so Lu hurriedly flew down to support Koba, only to find that the humans had retreated first. As heavy rain followed behind the retreating human forces, the torrential downpour concealed them under the dark clouds, significantly slowing down their evacuation and forcing them to temporarily halt and seek shelter under large trees. Using the sound of the heavy rain as cover, Lu took aim and methodically picked them off one by one, while they remained oblivious to where the attacks were coming from. For a moment, the threat of death and the drop in body temperature after getting drenched caused some of them to tremble so badly that they could barely hold their guns. Some even rushed into the rain, hoping to escape a calamity. Watching Koba, who was preparing to enter the rainy area to pursue them not far behind, Lu controlled the dark clouds so that they wouldn't have to chase the enemy through the rain, and could guide them to find the enemy hiding from the rain more quickly. Under Lu's guidance, Koba quickly arrived at the place where the enemy was hiding from the rain, and for such demoralized opponents, it could be said that Koba had it easy. After Koba suddenly opened fire and ambushed the evacuation team led by Horgos, Horgos had bad luck and got hit in the neck by a stray bullet, ultimately collapsing to the ground while clutching his neck and dying in pain. Facing the threat of death, some people resolved to fight back, grabbing rifles to fire at the guerrilla soldiers in the trees, but were quickly eliminated one by one, while others immediately threw their guns to the ground, hoping Koba would spare their lives. Koba couldn't make a decision regarding this group of captives and could only wait for Lu to decide. However, once Lu saw that Koba was largely in control, he left the place in the heavy rain, heading toward the location of the departing helicopter. Using the cover of dark clouds and an invisibility cloak, Lu flew freely at low altitude, steadily approaching the command post where Mark was. At that moment, he was first worried about not being able to contact Horgos and the Falcon Squad, then was startled by the frantic return of the Falcon Squad. As it turned out, an Apache-armed helicopter was struck by lightning and crashed on the spot. This left Mark in a difficult position with how to explain to Will, especially since the helicopter was borrowed from the boss for the military. Not only had it crashed, but the pilot had also lost his life as the commander of this battle. Mark would need to take primary responsibility. At this moment, Mark was pacing anxiously in the tent, more concerned about whether Horgos could safely retreat without fire support. Chapter 81, Interrogating the Captives. It was unclear when it had started, but a torrential rain began to fall outside the command tent, to the point where he couldn't see anything beyond 10 meters even when standing at the door. Following the direction the helicopter left, Lu searched for a full 30 minutes. By the time he found this clearing, the elemental mana in the weather controller had already been almost completely consumed. Losing the cover of the clouds, he had to descend and land on the branches of the trees outside the clearing to avoid radar detection, while simultaneously recharging the weather controller, which required some time. I wonder where Caesar has gone. Earlier, due to the uncertainty about how many people the enemy had sent to attack the defensive line I set up, and also needing Lu to maintain the stability of the line, I entrusted the task of launching a sneak attack on the transit station to Caesar. However, unexpectedly, with one of Lu's risky moves, their vanguard troops were completely swallowed up, and after counting, there were more than 50 of them, so Lu thought there couldn't be many people at the transit station. But what Lu didn't expect was that when he approached the enemy's temporary camp, what he saw was neither a heavily guarded site nor a poorly defended one. The area was filled with bullet holes, and there were even black marks left by explosions, while in the yard, 2 helicopters remained, one of which had a pilot who had died at the controls, his head slumped over the steering wheel. Then, as Lu approached the entrance of this camp, it was eerily quiet as he walked in. All he could see were bodies scattered on the ground and the faint sound of screams coming from deep within the camp. Ha! The more Lu looked at a body on the ground, the more familiar it became. He approached and turned the body's face over to take a look. Damn, this is one of my men. It suddenly dawned on Lu that Caesar had already brought his men here, he just didn't know which side had one. Thinking about this made Lu anxious. As he hurried to the center of the camp, he turned a corner and saw his men standing in front of him. The guerrilla warrior, initially ready to quickly draw his gun to shoot, froze when he saw Lu. "Boss? What brings you here? Did you defeat the main forces attacking the defensive line?" He quickly put his gun away and asked in surprise. "Yes, the human main forces have been completely wiped out. They are just still counting their casualties and couldn't come with me." Hearing the shout from the sentry here, the guerrilla warriors behind him quickly gathered around. They had already taken the camp, and now just needed to be wary of the enemy's main forces returning to encircle them. But after hearing Lu mention that the enemy's main forces had all been wiped out, everyone also relaxed. "What about Caesar?" "He is inside the tent interrogating the human commander. The Grand Commander wants to gain more intelligence about the human world through him, as it has significant implications for the development of our star city." The sentry who had just asked Lu a question answered Lu and pointed him in the right direction. Following his indication, Lu walked over the two guards at the entrance, quickly greeted him upon his arrival and lifted the tent flap for him, waiting for Lu to enter. "You all did well, keep it up. Sim and White, you have great names." The two guerrilla warriors tensed up upon hearing that Lu not only remembered their names but also offered them encouragement, even though they were already standing very straight while talking to Lu. "All right, no need to be nervous, I'm going in." After calming their nervous yet excited hearts, Lu walked inside, and they lowered the curtain again. "Boss, you're here." Long before Lu chatted with the guard, Caesar had already recognized Lu's voice and got up to welcome him. "So, did you find out any useful information?" "I did ask a few questions, but I'm not sure if the information is useful. It's up to you to decide, boss." "What information? Tell me about it." Seeing the anxious expression on Caesar's face, Lu had a good guess about what the commander had revealed. "This battle, including the last one, was assigned as part of my father's mission, mainly to capture you, and secondarily to take us back as experimental subjects for genetic research." When he just heard that his father had not contracted the deadly virus and had become a famous hero, Caesar felt happy and proud for him. But when he learned that his father had mercilessly issued a kill order once he stayed with his tribesmen and stopped his men from capturing them, it affected him deeply. This incident undoubtedly influenced his mood going forward, so he initially intended to end the interrogation and let Koba handle it. However, since Lu was already here, there was no need to take him far away for interrogation. At this point, Lu focused his attention on the quietly seated Marcus at the table, having already learned his name through Caesar. "I heard you're here to capture me?" "Not really, we were just assigned to capture a 5-meter tall gorilla. Although you are tall, it clearly isn't you." The fact that gorillas understand English had already surprised Marcus during Caesar's interrogation, so he now answered Lu's questions honestly. "Do you know what will happen after capturing that gorilla?" "I'm not very clear. I just remember the boss told me that after capturing the gorilla, it will be temporarily kept at our training base, and someone will come to take it away. There's no need to get involved further." "Do you know who your boss's backer is?" "I don't know. I just know Will's connections are very powerful, and he doesn't lack money. He even managed to borrow 3 Apache helicopters from the military and can afford to hire our 2 mercenary groups at the same time." "Have you heard about the rumors regarding the bioweapon crisis in the Midwest? What have they discovered so far?" "I don't know much about it, just some whispers I've heard through my connections. Apparently, there's a group of zombies that are very agile and can ambush the military, so the armed forces have to eliminate them first. However, while the zombie horde was exterminated, large groups of zombies quickly emerged elsewhere to attack the military again. Since each encounter results in significant casualties, not only are the local communities and surrounding states condemning the military for their ineffective responses, but even within the army, there is considerable debate over this strategy that continuously depletes its own strength. It's said that someone in the military proposed using a nuclear bomb to wipe out the zombie horde in Iowa and then immediately dispatch troops to encircle and eliminate any remaining zombies in the area, but this proposal was quickly dismissed. Hearing someone make such a bold suggestion, Lu couldn't help but sweat for them. Not to mention that launching a nuclear bomb on national soil wouldn't sit well with the public. Even the government and military wouldn't all agree on it. Let alone the fact that there are titans like Godzilla and Muto that feed on nuclear energy. If a nuclear bomb is released in Central America, regardless of whether Godzilla comes ashore from the East Coast or the West Coast, all the cities along the way would surely suffer immense destruction. Therefore, Lu suspects that behind the rejection of this resolution, the Emperor organization is quietly exerting influence. They clearly have the deepest research on Godzilla and know that once he is drawn onto land, the devastation will be enormous. Although the Emperor organization is being exploited by some ambitious people as a tool to slice the cake for themselves, devouring it greedily. Currently, however, under the leadership of its head, it still aims to utilize the giant beasts to benefit humanity, so they will inevitably do everything possible to prevent actions that would cause massive harm. Are all the troops you deployed here? Are there any reinforcements? No. Apart from the Vanguard team and the Black Hawk mercenaries sent to attack your base, the rest have all been killed by your subordinates. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Would you let me go? I can pilot a plane. I know how to operate the Apache armed helicopter outside and can train your people on how to fly helicopters. Thinking about how all his subordinates have been killed and he is the only one left to be interrogated, Marcus now feels afraid of death, even deciding to appease the other race, the gorillas. Chapter 82, Voodoo Doll. Lu lowered his head to ponder for a moment, then glanced at Caesar. Seeing the look Lu gave him, Caesar nodded slightly. All right, since you are useful to us, we won't punish you this time. Caesar, send someone to escort him back for me, and you gather the other tribesmen to tally up the spoils of war. The latter sentence was meant for Caesar, who then turned around and called in a guard to take Marcus away before stepping out of the tent to assess the plunder. Sitting in the chair, Lu was contemplating the situation he would face next. Will's large-scale actions would be hard to conceal. The other 9 companies in San Francisco and the city government would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to gather information. Once they realized that there is a group of gun-wielding guerrillas in the woods next door, how could they possibly tolerate such a threat in their vicinity? Thus, they would definitely send more combat forces to eliminate Star City. Against the armed forces of a city, Lu and his small tribe of 600 guerrillas would be nowhere near enough to defend themselves. It could even potentially alarm the state government and prompt them to send state police to eradicate Lu's kind. Therefore, Lu decided to use the crocodile eggs he had originally intended to raise as trump cards, opting to raise a giant crocodile to attract their attention, dragging it out for as long as possible. Having thought about the direction he should take next, Lu, finally with some free time, decided to reckon with Will, the mastermind behind the scenes. Originally, since Will was Caesar's adoptive father, Lu didn't intend to kill him, but the 2 previous attacks were both supported and orchestrated by Will, which caused Lu to harbor thoughts of murder against him. Due to the numerous issues Lu needed to handle lately, he didn't actually want to go far to eliminate Will, but instead thought about using the voodoo doll he had piled up in inventory to curse him. However, Lu suddenly considered that since he wanted to attract the attention of the many factions in San Francisco, what could draw more eyes than an incident involving the President of the United States? Thus, Lu retrieved the voodoo doll from inventory and checked its usage method, only to find it had limitations. The farther the distance, the weaker the effect. It seems I can't avoid going out this time, Lu thought helplessly. Currently, the storm sweeping through much of San Francisco's urban area has not yet passed. Even if he temporarily couldn't contact Marcus, Will would still find comfort in being distracted by signals, which is why Lu could sit here so calmly. Half an hour later, Caesar walked in holding a piece of paper. Boss, the statistics are out, and the biggest gain is the rockets that come with the helicopter-mounted rocket launchers, with 200 rounds stored in the warehouse. As long as we can make use of the helicopter, it will be a great asset to us. So, keeping Mark is actually a good choice. You truly have a long-term vision, boss. Alright, Caesar, you're not the kind of gorilla that likes to flatter. Take me to the warehouse and make sure to have your men pile up these corpses and burn them. This camp cannot be left intact. Got it, I understand, I'll make the arrangements. Then Lu, under Caesar's guidance, arrived at the arms warehouse of the Rust Mercenary Corps temporary camp. Looking at the rows of firearms and equipment taken from the corpses, Lu waved his hand, collecting everything into his inventory. He then walked out of the camp gates to the 2 remaining Apache armed helicopters, where the bodies in the cockpit had already been moved out and cremated. Having obtained them previously, Lu no longer acted like a bumpkin. He placed his hand on the Apache and then collected it into his inventory, doing the same with the other helicopter. Leaving 2 guerrilla warriors to burn down the camp and pay attention to forest fire prevention, Lu then took Caesar and the others to Star City, while Mark was blindfolded and carried back to Star City by 2 guerrilla warriors.
In the arched defensive position, Koba and his men were still guarding the stronghold tightly. Not knowing whether Caesar's stealth mission had succeeded, Koba didn't dare to relax even after defeating a group of humans. However, as Lu and the other guerrillas continuously traversed through the woods, making their ape calls, Koba completely relaxed. Because he knew that Lu was usually a very meticulous guerrilla. If he weren't sure that the enemy had been completely eliminated, Lu wouldn't make loud calls in a situation that could expose him to danger. Only after eliminating all threats would Lu move through the forest with such abandon. Before long, Lu appeared in Koba's line of sight, looking spirited and imposing, which made Koba feel a sense of respect towards him. Leaping down from a tree, Lu landed smoothly, standing in front of Koba with Caesar. The enemy has been eliminated. After saying this, Lu also revealed a happy smile. It seemed that Lu's happiness had touched everyone. Koba and Caesar began to smile too, and then they followed Lu back into the meeting room. They needed to know which direction the group should take next. After sitting in the chair for a while, Rocket and Komodo walked in as well. The 5 commanders of this battle gathered in the conference room. "Boss, all the humans that came to attack us have been defeated. What should we do next? Should we attack the humans or retreat back to Star City?" "Yes, Wang, what should we do next?" Rocket, being straightforward by nature, immediately followed up with the question that was on his mind. "For now, we shouldn't attack the humans. Their strength is far beyond what we can handle right now. We still need to gather our strength. However, we also don't need to retreat back to Star City. We need to build a solid defense here and station soldiers to guard it. We can't let the battlefield be right at our doorstep. Through this battle, I've realized that humans are indeed very dangerous. They possess powerful firepower and are more accurate with their guns than we are, even able to use tools that we cannot. We still need to gather our strength." At this moment, Koba, who despises humans the most, was actually the calmest. Having faced the humans' firepower directly, Koba deeply understood the gap between the 2 sides. He thus set aside his prejudice and decided to make good use of the captured humans to train soldiers. "By the way, Your Majesty, when we chased the main force of the enemy and defeated them, some of them chose to surrender. Since you left at that time, I didn't dare to decide on my own, so I temporarily locked them up. What do you think, should we deal with them?" Taking advantage of this question, Lu also wanted to gauge the leadership's attitude toward learning human technology in Star City. "I think we can select some useful humans and have them teach our soldiers the knowledge that is beneficial to us." Caesar was the first to express his opinion, followed by Koba. "Humans are very complicated beings, and I'm worried they might secretly gather strength and strike at us from behind." Koba still had concerns about leaving humans in Star City. "I think we should give it a try, because some of the technology humans have is quite advanced." As someone active on the front lines, Rocket obviously had a lot of contact with humans. "I'll listen to you, Your Majesty. Whether we use humans or not, I and the Guard Army will do our utmost to protect Star City and ensure that nothing goes wrong in Star City." After hearing everyone's views, they were actually willing to accept human advanced technology. This is a good sign. Star City currently does not have the right to be proud in front of humans. Since everyone can accept it, Caesar. Here. You will be responsible for selecting the humans among the captives who have advanced technology, and assign one of your kin to guard each of them, ensuring they do not expose the situation of Star City. At the same time, only adult guerrilla warriors can receive technological education from humans, and then their kin can teach it to the children, as their minds are still developing and they can easily be misled by humans. Seeing Lu give the orders, the guerrillas did not raise any objections and quietly accepted Lu's command. "Caesar, I will leave some of the spoils here, and Koba will be responsible for the construction and garrison at this defense line. I need you to return to Star City to provide him with logistical support. Cooperate well with him." "Yes. Koba, you heard the mission I've assigned you, right? You all need to cooperate. If there are no construction materials, go prepare some stones first. I will bring materials back from the human city. I understand, my king, but you're going to the human city?
Yes, I need to create some noise to divert human attention away from us. After all, we are not strong enough yet. Upon hearing Lu's words, the gorillas felt bittersweet, but they also did not feel despair, as they had a king to lead them to strength.
Rocket, your scouting team needs to be dispatched. We need to keep track of human movements in a timely manner.
And you, Komodo, you go back to Star City with the guards to protect it, especially those captives who are allowed to teach technology. Stay vigilant towards them.
Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed, they both replied in unison.
Lu then dismissed them, leaving a batch of ammunition at the curved defense line, before returning to Star City to properly arrange the arms and helicopters in the inventory.
With the cover of night, Lu flew into the sky towards downtown San Francisco.
Chapter 83, Decisive in Killing.
Before departing, Lu specifically asked Marcus about Will's address, and Marcus, knowing he couldn't return, readily told Lu the address.
At 1 a.m., Lu arrived at Will's private laboratory, but he was not conducting experiments in the lab at that time. Instead,
he was playing around with his girlfriend in the bedroom office.
Standing by the window, Lu keenly enjoyed watching Will's performance, then punched through the glass and entered the room. Will, hearing the noise, hurriedly got out of bed to grab the handgun on the nightstand.
But how could Lu give him that opportunity? Raising his hand, he shot Will in the head.
The California hero met a hasty death, staring incredulously as he fell forward, landing face down.
Ah!
Will's scream echoed again at the sound of the gunshot. She had already cried out once when the window was shattered. Then she tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, as if that would give her some sense of security.
Constantly pleading for mercy from Lu.
I know Will's bank card password, and I also know the password to his lab.
What do you want? I can tell you anything, just please let me go.
He threw the clothes on the floor to the woman and ordered her to put them on immediately. 5 minutes later, Lu brought her to the lab upstairs and gestured for her to open the password-protected lab door. Nervously glancing at Lu, she trembled as she approached the door under the threat of Lu's gun, and then entered the password. It was correct.
However, before she could be happy for a moment, a fingerprint lock appeared on the electronic screen.
Lu, with ample time, took the woman back to the office and chopped off Will's hands, giving them to the woman before returning to the door. Placing both hands on the screen, the fingerprint lock successfully unlocked, but unexpectedly, there was another layer of password, this time a pupil password. The woman truly had no way out. She turned to look at Lu, expressing her helplessness. Desperately shaking her head at Lu, she seemed to want to take off her clothes, shouting while undressing.
I can learn how to make you. Bang! Sorry, I'm not interested in women.
After Lu ended her life with a shot, he moved her body aside, then stood at the door of the lab, ready to break down the lab door with his bare hands. Only now did 2 guards rush up. As the front elevator required Will's consent to reach the office floor, they could only rush up the stairs to that office level, causing a significant delay. Hearing footsteps coming from downstairs, Lu no longer hesitated, rushed down the stairs, and caught them off guard, taking them out one by one. Then he returned to the lab door.
With both hands charged with elemental mana, he slightly squatted down and started punching the lab's alloy door repeatedly.
The entire building began to sound alarm bells, and the San Francisco Police Department's alert for the multiverse Gacha system was also triggered. They urgently rushed personnel toward Will's emergency address.
As a prominent figure in San Francisco, Will's alarm could not be taken lightly.
Of course, Lu was unaware of all this. His attention was focused on Will's lab. Looking at the cultivation tanks inside the lab, Lu felt that Will was becoming increasingly inhumane.
The previous attack destroyed all of his experimental equipment and results in the lab.
Unexpectedly, in this lab, Will not only continued his work but even intensified his research on humans. The humans in the cultivation tanks, when viewed from a human perspective, can hardly be considered human anymore. Some lack noses, some have limbs thicker than their heads, and some, like Simpo, are completely pale and hairless, only able to be referred to as humanoid beings.
Temporarily ignoring them, Lu entered other rooms to check on Will's other research results.
However, due to Lu's significant lack of biological knowledge, he couldn't make sense of Will's research materials. In the end, Lu could only make a copy of these materials for safekeeping. The rest were just some experimental tools, which Lu collected as much as he could. In some labs, he even saw some leftover severed limbs, making the scene very bloody. After looking around, only 6 cultivation tanks remained in the hall. Lu took out his thunder rod and randomly smashed one of the tanks, causing the humanoid being inside to spill onto the floor. As soon as it hit the ground, the humanoid being with limbs thicker than its head instantly opened its eyes and stood up, taking a defensive stance against Lu.
Can you understand what I'm saying?
However, the creature in front did not respond to Lu's words. Lu's sudden voice startled it after all. The threat presented to it by Lu was quite formidable.
No intelligence? What is Will researching then?
Since it was of no use to him, Lu chose to ignore it, waving his hand to shoo it away. Seeing Lu approaching, the creature hurriedly backed off. Under Lu's continuous urging, the creature fled through the door, leaving the lab. Subsequently, the 5 other cultivation tanks were smashed one by one, releasing 5 humanoid creatures, only one of which could understand Lu, while the others remained as those humanoid monsters that retained only their biological instincts. After driving them away one by one, Lu grasped the trembling figure before him, which stood just over a meter tall.
Was it a person? A monster? Or a mutant?
In the end, Lu decided to call it a mutant. With one hand holding its waist, he gripped it like a club and took it with him as he left through the broken window. On his way to Will's lab, Lu received a piece of news through his cell phone, which was back online. On March 15, 2005, the current President of the United States, George W. Bush, will attend a Veterans Recognition ceremony held at the Olympic National Park in the United States, where he will present honor medals to outstanding veterans.
Unfortunately, the distance between Washington and San Francisco is just too far. Even if Lu flies day and night, it's impossible to arrive in time at the speed of a bamboo dragonfly.
Therefore, he decided to change the original plan. For now, Star City cannot do without Lu, and many forces in San Francisco need Lu to devise plans that redirect their attention elsewhere. He just released those 5 mindless monsters for that very purpose. This means escaping from Will's office. But what did he research? Why did he need to research? For whom was the research done? Furthermore, with Will's title as a great hero from California, it would definitely attract attention from all over California and the West Coast. Although he knew this could potentially bring attention to Star City, Will's attempt to create zombies in San Francisco is undoubtedly a huge headline. His actions don't align with his honor. Therefore, the powers behind him would definitely be implicated. That means the forces behind him are the Empire Organization.
Could he really have no enemies?
It's clearly impossible. Lu wants them to fight amongst themselves to weaken America's strength, creating a path for Star City's development. Thus, Lu decided not to go too far, hiding with the mutants in a secluded grove and pulling out a voodoo doll. He wrote George Bush's full name and current position on it, chanted a specific incantation, and then the voodoo doll began to react. The voodoo doll, glowing with green light, floated from Lu's hand, transforming into a swirling cluster of alarming green lights that flew away.
It seems to be heading northeast.
It should have been directed at George Bush. I wonder how effective the voodoo doll will be. Lu didn't hold out too much hope for this.
He merely hoped this somewhat useless prop could be put to some use and annoy the Americans. Chapter 84, The Puppet Master Lu. Lu needed to stay here and monitor human movements, so he didn't fly back to Star City.
He hid with the mutants in a forest not far from the city. While keeping an eye on human movements, Lu trained the mutants. Yes, he was training them because he discovered that this little mutant could respond to what Lu said simply because it had a high enough IQ. Unlike the other 5 who couldn't understand speech and were like beasts, it had a high enough intelligence to listen quietly to Lu's voice. However, it was different from Simp, who had memories of being human. This one did not. In short, it was very strange, and Lu couldn't figure it out. Thus, he didn't delve further and decided to train the mutant like a dog, naming it Chi-Chi. Under Lu's simple demonstration, Chi-Chi quickly learned to obey simple commands such as come, sleep, eat, and attack. As time passed day by day, San Francisco gradually returned to calm. In the days following Will's shooting by Lou, there were 2 or 3 waves of helicopters flying into the city daily, and even camouflage-painted military helicopters could be seen. After the news of Will's death was reported briefly on daily broadcasts by American television stations, it immediately sparked grief and condemnation from the people of California and surrounding states, and the effects of his death continued to brew in the shadows. The 5 specimens released from Will's laboratory caused destruction in the city for a time and bit dozens of people before they were surrounded by the arriving San Francisco police. Ultimately, with reinforcements from various police districts, except for one monster that escaped police encirclement thanks to its excellent jumping ability, the other 4 were killed on the spot, and each of them had about a pound of bullets extracted from their bodies. As for why Lou knew so clearly about their fate, it was because the police had been broadcasting a wanted notice for the escaped monster over their vehicle radios every day. However, they only referred to the monster as the name on the first day of the wanted announcement. For some reason afterward, they changed the term to the giant syndrome patient who escaped from the hospital. Lou speculated that it should be the Emperor organization behind Will that suppressed this incident. After all, if it got out that his organization used people for research, and someone exposed him as being part of the Emperor organization, then the organization would face tremendous public pressure. After some time had passed, rumors started circulating from somewhere saying that Will was shot dead in bed. Furthermore, it became increasingly absurd, claiming that Will was shot by his girlfriend's lover, who, consumed by rage and jealousy, also killed Will's girlfriend and then fled in fear of being caught, now becoming the giant syndrome patient wanted by the police. Clearly, the police could see at a glance that there was still a cultivation tank broken in Will's laboratory, yet they did not inform the public that one had yet to be captured, which puzzled Lou. At this moment, in a spacious conference room, only 5 people sat around a round table, and their faces did not look very good. That useless Benjamin, why did he hire such a careless subordinate? To clean up his mess, I even used relationships in the CIA to suppress the news. A middle-aged man sitting at the left side of the table said. Because of this incident, our organization is now facing pressure from the military, which demands that we must open up a part of our research on the Titan behemoths. Even General Kadam, who is on our side, is feeling very passive during this situation, which has made him quite angry. He didn't speak up for us at the military meeting. Upon hearing the military's request, a gentleman sitting in the middle pondered for a moment before agreeing to it. Since that's the case, let's share the monster lair discovered in the Philippines with the military. After all, there's nothing but a pile of bones there. For now, this is all we can do. A lady sitting on the right side said, the person in charge knows about this matter. He warned us not to go too far. He is still the leader of the organization and said he doesn't want us to lead the entire organization to destruction. Lead to destruction? Do Titans really care about us, species that are nothing but ants in their eyes? They won't care about our lives or deaths. Only if we humans are strong enough can we intimidate them, defeat them, and conquer them. There's nothing wrong with the Life Evolution Project. The excited man sitting opposite the woman expressed his views, disagreeing with the person in charge's plea for Titans to coexist harmoniously with humans, ruling the Earth together. Alright, I get it that you have a grudge against the monsters. Just focus on the Life Evolution Project you're in charge of, and whoever wants to kill the monsters later, who would oppose you? The last person spoke. As the hawkish representative of the Emperor organization, they were discussing how to handle the escape of the Will subjects at this table, sharing the progress of the plans each person was responsible for. March 27, 2005. During a thank you rally for voters in Florida, President George W. Bush was shot by an audience member with a gun and was rushed to the hospital after being hit. Afterward, police investigations revealed that a supporter of Gore, dissatisfied with the election results, sought to express their anger and political leanings by shooting the president. The young man was shot in the limbs by White House security, losing mobility on the spot, and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. This incident sparked protests among President Bush's national voters, demanding that the Democrats explain themselves regarding the event, as most of the public believed it was orchestrated by Gore, the vice president. Upon hearing about this incident, Lou felt surprised at how sudden it was. It seemed the voodoo doll was quite powerful. Even if it didn't curse Bush to death, it at least intensified domestic conflicts and caused quite a bit of trouble for the United States. A protest erupted in San Francisco, sweeping through half the city, forcing the police to deploy a significant force to maintain order at the scene and prevent them from being led by criminals to storm the city government. After all, last year, a protest riot orchestrated by Liu was a blatant example. Of course, the police had no idea that riot was instigated and pushed forward by Liu, this orangutan. Amidst the crowd at the parade, even when the extravagantly dressed Liu raised the sign that read "Oppose terrorism, punish the masterminds severely," no one seemed to care about his outfit. Some even told him that his outfit looked really cool, as his height of 2.5 meters made some think he was marching on stilts. It was just plain awesome. As he followed the crowd through several blocks, Liu found a hidden corner just before reaching the square in front of the city hall. He threw the sign on the ground, then donned an invisibility cloak. Those who often stirred up riots knew Liu was about to do something. Making his way through the gaps in the crowd, Liu arrived at the forefront of the protest, where a group of armed police with riot shields was blocking the crowd from coming closer to the city hall. Liu took action as the crowd pushed against the police wall. He slipped a grenade, minus its pin, into the hand of one of the armed officers, then quickly turned and left the scene. Initially, the officer with the grenade was bewildered, but upon seeing the grenade in his hand, he was so shocked that he shouted in fear, "Grenade!" Whether it was the protesting crowd in front of him or his comrades around him, upon hearing his shout, they quickly glanced at his raised hand, and their expressions shifted drastically. A sharp explosion erupted, and they hurriedly pushed back. The crowd at the back, unable to see what was happening, only saw people retreating, leading them to believe that the police were attacking the protesters ahead. Enraged, they pulled out homemade smoke bombs and pepper spray hidden in their pockets and charged forward. Thus, those in front wanted to run while those in the back pushed forward, resulting in a standoff. The officer who had been given the grenade, carrying it with him, quickly ran toward an empty area. He needed to throw the grenade away from him so it wouldn't explode still in his hand. Seconds later, an explosion erupted in an open area. Using the sound of the blast as cover, Liu quickly fired 3 shots at the police barricade, then turned and left. The crowd, which had been stuck in a standstill, became even more frantic after hearing the explosion, and when they realized their comrade had been shot down, they lost their sanity. Holding his gun, he ordered everyone to duck and cover their heads. Initially, those in front complied, crouching down, but at the back, some very headstrong American citizens couldn't stand how arrogant the police were. So, they pulled out their own handguns and shot at the police from the back of the crowd. In a moment of inattentiveness, they took down 2 officers, prompting the police to return fire. This shooting escalated the protest into a violent and bloody civil-military conflict. Just as one crisis was settling, the assassination of the president hadn't even faded from memory, and the violent clashes in San Francisco rattled the nation once more, causing conflicts to flare up across various states in America. Chapter 85: The Shift in Situation. The impact of this bloody conflict has reached the entire nation, leading to heightened ethnic, official civilian, and class tensions. Although the supreme leader has been rescued, he is currently recovering in the hospital, so America needs someone to step up and take charge. Thus, the Vice President Gore, already under scrutiny from public opinion, was thrust into power, swiftly appointed by the U.S. Congress to serve as the acting president. At his inauguration ceremony, Gore declared that he would take decisive actions to restore normalcy to American society and promised to resign from the position of acting president once the president could return to public duties. In light of the public's desire for stability, the pressure on Gore was temporarily alleviated by his governance declaration, but if he fails to fulfill his promises, popular sentiment will turn against him once again, likely more intensely. After taking office, Gore signed a presidential order requiring the U.S. Security Agency and the Intelligence Agency to jointly investigate the assassination attempt on the Supreme Leader and the incident of police-civilian conflict in San Francisco. He also ordered state governments to mobilize police forces to maintain public order and to crack down on criminals, restoring a clear sky to American society. Thanks to Gore's vigorous push, crime rates in most American states have noticeably decreased and returned to normal levels, except in states like Florida, California, and Texas, where gun violence remains prevalent. Ultimately, in a situation where no other options were available, Gore deployed troops to important cities in 3 states, imposing a week-long military control, which finally brought some calm to the entire nation. The entire process lasted over 2 months, causing significant economic losses for the United States. Meanwhile, despite deploying so many troops to the central battlefield, the biochemical crisis was still unresolved, leading to dissatisfaction from the acting president, prompting some lawmakers to propose dropping a nuclear bomb on Raccoon City to eradicate the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters there. Ultimately, after discussions among experts and military personnel, the nuclear bomb plan was shelved once again. However, they proposed an alternative plan to use cloud bombs to handle the zombie hordes in Raccoon City. Therefore, 2B-2 bombers carrying 10 cloud bombs took off from a military base in Colorado and dropped one cloud bomb over several major cities in Iowa. Raccoon City, being the primary bombing target, received special attention with 3 cloud bombs being deployed, turning Iowa into a wasteland where hundreds of thousands, even millions of zombies vanished, evaporating into thin air. In a deep fissure, Simp was awakened from his coma by pain, but due to his severe injuries, he fell back into unconsciousness, repeating this cycle. Perhaps realizing that his injuries were too severe to ignore, and if he didn't act quickly, it would be too late. When he regained consciousness again, Simp pulled out a palm-sized gear from his pants crotch. That's right, it was the weakened version of Dark Gear nerfed given by Lulu. Before, Simp had been lurking in the forest and engaging in guerrilla tactics, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his temple. Sensing the threat of death, Simp hurriedly ran, desperately seeking a place to hide. As the shockwave and heatwave from the cloud detonator surged in, Simp found a crevice in a valley and jumped in. Perhaps because he was a bit far from the impact point, he was only scorched on his back by the heat that rushed into the crevice. As a result, the back of his clothing was completely carbonized into ashes, leaving only his underwear barely intact. The crotch, being the most protected area, was the safest place for the Dark Gear nerf to be stored. At that time, aside from the Dark Gear nerfed, the demonic pendant around his neck also remained completely undamaged. Placing the Dark Gear nerfed at the back of his head, he was surprised to find that it integrated into his mind as if he had entered a no man's land. In the midst of another sharp pain, Simp fell into unconsciousness once more, but the burns on his body and some abrasions began to heal, as the elemental mana within the Dark Gear nerfed started to merge with him, slowly transforming him. At the same time, the Dark Gear nerfed, occupying part of his brain, was continuously eroding Simp's mind, instilling in him thoughts of violence and slaughter. Lou, who was training Chi-Chi in the cave, was unaware that the military had deployed cloud detonators to bomb major cities in Iowa, and even more so, he didn't know that his little brother Simp was in danger, engulfed by the erosion of Dark Gear nerfed. The ceaseless events left various factions in San Francisco with no energy to pay attention to Will's matters, thus ushering in a full 2 months of peaceful development for Star City. As American society gradually stabilized, Lou also returned to Star City. He was back to make preparations because he wanted to set sail, to search for Skull Island and the King Kong living on it. After having Thompson arrange a room for Chi-Chi and get her settled, Lou walked into the government hall. The situation in America is very unstable right now. For the time being, they won't turn their attention towards us. We need to seize this time, encouraging our people to have children, while also urging them to train hard. I may leave the United States for some time soon, going out to sea to look for our kind. Once I have his help, our living conditions will certainly improve. King, is that kin so important? Are you really willing to risk venturing into the vast ocean to find him? The most rational Caesar voiced his doubts. He didn't understand why Lou was willing to take such a great risk to find a relative. Did he possess the power to change the situation in Star City? He is known as King Kong among humans, living on a mysterious island in the Indian Ocean. Most importantly, he is a titanic beast with immense strength. I believe that our kin, King Kong, will offer us protection. Listening to Lou's confident words, Caesar did not refute him any longer. After all, Lou was a steady leader of Star City in his eyes, and every step he took was for the tribe. Caesar believed Lou wouldn't joke about the fate of the entire clan. After discussing the upcoming affairs with the 4 managers remaining at the camp, Lou concluded the meeting. He placed the cement and rebar stolen from the San Francisco building materials market into the warehouse at the arched defense line. After inspecting the area, he left to oversee other places. Arriving at the botanical garden, Lou saw the little grass on duty. She was watering the blood orchids at that moment. Thanks to the careful care from her sisters, the blood orchids not only survived but took root and sprouted more flowers. As of today, the roots of orchid flora have spread over an area of 2 square meters, with some blood orchids sporadically growing on them. When counted carefully, there are as many as 23 blooms.
Lying in bed while receiving grooming services from the little grass, Lou quickly fell asleep.
Having spent time in the dense forest near San Francisco without any gorillas tending to him, he hadn't gotten tangled, but still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, under the service of the little grass, Lou relaxed completely and fell asleep. In order to create a safer development environment for Star City, Lou had exhausted his brain cells thinking through plans. Here, Lou completely relaxed his tense mind and slept soundly until dawn the next day. The little grass and the Flora, who finished her training and took over, were beside him, the three spending the night in silence.
The next morning, after having breakfast with the two sisters, Lou left.
He repeatedly reminded Caesar and the others to calm down and develop silently, without rushing. Finally, he secretly mentioned to Caesar the location of the cave connected to the underground river, instructing him that if he encountered an unsolvable situation, to take the clan members inside, but to prepare more animal skins for ventilation. Like an old father worried about his children not greeting him properly before leaving home, Lou put on his bamboo dragonfly and flew towards San Francisco. As one of the world's 3 natural deep water ports, the port of San Francisco sees countless ships heading for the Indian Ocean every day, making it quite easy to find a vessel heading there.
Chapter 86, Boarding. 2 hours later, Lou stopped in the outskirts of San Francisco.
Since it was still daytime, he couldn't fly directly into the city, and he also had to check if there were any cargo ships heading to the Indian Ocean.
Dressed in his invisible cloak, Lou weaved through the various neighborhoods.
Standing at 2.5 meters tall, he was too conspicuous without his cloak. He would easily attract the police's attention.
Recently, the crime rate and gun violence in San Francisco have decreased under the mobilization of a large police force, but the atmosphere in society remains tense. Lou's notable presence would inevitably catch the police's eye.
Through the Freightos website, Lou found a recent cargo ship from the port of San Francisco to the port of Kolkata in India, which was currently loading goods and was expected to depart tomorrow. After confirming the name and number of the cargo ship and which berth in the district it was at, Lou got ready to take action. Lou could easily obtain food and water without fear of being discovered since they could be taken for free. He didn't worry about these. His only concern now was whether he could find the cargo ship scheduled to depart tomorrow in time. First, he entered a large supermarket. Avoiding security checks with the multiverse Gacha system, Lou took a quick tour of the food section, where he purchased various fruits, vegetables, rice, cooking oil, and other essentials. Not only that, but when passing through the electronics section, he also grabbed a few phones and game consoles to relieve boredom on the ship, and he finally picked up some survival gear.
Is this it? Shopping feels so great.
Walking out of the supermarket with a zero-cost shopping spree from the 1st to the 5th floor, Lou remarked that his shopping experience had been pleasant and that he would return if given another chance.
Finally, he opened the map and headed towards the port of San Francisco. 5:13 p.m.
Lou arrived at the port of San Francisco, and as far as the eye could see, the port was bustling with activity. There were many containers being loaded and unloaded, along with numerous cargo ships lining up. Since the area Lou arrived at was dedicated to cargo ships handling goods, there were no cruise ships or passenger vessels docked. Entering the port area, Lou navigated between containers, staring at the massive cargo storage area in disbelief. Although there is specific information about this ship on the Freightos website, finding a ship in such a large port is not an easy task. In the end, Lou resorted to a clumsy method. He knew that the management department at each port would have a functional distribution map of the entire port. As long as he could see the map, finding the designated port would be a piece of cake. At a public bulletin board, Lou saw the functional zoning map of the port. Previously, he had entered by climbing over the wall, so he hadn't seen the map posted at the entrance of the park. After taking a photo of the map with his phone, things became easier. Following the map, Lou navigated through twists and turns until he reached the docking position of the cargo ship. Perhaps because they were leaving the port tomorrow, the crew had already returned, and the ship was brightly lit, with the crew conducting final checks. From what he learned, Lou discovered that the orange-lighted cargo ship Jack Jones was a large container ship with a capacity of 14,000 TEU, measuring 368 meters long, 51 meters wide, and drawing 14.6 meters when fully loaded. At first glance, the fully laden Jack Jones loomed like a small mountain in front of him, leaving Lou in awe. When he was still human, Lou felt a deep sense of shock whenever he saw a huge object or building, and he was captivated by it now. He felt the same awe. He even envisioned how colossal a Godzilla more than 100 meters tall would be, and how a titan strong enough to trade blows with Godzilla would undoubtedly provide him with an equally stunning shock. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Lou put on his bamboo copter and flew onto the deck of the cargo ship in Shanghai. Finally, he landed in a dark area that was out of reach of the light, assessed the surroundings, and after confirming that no one was around, began to move around the ship. The vast area at the front is filled with stacked containers, secured with sturdy steel cables and buckles to prevent them from tumbling into the sea as the ship sways in the water. In the rear section, Lou casually found a hatch and walked in, which looked like a cafeteria, where people were already seated at the dining tables eating. Watching them eat made Lou feel a bit hungry too, so he decided not to roam anymore. He just wanted to go to India, and he had no interest in what the structure of the ship was. After wandering around the ship, Lou finally chose a small corner with a window to settle down, laying out the mattress he had obtained for free. His bed was now set up, making it easy for him to pack it away anytime. Sitting on the mattress, Lou took out a pack of beef jerky and some bread, quickly solving his dinner. Perhaps it was because no one had passed by for so long. Lou relaxed and lay down on the bed, feeling bored. It had been a long time since my last lottery draw. Tomorrow I'm going out to sea, so I'll do a little draw to wish myself good fortune on this trip. Open the lottery multiverse gacha system. Multiverse gacha system. User, Lou. Gacha points, 588 points. Level, Peak Stage 1. Associated items, Weather Controller, Wind and Thunder Staff, Bamboo Copter. After previously exchanging all the bones of that cow-shaped beast's corpse with the multiverse gacha system, I received a total of 233 gacha points. After accumulating for over 2 months, I now have 355 gacha points, making it 588 gacha points available to use. During the more than 3 months of winter, Lou repeatedly used the lottery of the multiverse gacha system, hoping to strike gold. However, aside from increasing the weapon reserves and food stockpile in Star City, there weren't many other useful items. The Sun Potion used to promote plant growth, and the elemental mana enhancing items such as thunder fruits and underworld herbs can barely meet Lou's expectations among these short prizes. After more than 3 months of dedicated training during winter, both Caesar and Koba Rocket broke through, just in time to distribute the previously obtained Fire Heart Lotus petals and thunder fruit, as well as the underworld grass, granting them their own elemental mana attributes. Caesar possesses the fire attribute elemental mana obtained from the Fire Heart Lotus, while Koba was specially assigned Thunder Fruit by Lou to acquire the Thunder attribute elemental mana to match with his Thunder Battle Axe. Meanwhile, the underworld grass lives up to its name after consuming it. Rocket not only turned a deeper shade of black, but his overall agility also increased, allowing him to approach enemies more effectively. However, the attribute he gained from consuming the underworld grass is not earth elemental mana, but rather a fatal poison attribute, a rapidly lethal sub-attribute elemental mana, which helps Rocket quickly kill enemies to achieve his infiltration goals. As there are no more potions rich in elemental mana that can transform elemental mana attributes available, the logistical officials like Maurice Thompson have to be slightly inconvenienced for now. Currently, Star City focuses on strengthening its armed forces, so most resources are channeled towards Caesar and his group. However, this is merely a response to the current situation and does not mean that Lou does not value cultural development. Chapter 87, Searching for Skeleton Island. Clicking on the lottery wheel page, Lou selects the silver wheel, and then begins the lottery drawing, clicking for 10 consecutive draws, deducting 500 gacha points, as the wheel spins rapidly. After the boring spinning segment concludes, the wheel stops, and 10 prizes are displayed in 2 rows before Lou. He clicks confirm, and then 10 light orbs fly into the prize inventory. Treasure map. This can specify a particular item, and the treasure map will indicate the item's location for the user. Limitation. Can only locate existing items. Searching for items that do not exist in this world consumes 1 treasure-seeking opportunity. 3-3. Tianshan Snow Lotus, a precious potion from the Tianshan Mountains, known for its miraculous effects of bringing the dead back to life, rich in pure elemental mana. Purple spirit beast fire, born from the essence of heaven and earth drawn from the remains of the hundredly demon beasts, it reaches a temperature of 1,000 degrees. Handle with caution. Peking duck, 3 Beijing ducks used to make the smoky roasted duck from the streets of Sichuan. The Art of War, one of the 7 military classics, it has gained the power to inspire morale over the course of history, granting allies within a 5-kilometer radius benefits of immovability like mountains, swiftness like the wind, serenity like the forest, ferocity like fire, and movement like thunder. Swift as the wind, when allied forces act swiftly, like a wild gale swirling, they gain a 50% speed boost. Serene as the forest, this enhances the stamina recovery rate of allied forces when they march calmly. Ferocious as fire, when allies are engaged in siege and plunder, they strike with the intensity of raging fire, gaining double the power boost. Immovable as a mountain, when allied forces are stationed in defense within the area, their defensive capabilities are enhanced, standing firm like a great mountain. Moving like thunder, when the army is mobilized, it strikes with the force of thunder, adding lightning attribute damage to allied weapons. Light Giant Experience Card Digga. By using the Experience card, the user can temporarily become a Light Giant Digga, equipped with 10 minutes of elemental mana. Once depleted, users can input elemental mana for replenishment. If the elemental mana runs out, the experience time ends. 1-1. 3-Gate French M1897 Field Gun 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian gun, caliber 75mm, weight 1,160 kg, length 2.7 m, maximum range 12,000 m, effective range 8,500 m, angle of fire 11 degrees to 18 degrees, muzzle rotation angle 6 degrees, initial velocity 529 ms, high explosive shell weight 5.5 kg, armor piercing shell weight 6.1 kg, shrapnel shell weight 7.24 kg. Simple to operate, firing rate of 30 rounds per minute. Enhanced Invisibility Potion. After drinking, you will gain 8 minutes of invisibility, affecting only your body. Equipment and weapons cannot be rendered invisible. Trap Treasure Chest. Once placed, it will transform into a shape that any creature seeing it desires. Once opened, there are only 2 possible outcomes. One outcome involves a chest that opens its mouth to swallow the creature that opened it, then waits for the next opener to arrive. The other outcome is for the trap treasure chest to be violently destroyed, causing it to drop the belongings of the creature it devoured. Ability, Strength like a mountain. This ability is directly integrated into the users of the Lottery Multiverse Gacha system. Those who possess this ability can alter their muscle density, gaining strength several times greater than their own weight, increasing as they level up. After seeing what I drew this time, Lu feels that his lifespan is already nearing its end, not to mention pulling such a bug-level ability. Even this experience card of the Light Giant Digga can be considered not a loss at all. Although Lu is speechless about drawing something as trashy as Peking Duck, several high-grade items make Lu feel that it's just a minor issue. Upon clicking to use the ability, a burst of white light emanates from Lu's brain and then flies into his heart. With the rapid growth of his body muscles, Lu felt his bones and muscles becoming stronger and more resilient. The growth, compression, and squeezing of skeletal muscles made Lu feel as if his body was like clay, being compressed into a ball one moment and flattened into a sheet the next. The intense pain forced him to put on his invisibility cloak, as Lu feared that he might faint from the pain and be discovered by the crew on the ship, who would then throw him overboard. It's unclear how much time has passed, but when Lu came to, the cargo ship he was using to smuggle himself had already set sail into the boundless sea. Rising from the ground, Lu woke from his daze, feeling his whole body sore as if it had swollen like a balloon. A surge of energy inside him made Lu really want to find something to smash. Suppressing this nerve-wracking impulse, Lu decided to get some fresh air on the deck. Perhaps after breathing in some fresh air on the deck, this feeling would pass. Lu was still quite disoriented just after waking up, so he didn't have much awareness until then, when he began to feel the ship sway. Perhaps due to having a strong physique, Lu, who had never been on a ship before, did not feel seasick. However, he still needed to get used to walking on the ship, or else he might have a nasty fall before even reaching the deck. Tiptoeing up the stairs to the deck, looking at the endless sea connected to the sky, Lu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ah, the smell of the sea. Leaning against the railing, Lu contemplated his next plan. Originally, in Lu's plan, he intended to reach the port of Kolkata, India, aboard this cargo ship. Then he would search the port for any regions in the Indian Ocean that were known for having storms year-round.
Skull Island is undetectable by satellites due to storm implications, and moreover, it's very difficult for ships to safely transport living people into the stormy Skull Island. Therefore, the areas that are constantly filled with storms are very likely the stormy seas surrounding Skull Island. However, now that Lou has drawn a treasure map, these tedious and time-consuming matters have become simpler. After reviewing the usage method, Lou then wrote the word diamond on the treasure map, and all he had to do was wait for a response to appear on the blank map. As the word diamond was written on the blank map, the ink slowly disappeared, and then began to reveal some geographical markers. First, the Eurasian continent appeared, followed by the African continent, then the Indian Ocean, and soon a small red flag appeared in the southern part of the Indian Ocean. Suddenly, the map zoomed in by half, revealing a small island. It appeared that this treasure map had located the position of the Titan. Lou operated the small map manually and then saw a triangular green marker symbolizing himself. However, because the map was so large, it seemed as though he was standing still. Looking at the distance between himself and the Titan, Lou felt he still had quite a long way to go. From the map, it appeared that Lou had just left the west coast of the United States and entered the Pacific Ocean. After breathing in enough fresh air, Lou returned to the previously hidden spot since he was feeling a bit hungry. He pulled out 3 Beijing roast ducks and devoured them one by one. Of course, these were just appetizers, as his main course would have to be monster meat, which is filling enough. Since obtaining the Berserk 8 physique skill, Lou had been training it for over 5 years. After such a long period of cultivation, Lou had reached a bottleneck, conserving elemental mana in his body daily without feeling any increase in capacity. However, after acquiring the ability to alter his body, Lou felt that he could accommodate more elemental mana. Thus, he decided to continue his training, striving to break through to the second tier or higher before reaching Skull Island. Though he didn't understand the difference between first and second tiers, Lou could distinctly feel a bottleneck blocking his progress. The increase in strength had vanished, and his body growth had halted, as if he had reached a limit with no way forward. Seize this opportunity. Break through the limits, challenge oneself. So, Lou once again fell into a frenzied state of closed-door training, eating continuously, practicing after finishing a meal, and refining before eating again. Even when the cargo ship stopped in some renowned cities along the way, Lou did not plan to end his retreat or stop training. Until one day, Lou felt a great terror. A sense of extreme danger was rapidly approaching Lou, and this sensation filled him with the threat of death. Opening his eyes, Lou suddenly felt that the cargo ship had inexplicably stopped, possibly having arrived at a port. However, looking near the window, something was off. They were clearly still at sea. Pulling out the treasure map for a look, Lou discovered he was nearly at the eastern coast of the Eurasian continent. He was close to the Japanese Sea, and Lou found it quite strange that a cargo ship heading to India would come to Japan, but suppressing his curiosity, Lou quickly made his way to the deck. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out onto the deck, he saw many crew members gathered by the railing, looking through binoculars at a certain spot. Lou pulled out a telescope, found an empty spot, and raised the telescope to look over. Have you heard? That bump 5 nautical miles away is a nuclear submarine. I heard. It seems to be an American nuclear submarine called the San Francisco. When radar spotted it, they were moving at high speed and ordered us to slow down and give way. Isn't that ridiculous? A submarine shouldn't come running on the surface. Shouldn't it be hiding underwater? What's the point of this? That's true, it is a bit strange. Do you think they might be running from another country's submarine? That's possible. Think about it, whose territory are we approaching? Listening to the crew's gossip, Lou began to understand why they had to stop and watch the nuclear submarine pass in the distance. However, Lou found it strange that he did not feel a sense of threat when he kept his gaze on the San Francisco nuclear submarine. Suddenly, Lou looked towards the ocean behind the submarine. Something was moving beneath the surface. Chapter 88, Encounter with Godzilla. The originally calm sea surface suddenly turned turbulent, with crashing waves slamming against the ship's hull, sending sprays 10 meters high. What is going on? What happened? Why did the waves suddenly rise? Yeah, it's so strange there's no wind at all. Look quickly. There's something moving in the ocean behind the San Francisco. What? Let me see. I want to see it too. Wow, it's that big? Could it be that we've encountered a sea monster? A crew member, watching the dark shadow moving in the water, spoke out his thoughts with a trembling voice.
Hearing the colleagues' speculation and the increasingly powerful waves crashing on the ship, crew members near the railing started to flee towards the cabin. Once one person started running, the others, under the influence of herd mentality, magnified the fear behind them many times over and ran away even faster. The bold Lou did not return to the cabin, let us not even mention his ability to fly. Even if he couldn't fly, if a sea monster were to attack the freight ship, the cabin would turn into a coffin. It's better to stay on deck, or he could stand firm against the crashing waves with his own strength. It seemed that he had noticed that the thing behind him was accelerating and getting closer, and the San Francisco nuclear submarine was swiftly approaching as well. Now, it was clear to both the crew and captain of the freight ship, as well as to Lou. The San Francisco was, while the freight ship was unaware, ordering the vessel to slow down and give way, but in reality, it was passing through quickly, leaving Lou and this ship to attract the attention of whatever was behind them, making it easier for the submarine to escape and survive. The captain's face changed dramatically as he angrily ordered the startled crew to quickly return to their posts, needing to accelerate immediately and leave this place. However, for such a large cargo ship to complete a turn and then accelerate, it would take hours. To evade the approaching USS San Francisco and the unidentified creature behind it, the USS Jack Jones had to veer left, causing a slight delay. It was this brief moment that allowed the USS San Francisco to approach the USS Jack Jones and pass quickly on the right side. The distance between the two ships was so close that Lou could discern the current state of the USS San Francisco with the naked eye from the deck. Damage was visible on the front and right side of the ship's hull, with some of its internal frame structure exposed. Lou speculated that perhaps the USS San Francisco did not need to travel underwater and had escaped on the surface. As he watched the USS San Francisco pass by, Lou didn't pay much attention. After all, it wouldn't be able to detect him. Then, Lou focused intently on the water where the USS San Francisco had passed, trying to see what was beneath the surface. From the moment he heard that the submarine was a nuclear submarine from the United States, Lou had some guesses. A nuclear submarine must possess nuclear missiles, which are particularly attractive to two types of creatures. One is Godzilla, a massive creature that moves astonishingly fast in the ocean and has a penchant for consuming nuclear missiles. The other is Muto, a parasitic creature in its larval stage capable of flight and using electromagnetic pulses. Seeing the USS San Francisco in its past, Lou understood that what was chasing it couldn't be Muto, as Muto primarily acts based on its flying abilities and would not pursue an enemy in the water for long. Another reason is that Muto can use electromagnetic pulses to disable a nuclear submarine, causing it to stop or even lose power and sink. Thus, Lou believed there was an 80% chance that Godzilla was pursuing the USS San Francisco nuclear submarine. He might have been getting a bit sick of sipping nuclear drinks in Japan, and upon encountering the American USS San Francisco nuclear submarine on a mission, thought to improve his diet by consuming some meat to grow bigger. Suddenly, something resembling a shark's dorsal fin surfaced, quickly enlarging into a patch of maple leaf-shaped scales, one after another appearing, similar to a crocodile's back spines. Perhaps it was just coming up for air after briefly exposing its head. Godzilla plunged back into the ocean, taking its dorsal fin with it, vanishing from the surface. Godzilla's powerful tail slapped the surface of the sea before it, too, disappeared from Lou's sight. He had thought that the captain and his beloved USS Jack Jones would be struck by the swiftly moving creature before sinking to the ocean floor. However, to my surprise, the upper half of Godzilla suddenly plunged into the sea as it approached the USS Jack Jones, passing right beneath the ship without causing any harm. At most, it was just the waves generated by Godzilla swimming through the water that would have a minor effect on the moving cargo ships. However, compared to the destruction of the ship and loss of life, the captain considered these effects to be trivial. So, relieved to have escaped with his life, the captain joyfully drove the USS Jack Jones away quickly, leaving the bewildered USS San Francisco struggling behind. What was unexpected was that Godzilla wasn't bothered at all by the cargo ship blocking its path. It simply dived and went around, so it didn't slow down at all. Watching Godzilla recede into the distance, Lou managed to suppress his fear and swallowed hard. When Godzilla first approached the USS Jack Jones, Lou felt like his skull had been blown apart, experiencing intense pain, and the impact left him frozen in place. It was terrifying. Perhaps the gap in power between the two sides was too great, and the pride he felt after being enhanced by his abilities vanished quickly, buried deep in Lu's heart. In fact, Lu wasn't he without the strength to fight back. The Giant of Light experience card could definitely let Lu have a go at Godzilla. However, he was first stunned to the point where his limbs felt stiff and his movements were inevitably slow. After Godzilla passed, he decided not to miss the opportunity. Secondly, Lu believed that compared to Godzilla, King Kong had more value in terms of conquering him, since King Kong would resonate more with the people of Star City. After considering all the factors, Lu ultimately gave up, watching helplessly as Godzilla left his sight. With a complex expression, Lu pulled his gaze back, quickly shaking off his indecisive thoughts, and turned back to the cabin. Star City doesn't need a hesitant and timid leader, it needs a king who can bring about a bright future.
Damn it, why is that monster still chasing us? It seems its target is us. We clearly left it some food, why is it still pursuing us? Commander, has the control center responded?
No, ever since that monster attacked us suddenly, our communication with headquarters has been cut off. I suspect the previous collision damaged the communication device. Originally, I was leading my men on the USS San Francisco, patrolling the seas in the Far East to monitor newly joined WTO member Huaxia as a deterrent. But unexpectedly, when we were cruising around the waters near Guam, the submarine was suddenly attacked. Thanks to its minor injuries, the USS San Francisco successfully evaded another attack from the unknown creature. With a swift push on the accelerator, he sped away from the area, initially believing that the opponent would be unable to catch up with him. However, to his surprise, at a speed of 26 knots, he found that the distance to the enemy was actually decreasing, which terrified the crew on the USS San Francisco. Nevertheless, relying on their excellent combat training, they worked hard to establish communication with the command center while accelerating in hopes of shaking off their pursuer. Thus, in a chase of pursuit and escape, just as they were about to leave the Sea of Japan and enter the Pacific, they encountered the Jack Jones, which Lu was aboard. After deliberating with a trusted aide, the commander of the USS San Francisco nuclear submarine decided to implement a strategy of drawing fire elsewhere, allowing the Jack Jones to attract the unknown creature following them, in order to shake off their pursuer. However, this strategy failed completely after Godzilla evaded the pursuit of the Jack Jones. After failing again to establish contact with the command center, the desperate captain decided to take drastic measures and employ a nuclear missile to eliminate the enemy.
Chapter 89, Nuclear Explosion.
In this emergency, the commander of the USS San Francisco nuclear submarine unilaterally issued the command to use a nuclear warhead. A nuclear submarine certainly does not come equipped with warheads for all its missiles. However, back when they first encountered the creature, the commander had already ordered missile launches in an attempt to kill the unknown creature, but to no avail. Thus, in a situation where they had no other choice, they decided to use the most powerful nuclear warhead to annihilate the enemy, believing that no living creature in the world could withstand the extreme temperatures, shock, and intense radiation brought by a nuclear explosion.
Prepare to launch the Vulture-type nuclear missile.
Target locked on.
Verify launch command. Verification successful.
After the commander confirmed the launch order, he and the officer simultaneously entered the password, then turned the manual key on the nuclear warhead.
Prepare to launch. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Due to the gravity of the situation, all personnel had to respond cautiously. Shortly after, a missile carrying a nuclear warhead was launched from the missile silo. At the same time, all Pacific Rim countries, including the United States, Canada, Japan, Russia, China, South Korea, and North Korea, received alerts. Near the Western Pacific, in the waters close to Japan, a nuclear missile was detected launching by global satellites, which then sent out a warning to the ground. The alarms from various countries' multiverse Gacha system instantly lit up in red, and the electronic map marked the launch point of the nuclear missile as well as its flight direction. When the Northeast Asian countries detected that the missile had been launched from far offshore in Japan and was heading towards Guam, they all activated their national-level defense readiness. Coastal defense missiles entered pre-launch status, ready to launch at a moment's notice to intercept the nuclear missile.
Of course, leaders from various countries are well aware of the range of coastal defense artillery, so they primarily rely on their own long-range ground-to-air intercontinental missile interception. When they discovered that a nuclear missile was launched towards them, their intercontinental intercept missiles and long-range missiles had already been fired.
But they suddenly realized that the nuclear missile had already detonated.
Countries in Asia initially thought that Japan had launched missiles to intercept it, breathing a sigh of relief. Although the crisis was averted, all nations urgently dispatched fighter jets for reconnaissance.
What the hell?
At that moment, Liu was cursing the commander on the USS San Francisco while on a rolling cargo ship. After Godzilla evaded the USS Jack Jones, the captain immediately increased speed, hoping to reach Kobe, Japan soon, as he desired women and fine wine to soothe his shaken soul. However, before they could get far, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the direction the USS San Francisco had left.
Following this was a powerful shockwave and the massive wave flora created by the nuclear explosion. The shockwave shattered the glass of the USS Jack Jones, hitting all crew members including Liu, directly killing everyone in a horrific manner.
Fortunately for Liu, sensing the impending catastrophe earlier, he had donned the water-repelling dragon armor and then added an invisibility cloak before heading to the deck. Due to his dense body and the armor's mitigative effects, he wasn't killed on the spot by the first wave of the shockwave. As he was still disoriented from the sudden impact, the ship began to roll violently, and Liu, caught off guard, was tossed around the cabin repeatedly, feeling very uncomfortable. At that moment, as Liu felt the shockwave, he realized it was the USS San Francisco that had fired a nuclear missile. Otherwise, what other conventional weapon could create such chaos? So, amidst the relentless rolling, Liu furiously cursed all of the ancestors of the people on the USS San Francisco. For someone like Liu, enhanced by his armor, the shockwave and giant waves couldn't cause fatal damage. It just meant he was a bit more injured than usual. However, what makes the nuclear bomb so terrifying to living beings is not only its explosive power and shockwave range but also the radiation that makes people speak of nuclear with fear. Currently, Liu had no means to shield against the harm of nuclear radiation. After regaining his senses from the rolling, he directly punched through the iron sheets that were compressed around him. By this point, the USS Jack Jones had already become fragmented due to the continuous rolling, with the section Liu was in sinking into the sea first. Thanks to the water-repelling function of his armor, after forcibly breaking out of the cabin, Liu didn't feel any choking or hypoxic sensations. Then, I quickly swung my legs and glided with my arms forward, swimming towards the surface of the water at top speed, while avoiding falling debris from the boats and containers overhead. For the smaller debris, Liu smashed it with a punch, while the larger pieces necessitated him to navigate around them. After 3 minutes, Liu finally reached the surface of the water. In order to escape, Liu hadn't even left the ocean's surface before immediately activating the bamboo dragonfly perched on his head. He took out a treasure map to check his location and then flew towards the nearest land. Although he knew that Godzilla was in the area where the explosion occurred, who could tell how quickly Godzilla was absorbing nuclear radiation? Liu dared not entrust his life to anyone else. Liu flew away from the area at the maximum speed of the bamboo dragonfly and glanced back from a distance, hoping that the area he was escaping from was already shrouded in a massive sea fog. Further away, a giant mushroom cloud was expanding. Even after more than 10 minutes had passed, this mushroom cloud showed no signs of stopping and continued to grow. It was like a hellish scene. The sky was engulfed in thick dust, spreading outwards, with many fish and shrimp floating in the sea, killed by the shockwave, while the surface churned with a raging storm. Memorizing this scene, Liu turned his head and flew towards Guam. Although no planes could be seen in the sky, the sounds of fighter jets patrolling reminded him that this sea would soon attract global attention. Of course, none of this concerned Liu. His only thought was to escape. Only those who have truly faced a nuclear bomb can understand how terrifying this most powerful weapon of humanity is. As the launched Vulture-type nuclear warhead was fired, the captain felt as if his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground. He understood that launching a nuclear weapon without the order from the U.S. military command would land him in a military court. This act was not merely a violation of national military regulations. The impact of unilaterally launching a nuclear bomb on countries around the globe would be immense. Because they would believe that the US no longer cared about other countries' opinions due to its overwhelming military power, unilaterally launching a nuclear bomb would turn the warhead into a catalyst for a Third World War. While sending fighter jets to the nuclear explosion zone to gather intelligence, they were also lodging diplomatic protests with the US Embassy in their countries, demanding reasons with an extremely stern attitude. As for the US military, they were equally bewildered. The nuclear bomb had been fired, yet nobody knew who had given the order, prompting outrage from the acting president, Gore. At the US Navy Command, Admiral Mike received a direct call from the president and was severely reprimanded. At the same time, he was asked to quickly investigate the specific situation. He would temporarily help withstand the international and domestic pressures as the commander of the Navy. After hanging up the phone, Admiral Mike immediately dispatched the nearest fleet to investigate the cause, ordering them to do so as quickly as possible. Regardless of the human response, after flying a distance, the nuclear missile directly plunged into the sea and headed toward the target, Godzilla. When it got close to Godzilla's body, it exploded instantaneously, leaving Godzilla bewildered, like being suddenly bumped by a child while walking, causing a loss of balance. Godzilla shook his tail to regain balance, then he realized he seemed to be at a dining table, surrounded by water rich in nuclear energy. Godzilla was clearly overjoyed, and after a happy roar, he immediately began to absorb the nuclear energy from the seawater. He came out just to have a feast, and now that the meal had arrived, how could he not eat? Therefore, Godzilla no longer pursued the USS San Francisco, staying stationary in this sea area. Fortunately, the heavy smoke brought by the nuclear explosion concealed him. Thus, Godzilla was not detected by the fighter jets in the air. As for the radar, there was no possibility of detection unless Godzilla wanted to be found by humans. Huddled on the seabed, after satiating himself, Godzilla began to sleep, making it even harder for humans to discover the silent giant.
Chapter 90, Healing, Mutation.
On a deserted island far from the nuclear explosion area, Lou sat cross-legged in a cave. Although he quickly escaped the nuclear explosion area, the spread of nuclear radiation was clearly much faster than Lou had imagined, so he still absorbed some nuclear radiation. Under the effects of nuclear radiation, Lou felt as if his internal organs were rotting, continuously vomiting blood without being able to stop. Moreover, the hair on the surface began to fall out, and the skin underneath quickly lost vitality, turning into dead skin, which continued to rot. It can be said that this was the biggest crisis Lou had encountered since his birth. If not repaired in time, Lou could very likely die from internal organ failure and skin wound infection. Therefore, after moving a sufficient distance away, Lou immediately stopped on a remote island. Confirming that there was no human activity on the island, Lou felt relieved to enter his meditation. Sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, he took out the Tian Shan snow lotus from his storage and swallowed it whole. As a miraculous medicine capable of bringing the dead back to life, Lou had high hopes for it, hoping it could alleviate the symptoms caused by nuclear radiation. As soon as the precious medicine was ingested, it transformed into a cool elemental mana that flowed down the esophagus into the stomach, first healing the damaged stomach. Before the Tian Shan snow lotus could enter, Lou had been using his own elemental mana to sustain the vitality of his organs, but due to the failure of multiple organs, he didn't have enough elemental mana. Therefore, Lou could only choose to concentrate the elemental mana on some vital organs, providing them with focused protection. The icy cool elemental mana entered the stomach, stopping the massive bleeding and quickly reviving the body's vitality to repair the perforation in the stomach. With a continuous supply of elemental mana, the stomach gradually escaped the crisis, slowly returning to its original state, and even gaining some enhancement in the end. After the stomach was repaired, Lou began to divide the elemental mana from the Tian Shan snow lotus in half, with one part going up to treat the lungs and heart. The other part entered the kidneys, repairing surrounding organs such as the kidneys, liver, and spleen. Through this dual treatment, Lou stopped spitting out blood and felt the pain in his body continuously diminishing. At that time, he was not only suffering from angina and difficulty breathing, but even his kidneys were experiencing some pain. However, after being treated with the Tian Shan snow lotus, Lou felt much better. However, after the Tian Shan snow lotus entered his brain to repair the nerve vessels, there was very little elemental mana left, making it difficult to address the decay of his skin. In the end, Lou still thought of a way. By consuming a large amount of flesh rich in elemental mana, he transformed them into elemental mana to repair the damage to his skin. After an undetermined amount of time spent eating and repairing his skin, Lu finally completed the restoration of his internal organs and skin. Moreover, while refining flesh into elemental mana, Lu unexpectedly gained something extra: nuclear energy. Nuclear energy, as a dominant form of elemental mana, accompanied by nuclear radiation, entered Lu's body and began to modify him. Indeed, it was a transformation, but the changes it brought about were not necessarily beneficial to the living organism itself, as it was completely outside of his control. In human terms, it means that the organism was affected by nuclear radiation, resulting in its mutation and the emergence of body organs that didn't originally belong to it. Lu temporarily suppressed the nuclear energy with the medicinal power of the Tianshan snow lotus, rendering it a harmless mass of elemental mana. However, as the potency of the medicine diminished, the suppression of the nuclear energy began to weaken. Ultimately, this was a problem Lu had to face, so he proactively used the Berserk Ape physique skill, intending to guide the nuclear energy into being absorbed by his body. If he couldn't drive away this elemental mana, he would control it instead, transforming it into a powerful asset for himself. Under Lu's guidance, a slit opened in the neck area for the nuclear energy, which began to transform that area, creating a bizarre scene. First, it stimulated the blood vessels in the neck, causing them to spread out, then flesh wrapped around it, opening and closing the slit. Finally, Lu formed gills for himself so he could breathe underwater without needing to resurface. At this moment, only a thin layer of fuzz had grown all over his body, so Lu could see in the mirror that there was a new slit forming just behind the side of his neck. It looked very much like the gill area of a fish. Then Lu directed the remaining nuclear energy into the hair follicles of his skin, subtly stimulating skin mutations that would enable it to absorb and store nuclear energy. This way, when he encountered nuclear energy again in the future, he could isolate the nuclear radiation from entering his body through this layer of skin, triggering a mutation. On the contrary, it would be absorbed by the skin, stored away, and become Lu's major offensive means. Of course, the current stock of nuclear energy was already quite thin due to continuous consumption, or else Lu wouldn't dare to store it within his skin. After such a long period of treatment, Lu's body finally restored its physical quality to what it was before the nuclear explosion, with some enhancements. However, Lu still felt a bit of regret because he originally planned to keep the Tianshan snow lotus to refine the extracted purple spirit beast fire in a safer location, but unexpected changes delayed that plan. Due to this delay, Lu's arrival time at Skull Island would be postponed. Looking at the date on his phone, it was already July 8th, and it had been a full 23 days since he set sail. Lu initially planned to reach Skull Island within 2 months, stay there for 3 months, and return to Star City before the end of the year. However, he didn't expect to encounter such unforeseen events, where he not only had to pause for healing due to nuclear radiation but also the shipping vessel he was on had been destroyed. As a result, Lu had to temporarily use a bamboo dragonfly to travel. After reaching Japan, he would look for ships heading towards Africa to catch a favorable wind. When he arrived at the seaside, Lu did not immediately put on his bamboo dragonfly and fly towards Japan instead. He wanted to see if the new device he had obtained could help him breathe underwater. Choosing a spot with few reefs, Lu took a leap and jumped into the ocean, deliberately not activating the water-repelling shield of his spirit shield. After swimming smoothly for 10 minutes, he should have felt out of breath and struggled to breathe, but even 5 minutes into the swim, Lu had not experienced a feeling of suffocation. After swimming in the shallow sea for half an hour, Lu surfaced. Unable to swim any longer, he had to hurry to reach Japan. However, as Lu's head broke the surface, he saw a large number of dead fish and dead shrimp floating in the area he had swum through. Lu guessed that it might be because he couldn't fully control the nuclear energy stored in his pouch. The radiation accidentally leaked out, causing the fish and shrimp in this area to die from exposure. Chapter 91, Approaching, Entering the Storm Zone. It looks like I need to work on keeping the nuclear energy contained in the pouch and not let it emit radiation freely. Lu thought to himself that it didn't matter if he made it to Japan now, but if he couldn't keep it under control, how would he dare return to Star City? He couldn't wait until Lu returned to Star City, only to find that the tribespeople who had contact with him the next day were bleeding from their 7 orifices, unable to survive the transformed mutations caused by nuclear radiation. Lu clearly could not accept that, as Star City had developed to its current state through his immense effort and time. Not wanting to waste any more time, he climbed back to shore, used fire-type elemental mana to evaporate the remaining water droplets on him, donned his armor and invisibility cloak, and took off towards Japan with his bamboo dragonfly.
3 hours later, Yokohama Port, Japan.
Once in the port area, Lou began searching for oil tankers heading to the Middle East, so he could catch a ride on a favorable trip. He landed in a concealed corner and made his way through a bustling urban area until he reached the entrance to the port. Through a series of means, Lou finally obtained a functional distribution map of Yokohama Port and found a holiday cruise ship to India through the Freightos website. Along the way, the ship would stop in Hong Kong, China, and Singapore to refuel, as well as to meet the shopping needs of tourists and showcase the local culture. Using his invisibility cloak, Lou boarded the cruise ship during the last hour that tourists were boarding and then settled down in the luggage compartment. There was no choice after all. He sneaked aboard, and his large size made it impossible to deal with someone and take their spot in a cabin on the cruise. After waiting for a while, accompanied by a loud whistle, the luxury ship finally set sail from the port. Since the luggage compartment is located on the bottom level, it is generally rarely accessed by anyone other than the staff overseeing it, making Lou's concealment here exceptionally high. Thus, after adapting for about 10 to 20 days on the Jack Jones, Lou no longer needed to step out onto the deck for fresh air. During the journey ahead, Lou stayed in the luggage compartment, focusing primarily on securely storing the nuclear energy contained in the bag, preventing it from leaking radiation. Previously, while navigating through the bustling area, Lou had witnessed several people collapse right after passing by him, suddenly foaming at the mouth. 4 days later, after a one-day stay in Hong Kong, the luxury ship set sail from Victoria Harbour, heading toward Singapore. 7 days later, Lou disembarked in Singapore and began searching for a vessel heading to the South Indian Ocean. As a major maritime crossroads in the east, the Strait of Malacca sees countless ships pass daily, while Singapore, located on the strait's coast, controls most of the shipping tolls in the strait. Therefore, there are numerous ships docked in Singapore, making it quite easy to find one bound for the South Indian Ocean. Finally, after wandering the port for 2 days, Lou managed to board a transport ship heading to the South Indian Ocean, carrying various daily necessities from Huaxia for humanitarian aid to impoverished countries in Africa. Lou didn't concern himself with the ship's purpose, he simply wanted it to pass through the waters around Skull Island, saving him some travel time. After several days of effort, Lou had learned to freely control the skin emanating nuclear radiation, which could be used as a silent attack against enemies. However, Lou might need to be careful of Godzilla and Muto, as they could see him as a rare delicacy and might want to swallow him whole. After a long journey, the hair shed by the nuclear radiation had grown out, becoming matted, making Lou look rather disheveled now. He was starting to miss the days when little Flora would groom him. Checking his treasure map, he realized he was heading toward Skull Island, but based on the trajectory, it seemed that the transport ship he was on would just barely miss it. Thus, after estimating the closest point of the transport ship to Skull Island, Lou began preparing for his journey there. On the afternoon of the second day, Lou took off from the transport ship, which had now changed direction and was sailing towards Africa, no longer on the same route as them. On the treasure map, it looked like he was quite close to Skull Island. However, after flying for several hours without sighting Skull Island, Lou realized he was fortunate. Beneath the starry sky, Lou flew alone over the vast sea, and the dim surface of the water made it seem as if some mysterious creature was hidden beneath, evoking both fear and wonder. Of course, being a human soul, Lou couldn't help but imagine in his heart whether a huge mouth would suddenly open beneath him and swallow him whole. However, these were just Lou's imaginings. In reality, there were only the increasing waves and the droplets of water falling onto Lou's face. Feeling the moisture on his face, Lou lifted his eyes from the sea, which he had been staring at due to his fantasies. Oh shit! A massive wave came crashing towards him, forcing Lou to quickly rise to avoid the sudden wave. Once Lou dodged the wave, he felt he must be nearing, as behind this enormous wave, he could see more giant waves. He took out the treasure map to check the location of Skull Island, and then Lou discovered that Skull Island was already very close. However, Lou needed to traverse a storm zone that surrounded Skull Island to reach it. The storm zone was the very sea area Lou saw before him, where the stars in the sky could no longer be seen, only a pitch-black sea surface devoid of any light left a disorienting sensation. If it weren't for the help of the treasure map, Lou wouldn't dare enter the storm zone at night, as he could be thrown into the water by the waves at any moment, and the immense pressure would injure him. From time to time, a flash of lightning would appear in the storm above, enabling Lu to use that brief light to determine direction and observe the situation ahead. Heavy rain poured down at an angle, but fortunately, Lu was wearing armor and had activated a water-repelling shield, so the rain couldn't touch his body. However, his visibility was still somewhat obstructed. After overcoming many obstacles, Lu finally spotted a dark area ahead as he used the brightness from the lightning when the two markers on the treasure map aligned almost perfectly. To avoid danger, Lu cautiously approached the shadow, and as he got closer, he discovered it was actually a rock standing on the surface of the sea. Landing on the rock, Lu, who had been suspended for hours, finally felt the solid ground beneath his feet again. Due to the rain curtain blocking his view, he couldn't see which direction Skull Island was in relative to the reef. Therefore, Lu decided to stay here for the night and see if he could catch a glimpse of the shore of Skull Island when the light was a bit brighter in the morning. More than 200,000 words, added 2 more chapters. Chapter 92, arriving at Skull Island. More than 200,000 words, added Chapter 1. After a long flight, Lu's body began to feel fatigued. Although his body was dry, the heavy rain throughout the journey made him want to find a place to take a nap. So Lu found a recessed area on the large reef and forcefully used his fists to clear the area into a cave, using it as a temporary shelter for the night. He blocked the cave entrance with large wooden boards, then set up a comfortable bed inside. After having a simple meal to satisfy his hunger, he climbed into bed and went to sleep. The next day at 9 o'clock, Lu got out of the warm bed, removed the wooden boards blocking the cave entrance, and breathed in the fresh sea air, stretching widely. The storm from last night had passed, and Lu sat down on the platform at the top of the reef. Looking around, Lu noticed that while it was brighter now that it was daytime, thick sea mist still obscured his view, preventing him from seeing the location of Skull Island. Last night, Lu did not want to risk adventuring in the heavy rain and darkness, so he opted to rest well in order to approach Skull Island, an island riddled with dangers, in the best condition possible. He checked the treasure map, and after zooming in on the Skull Island area, he discovered that it was located in the northeast direction, and he was very close to the main island. After having breakfast on the platform, Lu checked his gear, holding a fireball staff in his left hand and a weather controller in his right. Since the weather controller could only temporarily replenish elemental mana for immediate use, Lu did not recharge it last night, and only had 3 fireballs stored in his staff. Fully armed, Lu flew up into the sky and headed northeast. Due to the sea mist, he couldn't see the whole view of Skull Island but could faintly make out the land approaching him. On Skull Island, the threats on the ground are far greater than those in the air, so Lu did not intend to recklessly land on the ground and continued flying toward the interior of the island. As he passed through the thinning sea mist, Lu finally saw a clear view of Skull Island without any obstructions. The towering primordial forests spread across the island, vibrant with diverse life forms, among which many creatures dwell, forming a complete biological chain on Skull Island. As Lu was engrossed in the beautiful scenery of Skull Island, something unexpected happened below that caught Lu's attention. A group of massive brachiosaurs were foraging in a valley with their wives and children, munching on tender and juicy ferns, when they were suddenly ambushed by a pack of carnivorous dinosaurs. From watching dinosaur documentaries in the past, Lu remembered that brachiosaurs and velociraptors were the 2 dinosaurs that left the deepest impression on him after the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. That's why Lu could immediately identify the 2 types of dinosaurs appearing in the valley. A group of velociraptors was methodically planning to surround the herd of brachiosaurs, driving them into a narrow crevice with the hope of trapping them. This way, the velociraptors wouldn't have to worry about getting injured and could simply stay behind and feast on the trapped brachiosaurs. Under the threat of the velociraptors, the group of brachiosaurs had no choice but to run into a crevice as per the hunting plan, with the largest brachiosaur lagging at the back. Whether intentionally or not, this biggest brachiosaur allowed the others to run ahead while staying back, demonstrating a protective instinct. Even though the brachiosaurs were desperately fleeing, their massive size made it impossible for them to outrun the pursuing velociraptors. However, the velociraptors seemed to intentionally slow down, not wanting to get too close to the brachiosaurs, perhaps having learned to avoid the powerful limbs of brachiosaurs from their long history of hunting. Lu, in the air, followed along, observing the terrain along their path and some strange creatures. There were massive lizards tearing into their prey as flesh, centipedes the size of adult arms, and various other gigantic creatures, overwhelming Lu. Once Lu had satisfied his curiosity and taken in the sights, he accelerated to catch up with the two distant groups of dinosaurs. From above, it was clear that in the direction they were running, the crevice was becoming narrower and it would be difficult for the Brachiosaurus to run quickly in there. Perhaps the tallest Brachiosaur leader had seen the terrain ahead, as it suddenly stopped running, finding a gap where it could still turn around. It then turned around and let out a roar towards the velociraptors, as if to intimidate them, or maybe to boost its own morale. The Brachiosaur leader was essentially protecting its group at that moment. Seeing the largest Brachiosaur stop, the velociraptors, following their leader's signal, also came to a halt, seemingly intimidated by the Brachiosaur leader and hesitating to move forward. 11 velociraptors stayed in place, pacing back and forth, unsure whether to confront the massive form of the Brachiosaur leader. But through the gap beneath the Brachiosaur leader, the velociraptors noticed that their prey had already escaped, and they felt a surge of anger. Thus, unable to suppress their inner turmoil, 11 velociraptors charged into the canyon section guarded by the Thunder Lizard leader. The velociraptor at the front dodged the Thunder Lizard leader's downward bite, but was caught off guard and was crushed under the raised forelimb of the Thunder Lizard leader, being instantly flattened into a pulp and dying on the spot. Taking advantage of the Thunder Lizard leader attacking its kind, 3 velociraptors quickly darted through the openings, reaching its rear. Then, all 10 velociraptors attacked the Thunder Lizard leader together, with 3 climbing over the canyon walls to jump down, landing directly on the neck and body of the Thunder Lizard leader. They then opened their mouths wide, tearing at the flesh and blood of the Thunder Lizard leader with their sharp teeth. In pain, the Thunder Lizard leader wildly shook its neck, trying to throw off the velociraptors biting it. However, as its attention was drawn upward, the velociraptors attacking its lower body seized the opportunity and swarmed the Thunder Lizard leader, biting its limbs. They shook their heads violently, trying to rip the flesh from their mouths, swallowing chunks of meat, fearing that something might compete with them. With a cry of agony from the Thunder Lizard leader, its limbs were all bitten off by the velociraptors beneath it, causing it to collapse in pain. The velociraptor pack then began to enjoy this delightful feast, especially the lead velociraptor, who had been left in the best position to tear open the belly of the Thunder Lizard leader. They picked at the tender and delicious organs of the Thunder Lizard leader, with blood filling their mouths, while the still living Thunder Lizard leader lowered its head, enduring the pain of being consumed, slowly moving toward death. Lu watched the scene below impassively. The forest abides by the law of the jungle, where the weak can only become food for other creatures. Therefore, Lu did not feel pity for the Thunder Lizard leader due to its brave actions. On the contrary, he felt that the Thunder Lizard leader had made a mistake. Having lost its strongest leader, how long could the fleeing Thunder Lizards survive? Skull Island is not only home to velociraptors but also some top carnivores like tyrannosaurs and king lizards. Surrounded by formidable enemies, a weak group that loses enough military deterrence will soon be consumed entirely by its foes. Chapter 93, The Fierce Thunder Lizard Clan. Over 200,000 words, second update. After witnessing the hunting methods of the velociraptors, Lu also lost interest in watching them eat, and so he turned away and left in the direction he had come. However, before Lu could fly far, the commotion here attracted numerous predators. First came the top predator of Skull Island, the king lizard, a ferocious dinosaur renowned alongside tyrannosaurs and raptors, suddenly jumping down from above the canyon. Caught off guard, a king dinosaur bit directly into a raptor, then bit down hard, splitting it into 2 pieces. Seeing their companion torn in half, the raptors were greatly intimidated, causing the raptor leader, who was feasting on the belly of the Thunder Lizard, to stop eating and leave the area cautiously with its pack. The intimidation of the king dinosaur was evident, as the raptors dared not challenge it. However, they did not move far away and lingered at a distance. Satisfied to see the raptors leave the Thunder Lizard's side, the king dinosaur didn't mind that they hadn't gone far. Opening its massive jaws, it bit down directly on the long neck of the Thunder Lizard, and blood sprayed out like an uncontrollable fountain from the damaged artery. With its jaws firmly clamped on the wound, the king dinosaur drank deeply from the Thunder Lizard's blood until the blood no longer spurted out, at which point it turned towards the belly. The gap created by the raptor leader's bite wasn't enough to satisfy the king dinosaur, so after biting twice more at the previous wound, it widened the existing injury even further with its massive jaws. While the king dinosaur was feeding, various carnivorous animals smelling the blood gathered around, lurking not far from the carcass of the Thunder Lizard, waiting for the king dinosaur to finish. 3 jungle lizards, about the size of small cars, scattered around, along with jungle wolves and leopards. At this moment, Lu also encountered his own troubles. With many carnivores gathering here waiting to feast, the scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of the vultures on the island, nature's scavengers who are indiscriminate and wish to partake in everything. However, the vultures that should have landed on the cliffs of the canyon suddenly changed direction for unknown reasons and flew towards Lu. Without time to ponder why the vultures had spotted him, Lu hurriedly waved his fireball staff and unleashed fireballs at the approaching vultures. Under Lu's sudden fireball assault, he successfully struck one vulture that couldn't change direction in time, causing it to fall while coughing up blood, providing a meal for the surrounding carnivores. The revengeful vultures were unwilling to accept their companion's death at Lu's hands, hence, the other 2 vultures, after dodging Lu's fireballs, circled back toward him. Seeing the 2 gullible vultures in front of him, Lu felt a bit angry he hadn't provoked them, yet they chose to attack him first. Fuming, Lu put away his fireball staff that had run out of elemental mana, then took out his storm staff and charged towards the vulture on the left. After colliding with each other at an incredible speed, they quickly drifted apart, and Lu appeared to be unharmed. In contrast, the vulture that Lu attacked was struck by Lu's swift swings of the thunder and wind staff on its wings during the collision, and then it was kicked away. Although the vulture's sharp beak managed to hit Lu, the protection of the water-congealing dragon armor meant Lu only felt as if something small had hit his chest. After flying a distance, the vulture with its wings broken by Lu cancelled out Lu's force and fell like a kite with a severed string. Seeing that its companions were easily dealt with by Lu, the remaining vulture, looking defeated, landed on the nearby trees, afraid to challenge Lu. Though the ground predators were curious about who was getting a meal in the sky, they failed to notice Lu, hidden by his invisibility cloak, lurking above them. Realizing that his invisibility cloak was not very effective against airborne creatures, Lu picked up the weather controller he had been charging, chose a cloudy setting, and covered a radius of 50 meters. The animals below couldn't comprehend that the neatly formed circular cloud in the sky was concealing a being like Lu. With the cover of the dark clouds, the chance of aerial creatures discovering Lu would greatly decrease. After observing all the creatures in the canyon, Lu decided to leave this area without further attention, this time not heading back to the valley he came from but flying toward the direction where the thunder dragons were fleeing. Thanks to the delay in cover provided by the thunder dragon leader, the thunder dragons successfully escaped the crisis and were fleeing through the crevice. However, Lu specifically counted and noticed that the number was somewhat different from when he separated from the thunder dragon leader, likely due to encountering some danger along the way that resulted in more members being killed. Following them as they escaped the crevice, they carefully made their way to a steep cliff. After crossing the cliff, they reached the edge of a swamp. The path behind them was the way they had come, and in front lay an unknown marsh, with the thunder dragons in a predicament. Given the weight and speed of the thunder dragons, entering the swamp was tantamount to suicide, but since the path behind them was also blocked, they hesitated for a moment before deciding to traverse the swamp. First, the adult thunder dragon led the way as its stout limbs stepped into the swamp. They sunk deeply, and it was unable to pull its legs out while trying to lift them. As it struggled, its body sank deeper and deeper. Within just 2 minutes, all 4 limbs were trapped in the swamp, leaving only its long neck raised high, continuously emitting agonizing wails. Upon realizing its predicament, its gaze suddenly turned desperate yet resolute, and it let out a roar towards its kin on the shore. Although Lu couldn't understand what it meant, the movements of the dinosaurs on the shore had already revealed their intentions to him. Then another dinosaur stepped onto the back of the first one and moved forward, ultimately getting stuck in the swamp just like the others. In this way, the adult dinosaurs used the bodies of their predecessors to make their way to the other side of the swamp. 13 dinosaurs, 9 of which were adults. As the last adult dinosaur entered the swamp, the first one was almost completely submerged. A somewhat anxious and reluctant roar rang out. It was the first dinosaur urging the young ones of its flock to hurry over. Amidst the tender yet tragic cries of the young, the first dinosaur was completely swallowed by the swamp, and its unwillingness was buried in the dark, endless muck. With the help of the elders, the 4 baby thunder dragons crossed the swamp area and entered the deep water region, while only 3 adult thunder dragons, acting as stepping stones, managed to break free from the swamp's grip in time and reached the deep water area. Thus, the 6 thunder dragons, temporarily free from the swamp's threat, quickly swam towards the shore after bidding farewell to their kin who were trapped in the swamp to die. Chapter 94, Searching for Kong. Watching the remaining 6 thunder dragons swim towards the opposite shore, Lu no longer wasted time. Under the cover of the dark clouds, Lu circled the entire skeleton island. The entire island consists of mountains and valleys, and only a few wide areas form lakes, so surrounding creatures gather at the water source to drink. Thinking of this, Lu began to deliberately search for large lakes on Skeleton Island, as large creatures like Kong must also go to nearby lakes for water. The island was remarkably large. Even flying at a height of 100 meters, Lu could not see the end of the island. However, hard work pays off, and Lu eventually found a lake formed by converging rivers. Moreover, Lu not only discovered the lake but also found signs of human activity nearby, as he saw a stranded and abandoned freighter, and even aircraft wreckage. At this moment, Lu suddenly remembered that in the Kong movies, there was a group of indigenous people who worshipped Kong as a deity and would even help humans who accidentally arrived on this island. Seeing the wreckage of the cargo ship by the lake, Lu felt he must be close to the tribe of primitives. Once he located their settlement, he could surely wait for a sighting of the Bigfoot. He circled around the wreckage, and in a secluded valley, a massive wooden wall loomed between 2 peaks, even intercepting part of the river flow. Staying in the sky, Lu immediately spotted the human settlement behind the wall, where a large number of primitives were busy with their daily lives, striving to gather more food for their tribe. Looks like I found the right place. Thinking of finding the primitive tribe, Lu felt a sense of joy. Since he had found the location, there would surely be signs of Bigfoot activity nearby. Thus, Lu decided to rest there for the night and begin a thorough search for Bigfoot's traces the next day. Wrapping himself in clouds, he descended from a height of 100 meters, then found a cave on a cliff face, preparing to use it as his temporary shelter. Just as Lu reached the cave entrance, he caught a whiff of a foul stench from within, causing him to feel a bit disgusted and decide to leave. Unexpectedly, hearing some commotion at the entrance, strange cries emerged from the cave, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. Amidst a series of eerie calls, a flock of bizarre birds flew out of the cave, soaring through the clouds Lu had released to obscure the entrance and quickly dashing into the sky. Icarus's wings. Having seen the Bigfoot Skeleton Island, Lu recognized the flock of strange birds. They flew quickly, and were extremely